The CPI had no problem with films that depicted bloodthirsty Huns. In 1918, Major MLC Funkhauser, the movie censor in Chicago, cut scenes of egregious German barbarity from 4 Years in Germany, a film based on a memoir by James W. Gerard, the former American ambassador to Germany. Funkhauser was an unusual departure from local censors who often exceeded the CPI's eagerness to suppress. Creel believed the film was powerful and effective in its appeal to the people of America. When Gerard complained to Creel about Funkhauser's action, Creel suggested he contact the Illinois governor to urge the Chicago censors' removal. 43. Among the films the CPI stepped in to alter was the Cale Laux case. In this celluloid drama, Cale Laux is portrayed as the evil genius of France. He and his wife take money to spread German propaganda. She wants a German title and shoots the editor of Le Figaro because he has information on the plot. While Joseph Cale Laux sits in prison, Madame Cale Laux is dragged into the street by a mob and forced to kiss the French flag. The CPI reviewed the film less than a week before it was to be released in early May and requested revisions. The State Department had not liked the scene in which Lansing provided evidence to convict Cale Laux, which was uncomfortably close to reality, and the Marquis de Polignac with the French High Commission told Creel it hurt France's image in the United States. Fox altered the film, a costly process that took until August and still did not satisfy the French or Creel, who said more changes had to be made. When the cutting was done in September, Philip Patchen, who handled publicity at the State Department, told Creel, "I find myself wondering what they are going to do with it. The only good stuff was objectionable, and I am afraid there is not much left." 44. The CPI also objected to a film in which a French village offered no resistance to the Hun invaders and a German officer was depicted as honorable. Creel asked for changes in The Curse of Iku, the story of a brutal Japanese warlord and a shipwrecked American, because it gave offense to a nation now America's comrade in arms. The revised film, retitled An Eye for an Eye, turned the Japanese into Malaysians. 45. The CPI self-censored a film it had acquired for its own propaganda. The footage came from a secret agent in Scandinavia who promised a naval film showing atrocities of submarine warfare. The price was so modest, the description so blood-curdling, the possibility for working up horror among the neutrals so obvious that we accepted the offer at once, Will Irwin recalled. On the night of its arrival at Jackson Place, the staff watched it in a basement office. The Germans were handsome and happy. Before they sank a ship, they took off its crew. The captives were smiling. The CPI had purchased German propaganda. "Nail up the damn thing," Creel said. 46. The Censorship Board. Pursuant to passage of the Trading with the Enemy Act, President Wilson created the Censorship Board on October 12, 1917. The board was to coordinate the multiple censorship functions that were now carried out by different executive branch agencies. This body had representatives from the State, War, and Navy departments, the War Trade Board, the Committee on Public Information, and the Post Office. Chief Postal Censor Robert L. Maddox was the chairman. The Censorship Board, established in late 1917, had representatives from the State, War, and Navy departments, the War Trade Board, the Committee on Public Information, and the Post Office. The dominant force was Postmaster General Albert Burleson, who worked through Chief Postal Censor Robert L. Maddox. But Creel, seated at the far right, was an active member. Harris and Ewing, Library of Congress. As much as the censorship apparatus burgeoned, it was understaffed for the tasks it set out for itself and suffered from overlapping responsibilities and uncertain authorities. When a history was put together on the duties of the chief military censor in the summer 1918, no written authorization could be found for direct administration of telegraph and telephone censorship. The chief military censor confessed that no one knew when his position was created. 47. Adjustments to censorship procedures were unending in an effort to figure out what worked best. In the last months of the war, the Military Intelligence Division, MID, where Army censorship was housed, deferred less to the CPI*. It took over responsibility for granting permission for photographers to visit Army facilities and for reviewing their pictures, a step that streamlined the process. The chief military censor had felt hedged about like an oracle who could only be consulted by the committee's representative. The MID initiated and distributed press advisories and consulted the CPI representative, a reverse of how it had been before. The MID upbraided editors and publishers who did not keep their columns free from news matter which might in any way be useful to the enemy. 48. The members of the censorship board were not always in a state of easy agreement. Early on, a turf battle took place over foreign mail. The New York headquarters for the censorship as well as the related censorship stations set up as far afield as Manila was a collective endeavor of the Post Office, the two branches of the Armed Services, and the War Trade Board. The Post Office argued it should direct this, as other functions of censorship were directed by individual agencies. The Post Office's case was buttressed by the fact that it was funding the censorship because Congress had not yet appropriated funds. Creel and the rest of the board believed they should collectively control censorship of foreign mail, as this was a military function in other countries. The dispute was eventually taken to Wilson, who sided with Burleson. But tensions persisted. The name Executive Postal Censorship Committee is a misnomer. The Navy representative in New Orleans complained of the operations at his station, since the members, other than the post office chairman, are shorn of all effective voice and all executive power, and consequently the other members find their usefulness restricted, their activities curtailed, their energies dissipated and their patriotism impugned. 49. Military intelligence was organized as a military intelligence section in May 1917. It became the Military Intelligence Branch in February 1918 and the Military Intelligence Division in August of that year. Creel ran into difficulty convincing the Post Office to give blanket mailing permits to some foreign language newspapers that the CPI relied on. These permits alleviated a newspaper from the time-consuming chore of translating war-related articles into English for review by postal authorities. In one of the more vexing instances of hampering the CPI, W. H. Lamar, the post office solicitor, turned down a permit for a weekly backed by the CPI's American-Hungarian Loyalty League. After a most exhaustive examination, Lamar said, the post office concluded the paper's loyalty is a very forced one. If it were really loyal, he added, it will have no objection to printing matter which does not require the paper to bear the expense of translation. 50. Creel was an active member of the board. He took part in most meetings, which were usually held near Maddox's office. He made reports on censorship activities. He helped set censorship rules, at one point winning adoption of a resolution that barred individuals from mailing single copies of a publication to someone living abroad, a measure that aimed to stop spies from secretly transmitting sensitive information in this way. His foreign language newspaper division translated articles for the Post Office. I feel very strongly that the censorship should not become a secret service organization for the detection of crimes, he wrote to Maddox. I do feel, however, that when offenses against the law are obvious, with proof of crime standing plain before the censor, that it is our duty to refer it to the proper authorities. 51. On April 3 the censorship board, after some discussion, affirmed that Creel had the full authority of the board to deal with the matter of newspaper censorship. That same day, Creel reiterated that Walter Rogers would continue to be in charge of censoring the communications sent abroad by correspondents for foreign newspapers. Censorship of English-language newspapers remained voluntary. The CPI meanwhile stepped up its efforts to control magazines and books. 52. Previously, at the behest of the War and Navy departments, the CPI asked magazine publishers to voluntarily submit articles and books containing any information relating to military or naval affairs prior to publication. The CPI would return the material with such recommendations as the government may desire to make for the preservation of proper military secrecy. At the April 3 meeting, the board discussed going a step further and requiring all magazines in the country to submit articles to the censorship board several weeks before publication for proper censoring. This came to nothing. Prior censorship of an English-language publication had no support in law. But another means of achieving the same end was possible under the Trading with the Enemy Act. Magazine publishers, like movie producers, wanted access to foreign markets. They were willing to pledge themselves to patriotism in order to be on the censor board list, with which Creel was also involved, that gave them a blanket right to export. The military censor took the additional step of contacting publishers any time British censors objected to an article. The publishers were asked to discontinue such articles or prepare to lose a large part of their foreign circulation through censorship. The military censors thought this exerted a wholesome disciplinary influence over the press and compensated for any laxness of the existing postal censorship. 53. The Trading with the Enemy Act gave the board similar leverage over book publishers, who were troubled by declining book exports. They approached the board with the voluntary offer to self-censor. A representative guaranteed that publishers would export only books that were pro-American in sentiment, that they would submit books for review, and in general would go to any lengths provided the flow of books abroad could be restored. Creel was directed to establish procedures. A copy of each book was submitted to military intelligence. A list of approved publishers was given to censorship stations, which were to pass their publications without review. Another list, drawn up with CPI assistance, identified publishers ineligible for export. Although these measures applied only to exported books, publishers did not want to produce books for domestic consumption that could not be sold abroad. 54. Burleson maintained a high-handed secrecy about censorship. When Congress asked for information about his instructions to postmasters, he said disclosure was incompatible with the public interest. He brushed off Champ Clark, the Speaker of the House, who passed him a letter from a constituent questioning the withholding of a publication from the mail. Burleson said it contained abusive language about the Y.M.C.A, which was recognized by the government as part of military forces. The New York postmaster, he stated, could not send copies demonstrating this to Clark since they are non-mailable under the law. 55. Burleson's attitude was in keeping with the suppression of information on censorship in other warring countries. He could not go so far in suppression as other countries, given American traditions of open government. But the Espionage Act had an effect. The search for subversion was institutionalized in both government and vigilante intelligence bureaus that worked behind the scenes to ferret out enemy activity. You must work undercover, the American Protective League advised members in its newsletter, Spyglass. You can't go to the man you are investigating and invite him to give up the facts you require. The withholding of information detailing these activities was justified as necessary to protect national security. 56. The censorship board operated silently and effectively. Individuals were not notified when their foreign mail, outbound or incoming, was confiscated or destroyed. It was, in a word, Spurlosversant, said two scholars, using a term that was applied to the German sinking of ships that disappeared without a trace. Postal censors were directed to withhold from the public any information relating to the time or place of censorship of mail, the process of censorship, or the jurisdiction of the several committees over mail matter, or any other information about the censorship. 57. Creel held a view similar to Burleson's, and censors in every belligerent nation. He told a reporter he did not want anything whatever published in regard to cable or mail censorship. No one should know just where the censorship is working. He was thus unhappy about a June 1918 story that censors in San Antonio burned 7 railway cars full of Hun propaganda newspapers, magazines, and books in Spanish and German destined for Mexico. Obviously based on information provided by a censor eager to brag about his bureau's good work, the story reported that the bureau had a list of more than 38,000 names of disloyal persons and firms. Creel asked the United Press to lay off such news. Not only is secrecy essential to an effective operation of this border censorship, he said, but our relations with Mexico, as you know, are very delicate. 58. Creel giveth and taketh away. No accounting of the CPI is complete without reference to the many instances when Creel used his power to improve news coverage. He pushed to allow correspondents to accompany the first troop ships to France, which Newton Baker suggested to Pershing. The general earnestly urged that this not be done and with equal vehemence opposed the proposition that any reputable American newspaper be allowed to send one correspondent to the AEF. Only 16 correspondents were accredited as of July 1917. This was more than the 12 the French accredited to their forces and the 5 the British accredited to theirs, but a pitifully small number nonetheless. 59. I felt that the Pershing expedition was largely to be regarded as a fife and drum corps, Creel told Mark Sullivan, and that every man should be permitted to go with it, who could raise the money and present proper credentials. Many reporters without AEF accreditation arrived in Europe with letters from the Creel Bureau asking that they receive every possible courtesy from the Army. The CPI facilitated passports, organized short trips to the field for visiting correspondents, and helped reporters visit Navy installations and ships. By the end of the war, according to one authoritative military account, 36 American correspondents were accredited to the AEF, and 411 were allowed to visit the AEF. 60. Creel battled the War Department over its decision to issue casualty lists with only the names of wounded or deceased soldiers. Without home addresses, the lists were worthless to newspapers. President Wilson took Creel's side. Creel was similarly successful in overturning Pershing's decision to forbid mention of the cause of death. To help ease constraints on correspondence in Britain and France, Creel enlisted his friend George Barr Baker. Baker was executive officer of U.S. Naval Cable Censorship in New York and a former reporter in Britain. Creel provided Baker with a letter from Wilson endorsing his mission to Britain and France. Baker streamlined censorship, which was bogged down by censors in Paris who reviewed dispatches after they had been approved by the AEF censors in the field. Baker also upgraded the communication lines used to send dispatches from the AEF front. 61. Creel was more liberal than his censorship board colleagues. When a complaint came in about Sullivan's supposedly unpatriotic speeches, Creel stood up for him. He intervened on behalf of publications he believed were unfairly harassed by postal censors and complained to Maddox that censors tore out pages from magazines when they had no authority to do so. He was outraged that the military intelligence branch, in its search for literary infection, put authors Ambrose Bierce and G.K. Chesterton on the list of books banned from military installations. He refused to release the list through the CPI, telling Tumulty that to give these lists to the public is to work grave injustices to loyal people. Amos Pinchot, one of the most outspoken liberal critics of suppression, was willing to give Creel the benefit of the doubt on his stewardship of the CPI. 62. Creel acquitted himself well with regard to the lynching of Robert Prager, a German-American, in Collinsville, Illinois, on April 3, 1918. The mob, whose leaders were found not guilty, said he was a spy. The lynching highlighted the wave of injustices across the country. Creel went to the president at once to suggest he speak out. After an inordinately long lapse, the president finally decried mob violence on July 26. Creel sought maximum attention for his pronouncement. 63. Creel was one of many Wilson advisers who favored dismissing the charges against IWW members rounded up in mass arrests in September 1917. After the war, he added his name to the list of people who believed the defendants in the Abrams case should be given amnesty. Although utterly out of sympathy with the defendants, he said, "From the first I have held the views so ably presented by Sir Frederick Pollock." Pollock, an eminent British jurist, argued spy mania tainted the trial, the penalty was excessive, and the application of the Espionage Act unconstitutional. By the standard of the trial, Pollock wrote, every strike of workmen employed in producing anything of warlike use would be an act of resistance to the United States, though the strike might be caused merely by a dispute about wages or hours of work. 64. But what Creel could give he could take away. The ability to facilitate passports was also a means of holding them up, which Creel did. The CPI's defense of speech was often based on desirable ends rather than democratic principle. When military intelligence barred current history and midweek pictorial from export, Creel argued for sending them because they were good propaganda. Bester recommended working with the controversial socialist-leaning Nonpartisan League in the Northwest because it has audiences which otherwise cannot be reached. Creel agreed. "Our one task," he said when objections were raised, "is to carry the message of America to every part of the United States in order that all people may understand the justice of this war." All the CPI asked of any man or body of men, any organization, sect, or class of citizens, Harvey O'Higgins said, was, "Are you for the war?" If they were, the committee was ready to work with them and to defend them from every enemy who sought to charge them with pro-Germanism. 65. Guided by this philosophy, Creel's response to criticism was the same as Wilson's, a reflexive desire to silence it, even if the subject matter was far afield from sensitive military information. This broader scope was apparent in the division of labor worked out with the chief naval censor, in which he and his staff acted on all strictly naval and military matters, and the CPI accepted responsibility for decisions in matters of a political character. While admitting no hard and fast rules that covered every element of censorship, one of the general principles for cable censorship was all matters that might indicate serious dissensions among the American people or the people of the Allies shall be suppressed. 66. Creel deserved credit for arranging the accreditation of Ralph Tyler, a black correspondent, to the AEF. But Tyler's dispatches and personal letters were subject to special care by censors and vetted again by Emmett Scott at the War Department. The Army worried that under the existing conditions in France, as affecting the colored soldiers, he may fail to exercise, at all times, the best judgment. Tyler was supposed to devote his attention to the positive activities of his own race. He did not report the discrimination he witnessed. The CPI killed his stories about French women's willingness to fraternize with blacks. Scott warned Tyler that press authorities of the War Department have regarded it as expedient that some of your letters be expurgated in a measure, to conform to strictly military policies. 67. Creel remembered Attorney General Gregory as a vicious old reactionary. He denied having intimate relations with the Department of Justice, the Post Office Department, military intelligence, or naval intelligence. On the contrary, "My relations with all of these agencies were bitter to the breaking point." The CPI files refute this. The CPI was routinely in contact with those entities. Creel raised no objection when the chief naval censor informed him that censors cut large portions of a news cable to London carrying Roosevelt's criticism of the Wilson administration. It was not exceptional for military intelligence to ask Creel to follow up on a troubling story in a Hearst newspaper. Rauch's division sent the MID copies of reports on foreign-language newspapers, and the MID believed the CPI would look with favor upon any plan this division might propose for the handling of the censorship of film for shipment abroad. 68. Creel wrote to Bruce Bilaski, head of the Justice Department Bureau of Investigation, to suggest books that should be suppressed and passed along a circular mailed by the People's Council of America, the group that was at odds with the CPI Front American Alliance for Labor and Democracy. "It seems to me," Creel told Lamar in one of many such notes, "that not only should the post office proceed against this paper, but that the whole matter should be turned over to the Attorney General." He suggested that Gregory prosecute a journal that said nurses overseas engaged in prostitution. 69. Patrolling for enemy utterances. The Justice Department operated upon the theory that, where propaganda cannot be met with criminal proceedings, it must be met by country propaganda or publicity or control of publicity, the matter falls within the scope of your CPI activities. When Assistant Attorney General John Lord O'Brien complained the CPI did not follow up as it should, Creel said such material should be sent to me personally. "I am very anxious to get it." After the war was over, he wanted to smash the lie that the Justice Department had been negligent in monitoring loyalty. "I want to prove that the department was vigilant from first to last, and effective throughout," he told O'Brien, "and that almost all those who deserved to be punished, were punished." 70. CPI staff constantly patrolled for enemy utterances. They pored over a story in the New York World, a thoroughly pro-Wilson newspaper, on the lack of military preparedness, doing a line-by-line analysis to show errors, and show the reporter's perfidy, which was sent to the president. After the collector of customs in Los Angeles forwarded a socialist proclamation, Creel urged him to pay as much attention as possible to the press in your vicinity. Herbert Putnam, the Librarian of Congress, gave office space to the CPI, where it screened books, alerted Creel to books that others deemed questionable, and informed Creel of individuals who checked out such volumes. Robert Murray, the CPI's representative in Mexico and a longtime reporter for the New York World, forwarded a clipping from a newspaper, El Democrata. It reported that a certain Jose Bracamontes of Youngstown, Ohio, had written to a man in Aguascalientes that his son had been impressed against his will into our army and was compelled to buy Liberty bonds. Is it worthwhile, he asked Creel, to have some of our people hunt up Mr. Jose Bracamontes? And ask the gentleman what he means by writing such fibs to Mexico. 71. Whether or not this was followed up is not clear from CPI files, but trivial matters were often pursued. When a reader of the Washington Evening Star suggested a photograph of wooden barrels of rosin bound for munition factories might suggest to some pro-German that so much rosin would make a fine fire, Creel chided the company responsible for the photo for not submitting it for review. When a patriotic individual alerted Creel to Dr. Sigmund Freud's Reflections on War and Death, which had a section devoted to disappointments of the war, Creel called the book to the attention of the proper authorities. Learning that a Boston University professor was talking about class struggle, Creel asked a member of the CND to get the professor to change his tone in the interest of unity. O'Higgins alerted the editor of the Argus in Caledonia, Minnesota, of a report that a prohibition lecturer in your community has been making untrue statements about the government in its relations to liquor. Pro-German agents, he warned, were claiming the government allowed sugar to be shipped abroad to be used for spirits while Americans were supposed to conserve. He asked the editor to publish a notice that corrected the record. 72. Indicative of the CPI's opportunistic, and erratic, censorship was 2,000 questions and answers about the war. The idea for the book occurred to one of the proprietors of the Review of Reviews Company, which published a magazine by that name, when he read a patriotic question and answer feature in an Australian journal. The Review of Reviews acquired rights for that material and added its own. The principal author was Julius Müller, the author of The Invasion of America, an imaginary account of the German conquest of the United States. In his typical state of haste, Creel wrote an introduction proclaiming the book a vital part of the national defense. Ford read 2,000 questions after it was published and arrived at a different verdict. He told Creel that it was a pacifist pro-German affair containing nothing that condemned the Germans. Ford was dismayed that the book contended that British and French imperialism resembled German imperialism and that it praised German education. Creel complained to the Review of Reviews, and Ford followed with a 7-page critique and an implied threat: I can hardly regard with equanimity the extensive distribution of this book. The book was revised. Among the changes was a new section on German atrocities and an explicit endorsement of the Bryce Committee findings as based on evidence exhaustively considered. 73. Creel had a strong working relationship with his Canadian counterpart, Colonel Chambers, a slight, balding man with a walrus mustache. Chambers, who once was a newspaperman, told Creel censorship was one of the most powerful engines of war at the disposal of the government. He went about his work with gusto, removing from Canadian soldiers' letters such statements as war was worse than hell. He detested Hearst and was slow to follow the British lead in reinstating IN's cable privileges. When Chambers said he had prohibited the book War What For, Creel asked the Librarian of Congress to remove the volume from its shelves and supply the names of people who had asked for it. Creel was helpful when Chambers complained about New England news stories that portrayed French Canadians as military slackers. Creel wrote to editors, including of the Harvard Lampoon, suggesting they quietly pass word around among journalists in that part of your country to desist from publishing statements which cannot conceivably do any good and which are calculated to cause harm by producing a feeling of resentment. 74. In the first weeks of the CPI's existence, Arthur Bullard headed a division of foreign correspondence and foreign language publications, a unit soon reorganized out of existence. He thought the stories netted by cable news censors were a waste of time to monitor. He had a similarly benign view of the foreign language press in the United States. I have not seen any of the foreign language papers which seem to me to make any immediate strong action imperative. The major problem, he said, was that they were poor and corruptible. Instead of repression, it would be better to stimulate them to a higher ideal of journalism. 75. This was not the prevailing view on the staff. With Bullard's help, Ford put together the network of university professors who monitored foreign language newspapers under CPI supervision. I distinctly feel that your people are running as close to the line as any group, he told Norwegian-born Lawrence Larsen at the University of Illinois. Ford wanted verbatim transcripts and sent Larsen a copy of the Espionage Act. With regard to an Illinois newspaper he particularly wanted watched, Ford commented that with the Trading with the Enemy Act the government will be in a position to deal promptly with such cases. This jibed with Larsen's views, who believed something ought to be done to quiet certain German-language papers. The Swedish press, he said, was loyal, but the loyalty is negative. It did not oppose the war, but neither did it promote Americanization. Edwin Bjorkman's censoring was not limited to leaning on editors to stay away from certain writers, he recommended revoking the mailing permit of a paper that discredited his work. 76. Foreign language newspapers that aggressively supported the Central Powers at the start of the war shifted gears once America entered it. They demonstrated loyalty by printing nothing that could antagonize the government, adorning front pages with American flags, promoting Liberty Loans, changing their names into English, and using CPI material. If they wanted to be critical, they quoted from English-language papers. Justice Department raids of foreign language newspapers were a reminder of their vulnerability. Also, by cutting war news, they did not have to pay for the translations necessary for use of the mail. Dissent diminished. Few were denied the mails, and most were given blanket mailing permits. By the end of the war, historian Carl Witt noted, German papers were publishing open confessions of conversion from their earlier pro-German position. 77. This did not guarantee their survival. German-American newspapers suffered unofficial censorship at the hands of readers and advertisers who deserted them for fear of being identified as disloyal. By the end of the war, half of all German-language publications had disappeared. The number of French and Italian-language newspapers was unchanged, and the number in Spanish increased substantially. 78. The owners and editors of these German-language publications, Julius Koetken told Creel, feel that the full success of our movement means the death of their enterprises. Some of their sheets will probably end by becoming American newspapers printed in the English language. Koetken attacked individual publications. The Evansville Democrat, he said, was put out of business in the course of conflict it engaged in with the Friends of German Democracy. At the same time, he fretted that the loss of some papers was not in the CPI's interest. In many cases, he noted, it was the weaker papers for which our mat print-ready service is intended that pass away. 79. No right to destroy public confidence. We have the right to demand to be told everywhere and always the truth, Georges Clemenceau wrote early in the war. The Tiger, as Clemenceau was nicknamed, championed press freedom and crusade for Jewish officer Alfred Dreyfus, who was falsely accused of selling military secrets. By one count he toppled 18 governments over a 16-year period. When Clemenceau was a senator, the Minister of the Interior suspended his newspaper L'Homme Libre for exposing miserable medical care for wounded soldiers. Clemenceau started a new paper, L'Homme and Chain. 80. In 1917 politicians who had suffered at Le Tigre's editorializing hand ruefully acknowledged they needed Clemenceau's leadership. With French morale wilting and French troops mutinying, the renegade became the premier. It was he who jailed Cailleaux on charges of treason and left him languishing in prison without a trial. Favorable newspaper comments on Cailleaux were censored. Why should you think I want to make my task harder? Clemenceau asked a Christian Science Monitor correspondent. The French press is irresponsible. Do you suppose I'm going to have it filled with defeatist articles? No, the newspapers must walk warily, or I shall close them down without mercy. 81. Cailleaux made no secret of his interest in seeing the war come to an end and kept company with controversial figures with similar views. One of these was French financier Paul Bolo Pasha, who was suspected of using German money to buy Le Journal. Bolo Pasha was executed for treason along with the spy Mata Hari. American newspaper readers did not encounter, as French readers did, swaths of blank space where censors killed stories. Official government censoring of domestic news was limited to the mails and fell almost entirely on radical and foreign language press. The size of that enterprise was considerable, nonetheless. Nearly 1,600 people, opening 125,000 pieces of mail daily, handled post office censorship, according to Burleson's 1918 annual report. In his annual report for that year, Gregory said, the cases brought under the speech section of the Espionage Act exceeded the number of those brought under any other of the war laws, except the Selective Service Act. The Department of Justice prosecuted more than 2,000 dissenters. Because there were essentially no instances in which the government could prove that dissident speech had actually caused insubordination, mutiny, refusal of duty, or obstruction of the recruiting or enlistment service, legal scholar Jeffrey R. Stone commented. Almost every prosecution was framed as an attempt. 82. Sentences were extreme: 15 years to a Vermont preacher who refused to preach on behalf of Liberty Loan Sunday, 20 years to an Iowan who said American boys would return from Europe mad. In the Abrams case, an informer received a 3-year sentence and the others as much as 20 years. For a similar offense in England, said Sir Frederick Pollock, the usual sentences would be imprisonment for 6 months, or 12 at the outside. After the war, the President accepted Gregory's recommendation to release or reduce the sentences of 200 individuals convicted by overly patriotic juries. He would not, however, relent on Eugene Debs, America's Joseph Cailleaux. 83. The worry over unwanted speech was out of balance with the amount that actually occurred. Most of the press and magazines, as you know, Merrill Rogers of the masses correctly noted, have gone over on the side of war, and the masses is in a very slim minority. No evidence showed the enemy subsidized these left-leaning publications. In a couple of instances, frustrated war reporters violated censorship rules established by the AEF in France, but these were rare, as were violations of the CPI's voluntary censorship guidelines. We guarded sensitive military facts as jealously as if they had been family skeletons, said Fred Essary, the Baltimore Sun reporter who had helped Woolley during the 1916 campaign, and even debated the propriety of confiding so much as a line of what we knew to our own editors. 84. In an exuberant moment, Creel proclaimed there had not been a single violation of the guidelines. But this was not far off. At the end of the war, Army censors concluded, there were practically no violations of the voluntary censorship and very little information was published, either through accident or design, which might in any way be construed as damaging to the interests of the United States. In Ford's estimation, mistakes were inadvertent and often the fault of social editors who announced that a wedding of a certain captain was being solemnized because his regiment, name and number given, was sailing at such a time. Time and again, the press stood behind repression. The Washington Post, one of the more frequent violators of the guidelines, nevertheless said, enemy propaganda must be stopped, even if a few lynchings may occur. The people know what they want. 85. Creel's voluntary guidelines were a wise strategy. Besides patriotically restraining their reporting, editors howled when a competitor gained a news advantage by violating the rules. But Creel could not restrain himself. His adamant claims that the CPI did not touch censorship were blatantly at odds with reality. The CPI had plain to see censorship power, a seat on the censorship board, and hypersensitivity to facts and comments not covered by the guidelines or the law. Implied consequences for angering the CPI and Creel's pugnaciousness buttressed the CPI's informal, ad hoc PowerPoint 86. Creel was a man of emotions. Sometimes they carried him to liberal ends. Sometimes, in the words of Justice Holmes, Creel would sweep away all opposition. In the summer of 1918, an editorial in the Danville, IL, Commercial News called out the CPI for flooding the country with a lot of news that is not news and for wanting publishers to submit for review all books and magazine articles dealing with any phase of the war. The first assertion was arguably true. As to the second, Creel had wanted to review all magazines and books on the war but could not devise a practical plan to do that and concentrated instead on publications touching on military and naval affairs. Confusion was inevitable, and many editors had the same impression as the Commercial News. Guy Stanton Ford, who passed the editorial to Creel, noted publishers were sending him books in accordance with a supposed policy of supervising all war literature. Nevertheless, Creel admonished the editor, "I do not think you have the right, as an American, to attempt to destroy public confidence." 87. 10. Officials of doubtful status. We know our rank and status, which is more than can be said for you. You are a strange fish and we don't know where to place you. We will have to look up precedents or perhaps create one. Third Assistant Secretary, U.S. Legation, Beijing, to CPI Commissioner Carl Crow. In the first months of the war, the large frosted globe in George Creel's office was for little more than decoration. The CPI's first job was domestic, to hold fast the inner lines. But by January 1918 he was eager to take on the world. Creel informed Wilson in a report that month that, with the inner lines secure, the greatest need was abroad. We are now able to commence 100% operation in all confidence. It is for this that I ask sanction. There is no detail in connection with these activities that we shall be ashamed to reveal. No paper will be subsidized, no official bought, no corruption employed. Wilson agreed that the time had come to look abroad in view of what had been accomplished inside the United States. The country, he told the British ambassador, had not been so thoroughly united for years. 1. The CPI sought to reassure the allies of l'effort américain on the battlefield, to encourage neutral countries to stay neutral, if not turned in the allies' favor, and to cause enemy citizens to lose faith in their government and enemy soldiers to throw down their arms. Beyond this, Wilson and Creel saw the loftier possibility of selling the United States. CPI emissaries, the President said in a letter to one of them, were privileged to acquaint those countries with the life of America, our aims and our ideals. One ideal in particular stood out, that this was a war for a stable democratic order with the United States in the lead. 2. Propaganda on the outer lines presented problems that did not exist domestically. Conditions varied from country to country. The work had to be done at great distances from Lafayette Square. The overall objective ran against a diplomatic tradition that considered propaganda bad form. Envoys led rarefied lives. The hoi polloi were irrelevant except to fetch coffee for them in meetings with frock-coated counterparts at the foreign ministry. Allied propagandists were an additional source of frustration. French military censors delayed American dispatches about the AEF to give their troops better press. A CPI representative complained, "The British won't work with anybody unless they can boss the whole job." 3. The United States had never done anything like what Creel proposed abroad. This terra incognita magnified the worst tendencies of his management style. Inefficiency, erratic planning, and bureaucratic wrangling marred the CPI's performance. As will be taken up in the next chapter, this was also the case with CPI propaganda against enemy military forces, but with an important difference. The CPI had little to show with regard to field propaganda against the enemy. Its work in friendly and neutral nations established a new approach to foreign affairs. The CPI moved beyond the concept of hard power based on economic leverage and military might. It thought in terms of the soft power derived from shaping public attitudes and opinions that promoted American foreign policy interests. If Creel's execution left much to be desired, the concept of public diplomacy was one of the CPI's most significant accomplishments. Overcoming Wilson's reluctance. Creel's proposal in January 1918 was not the first to call for overseas propaganda. 2 days after the United States declared war, David Lawrence of the New York Evening Post proposed that Wilson organize a staff of newspapermen to undertake in secret the whole question of a pro-American propaganda in Latin America. Frederick Weil, a persistent Roman candle of publicity proposals, argued for a bureau in London that would use every form of modern publicity. Ambassador Page endorsed Weil's idea. McNeill Dixon, who took over Gilbert Parker's propaganda portfolio in London, thought it quite as necessary for Americans to carry out propaganda in his country as it was for his office to do so in the United States. He complained, "We have never been able to get into touch with the CPI. It would be of greatest advantage if we could." 4. Declining Allied morale in the coming months ratcheted up the sense of urgency. Felix Frankfurter, a special assistant to Newton Baker, returned from Europe in August with warnings that Joseph K. Laux might secure a place in government and open peace negotiations. He recommended continuous publicity in Paris under someone who kept in discreet and effective contact with French public men and opinion. 5. Such admonitions, and there were many more, did not move Wilson. His initial thoughts about publicity were strictly domestic. His 3-sentence executive order creating the CPI said nothing about its working abroad. Arthur Bullard, who thought the United States should do to the British what the British propagandists had done to them, gained the impression in his time at CPI headquarters that it would have nothing to do with publicity work abroad. While Wilson had an eye on foreign audiences when he delivered speeches on the war, he wanted to keep a certain distance from the Allies. He made a point of saying the United States was associated with them rather than allied. He told Creel it was not advantageous to belong to the Inter-Allied Propaganda Committee. In October 1917, he flatly rejected a unanimous recommendation from Bester's advisory committee to send speakers abroad. When he turned down a subsequent proposal to send a speaker to England, Wilson commented that the English should never have sent speakers to the United States. Creel circumvented Wilson's prohibition by arranging speakers through other executive branch departments as well as the British War Mission. He also encouraged the War Mission to send speakers to the United States. 6. The first crack in Wilson's wall of resistance grew out of the overthrow of Tsar Nicholas in March 1917. The future of the provisional government was in doubt, as was its willingness to fight. After receiving suggestions from a number of quarters that a commission be sent to Russia, he dispatched one under Republican statesman Elihu Root to assess what should be done to keep the country in the war. Shortly after his arrival in June, Root urgently cabled Washington that German propaganda was demoralizing Russian soldiers. He called for immediate counterattacks by the same weapons. Root and other delegates personally advanced $30,000 to start the work. Approval of the modest expenditure did not come until Root was back home. Wilson would not commit to do more when he met with Root in August. 7. This foot-dragging angered Root, as did Wilson's decision to turn the matter over to Creel, who convinced the president to give the CPI responsibility for publicity in Russia. Root refused Tumulty's suggestion that he meet with Creel to discuss what was being planned. In November, Creel dispatched Edgar Sisson to Petrograd with a budget far smaller than Root had recommended. Wilson did not let Creel send Russian-born men to explain America's war aims. "We must wait," he said, "to see our way before pushing forward any faster than we are able." Shortly before Sisson set off for Russia, Creel set up a fledgling foreign section. In addition to Sisson, it was made up of a CPI representative sent to launch a motion picture campaign in Italy and Spain and of an overseas news service. Wilson may have given way on the service because it had a similar mission to the official bulletin, whose creation he had insisted upon at the start of the war. 9. The wireless cable service aimed to correct an American disadvantage in explaining itself to the world. In the 19th century, Reuters in Britain, Havas in France, and Wolf in Germany had formed a cartel in which each had the exclusive right to sell news in specific regions defined by their country's colonies and special relations. Each had close ties with its government, including financial support, which they repaid by distributing propaganda and filtering foreign news reaching their readers. The Associated Press, a junior partner, could sell cartel news in the United States but not directly distribute its own abroad. For some time Walter Rogers, a former Chicago Daily News reporter, had been proselytizing on the need to reach foreign readers. When the United States entered the war, Charles Crane, a wealthy, politically active Chicagoan who financed progressive news ventures, sent him to study Asian news practices, which confirmed Rogers's belief that something had to be done. At the suggestion of House, he approached Lansing, who had no interest in his findings, which he said did not bear on the work of his department. Creel thought it essential to become articulate throughout the world and put Rogers to work creating the CPI service. 10. The wireless cable service was launched at 20 Broad Street in New York. News left via Navy communications lines and was transmitted onward with the help of Allied facilities. By January 1, 1918, according to the Office of Naval Intelligence, Rogers had established cable and radio communication around the world for the distribution of news beneficial to this country and the Allies. Compub, the service's cable address and cognomen, emphasized war news, the Supreme Court's upholding of the draft law, statistics on the production of war-making commodities, the establishment of 32 America First clubs in Colorado by Czechs, Slavs, Italians, Germans, and Italians, and Kalios's treachery. It reported that Germany distorted CPI statements to conceal from its people the unselfishness of the Americans in entering the war. Proximity to Navy censors, with whom the CPI shared office space, allowed Rogers to monitor, as well as suppress, the dispatches that European correspondents in the United States sent to their home countries. To compensate for shortcomings in these reports, the CPI news service emphasized points which the foreign correspondents failed to mention. 11. On October 31, Creel added the Foreign Press Bureau under progressive journalist Ernest Poole. By mid-November, Poole was sending out more than 50 articles a week. Initially, Poole prioritized giving a true picture of this country to Russia, from which he had just returned. The Poole service, which sent its articles by mail, went beyond stories about American war work. The hope, Poole told Creel, was to highlight the innumerable experiments and efforts made in this country toward more and more democracy and general social welfare. The CPI drew from government reports and speeches, republished articles that had appeared domestically, and commissioned contributions from Booth Tarkington, Edward Ross, William Allen White, and other well-known authors. Country specialists wrote and translated material. Before I knew it, said Hamilton Owens, editor-in-chief of the Poole service, I had a staff of about 75 people working in a building on Madison Avenue. Poole had the unpleasant task of knocking on doors in their building to commandeer offices. 12. As the news service got underway, reports of declining morale among the Allies grew dire. In November, respected former Minister and Viceroy of India Lord Lansdowne argued for a negotiated peace. Lansdownism in Britain, like Kale-Loxism in France, became a byword in agents' intelligence reports for unpatriotic quitters. It was at this time that Lloyd George, worried about public opinion, elevated the status of propaganda by creating the Ministry of Information. In Italy, the executions of recalcitrant soldiers soared, reaching 750 by war's end. In early 1918, the chief of Italian propaganda told an American diplomat he expected machine guns in the streets to repress disorders. French troops trudged to the front mimicking the bleating noises of sheep going to slaughter. Mutinies occurred in 68 divisions. Wilson could no longer ignore the outer lines. 13. The foreign section would eventually consist of Rogers's and Poole's units, a foreign film division, that included a pictorial service that provided photographs and posters, and a large corps of CPI representatives posted in individual countries as Sisson was in Russia. Creel's vision for these representatives was ambitious, but the plans amounted to little more than vague statements redolent with platitudes. The great difference between Trenton and Paris. Creel envisioned CPI commissioners working in a dignified, modest, and thorough manner in keeping with the character of the new America as opposed to the America with which Europeans associate boasting, flamboyancy and commercialism. The common denominator in his plan was commissioners who knew the country to which they were posted. 14. Karl Crowe, the CPI's representative in China, fit the bill. He was better versed in the country than most diplomats there. In 1911 he helped start the first American newspaper in the country, the China Press, which aimed to counter the colonial mentality of British papers with American attitudes about self-determination. Crowe enjoyed access to Sun Yat-sen, who led the overthrow of the Qing dynasty in 1911, and wrote the popular Handbook for China. In 1915 he left the Far East and bought a fruit farm in the Santa Clara Valley. When war came, he sought a commission in Army intelligence. Army investigators scotched this when they learned he once had as a house guest a very pretty Canadian girl who was allegedly a German spy. Crowe sold the farm and headed across the Pacific to work for the CPI in China instead. 15. Other representatives were accomplished but not for knowing the country. Many were progressives with a progressive's taste for publicity to advance a good cause. Charles Merriam, sent to Rome on the advice of his Chicago friend Walter Rogers, was to political science what Edward Ross was to sociology. He was the first member of the University of Chicago faculty hired under the designation political science and founded the behavioralist movement. Instead of humanistic study of political institutions, behaviorists used statistical field research to understand the election process and governing. He ran successfully for the Chicago City Council. This was useful experience for propaganda, but his knowledge of Italy was derived from what he read aboard ship on the way over. 16. Frank Marion was president of the Calum Movie Studio, where he excelled in sales. It was he who was sent to promote American films in Italy and Spain at the end of 1917. In the topsy-turvy way things were done, he ended up as the commissioner in Spain. Creel envisioned putting a man of broad European experience in Paris, which was supposed to anchor CPI overseas operations. Instead, he sent James Kearney, editor of the Trenton Times. Kearney spoke no French and had no foreign experience. His ticket to Paris was Wilson, whose political career the affable New Jersey editor had supported. Wilson wanted Kearney to send him confidential reports, a ploy he often used to circumvent diplomats, whom he distrusted. There is a great difference between Paris and Trenton, Kearney said, and you notice it more in Paris than in Trenton. When diplomats criticized Kearney's lack of sophistication, Creel reversed himself on the importance of foreign expertise, saying the critics wanted someone in Paris who speaks French, acts French, and is as little like an American as is possible. 17. In June 1918, Creel told Kearney to employ the American wife of the Marquis de Polignac and an American actress, who was a friend of Creel's wife and married to a Frenchman. He left it to Kearney to figure out how they could be helpful. Often appointments were a matter of expediency. The commissioner selected for Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador was the American editor of the Lima-based English-language West Coast Leader. His reporters spread CPI propaganda, and his business staff drove advertisers away from the pro-German La Cronica, which supposedly changed its slant as a result. The CPI drew heavily on military intelligence attaches, who already were on the ground and following public opinion. A Navy lieutenant with press experience spent more than 6 months in South America setting up CPI offices as well as establishing censorship functions in the region. Others were amateurs, if earnest. A military intelligence officer in Costa Rica, who recommended wide diffusion of CPI materials, opined that the country was the egg nearest decomposition in a basket where the explosion of one would set off our other bad eggs. Any stench raised in Central America would divert slightly our military resources but might seriously cloud the political horizon. 18. By Creel's count, the CPI had 17 commissioners, 22 diplomatic and consular representatives, and 10 American citizens acting as CPI agents. In preparing its post-war report on the CPI, the Council of National Defense could not identify the full staff Creel cobbled together. As far as could be ascertained, it said, special commissioners were employed for work in Denmark, England, France, Holland, Italy, Mexico, Romania, Russia, South America, Spain, Switzerland. See Table 4 in Chapter 12. Insofar as the CND was able to discern, South America included Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and Peru. One difficulty in making a tally was identifying the intelligence officers who assisted the CPI. President and Secretary Daniels are absolutely opposed to use of Army or Navy or diplomatic representatives as directors of open propaganda work, Creel cabled a commissioner. Our idea is to employ them fully under cover of our committee with its own director in charge. Not mentioned in the CND report were Sweden, Panama, El Salvador, Uruguay, Australia, Japan, and China, all of which are referenced in the CPI files and one of which, China, definitely had a commissioner. Crow's omission may explain why he never received notice to close his office at the end of the war. 19. The turnover in personnel was dizzying. The foreign section was headed successively by Creel, Arthur Woods, Will Irwin, Sisson, and Harry Rickey, who had been chief of Scripps' Newspaper Enterprise Association. When the war ended, Poole took over. Woods, a former New York City police commissioner with no foreign or journalism experience, quit after a week. Just then I showed up, Irwin said. Creel thought he dropped from heaven. Irwin had a laureled career as a muckraker and war reporter and experience handling publicity for Herbert Hoover's Europe-based Commission for Relief in Belgium. Irwin considered his specialty to be the theory and psychology of journalism and of the kindred profession of advertising. The CPI London office was headed successively by Rickey, Henry Suidam, Charles Edward Russell, Russell's son John, Perry Arnold, and Paul Perry. When Russell became fed up, his son was appointed on the spur of the moment. Who is running Compub London? A CPI representative asked in frustration in October 1918.20. Communication was vexing. To some extent this was a function of the long distances involved. But the CPI aggravated the problem. Although it may seem incomprehensible to you, as it is to me, Marion informed Creel in April 1918, I have not received a letter nor a piece of printed matters of any character from our committee since arriving in Spain, December 1. None of the official bulletins of the committee are sent to me, and I know nothing whatever about the committee's policies as except what I may pick up in an occasional American paper arriving here 6 weeks late. A friend of Creel's in the Madrid embassy chided him for not being more responsive. Madrid is 4 to 8 weeks from Washington by post and hence very far off, but by cable is farther if cables are unanswered. Please answer this question, a commissioner once wrote to Sisson, underscoring the words in pencil to reduce the chance they would be overlooked or forgotten. 21. On top of this, communications often were uselessly vague. Commissioners were merely told to be independent insofar as every fundamental decision is concerned, but you are, of course, to advise with the American legation and maintain at all times a close and understanding contact. This gave them unlimited room for personal interpretation of their jobs and elevated the hostility American diplomats harbored for the enterprise. 22. Crashing a pretty good club. Carl Crow, a smallish man with glasses and a ready laugh, got on well with people. The third secretary whom he called upon when he arrived in Beijing had been a poker-playing pal when Crow was a journalist in the Far East. But his camaraderie was on hold as far as Crow's CPI job was concerned. The diplomat called Crow an American official of doubtful status. After waiting several days in vain for word on what rank he would hold, Crow printed calling cards with a title that put him on a par with the third secretary. There were no official or political traditions behind us, he said. 23. State Department antipathy was in full bloom with Hugh Gibson. In the spring of 1918, Creel recruited Gibson from Lansing's Division of Information to help coordinate CPI propaganda. A talented diplomat remembered for his wit and possible invention of the Gibson martini, with a pickled onion instead of an olive, Gibson was nevertheless a dubious choice if one wished to bring greater harmony to the CPI's work in Europe. After Gibson served in the American legation in Belgium, Brand Whitlock, Wilson's appointee as Minster, commented, "It is hard to work with snakes and cads like Gibson. While I was recommending him for promotion to the department, he was conspiring against me." 24. The lack of clarity as to what Gibson was supposed to do would have led to problems no matter what. Gibson was described to American and foreign officials as having oversight of the general plan of propaganda strategy and working in close cooperation with the CPI, the AEF, and various other government officials. In introducing Gibson to Kearney, Creel skipped even these generalities and told him to use Gibson as he thought best. In late April, Irwin told Gibson he was in charge of all propaganda in enemy countries and everyone had been so informed. The easily exasperated Gibson wrote in his diary that he received nothing official from Washington on this. In a letter to Irwin in May, Creel spoke breezily of Gibson's roving commission. 25. This spawned conspiracy theories. Kearney in Paris and the CPI commissioner in Bern thought Gibson wanted their jobs or to be their boss. When Gibson traveled to Rome, he found Merriam touchy. Gibson's functions here are very uncertain, and this has caused some confusion, Merriam complained to Creel. It would greatly improve the situation if his relation to the committee work here were more clearly defined, otherwise there is room for a good deal of friction. 26. Gibson recognized the need for propaganda, especially propaganda directed at the Central Powers. He offered concrete suggestions. He correctly objected to statements overpromising what the United States would deliver militarily, calling it press agentry. But he had a disdain for the CPI's innovation of directing propaganda at people. He dismissed as piffle a campaign to distribute leaflets to school children. The idea had merit. The youngsters would take the literature home to their parents. 27. Gibson got unwell with Will Irwin, whose international experience was deep. He considered most other CPI staff utterly unfit for their work and maligned them. Kearney was my little playmate. Merriam was inclined to spin a web of psychological theories about things that did not lead anywhere. Creel had energy without follow-through. He shares the belief of the Greek sophists that a thought is a thing. Gibson made good points, but it was not helpful to make them so insistently. An adroit bureaucratic fighter who knew how to protect himself, Gibson worked ventriloquist style by attributing negative observations about CPI shortcomings to others. But eventually his bad-mouthing came to Creel's attention. In late July Creel separated him from the CPI. 28. Gibson's subversion, however, did not end. He worked on the fringes of the CPI and was joined by others, none more wholeheartedly than his friend Hugh Wilson, the charge d'affaires of the American legation in Switzerland. Wilson came from a wealthy Chicago family, graduated from Yale, and studied at the École Libre des Sciences Politiques in Paris. Diplomats, he thought, belonged to a pretty good club that he wanted to keep exclusive. When the consular service was merged with the diplomatic service, he objected because the latter possessed higher thought. He was thus openly hostile to the commissioner Creel sent to crash his club in Bern. Although many rungs down his ladder of thought, in Wilson's mind anyway, the socialite suffragist proved to be more than his match. 29. 42-year-old Vera Borman Whitehouse epitomized the social register. The New York Times acclaimed her one of the most beautiful and girlish of the young matrons in society. The San Francisco Examiner said she was the prettiest woman in New York. In photos, she struck a high society pose as the wife of Norman de Rapelye Whitehouse, the senior partner in a wealthy New York brokerage house that his family established a century before. But there was another side to Whitehouse. She grew up in New Orleans, where she had received an education at Newcomb, one of the first women's colleges in the South. In New York, she was a leader of the suffrage movement, whose primary job, a historian noted, was to manufacture public opinion. 30. White House was the publicity director for the unsuccessful drive to secure the vote for women in New York in 1915. When a new campaign was launched in 1917, she was elevated to chair of the New York State Woman's Suffrage Party. Of the 5 states voting on enfranchising women, New York was considered hopeless. White House ran the campaign with the focus and intensity Wooley brought to Wilson's re-election. She declared women could no longer work like amateurs, taking holidays and succumbing to other distractions. They canvassed public sentiment, organized rallies, distributed pamphlets and press releases, and rallied workers, immigrants, and others. The measure passed with nearly 54% of the vote. Woman suffragists proclaimed, no such campaign was ever conducted in the United States for any cause as that in New York. They presented White House with a gold leaf wreath inscribed, "From the Women of New York State, whom she led to victory November 6, 1917." 31. While in Washington to receive the honor in early December, White House asked Creel if he had war work for her. They knew each other from the 1915 suffrage campaign, when he was executive head of the Men's League for Woman Suffrage in New York. Creel was laying plans ahead of securing Wilson's formal approval for overseas propaganda and offered White House several places abroad. She chose Switzerland, about which she knew little beyond what she had picked up as a tourist. She spoke some French and bad German. Unfazed by her lack of experience, she set conditions for accepting the assignment. She would have an acknowledged position as representative or director of the Committee on Public Information in Switzerland, and should be expected to do only legitimate work. Her appointment letter arrived on New Year's Eve with an ominous footnote: her appointment would not be announced. 32. This violated a major tenet of public relations: don't suppress controversial information that is going to come out anyway. When it leaks, it will be bigger news than otherwise. When the story appeared that White House was about to begin an elaborate educational campaign overseas, a source told the world that she was not an appointee of the administration, but was selected for the post and appointed by George Creel. A follow-up story added that neither Lansing nor Wilson was consulted and that Lansing opposed publicity abroad. Lansing tried to sweep up the mess with a denial, but White House did not have the diplomatic passport she had been promised when she left New York Harbor on a cold, windy January 10.33. When she reached Paris, White House was handed 2 items: a Swiss press report that her husband was on his way to Switzerland to do propaganda, and a State Department telegram informing her that the legation was authorized to say she was traveling to Bern to study children's and women's issues. It is not now and never has been the policy of the United States to conduct persuasive activities in any foreign country, the telegram said. It relies entirely upon frank and open presentation of its aims and objects, and the secret and corrupt methods of its enemies have never been attempted and will not be. White House mistakenly assumed this was the State Department's doing. Actually, the author was Creel, who had ill-prepared the ground for her arrival and sought a convenient way to get her into Switzerland. 34. Not that the legation objected to this message. It had requested repudiation of White House's mission. When White House arrived in Bern, the minister, Pleasant Stovall, was in the United States. Hugh Wilson, Stovall's deputy, gave her a reception as chilly as the Swiss Alps. No women were then diplomats, and he thought, in general, the political activity of women, especially of beautiful ones, was highly irregular. He told her propaganda was a waste of time, as the Germans had discredited it among the Swiss. He refused to accept White House's letter of appointment as a CPI publicist. Until he had orders from Washington to the contrary, he would only honor the directive saying she was studying women's and children's issues. He had publicly denied she would be doing such work, he pointed out to her, and a reversal would force the legation to say that it had lied. He asked her to lunch so she could meet his wife. Wilson, White House told Creel, has put every sort of subtle obstruction in my path. I am developing a fine case of nervous indigestion. 35. Several days later a young Foreign Service officer, Alan Dulles, made her stomach churn more. Dulles's qualifications for membership in Wilson's club were impeccable. His grandfather John Foster had been Secretary of State. Robert Lansing was his Uncle Bert. Dulles spent weekends at his uncle's estate raptly listening to Captain Guy Gaunt, the British spy and surreptitious propagandist, recount his exploits. Byrne marked the beginning of his lifelong love affair doing what Gaunt had done. The sleight of hand he suggested for White House was that she pass herself off as an AP reporter. The fact that it was as much a lie as the woman and children fiction, she told Creel, recommended it strongly to him. After reading the initial news stories about White House's mission, Dulles congratulated Uncle Bert for recognizing the futility of her mission. She did not realize how necessary it is to disguise propaganda before shoving it down people's throats. 36. Another source of resistance was Carl Ackerman. He was now a correspondent for the hugely popular Saturday Evening Post, a confidant of House, and as interested in propaganda as when he covered Washington embassies at the start of the war. In May 1917 he showed House a draft article on Germany's manipulation of its citizens' opinions in its war of conquest. House drew from it in making suggestions to Wilson for his Flag Day speech that year. That summer Ackerman reported in the Post, "We don't know how to fight with news." House convinced Ackerman to go to Switzerland for the magazine and to act as his undercover personal agent to monitor enemy public opinion and make recommendations. He could send reports in code via diplomatic channels. The Post endorsed Ackerman's split employment. In late 1917, he wrote in the Post that the Germans intended to conquer the world after the war with news and business. At Hugh Wilson's request, he began drafting a plan to fight back. 37. White House arrived as Ackerman was finishing his plan. His booming voice belied his 5'9" height, and he was full throat on the inadvisability of bringing in a woman who would wreck his plans and his involvement implementing them. Only an experienced and well-known journalist should be entrusted to this work, he wrote to House. He did not favor her open approach as it was best not to advertise what we are doing to shape opinion. No paper in Switzerland will dare publish her news, he said. 38. Copious communications winged their way between Bern and Washington. Hugh Wilson said White House should go home. White House blasted Wilson for refusing to say how many copies of a presidential speech had been distributed. That information, he said, was deeply confidential. Creel wrote White House that the president had informed the State Department of his approval of our plans. A vice consul reported to the State Department that Swiss detectives overheard White House say she was starting her work. Swiss authorities, he said, planned to arrest or expel her if she did. This sniping was too much for Lansing's deputy, Frank Polk. He commanded Hugh Wilson to let White House move ahead. 39. Then Minister Stovall returned to his post. Stovall, founder of the Savannah Press and childhood playmate of the president, was in no way qualified to be minister in the view of Dulles and his colleagues. They liked him best when he did what they said, which normally happened. He told White House that neither open publicity nor a woman suffragist belonged in Switzerland. She responded that she refused to operate secretly. On the suffragist issue, she called his bluff. She would offer her resignation if Stovall put his objection in writing. He declined. 40. Expecting the State Department would command Stovall to give her full support, White House went to Paris in mid-March to consult with Kearney on setting up her office. There she received a cable from Creel saying she could inaugurate work without connection with the legation or endorsement by it. White House submitted her resignation. 41. To salvage the situation, Creel offered White House an undefined position in Paris. She suspected he did not want her back in the United States airing her grievances. She was still the chair of the New York State Woman Suffrage Party, and her voice would carry far. As it was, the New York World ran a front-page story on her resignation. Related stories appeared around the country reporting her disagreements with Stovall. When she declined the Paris assignment, Creel cabled that he would force the legation to take her on, if that was what she wished. "I mean to do the thing you want done." If she preferred, he said, she could have special missions in Europe. She asked for particulars on the missions, but neither those nor the promised State Department endorsement arrived. 42. White House announced she was going home to see Creel. Twice, when she was about to board a ship in Bordeaux, she was told to return to Paris to receive a new directive. The first, from Creel, again asked her to work in Paris. She cabled asking for specifics and again received none. The second message, from Irwin, told her to go to Bern and start working. He said nothing of State Department authorization. White House was on the Niagara when it sailed on April 12.43. That same day Ackerman informed House that cooperation was impossible between the legation and White House, who was in a belligerent frame of mind. Stovall informed the president that White House was obstinate and should not return. He told Lansing she was personally hostile to me. At Stovall's urging, Ackerman cabled Polk to ask for her job and offered himself to Creel as a substitute if he needed one. Gibson, who was at the time still working with the CPI, considered White House beautiful and charming but not particularly intelligent and too exuberant in her plans for large public displays. 44. After Ackerman lobbied him over lunch in Lausanne, Gibson pressed Irwin to take Ackerman on. Ackerman's idea, Gibson said, was to work solely as a representative of the New York Times in Bern, with no official label and no public acknowledgement given to his appointment. A senior representative of the Times in Europe had endorsed the scheme. Also on April 12, Creel wrote Norman White House that his wife wanted to get things settled quickly, but my own feeling is that the legation envoys have prejudiced her work so thoroughly in Switzerland, that a return would be useless. He did not mention that President Wilson considered the legation's intransigence one of those mistakes which apparently cannot be corrected without making matters worse. 45. Friends and foes underestimated White House. White House generously credited Creel with turning events in her favor. But she was the chief architect of her victory. She rebutted the spurious accusations against her, had a clear strategy for what she wanted to do in Bern, and pressed her case. After a meeting with Tumulty, she wrote him, "I should like to cry from the housetops of the necessity and economy of a liberal policy of education publicity, which we must no longer call propaganda, in both Allied and neutral countries." Tumulty passed the letter to Wilson. White House, Philip Patchen told Gibson, came to Washington with murder in her heart as you said she had, and proceeded to raise the devil around here. She dominated George and had things her own way. The State Department was going to give her every bit of cooperation possible. He added, "You should do the same over there. Incidentally, I hear that she rather has this in for you." 46. Vera White House, a New York socialite with an iron will, successfully battled hidebound, antagonistic American diplomats in Switzerland to establish publicity as a tool of diplomacy. She bought Sonny so she would have friend in Bern. Frontispiece in my year as a government agent. White House returned to Europe with a diplomatic passport and 2 letters from Wilson. One endorsed open publicity, the other told Stovall she came with my entire approval. In London she bought a dog to ensure she had a friend in Bern, where she opened an office on July 1.47. I will arrive in Paris with blood in my eyes. White House's relationship with the legation was one of civil enmity. She had no time for the envoys' leisurely lunches. She barely spoke to Stovall. The military attaché found her an office in a 3-story house outside of the town center. To reach the grand neighborhood, she had to take a bridge over the Ara River and ascend a steep hill. White House could not move into the quarters for 2 days because the attaché lost the keys. Competent staff, as well as typewriters, were as scarce as office space. We have one stenographer, who works from 9 in the morning until the day is well done, she reported in mid-July. We have an old lady to translate and people who drift in each day looking for a position we put to work and get what we can out of them. 48. Surrounded by France, Germany, Austria, and Italy, and made up of cultural groups speaking those languages, Switzerland was highly contested. Every means should be exerted, Pershing wrote to Newton Baker, to bring her in on the side of the Allies, or keep her out altogether. The harboring of spies, correspondent Herbert Corey commented, was the principal occupation outside of the cheese business. German intelligence took note of White House's arrival. She believed she was constantly shadowed. In order to acquire a stenographer with translation skills, she hired a known German spy who worked hard, though sullenly. "It wears on our nerves to keep everything under lock and key and away from her," she told Kearney, "but perhaps she will fall in love with Mr. Fife and change her sympathies." George Fife oversaw White House's Swiss News Service. 49. Switzerland functioned as an international clearinghouse for the clandestine gathering and disseminating of information. After coming to power in November 1917, the Bolsheviks set up 4 diplomatic posts, one of them in Bern. Their envoy's sole purpose was propaganda, pursued in such a way that you can never be accused of propaganda. The Allied nations were so secretive about their propaganda that White House had difficulty sizing up its effectiveness. 50. In contrast to White House, the German propaganda chief was one of the most important people in his embassy. "The chief's office," said Count Harry Kessler, who combined cultural propaganda with espionage, "resembles a large ministry." The Germans, White House informed the Bern legation's military attaché, bought and subsidized newspapers and displayed photographs on billboards in every corner of Switzerland. Kessler's cultural propaganda included music, theater, art, cinema, and even variety, this last word describing theater with a range of performances from acrobatics to magic. The consul general in Lucerne had the triple mission of spying, propagandizing, and smuggling. 51. White House concentrated at first on CPI news. Stories were translated into French and German, Italian was not attempted, typed on a stencil, and run off on a smudgy mimeograph. A weekly bulletin summarizing current news went to newspapers. White House scored a major victory in persuading the official Swiss news agency, Agence Télégraphique Suisse, to distribute CPI articles. An agency for smaller papers also took articles. In September, she reported that Swiss papers were running 2,000 paragraphs of her American news service a week, which was now on a par with Havas, Reuters, etc., and many times leads them in the day's news. 52. White House traveled around the country to meet editors. Her staff monitored the Swiss press to gauge sentiment and refute falsehoods. They distributed Wilson's speeches in pamphlet form, editorials from American papers, and CPI stories to journals devoted to medicine and farming. Labor stories went to socialist publications. Business people and consuls received special bulletins. In October, nearly 2,000 enlarged war photographs were exhibited in 33 towns. 53. Cinema was a German priority. Before Kessler left for Bern, General Ludendorff summoned him for a briefing on his plans for film. The Germans seemed to have unlimited funds for this purpose. Under pressure to counter with film propaganda of her own, she planned to form a company to control cinema houses in the principal towns with heavy German influence. During a stop in London on her way to Bern, she thought she secured agreement for a joint venture from Lord Beaverbrook, who presided over the new Ministry of Information. But the British representative in Bern was not supportive. Instead, she had to work through a newly formed INT-Iralid Commission on Film that met Mondays at 2:30 and accomplished little, apart from annoying her. 54. Creel devised an ingenious plan to maximize film propaganda overseas. To qualify for a CPI export certificate from the War Trade Board, the exporter had to agree that 20% of every shipment included CPI films and that no American commercial films would go to movie theaters that showed enemy films or refused to show CPI films. White House's INT-Iralid Commission colleagues, however, did not accept Creel's dictum on withholding films from theaters that showed enemy movies. In addition, the British argued that American commercial films, which were superior, had to be considered theirs because the film reached Europe. Though arrangements with British firms, the French made similar self-interested assertions. Under this thinking, both the British and French claimed American commercial movies had to be paired with their propaganda films. 55. As these disputes dragged on, White House endeavored to acquire American films directly through the diplomatic mail. This arrangement was thwarted by the American representative of the War Trade Board in Switzerland, whom she considered old, slow, and adverse to publicity. Taking the same passive-aggressive stance as Hugh Wilson, he said that he was not authorized to cooperate and threw up procedural obstacles. In the end, his opposition and irrallied non-cooperation were mooted by the influenza epidemic that closed Swiss theaters for long stretches. 56. The embattled White House was relentless. She encouraged Swiss editors to write friendly editorials by pointing out how dependent their country was on American food. In a sly form of subsidization, she bought all the surplus numbers of editions with such editorials and sent them to the United States for distribution among leading American newspapers. She pressed CPI staff to follow up. "You must have these distributed and commented upon in our press," she told one of Poole's deputies. A few weeks later he reported back, "Your scheme is bearing splendid fruit." Perturbed over a glitch in Rogers's news service, White House shot off a letter to Kearney, "Do what you can about this, and if it still goes on I will arrive in Paris with blood in my eyes." She convinced AEF intelligence to supplement her staff. 57. White House's tenaciousness came into play again when the Habsburg monarchy began to disintegrate. Concerned that unruly successor states were jockeying for power, Wilson called on the peoples of the region to exercise restraint. White House was told to publicize the message throughout the defunct empire. This was a monumental task in any case, but all the more difficult at that particular moment. Influenza had decimated her translation staff, a printer's strike impeded reproduction, and inoperable telegraphs and stalled mail service rendered distribution nearly impossible. White House turned to Rosika Schwimmer, an envoy special of the new Hungarian Republic. The two women knew each other from a 1914 suffrage convention, where they had clashed over condemning the war, which Schwimmer advocated, or focusing on securing the vote, which White House wanted. Respecting Schwimmer's grit, White House asked her to distribute Wilson's message. Fearful that a lone Hungarian woman would be suspicious to Allied troops, White House requested that military attaches provide a written endorsement of her mission. When they refused, she asked Stovall. He objected to Schwimmer as a woman and a Jew. The best he would do was a nebulous, illegible note. Taking matters into her own hands, White House accompanied Schwimmer across the border, a 9-hour ride over dimly lit roads. Several days later, Schwimmer informed White House, "The appeal has been taken up everywhere with great sympathy and much understanding." 58. "Somehow or another we have gotten together a very efficient and busy little organization," White House told Creel in late October. The disguised propaganda that belligerent nations heaped on the Swiss fueled cynicism. But White House's open approach worked. The Swiss were interested in the United States, about which they were not well informed. A consensus developed among the likes of Kearney, Colonel Ralph Vandeman with AEF intelligence, and even Gibson that White House's methods made a real hit. Allen Dulles wrote to Uncle Bert, "Mrs. Whitehouse, I am frank to admit, is doing good work, much better than I had thought possible. She is having a real influence in placing American news in the Swiss press and is in touch with a great many influential Swiss. The influence of America in Switzerland is tremendous now." 59. By the time of the armistice, White House was sick of her unheated hotel room and lack of hot water except on Saturdays. Creel begged her to stay a little longer. "She is," he told her husband, "by far the best of our foreign representatives." 60. Charles Merriam's Ode to Uncivil Service. White House devoted the first third of her memoir of her time in Bern, plus 27 appendixes, to her travails with the legation. In a memoir spanning his entire career, Hugh Wilson was sufficiently irked with CPI propaganda in Bern to devote a full chapter to it. Memories formed in other foreign capitals were equally bitter. 61. The ambassador in Madrid refused to recognize the legitimacy of Frank Marion's mission. When Marion said he intended to carry on anyway, the ambassador produced a cable from Washington that said Marion could do nothing without his approval. Creel took the matter to Wilson, who ruled in the CPI's favor. Fights with military intelligence officers were a problem in many posts but acute in Spain, where the officers were especially truculent. One punched the first secretary, and the two commenced to bite each other. The Mexican government, sensitive to the Wilson administration's meddling, ordered the deportation of CPI Representative Robert Murray for pernicious propaganda. The order was rescinded, but Creel had other concerns. While serving as the New York World's Mexico correspondent, Murray did double duty as a political advisor to Wilson's campaign and as an agent of the State Department. He kept his World affiliation while he was a CPI representative. Creel was troubled by his using his position for journalistic advantage and his tendency to irregularity in his accounts. Theater agent and self-styled spieler Harry Reichenbach, whom the CPI sent to Europe, was rude to foreign officials, misrepresented himself as the agent for the National Film Corporation, and said, according to a military intelligence officer, the present staff of the Bureau of Public Information were a bunch of boobs. Reichenbach was a genius in some ways, Creel said after firing him. 62. Charles Merriam left a particularly bitter trail of memories. He was warmly received by Ambassador Thomas Nelson Page, a Virginia novelist who served Smithfield ham and spoon bread at embassy functions. Page feared Italy might leave the war. He wanted to counter anti-American German propaganda and opened a small office in the embassy attic for that purpose. It is a matter of great importance, he told Lansing, that we should set ourselves seriously to this work. I have on a number of occasions sent telegrams about this matter, more or less urgent, but so far I have apparently had little success in impressing my views on whoever the matter has been referred to at home. The ambassador is very much interested in the work, Merriam told Creel when he arrived in April, and is very cordial in his attitude. 63. At some point in his career Merriam penned a poem, Ode to Uncivil Service and Administrative Management, and stuck it in his papers. It read, I long to be where men are free without a rule to follow or a law to be obeyed without a sovereign / or a sanction. This could have been his credo in Rome. With financial resources and independence, he headquartered himself in a suite of 11 offices on the top floor of a building 6 minutes from the embassy, far enough so it would not encroach on him. He assembled a staff of 50, some of outstanding talent, and took on grandiose airs. He arrived in Rome as Captain Merriam, an army commission derived from being president of the Aviation Examining Board in Chicago. In addition to retaining the title, he elevated himself from CPI commissioner to high commissioner. Walter Wanger, a 23-year-old Signal Corps officer who handled film, addressed him as Your Excellency. 64. As the CPI commissioner in Rome, University of Chicago political scientist Charles Merriam infuriated the American ambassador by posing as a kind of secret special plenipotentiary. Such liberties were not uncommon among CPI commissioners abroad. Merriam later founded the behavioralist movement, which used statistical field research to understand public opinion as it played out in elections and governing. University of Chicago Library. Merriam acquired an Italian noblewoman as a mistress, told Irwin he needed his own code so he could speak quite frankly about the whole situation here, and held forth in the bar of the Grand Hotel. His power truly seems to be considerable, an Italian official commented. He has often asked that messages that would be useful to President Wilson be communicated to him directly. After visiting Rome, Charles Edward Russell reported that Merriam was about the most popular foreigner in Rome. It was a heady experience for Merriam. He recommended sacking the entire American military mission to Italy for incompetently propagandizing Austro-Hungarian forces and suggested military strategy that had been planted in his mind by the Italians. Much of this went over State Department cable lines. 65. The once hospitable Page called Merriam a reformer, crank, a politician. he informed Washington that Merriam usurped functions pertaining solely to military and naval attachés' offices and posed as a kind of secret special plenipotentiary. Wonger, too, had lost his head. When asked what he did for Merriam, Wonger refused to say anything except that he was a confidential agent for him. The conservative page had limitations, among them failure to realize the importance of socialist opinion in Italy. His staff, which egged him on, was not above self-interest and vindictively hampered Merriam. The military attaches called him the Black Pope. But the ambassador's anger was justified. Merriam had done a remarkable job, Creel told the head of military intelligence in Washington, but he had to be recalled. Page ordered Wonger out of Italy. When he learned the young officer had gone to Paris, the ambassador pettily asked the military to send him home as a dangerous person. Page laid the blame for the Merriam fiasco on the lack of specific instructions to people Creel has sent here. 66. Merriam was not the only one to aggrandize himself. Air Service Sergeant Kingsley Moses, a budding writer who had been published in the Smart Set, referred to himself as executive director of the Speaker's Department in Italy. Edgar Sisson, as we shall soon see, presented himself as a personal representative of Wilson in Russia. Kearny made the same claim in Paris. In both places, the ambassadors, the duly appointed representatives of the president, objected. The ambassador in Paris asked Gibson to find examples of foolish propaganda that he could use to discredit Kearny. As much as White House liked the gregarious Irishman, she thought he was more interested in the trappings of the job than the job itself. He talked when he could have been working. 67. Creativity and synergy. CPI outposts operated like miniature CPIs. They combined under one small roof the CPI's diverse domestic functions. This was a formidable task, but one that lent itself to the creativity the CPI always seemed to exhibit. Foreign operations benefited from synergies with domestic activities. As noted, materials used for home audiences were repurposed for distribution abroad. Charles Dana Gibson worked with the Foreign Press Bureau, which sent out art captioned in local language captions. Joseph Pennell's war drawings were widely circulated in Spain. For a time Edwin Björkman was housed with the Pool Service. 2 people in Scandinavia reported to him. 68. The CPI's Immigrant Center July 4 Loyalty Day emerged from and was handled by the Foreign Press Division under Will Irwin, who projected it overseas. Allied capitals showed solidarity with their own demonstrations, news of which jammed AP wires. Merriam reported 100,000 assembled in Rome, 50,000 in Milan, and 30,000 in Florence. Public schools were closed in Italy. El Salvador declared a national holiday. The CPI followed up by exporting motion pictures of parades showing German Americans marching under unfurled flags. 69. In the same manner that the CPI partnered with the organizations at home, overseas commissioners collaborated with the American Red Cross, the YMCA, and other do-good American groups working abroad. George Fife, White House's news editor, initially came to Switzerland to help the Red Cross with propaganda. Wilson approved Creel passing $4 million to the YMCA. The YMCA, which considered itself the war auxiliary of modern democracy, bucked up Italian, French, and Russian troops. 70. The degree of improvisation was impressive. Exporters were asked to insert propaganda in their catalogs. In Buenos Aires, packing houses, banks, shippers, and various American merchants enclosed CPI literature in their correspondence. Edward Bernays, whose work was directed at Latin America, arranged for American businesses to give window space to propaganda displays. An enterprising member of Murray's staff in Mexico created a newsletter for distribution inside the United States in the belief that relations would improve if United States citizens understood the country better. 71. The CPI fashioned a creative, if coercive, scheme to propagandize Italians. Many Italian Americans enlisted in the Italian army. They remitted their pay to their families in the United States via Italian consulates. The CPI arranged for the pay envelopes to contain a letter suggesting the families write positively to relatives in Italy about the U.S. war effort. Probably most of the recipients thought that continuance of their pay depended on writing the suggested letters, Will Irwin recalled, and we, I confess, did nothing to correct this impression. American mails into Italy swelled to such a point that the Italian postal censors groaned. 72. When White House arranged a U.S. tour for journalists from the 6 largest Swiss newspapers, she called on her husband to help. He met them at the pier in New York, wined and dined them, and accompanied them around the country. The trip lasted more than a month and was aggravating, as the journalists did not always cooperate. I did this, he told his wife, because I knew that you desired that I should. 73. Wilson continued to frown on speakers' programs. In September 1918, he told Daniels he wanted the names of anyone going abroad. He did not like people assuming to speak for the government. Commissioners circumvented this, as Creel had done early in the war. Edward Rees, the commissioner in Denmark and son of the famous Dutch-American muckraker Jacob Rees, took to the stump himself. With good results, Marion imported a Spanish-language professor to speak. White House arranged for Swiss intellectuals to speak on American war aims. Kearny put 200 French university lecturers on the road armed with CPI materials. 74. The speaking program in Italy was unsurpassed among CPI outposts. Rudolf Altrocchi, who preceded Moses as head of oral propaganda, was an Italian-born professor of languages at the University of Chicago. The Red Cross helped identify speaking venues by putting together a list of 1,500 names and addresses of leading citizens in towns and cities. Merriam sent these individuals a weekly newsletter. From July through September 1918, speeches were made in 139 cities and more than 200 smaller communities, reaching an estimated 5 million Italians. Altrocchi built hoopla around engagements, on one occasion instructing a consul to proclaim American Day, arrange bands and posters, and show CPI war films. When he spoke in Prato, the most defeatist hole in Italy, a procession took him back to the hotel. Merriam had the inspiration to import wounded American soldiers of Italian extraction while they convalesced. They turned out to be our best propagandists, Creel said, preaching the gospel of democracy with a fervor and understanding that would have shamed many an heir of Plymouth Rock. 75. Deception. The CPI abroad was a miniature of the CPI at home in another manner. When sending a commissioner into a country, the CPI announced to the host government it would be open and above board. It explicitly told commissioners to avoid bribery and subsidies to newspapers. It was more transparent than propagandists in other countries. But the secretly funded pro-labor El Obrero Panamericano was not an exception. It was part of a pattern of deception that characterized CPI work everywhere. As was the case at home, expediency was too tempting to avoid. 76. As much as Vera Whitehouse argued for working in the clear, she was open to alternatives. I note Mr. Sisson's telegram of July 21 that we are not to buy or subsidize newspapers, she wrote to Washington. I think this is a good plan or policy to adopt, but I think there may be conditions under which an exception should be made. If such a condition arises, I shall take the liberty of cabling you. When Northcliffe told Whitehouse he wanted to use his newspapers to stir up officials about subversive German activities in Switzerland, she provided a mass of more or less confirmed rumors to one of his writers. One of her first stops on reaching Bern was the offices of Freie Zeitung, a bi-weekly newspaper run by German exiles that circulated in Germany and Austria. On Creel's instructions, she provided an initial subsidy of $50,000 and more later. 77. The CPI slipped money to writers and editors in Spain. It worked through agents who reported to Navy and military intelligence. At a meeting of agents, one of them reported that a bribed reporter in Cadiz had done good work by a little faking. He has pretended to learn from incoming passengers a lot of admirable news about the United States. Marion praised his excellent scheme and recommended other agents try the same thing. The consul in La Coruna was asked to have local reporters on hand when ships arrived so they could hear cheerful talking by American passengers. The CPI offered to pay the reporters .78. Creel told Gibson that a New York Herald reporter heading to Russia was really going to serve our publicity division in Petrograd. Robert Murray was to avoid subsidizing newspapers, but Creel said he could pressure American firms to advertise in favored papers. The CPI condemned this practice when done by the Germans. In Italy, Merriam contemplated a similar scheme with one of the pro-war newspapers, Popolo d'Italia. To test the waters, he sent a Chicago Daily News correspondent, who served as an unpaid advisor to him, to see the editor, Benito Mussolini. The future Italian leader said, yes, he would be happy to have the money. The Daily News reporter never learned if Merriam followed through. .79. The CPI drew on its ties with pro-war American labor in familiar ways. With the urging of Wilson, who suspended his concern about individuals speaking abroad for America in this case, Creel encouraged Gompers and others to travel to bolster their brother workers overseas. These emissaries were seen as a counterweight to Bolshevik propagandists. Chester Wright, the publicity director of the CPI's American Alliance for Labor and Democracy, accompanied the Gompers' mission and wrote articles for home consumption. The CPI secretly funded the American Socialist and Labor Mission to Europe to win support for the war and Wilson's peace terms. The mission included Charles Edward Russell and AALD founder John Spargo, who stayed in Italy for 2 months. 80. Friends of German Democracy operated in Switzerland and in France in the same manner it did in the United States by hiding its links to the CPI. Frank Bonn, a former labor organizer, was told by Creel to appear as a newspaper man. He was to promote the overthrow of the German government, secure insight on German public opinion, and speak and write on anything that would demoralize the enemy. He passed funds to German exile groups. While he admitted he was representing the CPI, Bonn told the chief of AEF intelligence, "This fact is never to be publicly stated. I am the representative of the Friends of German Democracy." Creel provided funds to Bonn, as White House advised, so they would not be identified as coming from the CPI. Bonn, Gibson thought, was a most attractive fellow, full of enthusiasm. His cloaked propagandizing was the right sort. Eventually, however, reports came in from military intelligence that he was indiscreet. When the Germans associated him with the government, Creel took him out of there at once. Because Bonn's work could not be kept a secret, and because the committee entered into an agreement with the Swiss government that its work would be open, Creel privately told a military intelligence officer, "I ordered Bonn to return." In other words, the CPI stopped when it would be found out to have lied. 81. The CPI was involved with a Sub-Rosa scheme in Sweden to reorient news, which in that country had a pro-German slant. Allied reports were delayed and downplayed. Planning by the British, French, and Americans to combat this began early in 1918. At the center of this initiative was a young naval intelligence officer named Edward Robinette, a Philadelphia banker who was previously a member of the Commission for Relief in Belgium. Robinette, who helped the CPI with propaganda in Sweden, envisioned inducing men of brains and with large sums of money to create a rival news operation that appeared independent. They would crush the pro-German Svenska News Bureau by denying it the services of Reuters, Havas, and AP, setting up a new agency underwritten by friendly Swedes, and arranging the purchase by a friendly suite of 2 newspapers. 82. Olaf Julden, a retired admiral and diplomat, directed the news service. He insisted it was in no sense a foreign concern. He said the funding came from Swedes, without noting that they were supporting a plan concocted by the 3 Entente governments as represented by their ministers in Stockholm. The Allies committed to providing 280 tons of copper wire and other materials to a holding company that could sell them for a profit to cover expenses. The service became operational in May. 83. The AP bureau chief in Stockholm, Miles Boughton, regarded the scheme as a grave blunder, no better than what the Germans were doing and sure to be recognized for what it was. Sympathy cannot be gained by strong-arm methods, he wrote to AP General Major Melville Stone. Boughton's AP boss in London, Robert Collins, concurred. The Swedish newspapers, Collins told Stone, considered this an attempt to force upon them a foreign news service. He and Boughton blamed Robinette, who was tactless and had no experience of newspaper work. British intelligence intercepted Boughton's letter to Stone and passed it to the State Department. In the eyes of American officials, Boughton did not evidence sturdy Americanism. He had a German-born wife, wrote even-handedly about Germany when he was posted there, and commented to a German-American acquaintance, "Doesn't it make you tired to hear people at home calling Germans Huns and barbarians?" When he learned that Robinette maligned him, Boughton threatened the young officer with a sound thrashing. Following an investigation by military intelligence, the State Department took away Boughton's passport. The AP discharged him. "Mr. Stone regards the scheme as you do," Collins told Boughton when he first voiced his concerns, "but the war has changed a good many things." 84. "Robinette has done wonders," said Will Irwin. The young naval officer was awarded the Navy Cross, the highest decoration short of the Congressional Medal of Honor, for establishing a new service in Sweden for the benefit of the Allies, which all the representatives from other Allied powers had been absolutely unable to accomplish. Northcliffe, who helped Robinette secure the support of Reuters and Havas, thought he would have had full reward if he were British, that is to say, presumably, a knighthood. He has been 2 years there, and practically got control of the Swedish press. 85. Karl Krogh objected to the Germans' use of front organizations in China even as he employed his own version of Boer's third-party technique. He did not want to give away CPI news for free, as that would mark it for what it was, propaganda. He created a dummy company instead, the Chinese-American, Chunmei, News Agency. "We didn't charge much for the service," he said, "and we were not too insistent on collecting the fees." He used the revenue to cover other expenses. This was so successful that Krogh hired a well-known Chinese scholar to translate Wilson's speeches and convinced a Chinese publisher to issue a book of them. Krogh guaranteed the purchase of a large number of copies. His dummy news agency used the royalties to buy full-page ads for the book. A North China warlord bought 500 copies and made the book required reading for his officers. When it came time to officially summarize his work for the CPI, Krogh said nothing of these activities. 86. Krogh adopted Gilbert Parker's strategy of reaching American opinion leaders through surrogates. He sent postcards to American missionaries and representatives of American oil and tobacco companies, asking for names and addresses of local officials, scholars, and gentry. The resulting list of 25,000 people received copies of the book of Wilson's speeches, compliments of the missionaries or businessmen who supplied their names. Addressees were invited to write to Wilson in care of Krogh, who promised to translate the letters. He received thousands of responses, far too many to translate into English and forward to the White House. Krogh's postcard scheme led to the identification of several Americans who were pacifists or German sympathizers. The American minister, Paul Reinsch, had the malcontents expelled. According to an American Chamber of Commerce report, more than 400 Americans acted as volunteer CPI agents, monitoring Chinese opinion as well as distributing literature. 87. This was not the only instance of the CPI engaging in surveillance overseas. In February 1918, Van de Man invited Creel to swap information on the latest changes of popular feeling within Germany as regards the United States. The CPI responded positively on the value of learning how public opinion anywhere in the world is being misinformed. Kingsley Moses, who considered intelligence gathering an essential aspect of his speaker's program, told Merriam that one of his people had a man arrested for openly preaching opposition and sedition. Merriam thought of himself as an undercover agent among radical and discontented elements and seems to have gained better political intelligence than the embassy. In this, Merriam compensated for Ambassador Page's distaste for engaging the left. 88. Propagandists quite rightly did not want the enemy to know what they were doing. Permit absolutely nothing to pass in regard to American efforts to spread propaganda in enemy countries, read a note in a handwritten log for censors. But the CPI used its suppressive powers in less defensible ways. As you know, we have no censorship of the press, but permit the freest discussion of all domestic differences, Creel told a British military attaché. We deem it very unwise, however, to let much of this matter go out of the country, as it is bound to give a false idea of our war preparedness, our unity, and our resolution. For this reason, we have suppressed dispatches to England and to France that dealt with the recent coal order, with the congressional charges that our war preparations have broken down, and with domestic dissension. The coal order referred to the Fuel Administration's directive that factories east of the Mississippi River shut down for 4 days. Kearney cabled Irwin, extremely important to prevent publication in France news which seeks to indicate American workingmen antagonistic to socialism recommend earnestly censorship of all news to Europe of such character. The whole matter of overseas propaganda is one of infinite detail, Creel told a member of Congress, and much of it highly confidential. The fact that we are not able to say much about it has kept people from realizing the vast amount of work that we are doing. 89. When Vera Whitehouse returned to the United States, she was chagrined when people presumed that she had done anything clandestine. Whitehouse personified the best of the CPI. Her intentions were noble. But her indignation was delusional. 90. Mixed results. I am not going to end by drawing any conclusions from this record of my year as a government agent, Whitehouse closed her memoir. They seem to me either too obvious or too confused. I shall simply leave the record as it is. 91. That record in Allied and neutral countries is as difficult to characterize as the office space its commissioners inhabited. Whitehouse was impressed with James Kearney's enormous office in the Élysée Palace Hotel, where the AEF had headquarters. He had other rooms in the French Bureau de la Presse and the embassy. In a visit to the American embassy in London, she had trouble locating Charles Edward Russell's office until an elevator operator directed her to one little back room on the top floor. 92. Cable delays and slow mail delivery hampered the use of CPI News. Due to interrupted communications, Marion had to fake a service in Spain in March 1918. Features about American life had less appeal than war news, for which commissioners clamored. As open as the Swiss were to learn about America, bituminous coal production statistics held little interest. Henry Suidam, who worked in the Netherlands as well as London, described the pool service as local, blatant, flamboyant, trite, flippant, parochial, smug, and sentimental, whereas it should be none of these things. It smacks too much of press agents and advertisements. The CPI, he said, needed to take the British approach of oblique propaganda. The British suggested to Russell that the pool service be abolished. Russell agreed on its limitations but was all too aware that the British had little interest in privileging American news. He was furious that they would not let him photograph American troops passing in review before the King. 93. The trouble with the pool service, Irwin told Russell, was that it resembled a ready-made suit of clothes that fits everyone a little, but no one in particular. We determined, therefore, to specialize and expand it. A British unit was created to oversee news for that country. Edwin Björkman was given responsibility for Scandinavia. The Swedes, he noted, did not want patriotic appeal or stories about a Swedish-American clergyman who became an army chaplain unless he comes from the city of Kalmar. Irwin thought each commissioner needed a person whose job it is to travel through the country and gather information for our use on what the people are saying about us with a view to ascertaining what our needs are in the way of propaganda. 94. All this said, the amount of news sent abroad was impressive. A May 1918 summary of daily cable transmission showed 1,400 words to the French Maison de la Presse in Paris, which forwarded them on to Portugal, Spain, Italy, and Switzerland, 500 words to London, which forwarded the news to Scandinavia and Holland, 500 words to Asian countries, 250 words to Mexico, Russia, and the West Indies and Venezuela. In some weeks, Pool's weekly mail service ran as much as 80,000 words in English and 30,000 in Spanish. Another service, Home Stuff, consisted of brief reports of sports scores, patriotic events, and measures to help returning soldiers culled from American newspapers. The primary audience was the homesick serviceman. Despite the uneven quality of news for foreign audiences, it was not without redeeming value, as White House's successes makes clear. No longer were American events and points of view filtered through the typewriters of foreign journalists. Over time improvements were made. In general, I might add that the stuff has greatly improved, reported John Russell, who took over his father's London Post. An estimated 70% of Pool's service was used by the British in September. The British brought out in pamphlet form Booth Tarkington's American Facts and German Propaganda in a print run of 850,000 copies. 95. This was only one part of the propaganda distributed abroad. Notwithstanding Merriam's controversies, the final report from Italy showed the fruits of his entrepreneurship: 4.5 million postcards, 154,854 Italo-American ribbons and buttons, 68,574 Wilson posters, 66,640 war posters, 200,000 American paper flags, 30 cloth flags, 33,000 copies of Star-Spangled Banner sheet music, 326,650 booklets of Wilson's speeches, 364,650 American war information pamphlets, 200 United States maps, 300 photographs of Wilson, 35 engravings of Wilson. Photographic displays were organized in 3,000 Italian communities. 96. The CPI left flops and successes around the world. The man appointed to head the work in Brazil failed to arrive. The ambassador assumed the job. The uncertainty as to who should have a permanent direction of the propaganda work, the final Brazil report stated, embarrassed the whole matter and made it less effective than it otherwise might have been. In Lima, a Liberty Loan drive brought in $700,000, an astonishing amount by an impromptu commissioner in a poor foreign capital of fewer than 200,000 inhabitations. 97. White House did not make much progress on film. Marion did. Guy Croswell Smith, director of films in Scandinavia, believed Creel's approach of linking commercial films with propaganda practically drove German propaganda and drama films from the Scandinavian market. An advantage on the American side, he noted, was that its commercial films were superior. One of the CPI's post-war legacies was the opportunity it gave American commercial film companies to learn international markets, which they later dominated. 98. CPI propaganda had consequences less easy to measure. Wilson's calls for self-determination energized independence movements in the colonized world. It contributed to unrest in Spain by giving succor to Catalonian and Basque agitation for autonomy. Some argue that the American projection of Wilsonismo to the great masses of Italians headed off a Bolshevik-inspired revolution in that country, which next to Russia was the most susceptible of all European countries to a leftist uprising. Sisson's damage to Russian-American relations takes up an entire chapter of its own in his book. 99. Public diplomacy. The CPI's signal achievement was not individual accomplishments in one country or another. It was the implementation of Wilson's new diplomacy, a progressive idea of international relations. The CPI went over the heads of governments to shape the attitudes of their citizens about the United States, about their own domestic politics, and about creating better ordered world comedy. CPI commissioners had barely begun their work when the war ended. Although he had started work earlier, Karl Crow's appointment was not official until September 1, 1918. Commissioners would have compiled a more impressive record if they had more time. But they field-tested ideas that became staples of public diplomacy. Murray arranged the first CPI press tour to the United States, an idea replicated by White House and others, and set up reading rooms in 7 Mexican cities. In the Mexico City room, adorned with red, white, and blue bunting, Mexicans took classes in English and bookkeeping. CPI staff understood the value of reaching average citizens in the real Italy of villages. It is impossible to exaggerate the importance of propaganda work among the contadini peasants, wrote Arthur Bennington, a New York World authority on Italy who helped Merriam Crow's mailing list scheme in China, said the American Chamber of Commerce there, enabled the American government to speak directly to the Chinese people. Rogers and Poole projected America abroad as never before. As Rogers foresaw, the international publicity expert may henceforth be largely responsible for international relations 100. The idea of government-to-people diplomacy slowly took hold in the post-war years. In a 1939 handbook for envoys, British diplomat Harold Nicholson ruefully noted it was no longer considered unfitting and unwise for a statesman to make public pronouncements to his own people which public opinion in other countries would know to be totally untrue. But he had come to believe the press attaché was of great usefulness and considerable importance, and the system should be extended to every important mission. 101. World War II brought into being the Voice of America, VOA, the broadcast equivalent of Rogers's wireless cable service. Other U.S. broadcast organizations followed. The United States Information Agency was created in 1953 against the background of the Cold War. USIA projected American ideas overseas, as the CPI did with the press service, speakers, and exhibitions. At USIA headquarters, Creel's photograph hung first in a row of images of agency heads. The term public diplomacy came into use in the mid-1960s. Soft power was conceptualized nearly 30 years after that. Conventional wisdom holds that the state with the largest army prevails, wrote Joseph Nye, a scholar and former State Department official who coined the term, but in the information age, the state, or the non-state actor, with the best story may sometimes win. 102. Walter Rogers suggested that every embassy and legation should have an official responsible for propaganda. Patchen dismissed this as a quite pious idea but a futile one. It was futile at the time given Lansing's pinched views on publicity and the deadweight of diplomatic tradition. In time, however, Rogers's idea came to be seen as the best means of managing propaganda as well as the overseas activities of other government agencies, whose proliferation also had caused confusion during the war. Under the country team concept, ambassadors oversee most government agencies operating in a given country. 103. Disagreement about the mission of public diplomacy and its place in the bureaucracy has nevertheless persisted. By 1977, overseas propaganda had undergone 31 major studies over 3 decades. USIA began as an independent executive agency. In 1999, it was abolished. Its broadcasting arms were placed under the United States Agency for Global Media. Other activities were integrated into the State Department, a decision that became a subject of intense debate. With regard to mission, the VOA served as an instrument of the Central Intelligence Agency during the Cold War. In 1967 it was given a new charter that required it to provide balanced news. VOA reporters are outside the country team. Many considered their independence essential to their credibility as well as an example of democratic values. Many, however, persisted in arguing for weaponizing the VOA so that it provides news that supports our national security objectives. 104. The use of journalists for veiled propaganda reached a high point in the Cold War. Allen Dulles, who was named director of the Central Intelligence Agency in 1953, built on his idea that Vera Whitehouse should disguise herself as a journalist. Dulles's agents posed as journalists, and the CIA subsidized stories in foreign publications. With the acquiescence of print and television executives, American reporters gathered intelligence and acted as intermediaries with foreigners. A Senate inquiry in the 1970s found the CIA used at least 50 American journalists from 1952 to 1976. Other estimates run to 400. Frank Bond and Robert Murray were forerunners of these practices. 105. Laws now restrict the clandestine use of American journalists. but the Pentagon secretly funded foreign journalists in Iraq after the 2003 invasion and developed a network of putatively independent military experts to promote the government line on television. These commentators were former senior military officers and contractors with financial ties to the military. They were given special briefings that they were not to disclose prior to appearing on the air. Internally, the Pentagon called them Message Force Multipliers 106. Wilson's new diplomacy was inspiring. Instead of a nation's foreign policies being secret, instead of unpublished alliances and iron-bound treaties, there may be the proclaiming of a nation's international intentions, exactly as a political party in the United States pledges its intentions in a political campaign, Karl Ackerman wrote in 1917. If there was this candidness between the governments and their citizens, there would be more frankness between the nations and their neighbors. Public opinion would then be the decisive force. 107. As the CPI, and Ackerman, showed, however, the new diplomacy left plenty of room for undemocratic practices. Creel is the father of public diplomacy in all its aspects. 11. A hazy affair. Creel asked me to try to get something started on propaganda in enemy countries. We can get things started whenever they answer my telegrams and tell me what we can have in the way of money, staff, and participation in the various INT-ERALID boards. Hugh S. Gibson, Diary, May 5, 1918. George Creel was a master at putting a bright gloss on CPI initiatives that turned out badly. But he took a different approach when it came to propaganda against enemy troops. When he wrote his post-war complete report of the chairman of the Committee on Public Information, he sped past the subject with scarcely a side glance. The report's table of contents promised a section titled Enemy Propaganda. The reader who opened the book to this potentially potent topic found two short paragraphs under a renamed section Enemy Propaganda Studied. Elsewhere in the report was a cryptic and inaccurate reference to a July 1918 meeting in Paris when a special group of experts was put in charge of AEF field propaganda. The truth was that Creel, at that moment, was fighting a pitched battle in Washington to keep control of over-the-trenches propaganda. Creel's report did not say that he prevailed or that the CPI afterward did nothing to carry out the work. Creel did not mention James Keeley, the CPI man who was in charge, or Heber Blankenhorn, the young army captain who, more than anyone else, brought field propaganda into being. 1. Creel's mismanagement of field propaganda exceeded the bungling of CPI propaganda in Allied and neutral countries. Nothing redeemed the CPI apart from its belief that field propaganda was a good idea. The spare account in Creel's complete report swept the embarrassing episode under the historical carpet. Little has been written about it. The story is worth telling not only because it fills out the history of the CPI. Field propaganda against enemy combatants, which the AEF eventually oversaw, marked the advent of a species of psychological warfare deemed essential today but was then, in many military minds, considered a waste of time. Experimentation and rivalry. Propaganda against the enemy, whether against military forces behind barbed wire or civilians in their homes, required ingenuity. It had to be projected over perilous trenches or great distances. This led to experiments worthy of Rube Goldberg. One French brainstorm was to stuff fake German sausages with messages urging surrender. Airplane pilots dropped this ersatz food on civilians in the hope they would forward it to loved ones at the front. Leaflets were floated into Germany from Switzerland in leather sacks buoyed up by cork. Hugh Gibson watched a French trial in which propaganda was shot over enemy lines in artillery shells. The first 4 rounds were duds. When shells did fire, the contents were blown to bits. Harry Reichenbach, the fabulous stunt-making theater agent who worked for the CPI, boasted of entrenching motion picture projectors on the Italian front and aiming them at the snow-covered Alps, which served as a movie screen visible to the Austrian troops. He said it worked. We would start our program with a comedy two-reeler, he said, interspersed with a few stereopticon flashes in German. 1. Read, Italy has just invented the deadliest of all gases. The doom of the foe is at hand. 2. The best way to reach enemy civilians was through neutral nations. Literature was smuggled through countries near Germany and Austria. George Sylvester Viereck praised White House, the propagandist extraordinary of the administration, for making use of disaffected Germans and German officials susceptible to Allied allurements. Another technique was to give propaganda to captured soldiers who took it home with them when they were exchanged. Swiss, Danish, and Dutch newspapers were a valuable propaganda vehicle against the enemy because, in an amazing deviation from its heavy censorship practices, the Germans allowed foreign-language newspapers to circulate inside the country. The Germans considered it a sign of their confidence in their cause. At the same time, of course, they subsidized newspapers in neutral countries to get their point of view across to those populations and the Allies. The CPI commissioner in the Netherlands, Henry Suidam, said all the news given to the Dutch press was chosen with regard to the ultimate effect on the German masses. Suidam described this as counterespionage 3. The news coming out of Pool's service did not directly call on the enemy to capitulate. The stories would not have qualified as news if they had. Instead, they conveyed an image of the United States as a robust nation pursuing the war vigorously. On the other hand, leaflets dropped over enemy lines were direct, American military forces were growing menacingly large, prisoners were treated well, defeat was inevitable. Wilson's widely distributed speeches promised a fair treaty. The Allies used these themes, too. There was an element of cynicism to this, since they did not fully embrace Wilson's words. But the messages were too effective to forego. The United States' entry into the war, said an Italian propagandist, was a certificate of the moral purity of the Allied cause for. Influencing enemy opinion did not become an Allied priority until late in the war. In November 1917, the Central Powers routed the Italian army at the Battle of Caporetto, an overwhelming defeat attributed to demoralizing enemy propaganda. The idea took hold that the Allies had to counterpunch all along the battle line. This view grew stronger with Allied successes on the battlefield and harsh conditions behind German and Austrian lines. We can't hope to administer our gloom tablets with any hope of effect until the patient is feeling worse, said Hugh Gibson, who took a strong interest in this endeavor when he came to Europe to assist the CPI. In February 1918, Lord Northcliffe, who had left the British mission in New York, became director of the newly created Propaganda in Enemy Countries, which reported directly to the Prime Minister. The French created a similar organization. Northcliffe did not convene an Allied conference on enemy propaganda until August 1918.5. When steps were taken for concerted action, they foundered on poor organization and disagreement. The French wanted to concentrate on German soldiers, who threatened their borders. The British wanted to focus on Austria-Hungary, where morale was especially poor. Anglo-Italian cooperation against the dual monarchy was hindered by the different post-war political objectives they wished to promote. The Italians' objectives hinged on territorial claims they did not want to give up. 6. James Keeley, whom Creel appointed to head the United States effort at shaping enemy opinion, came away from Northcliffe's conference unimpressed. We expected to find 3 organized and working inter-allied propaganda boards, one in Paris, one in London and one in Padua, which would be landmarks in the field, with which we could have to deal and to which we would immediately designate liaison officers, Keeley reported 4 days after the meeting. Those boards are ghosts. The French, he said, were intent on smuggling materials through Switzerland, the Belgians on emphasizing newspapers, and the British on using balloons. There is considerable stirring of the ground but no clear and scientific plowing and not an American machine on the whole farm. The CPI was represented in Padua by a young Harvard lecturer whose expertise was Italian painting. Squabbling among the Allied representatives limited success against Austria-Hungary. 7. Another obstacle to American propaganda against enemy forces was domestic. Only in this case the War Department, not the State Department, was the problem. The United States entered the war ill-prepared to fight on the scale required. American troops went into limited combat under Allied commands at the end of 1917, but the AEF did not undertake an independent combat operation until the following September. The War Department had to institute a system of conscription, build training camps, and equip soldiers. It did not have adequate rifles for training until early 1918. This was an enormous undertaking for an egregiously undermanned General Staff. 8. Given the urgency of getting all this done and the constant criticism that fell on the military for not proceeding fast enough, the idea of penetrating the minds of the enemy with untested techniques was met with yawns and resistance. The War Department did not have a distinct military intelligence section in Washington until May 1917, several weeks after the CPI was created. Such intelligence work as was done had consisted mostly of mapping and investigations. Incredible as it may seem, wrote E. Alexander Powell, a journalist turned army major, when General Pershing set sail for France in the spring of 1917, the entire personnel of the Military Intelligence Section, as it was then called, consisted of 4 officers, of which one was myself, and 3 clerks. The Army Chief of Staff did not want Newton Baker to be bothered with plans to do more. It was the same in Britain. Propaganda against the enemy, a British general sniffed, was a minor matter. The thing was to kill Germans. 9. A few days before the declaration of war in 1917, Stanley Washburn, an American journalist who had been in Russia for Lord Northcliffe's Times, sent a memorandum to the State Department warning that the slow pace of getting American troops to the fighting front would cast doubts about the earnestness of the United States commitment. He argued for field propaganda against German troops, as we can instantly affect the morale situation, long before we can contribute troops. His plea had no effect. 10. In his constant quest for government war work, Frederick Weil proposed in June that Pershing's staff set up a system to undertake his specialty for Northcliffe's Daily Mail, searching the German press for news and views of military importance, as well as interrogating prisoners and translating documents taken from German soldiers, all of which were useful in framing propaganda. In the coming months Weil solicited numerous letters recommending that he be given a job, including one from Creel to the Army General Staff's intelligence chief, Ralph Vandeman. In 1918, he was finally invited to send reports to AEF intelligence. Weil referred to this as a special type of duty. On a major's basis. He also had a desk at Crew House, a Georgian mansion that was Northcliffe's headquarters. 11. The man who finally broke through the Army general's disinterest in field propaganda was an unlikely candidate for such an accomplishment, a balding, chain-smoking former journalist of German-American extraction who wore horn-rimmed glasses and had an obsession for chess. 12. Heber Blankenhorn. When war came to America, Heber Blankenhorn was a labor reporter and editor at the New York Evening Sun. Like many of the socialists with whom he was in contact, Blankenhorn was not keen on the war. He changed his mind when he was persuaded a victorious Germany would become a threat to the United States. Rejected for military service on account of poor eyesight, he cast about for other war work. Samuel Gompers, who regarded Blankenhorn a dangerous socialist, threw him out of his office. He had a warmer welcome at the CPI from his friend Ernest Poole, who put him to work at the end of 1917 writing features for use by Sisson in Russia. Like the progressive journalist he was, he had faith that if you can find the facts and tell them, they will be persuasive. 13. Against great military resistance, Heber Blankenhorn became the father of military psychological operations. Information operations are today a core military competency on par with air, ground, maritime, and special operations. U.S. Army Special Operations Command History Office. In January, Blankenhorn sought to take advantage of his toehold in the CPI and approached that thunderous steam engine Creel with a scheme to propagandize enemy troops with Wilsonian idealism. Creel was discouraging. The CPI had arranged for leaflets to be dropped on the Russian front. On the Western Front the CPI used French printing plants and airplanes and publicity machinery until we can create our own. But creating more, he said, was problematic. The CPI did not have the infrastructure to undertake the work, and the Army won't listen to me when I suggest anything that has to do with operations. Will Irwin, heading the Foreign Section, confirmed Creel had gotten nowhere with the Army General Staff. In his January request to Wilson for approval to engage in propaganda abroad, he said nothing about propaganda directed at the Germans, civilian or military. 14. Blankenhorn found a more sympathetic ear in Major Charles Mason. Mason headed Military Intelligence's Information Section. He, as well as Colonel Dennis Nolan, the AEF intelligence chief, thought it was time to propagandize enemy troops. Impressed with Blankenhorn, Mason arranged a captain's commission and put him in charge of a new propaganda subsection, shortly afterward renamed the Psychologic subsection, in the Foreign Intelligence section. One of his jobs was to liaise with the CPI. 15. On January 31, barely a week after the habitually rumpled reporter donned his Army uniform, Creel submitted a plan to Wilson for implementing the overseas campaign the President had approved earlier that month. Again, he said nothing specifically about field propaganda. But Creel had the War Department in mind when he wrote, "Pressure from various quarters has been brought to bear on the Army authorities to undertake propaganda along the lines of the different European organizations." Creel's proposal assigned responsibility for all propaganda abroad to the CPI. He gave no leadership role to the War Department, although he suggested it help pay for the work. 16. By March, Creel had Kearney and Gibson in Paris investigating methods of delivering propaganda against the enemy. Frederick Palmer, who was assisting the CPI, encouraged Creel to move forward. "Strongly suggest concentration educational facts on enemy country immediately," he cabled. "German soldiers and people begin to feel effect of heavy casualties and failure of offensive." Irwin considered it a priority to get propaganda across the lines to Germany and Austria. 17. Irwin told Gibson in early April that he had found someone to do the mechanical work of enemy propaganda, but the Army was dragging its feet on giving him a commission. 3 days later he told Gibson he had lined up men to liaise between us and the armies, but Kearney resisted. Kearney said he could find his own help and rejected Irwin's contention that he was too busy to adequately oversee propaganda toward the enemy. An inventor came to Irwin with an idea for balloon delivery of propaganda that relied on an automatic feed regulated by a timer. This seemed promising, but it was the devil and all to get experiments through the Army routine. Kearney, in the meantime, had trouble coordinating with the French. Clemenceau told him to do nothing pending a reorganization to create the Centre d'Action de Propagande contre l'Ennemi. "We don't seem to be getting things done," Irwin complained to Gibson. "Creel and I greatly dissatisfied." 18. An INT-IRALID conference in Paris in March on unifying propaganda showcased American disunity. The U.S. delegation was haphazardly thrown together, some members having been invited independently by Allied officials. Creel asked Frederick Palmer to head the delegation. When he begged off, the delegation arrived without a chief. Kearney, who assumed leadership, brought no harmony. Each country was asked to outline what it was doing. No member of the American delegation being qualified to make such a general report, each one explained something of the work in his particular field, the AEF representative reported. Kearney and Marion, who had come up from Spain, openly squabbled. Gibson was annoyed that no one bothered to write a report to the embassy on what had transpired. 19. Virtually everybody in France took it upon himself to select the American representatives, Creel complained. The embarrassing outcome was not his fault, he insisted, since he had no involvement after Palmer declined. He did not address the fact that he should have ensured that someone oversaw the organization of the delegation. As he had said a few weeks before, no other department of government has the right to take part in this work, except upon the express invitation of the committee. 20. Blankenhorn persists. Kearney related his travails to Colonel Nolan, the AEF intelligence chief. Kearney said that he received cables asking for information which he had already cabled in response to previous requests. Nolan heard from a State Department official Gibson one imagines that CPI policy seems to be a changeable one. The CPI, Nolan reported to Washington, had little system in its work. But like Creel, he failed to acknowledge the Army's own failures, which were admitted in an AEF memorandum around this time. The AEF had joined the French in shooting propaganda over the trenches with rifle grenades, the memo noted. But the overall AEF effort was unsatisfactory, leaving leadership to the CPI. The biggest defects were lack of a plan and much duplication. 21. This dual foot dragging frustrated Stanley Washburn, now an Army major with the AEF. Washburn's interest in public opinion was nurtured by his father, a Republican elected to both the House and the Senate. In 1912 Washburn Fills handled publicity for Hiram Johnson, Roosevelt's bull moose running mate for president. Northcliffe sent him as a correspondent to Russia in 1914 with instructions to shape positive attitudes toward the Allies. Washburn expanded his brief by urging Tsar Nicholas to pay more attention to Russian opinion as well. Now with the AEF, he interviewed German prisoners and concluded enemy morale was sinking. "We are approaching a point of balance in military operations," he wrote to Creel, "and it is worth millions now to attack the morale of the Germans on a broad scale." His plan called for propaganda that followed the principles of commercial advertising by being continuous, interesting, and widely distributed. He proposed dropping as many as 10 million leaflets a day in a joint venture between the AEF and the CPI. "Over here it seems difficult to do anything on a broad scale in regard to propaganda except through you," he told Creel. "It is perfectly immaterial to me who does the work as long as it is done." 22. An Army interloper with Washburn's relatively low rank commanded no attention among West Point trained officers. Hugh Gibson found him ready to blow up with rage because the AEF do not act at once on his ideas. Perhaps because he did not like pressure by someone in an Army uniform, or because of Washburn's anti-Wilson Republican views and his ties to Hiram Johnson, Creel was uncooperative. At the mention of his name, Washburn learned, Creel went into the air. Washburn had a warmer reception from his old boss Lord Northcliffe, who read his propaganda plan to the British cabinet. As satisfying as that may have been to Washburn, it had no effect on the AEF or Creel. 23. Back in Washington, Blankenhorn pressed on with the small staff he assembled. He had a bent for research, one of his strengths working on labor issues, and produced systematic estimates of various countries' susceptibility to propaganda. The psychologic factor, its present application, a study he prepared, argued that the psychological aspects of war were equal to military, economic, and political factors. Relations with the CPI were cordial in many respects. Creel and Colonel Ralph Vandeman, who headed military intelligence in Washington, cooperated in swapping domestic and foreign information gleaned from censorship. In April 1918, Vandeman offered to put in a good word with the White House on increasing Creel's foreign propaganda budget. In addition to being the conduit for much of the military intelligence gathered abroad, Blankenhorn passed along requests from military attaches for print and visual propaganda and collaborated with Irwin on the testing of balloons for delivering propaganda. This aside, Blankenhorn considered the CPI too slow to move field propaganda from theory to practice and, in any event, thought this should be Army work, despite the indifference with which his ideas were met. 24. One of his few early successes on the Army side was with Colonel Vandeman, who was building military intelligence with impressive enterprise and broad vision but did not quickly appreciate the value of Blankenhorn's concept. Blankenhorn turned this around when he pointed out that propaganda leaflets had been used in the Battle of Bunker Hill. But few on the general staff were even aware the psychologic subsection existed. Interest in field propaganda was episodic and perceptions of it confused. In April, Pershing informed Washington that the AEF had close liaison with Kearny and was ready to undertake enemy propaganda. Several weeks later Chief of Staff Peyton March queried Nolan, "Does American Expeditionary Forces propaganda cooperate with Creel Commission representatives?" 25. Blankenhorn sought to rectify this by conducting briefings for the General Staff and sending memoranda up the chain of command. In another ploy, he sought out Tomasz Masaryk, who visited Washington to develop support for an independent Czech Republic after the war. Masaryk favored hastening the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire by means of propaganda over their lines and agreed to Blankenhorn's suggestion to give a talk on the matter to the War College. Blankenhorn also tried to reach Newton Baker through his assistant Frederick Keppel, the Columbia University dean who joined the Secretary of War's staff. Keppel assured him of Baker's sympathy, but nothing concrete came out of his office. 26. In late May or early June, Blankenhorn arranged to attend a dinner party that included Ralph Hayes, Secretary Baker's personal assistant. Blankenhorn cornered Hayes and complained about the lack of response from Baker's office. When Hayes denied that responses had not been forthcoming, Blankenhorn bolted from the party and went to his office to retrieve unanswered memoranda. Because the material was classified and a watchful officer was on duty, he wrapped the secret documents around his waist under his jacket. Hayes took the documents home. When he returned them to Blankenhorn that night, Hayes handed him a green card on which was written an appointment with the Secretary of War, the meeting to take place the very next day at 11 o'clock. The meeting included General March and Colonel, soon General, Marlborough Churchill, whose lineage traced to the famous British family. Churchill had become Director of Military Intelligence in place of Vandeman, who was transferred to France. With his feet propped on an open desk drawer, Baker asked questions. Neither of the two senior officers exhibited knowledge of Blankenhorn's plans and looked to him for answers. Baker ended the meeting by blessing the idea and said he would consult with the president. What Wilson said to Baker, if the issue was raised, is unknown. But the go-ahead in principle remained in place. 27. Blankenhorn knew his plans could still fall through. Charles Merz, who had written pamphlets for the CPI and wanted to go to France with him, suggested enlisting the help of Walter Lippmann, his former colleague at the New Republic. By this time Lippmann had left Baker's office to join the Inquiry, a semi-secret study group of over 100 experts organized by House to plan for the post-war world. The idea for the Inquiry had been planted by Felix Frankfurter following his trip to France in the fall of 1917. In addition to pointing out the urgent need to shore up support for America's war aims, he recommended the preparation of materials for the eventual peace conference. Wilson referred to Frankfurter's letter when he directed House to create the Inquiry. Lippmann could give Blankenhorn two things he needed. First, he had a good command of the political economic issues that would inform America's war of ideas abroad. Second, Lippmann had personal connections with Baker and House. Lippmann, Blankenhorn said, may be able to hasten the organization of this greater agency by getting the matter directly before the President. 28. Do you not think that the time has come for cooperation between us? Blankenhorn wrote to Lippmann on June 14. Striking what was no doubt a welcome tone, Blankenhorn criticized Creel. When Mr. Creel reports that 1 million copies of a presidential speech were dropped into Germany, he cannot tell where they were dropped, or when or by whom. He trusts, perforce, to the French, and has no checkup. Our allies' offensive propaganda has been sporadic and skeptical of itself. The two men met the next day, a Saturday, in New York. 29. Blankenhorn's offer strongly appealed to Lippmann. It gave him a convenient exit from the Inquiry, where his golden boy image, ambition, and arrogance made him unpopular. At the same time it satisfied his desire to engage directly in propaganda. That desire had been thwarted when he lost out to Creel in the spring of 1917 to establish a publicity program. He made other suggestions along the same line afterward. When he went to work for Baker, he proposed as one of his jobs following public opinion in this country and elsewhere. Lippmann gave Herbert Hoover, director of the Food Administration, a plan for a propaganda bureau to arouse support for conservation. As with the publicity scheme he proposed when the war began, he suggested Vance McCormick as executive head. Now, at long last, he could do propaganda in a big way. 30. Lippmann sought House's approval for accepting the offer. The appeal of Blankenhorn's propaganda plan, he said, was its emphasis on projecting Wilsonian idealism. Lippmann asked House to sound out Wilson on the wisdom of taking the position. As was the case with Baker's assertion that he would consult with Wilson, there is no record House consulted the president. But House was enthusiastic about the job. He wanted Lippmann to retain his connection to the inquiry. He was to examine post-war problems that in your judgment may seem appropriate. This nebulous bifurcated loyalty to the AEF and the inquiry gave Lippmann considerable independence. 31. Walter Lippmann realized his dream of being a war publicist when he joined Heber Blankenhorn's propaganda shock troops in Europe. His wartime experience subsequently led him to attempt a restatement of the problem of freedom of thought as it presents itself in modern society. It was no longer possible, he concluded, to believe in the original dogma of democracy. Walter Lippmann Papers, Manuscripts, and Archives, Yale University Library. In securing Baker's approval, Lippmann did what Blankenhorn wanted him to do by reiterating the need for money and men. He again struck an idealistic note. The thing should have a distinctly American flavor, he wrote, and should of course take as its text the utterances of the president. Lippmann was commissioned as a captain. Merz was made a lieutenant. Blankenhorn considered Lippmann his chief tangible asset. 32. Resistance seemed to evaporate. CPI acquiescence fell into place almost effortlessly when Blankenhorn and Churchill met with Creel and Irwin on June 20. At least Blankenhorn thought so. This afternoon, he ebulliently wrote in a note for his files, Mr. Creel formally relinquished to the Army the distribution of American propaganda into enemy countries as well as executive responsibility for all field propaganda. The CPI would cooperate. Blankenhorn's memorandum carried no hint of astonishment that Creel suddenly ceded leadership to the Army for all enemy propaganda, including through neutral countries. Plan approved. Can you come here at once? The iron is hot, Blankenhorn asked Lippmann by telegram. 33. The day after the CPI meeting, Blankenhorn, Churchill, and March met again with Baker. Blankenhorn presented his plan for sending a unit of propaganda officers to the AEF. They would prepare materials, with C.P.I. in cooperation, and would have sole responsibility for its distribution. The plan was silent on the mechanics of working with the CPI. 34. Baker agreed. The education, over the lines, he said, must be absolutely honest. Blankenhorn would head the AEF propaganda subsection, located in G2D, which also handled press relations, censorship, and other informational activities. He was to develop plans to be implemented during the winter lull in fighting. The section would defer neither to the Inter-Allied Propaganda Board, as Creel favored, nor to Creel. It is the Secretary's idea that the Army shall be the judge as to what propaganda is distributed, Churchill noted. In other words, he is not willing to have the Army made a messenger boy for the C.P.I. Baker said he would vice propaganda material himself. 35. Blankenhorn assembled an eclectic staff. Besides Lippmann and Merz, he recruited Yale English professor and future actor Edgar Montillon Monty Woolley, a newly minted Princeton graduate, George Enift, who came from an Idaho newspaper family and was fluent in German as a result of his father's service as a consular officer in Germany, Ludlow Griscom, whose diplomat uncle was a liaison between Pershing and the British War Office and who became a distinguished Harvard ornithologist, and Arthur W. Page, the son of Ambassador Page and an editor at the family publication World's Work. Page joined the team after it reached France. 36. Blankenhorn and his men boarded ship on July 14 and pulled out of Hoboken, New Jersey, the next day. Already my world is completely one of khaki, Blankenhorn wrote to his wife when he had been at sea for 2 days, throngs, orders, movements, bigness a great task. 37. A great task derailed. Blankenhorn's propaganda shock troops, as one war correspondent called them, arrived in Brest inauspiciously on July 22. No arrangements had been made for them. They were marched through fog, rain, and mud to barracks built in the time of Napoleon, where they were given candles and 3 blankets. Blankenhorn described Lippmann's anger the next morning. Behold, Walter, the pundit, the calm Olympian, the collar of his uniform crushed with being slept in, startling passers-by and himself as he shook a fist in the direction of the barracks and shouted JC that place is a prison 38. Blankenhorn and his men found their way to AEF headquarters in Chaumont, where they made a favorable impression, Pershing told Baker. Pershing, however, understood most of the materials would be prepared in Washington and, in any event, was reluctant to go too far too fast with such a delicate matter as propaganda. Because field propaganda was not to take place for some months, Blankenhorn, Lippmann, and Mers went to London to learn the methods used by the British and others that could be incorporated into their own efforts when the time came. Lippmann, who used part of his time to collect intelligence for the inquiry on British peace conference plans, was in his element, dining with H. G. Wells in the Palatial Reform Club and conferring with Guy Gaunt. "I begin for the first time," Gibson wrote in his diary, "to have some hope that we can accomplish something." 39. Then, without warning, unwelcome news intruded into meetings with the great ones. The bearer of the bad tidings, indeed a personification of them, was James Keeley, an individual none of Blankenhorn's team considered worthy to direct them, as he was sent to do. Keeley, a Chicago newspaper editor, was another one of Creel's impromptu appointments. Creel needed someone to head enemy propaganda, and Keeley happened to be in London advising Wellington House about its publicity in America. His enthusiasm for propaganda included its suppressive aspects. "A war is on," he wrote to his family, "and every day impresses on me the necessity and value of censorship." 40. Conceptually, Keeley was Northcliffe's counterpart. They knew each other well from their journalism days, and Northcliffe urged him to take the job. But the differences were stark. Northcliffe had been thinking about enemy propaganda since the beginning of the war, hence his employment of Weil to monitor German opinion and Washburn to shape Russian views. Although English-born, Keeley specialized in sensational Chicago stories he called bell ringers. His sole overseas reporting trip, which he assigned to himself when he was editor of the Chicago Tribune, was to track down a local banker who absconded to Morocco with depositors' funds. Gibson dismissed Keeley as a rounder of the sort that sheds little credit upon us. 41. Keeley's instructions drastically altered Blankenhorn's previous understanding. Keeley was to be in charge of over-the-lines propaganda directed at enemy soldiers. The AEF would only handle distribution. Beyond this, however, Keeley was on weak footing. Northcliffe had staff and considerable power derived from reporting directly to Lloyd George. Keeley, Lippmann told Gibson, had no instructions from home, cannot get answers to his cables, has no plan, no ideas, no staff, in fact nothing but a room at the Ritz and a cigar. 42. Keeley's surprising appointment was the culmination of misunderstandings in the June 20 meeting with Creel and Irwin. The supposed agreement had been verbal. No one did the sensible thing of producing a memorandum of understanding until July 10, when Churchill sent one to the CPI. Irwin immediately rejected it. The CPI had final judgment in all field propaganda, he replied on July 12. At the time of the meeting, Creel was frazzled by heavy criticism and worried about the safety of CPI staff in Russia, which was then under the control of the Bolsheviks. It was unimaginable that he would have agreed to the terms Churchill and Blankenhorn thought they secured, if he had been paying attention. It is also possible that Blankenhorn and Churchill were guilty of selective listening and wishful thinking. 43. Creel's unwillingness to relinquish control was reinforced by the appointments of Lippmann and Mers, which he learned about subsequently. He was also unhappy to learn that Baker told Pershing he intended to personally scrutinize propaganda material prepared by the AEF. Churchill had recommended this as reserve ammunition if differences arose with the CPI. In addition to annoying Creel, the assertion perplexed AEF staff, since it was unrealistic for Baker to engage in such detail. 44. This drama unfolded out of earshot of Blankenhorn, who was on his way to Europe. Not until September did he receive an act-by-act description of what happened from Colonel John Dunn on the mid-staff. Upon hearing Irwin's objections, the MID's first thought was to locate written instructions that should have been given to Blankenhorn from higher authority. MID had found nothing when Churchill met with the CPI to sort things out. By this time Edgar Sisson, who was back from Russia, had replaced Irwin as head of the foreign section. Sisson came to the MID offices on the evening of July 22. His natural chilliness was a few degrees lower than normal, leaving the impression that the MID-CPI relationship was on the rocks. Churchill gave in. Under the so-called Creel-Churchill Agreement, drafted by Sisson and sent on July 23, the CPI would produce field propaganda, the army would distribute it over enemy lines and have nothing to do with propaganda against enemy civilians. Keeley would be the U.S. representative to the INTERALID board, which would direct policy. 45. Churchill had good reasons to make peace. Why imperil relations with the CPI over ownership of an untested, low-priority initiative? Issues of more importance to the army needed to be resolved with the CPI. I must say, Dunn told Blankenhorn, that the most perfect coordination and cooperation of effort has resulted from that night's session. Shortly afterward, Creel agreed to cede more authority to the MID to handle press relations as they saw it. Beyond this, the practical reality of Creel's power must have contributed to Churchill's willingness to be accommodating. Wilson was likely to side with his CPI chairman in a dispute over propaganda. Creel met with the president the day after Churchill sent his initial memorandum with his flawed understanding of the MID-CPI agreement. Creel likely discussed it with Wilson. 46. Blankenhorn admitted the verbal agreement of the June 20 meeting had been a hazy affair. But he was not resigned to the latest agreement. When he learned of it via Keeley's cables, Blankenhorn fired off messages in hopes of restoring his original understanding. He told Keeley he was not at liberty to enter into a permanent agreement until he heard from the War Department. In the interim, he and Lippmann worked out a temporary division of responsibilities with Keeley, whose uncertainty about what to do made him pliable. The CPI was responsible for editorial preparation, translation, printing, etc., with the advisory aid of M.I.B. The AEF would control distribution. They would have joint offices whenever necessary, so that they shall be in the most complete personal constant and exchange of information and views. With regard to INTERALID meetings, Keeley would have an AEF propaganda officer as an assistant. 47. Keeley's limitations were apparent at Northcliffe's conference, which convened on August 14 and ran for several days. He was frankly unclear what he was supposed to convey as the head of the U.S. delegation. Blankenhorn and Lippmann attended as observers. Northcliffe's condescending deputy, who had shown only polite interest in the CPI when Russell stopped by at an earlier date, described the U.S. delegation as pupils, having a most earnest desire to learn. 48. Bureaucratic tussling continues. The beginnings of American field propaganda were a bureaucratic roller coaster ride. 1 minute Blankenhorn was stymied. The next he was free to do his work largely unimpeded, as happened following Keeley's dismal performance at Northcliffe's conference. With the winter lull still some time off and his belief that possible conflict with Lippmann and his group smoothed over, he returned to the United States for consultations. Under the circumstances, complained Keeley's deputy, G.H. Edgell, it was difficult to begin any operation in Italy. The circumstances, however, had the opposite effect for Blankenhorn. They left the field open to the AEF at a critical moment. 49. The moment materialized on the afternoon of August 28, the day Keeley reached the United States. Major Joseph Stilwell burst into Blankenhorn's third-floor office in Building B at Chaumont. Stillwell, head of 4th Corps Intelligence, wanted some propaganda quick to counter rumors among German troops that Americans shot prisoners. 50. Because Blankenhorn's status remained uncertain pending clarification from the War Department, AEF Intelligence Chief Dennis Nolan was reluctant to give him wide latitude. But he let Blankenhorn's men pounce on Stillwell's request. Leaflet No. 1, edited by Lippmann and ready for distribution in one day, carried General Order 106 on the treatment of German deserters and a description of rations they were guaranteed. Ground patrols and airplanes threw the leaflets over enemy lines on August 29. Reports came in of German soldiers stuffing them in their pockets. "You're a hell of an outfit," Stilwell told Blankenhorn. 51. Blankenhorn rejoiced at the success, only to be set back again. This time the cause was Lippmann. In letters and cables to Howes in late August and early September, in which he provided reports useful to the inquiry, he derided the CPI and Keeley. He suggested a new expert organization independent of Creel and along the lines of Northcliffe's. It should be housed in military intelligence and headed by a true diplomat, namely Hugh Gibson. The goal of this new venture, he argued, should not be limited to winning the war. It should also prepare European thinking for the just, progressive peace called for in Wilson's speeches. 52. Gibson, who had been dismissed from the CPI by this time, had plenty of opportunity to egg on the young journalist. They dined with each other in Paris, sometimes twice a day, and were often joined by Arthur Fraser, with whom they formed a devil's triangle of CPI haters. Fraser, a seasoned diplomat who was a liaison with the Allies' Supreme War Council, saw the value of propaganda but not the CPI's execution of it, as he too spelled out in letters to House. He liked Lippmann and not Whitehouse, the latter view probably fueled by Hugh Wilson, who lodged with Gibson when he visited from Bern. Lippmann thought the diplomats in Bern were the very best young men in the diplomatic service. 53. Toward the end of August, Creel briefed Wilson on the cooperative agreement he had reached with military intelligence. This satisfactory resolution came into question a couple of days later when Wilson learned of Lippmann's discordant commentary and suggestions, much of which passed through State Department channels. Neither Baker nor House had told him of Lippmann's AEF assignment. The angry president wanted to know why he had been sent. Not incorrectly, he conflated Lippmann's views with those of the New Republic, which criticized the administration for the suppression of speech and the CPI for promoting the war instead of arousing public opinion in the constructive problems of settlement. "I consider his judgment most unsound," Wilson told House, who had forwarded some of Lippmann's correspondence. Creel wanted Lippmann recalled. 54. With Baker traveling, Wilson summoned the War Secretary's deputy, Benedict Crowell, for a little war conference. Wilson told Crowell that he wanted propaganda entirely in my own hands. "If any agency of the Army is attempting to organize propaganda of any sort or to take a hand in controlling it, I would be very much obliged if you would call them off." Churchill cabled Blankenhorn to cease his work until given further instructions. 55. Wilson authorized Creel to write a directive giving the CPI control over Army propaganda. Sisson drafted this with the new wrinkle that military intelligence was to give the CPI the editorial service of its officers upon request. The draft may never have been signed, perhaps because it was unnecessary. When Crowell provided a reasoned explanation why field propaganda required military involvement, Wilson allowed Blankenhorn to proceed upon assurances the CPI was not being supplanted. In accordance with Sisson's memorandum, Crowell told Wilson that military attaches in Madrid, Bern, Rome, and elsewhere would be ordered to place themselves at the disposal of the CPI. The directive, sent by Churchill, was unambiguous. Attaches had no authority whatever to initiate propaganda or to interfere with or criticize the work, methods, or personnel of the representatives of the committee in this field. House, in the meantime, told Lippmann and Fraser to stop the criticism. 56. Around the same time Pershing proposed that the State Department lend Gibson to the AEF to oversee policy aspects of field propaganda, for which Gibson had already begun planning. The proposal emanated from Nolan, Blankenhorn, and Lippmann. Baker liked the idea and forwarded it to Lansing. The answer came back a firm no. The President, Baker informed Pershing, has definitely placed the responsibility for propaganda work on the Committee on Public Information, represented in Paris by Mr. James Keeley, and has disassociated the State Department from it. 57. It will be an extremely difficult matter to carry out the policy which will be directed by the Committee on Public Information, Nolan told General Marsh. But they never had to. Blankenhorn's fortunes again took a positive turn. Keeley lingered in the United States, and no one with the CPI in Europe stepped in to guide field propaganda in the last weeks of the war. Curious that at the wind-up Creel apparently cleared himself out of the field, Blankenhorn said. 58. Captain Papers. On September 12, the AEF launched its first major independent combat operation, at Saint-Mihiel in northwest France. 5 days later Blankenhorn lofted a British 90-foot balloon. They never received American-made balloons with 4 pounds of leaflets suspended from a slow-burning fuse whose length was roughly calculated by meteorologists. Blankenhorn plowed ahead in the next weeks despite shortages of gas for balloons. Colonel Billy Mitchell, chief of the 1st Army Air Service and considered the creator of the U.S. Air Force, flatly told Blankenhorn his leaflets had no place in combat operations. Captain Papers, as Blankenhorn came to be known, convinced pilots to do the work quietly until Mitchell finally got on board. 59. AEF intelligence, historian George Bruntz concluded, kept a closer watch on German morale than its counterparts. Blankenhorn told Churchill they were going about their work more scientifically than the British. Lippmann and Ift, both German speakers, grilled prisoners about what newspapers they read, which Reichstag spokesman they believed, whether they had been well fed, and whether they knew what Bernstorff did in America. Another unit in G2D combined the surveillance and suppression aspects of propaganda by going through prisoner mail and censoring it. Once the leaflets were dropped, the AEF questioned German defectors to assess how effective their propaganda was in getting them to surrender. In effect, Blankenhorn used the prisoners as focus groups to evaluate various messages. This evidence-based measurement of what the enemy found persuasive was a progressive enterprise, if ever there was one. And only the AEF could do it, Blankenhorn rightly told Churchill. 60. Notwithstanding the lack of formal sanction from Washington, Gibson continued to work very closely with Blankenhorn. The AEF also had its way on not coordinating their work with the INT-Iralid boards on enemy propaganda in London, Paris, and Padua. The board's ineffectiveness, Pershing said, leaves us entire liberty of action for conducting our own propaganda. 61. During a visit to France in September, Baker received an extensive, carefully reasoned memorandum, probably written by Lippmann, laying out the practical reasons the military should control field propaganda. Baker preferred to let the informal arrangement stand. His aide Ralph Hayes, who helped Blankenhorn get a hearing with him months before, stayed behind and was assigned to Blankenhorn's propaganda unit in G2D. There was no sign of help from Creel's men, Blankenhorn noted several weeks later, despite our inquiries. 62. On October 17, Vandeman advised Baker that the whole propaganda matter is a mess and that it is necessary to give us definite instructions as to our powers and duties, that is to say the powers and duties of the Army. 2 days later, Pershing asked Baker for full responsibility for field propaganda. This time the answer was the long-awaited one. On November 1, the AEF was informed the CPI did not desire to participate in either preparation or distribution. James Keeley, who had returned from the United States, wrote to his family, some Army officers had been doing some enemy propaganda work and doing it very well. At that late date, he decided not to waste the $50,000 he had on hand for propaganda. As a propagandist I am either the most wonderful success or a stupendous failure, he wrote his family. The moment I arrived the enemies against whom I was to campaign all and severally laid down their arms, and so my targets vanished. 63. It was a fine little organization going at the end, Blankenhorn told Churchill in December. The grand plans he had drawn up for the lull were put aside in favor of finishing off the demoralized enemy as quickly as possible. AEF dropped 3 million leaflets in the last 8 weeks of the war. The chief objective was to fetch people over the line, as Blankenhorn put it. This did not preclude using Wilson's words promising the enemy a just peace and, in effect, inciting the overthrow of their government. Wilson encouraged the latter by his statement, "There can be no peace obtained by any kind of bargain or compromise with the governments of the Central Empires." Toward the end of the war, an AEF report noted, almost all the propaganda was written in Washington, by President Wilson, in the armistice notes addressed to Germany. Blankenhorn deviated from Baker's command to keep propaganda absolutely honest. The rations promised in leaflet number 1, the most heavily used leaflet, were not always provided immediately. Leaflet number 3 encouraged surrender by providing imprisoned deserters with a postcard they could fill in to tell their family they were well. The Army had no intention of taking the time to forward these to loved ones. 64. Although its chief weapons were only brains, ink, and paper, United Press correspondent Webb Miller wrote, "The field propaganda section undoubtedly saved many lives, brought in many prisoners, and weakened the German morale and shortened the war thereby." A precise estimate of the propaganda subsection's impact was not possible, said Nolan, who was now a general. Enough facts are at hand, however, to make us feel sure that the effects were considerable. 65. The Germans, who had been the first to use psychological operations, conducted propaganda raids all along the front in the final days of the war. But their morale collapsed despite Hindenburg's warning that the Allies were assaulting the German spirit with poisoned arrows dipped in printer's ink. German authorities claimed that leaflets insulting the Kaiser and their government violated international law. They threatened to hang pilots who dropped them and were captured. Despite German General Staff orders that troops should not read propaganda, Ackermann reported that enemy prisoners frequently carried leaflets. 66. In early November, German sailors mutinied, German soldiers deserted in large numbers, and German workers went on strike. When the Kaiser abdicated on the 9th, he threaded his way through pockets of revolutionaries to reach exile in Holland. The last days were a shock to Germans. Their government's propaganda led them to believe that the shortages of food and other hardships they endured were leading to certain victory. 67. The bright spot of AEF-CPI press relations. Despite wasting a lot of time in senseless fights over field propaganda, Creel found ways to cooperate with the AEF in improving news coverage of the war. In this, he had assistance from his good friend Martin Egan, an executive at J.P. Morgan and a prototype of the all-purpose corporate public relations counselor, although he disliked the term when it came into use after the war. The blonde, affable Irishman described himself as assisting the firm's public relationships. 68. J.P. Morgan, which had financed the Allies from the start of the war, encouraged its staff to do their personal part to help. When the United States was still neutral, Egan helped Captain Guy Gaunt run down secret bank accounts used by the Germans. Henry Davison, a Morgan partner, took Egan with him when he became chairman of the War Council of the Red Cross in Washington. 69. Pershing and Egan had a warm relationship dating from the Boxer Rebellion, when the former was an Army captain and the latter an AP reporter. In the spring of 1918, the general called him to France to act as a kind of special agent. Pershing was concerned about the state of press information and press propaganda, as well as field propaganda, which needed the right man to take hold of it. Before leaving, Egan rushed to Washington to confer with Creel, who also wanted to improve AEF press relations. Egan convinced Pershing of the insufficient contact and communication between the American people and their troops in France. 70. Working with Kearny, Egan arranged a central office in Paris to facilitate trips to the front by journalists and distinguished visitors. He also helped realize Creel's idea of a daily news service from the front, which CPI commissioners were pleading for and AEF intelligence officers regarded as unthinkable. The CPI placed journalist Maximilian Foster, who had been helping the YMCA, at AEF headquarters beginning in September. Each day, Creel said, Foster writes a very remarkable story that we put on the wires for use in all countries of the world other than the United States. 71. Foster's stories were sanitized to stress success, although this was not far from the way independent journalists reported. CPI representatives in Allied and neutral countries were enthusiastic about Foster's reports. All the newspapers in Spain used them, the CPI commissioner in Madrid enthusiastically reported. 72. Gibson spread the word Egan was dismayed and wanted to give up. Egan may have been frustrated, given all the difficulties surrounding CPI-AEF relations. But he had a far better attitude than Gibson did. He was quite favorably impressed with Kearney when they first met in France. Given Egan's expertise in war reporting and publicity as well as his close relationships with both Creel and Pershing, it is a pity that he did not have a large role in field propaganda from the beginning. 73. A new thing in Army history. The use of propaganda as a military weapon against the enemy in the field was a new thing in American Army history, Blankenhorn wrote after the war, and it was not widely appreciated. No communiques were issued about its operations. 74. The post-war fate of Blankenhorn's psychologic subsection in Washington illustrates what a triumph it had been to create it in the first place. The unit languished in mid until 1925, when it was abolished. Between 1925 and 1935, no officers were assigned to study psychological warfare. In World War II, Blankenhorn was brought back into military service by the same man who took him on in 1918, Charles Mason, by that time a colonel. Mason could not find Blankenhorn's final report from World War I and wanted him to prepare a new one. In a reprise of his earlier experience, Blankenhorn found not merely indifference to the idea of combat propaganda leaflets but marked hostility from skeptical G2 officers. He eventually left the General Staff for the Office of Strategic Services under William J. Donovan. After the war, the military continued to struggle with the concept. They spent millions of man-hours without any accepted definition of psychological warfare, said one of its foremost practitioners, Edward Lilly. By the time of the Vietnam War, psychological operations was not yet a career field. 75. The importance of psychological propaganda, which Blankenhorn argued for in the Psychologic Factor, is now undisputed. In 2003, the year of the U.S. invasion of Iraq, the Pentagon issued a secret internal report, Information Operations Roadmap. It called for transforming IO into a core military competency on PAR with air, ground, maritime and special operations. Whereas the grand 19th-century military theorist General Karl von Clausewitz limited the value of information in war to knowledge of the enemy and his country, information operations ranged from disrupting the enemy's cyber systems to creating information intended for foreign audiences, including public diplomacy and SIOPs. Psychological operations had become so extensive, the Pentagon report acknowledged, that it touched American domestic audiences. 76. Blankenhorn is remembered as the father of military psychological operations. No glory accrued to the CPI. Had Creel stepped aside when it was clear he did not have the capacity to lead the effort, Blankenhorn's team would have functioned more efficiently and effectively. Even if Creel had the resources, chief responsibility for field propaganda should have fallen to the Army from the beginning. I am of the opinion, Nolan observed, that the propaganda to be used on enemy troops should be prepared in France by people who understand the psychology of the German soldier. 77. The problems that Blankenhorn encountered in getting acceptance of this view were endemic to the overworked War Department. Van de Man, who is considered the father of American military intelligence, had to use the same subterranean ploys Blankenhorn did to get Newton Baker's attention. Thanks to Van de Man, the tiny military intelligence section that existed when E. Alexander Powell joined grew to 282 officers and 1,159 civilians by the time the conflict was over. Little wonder that Van de Man, to whom Blankenhorn's ideas should have been especially attractive, was not quick to grasp them. He was overwhelmingly busy. 78. Churchill's delay in preparing his memorandum on the June 20 meeting with Creel was symptomatic of another larger problem. The Army did not have an effective central coordinating authority. Paperwork was routinely backlogged. Orders, written in haste, were often sketchy and misplaced. 79. After the war, Lieutenant Colonel Walter Sweeney, who had been with G2D Rothian military intelligence, a new weapon in war. Perhaps it was natural that the intelligence service should have been misunderstood and used wrongly or not at all, as was sometimes the case, because, as has been stated, it was a new thing to the American army and its growth, like that of a mushroom, was almost overnight. It did not give anywhere near the return it would have given had its powers and limitations, its true purposes and sphere of usefulness, been clearly understood by the army at large. 80. Blankenhorn and his chief tangible asset, Lippmann, made matters worse. Their back-channel communication annoyed Pershing as well as Wilson. Churchill laid the blame on their youth and enthusiasm. But in Lippmann's case, youth was matched by arrogance. Lippmann described himself as Baker's and House's personal representative, just as Merriam and Kearney had enlarged themselves. He seems not to have done Blankenhorn the courtesy of informing him of the pot-stirring letters he wrote to House. He annoyed Blankenhorn by exceeding the authority given to him. Lippmann told Gibson that Blankenhorn was not capable of running anything, a statement that was as untrue as it was self-serving. 81. Shortly before the armistice, Lippmann went to Paris to work full-time on inquiry matters. In a farewell letter, Major A. L. James, who commanded G2D, said Lippmann should be gratified. At long last the CPI had no jurisdiction in the matter of the preparation or distribution of field propaganda. Lippmann sought an additional measure of gratification when he returned to the United States. One of the genuine calamities of our part in the war was the character of American propaganda in Europe, he wrote in the New Republic. It was run as if an imp had devised it to thwart every purpose Mr. Wilson was supposed to entertain. One would never have dreamed from these personal representatives of the President who were all over the place that America had purposes and interests and ideas and reservations together with its wholehearted determination to win the war. 82. The CPI was never guilty of underselling. Unlike Blankenhorn's team, which made a close assessment of enemy thought, the CPI had a looser approach. It did not prepare public opinion for the final settlement, a tragic mistake for which Wilson was responsible. Vague promises of a just, non-vindictive peace built up hopes that collapsed at the peace table. But Lippmann's critique was itself excessive. It was much easier to focus field propaganda, which had specific military objectives, than it was to focus propaganda reaching a wide range of countries in the form of news. Rogers and Poole deserved the credit that many journalists gave them. As for Wilson's overpromising rhetoric, Lippmann had argued for using it in field propaganda. 83. In the past Creel almost gleefully attacked Lippmann as an elitist, a charge that fit Lippmann's subversive machinations at the AEF in league with Gibson. This time Creel did not. His final report omitted Lippmann's name as it did Blankenhorn's and Keeley's. There was too much blame on all sides to get into this argument. 84. Creel, however, could not breeze past all of his mistakes so easily. The repercussions of one of these, committed glaringly on the home front, epitomized his spontaneous truculence and became an enormous distraction at the time he should have been answering cables from his foreign commissioners. A foolish, tactless remark made about Congress in a small meeting in New York provoked a congressional investigation in Washington, Vera Whitehouse observed. It was time stolen from the great and serious work of winning the war. 85. 12. Acrimonious contention. From the very moment of its creation, the Committee on Public Information has been the object of harsh criticism from both the press and the public, Congress, and various government officials. The Fourth Estate, February 9, 1918. In the spring of 1918, with criticism raining down on George Creel and the Committee on Public Information, Guy Stanton Ford and a few colleagues approached their volatile director with advice, "George, you must make no more speeches." "Sure, Creel replied. "I'm not going to make any more. I've got just one engagement." 1. On Sunday evening, May 12, Creel gave the speech in New York City. 1,000 people crowded into the Church of the Ascension on 5th Avenue and West 10th Street. The overflow crowd drifted up on the altar steps. 2. Creel became a man possessed when he took the podium. As much as he wanted to blur the CPI's association with its foreign-born organizations, he blurted out in a speech that the CPI has organized, and now directs, around dozen of societies and leagues. He tended toward Philip Picks. He habitually spoke through clenched teeth. Instead of protecting himself by working off a script, he relished being freewheeling. The question and answer session at the Church of the Ascension lasted well over an hour. Creel was at turns witty, combative, and disingenuous. Point 3. What did he think of Roosevelt's criticism of the administration? I would regret if we were robbed of Roosevelt's criticisms, as they made friends for Wilson. What about Creel's recent remark, I shall always be proud to my dying day that there was no rush of preparation in this country prior to the day the President went before Congress for a declaration of war. Instead of distancing himself from the comment, he stood by it, calling it evidence of how earnest Wilson had been about keeping the country out of war. Creel insisted that Burleson did not crush publications and that there should be no government control of public opinion. Referring to Creel, someone cheekily asked, "Has the censor any authority over the postmaster?" Creel replied, the censor. Who is the censor? Certainly not I." To the complaint he hadn't said anything at all about public opinion, the subject of his speech, Creel said anything the audience took away from his talk was public opinion. One of Creel's answers reverberated far outside the church. Republican statesman Elihu Root had called for electing that fall only those legislators who had loyal hearts in maintaining the war against Germany. Creel was asked if current members of Congress had loyal hearts. He could have dodged this. Questions were submitted on scraps of paper that he was free to toss aside. Instead, he answered flippantly, "I don't like slumming, so I won't explore into the heart of Congress." Creel was trying to be funny, and some people laughed. But Lewis Wiley, business manager of the New York Times, saw trouble ahead. Wiley was the newspaper's social lion, always out and about and attuned to the consequences of the news. He walked over to Lieutenant Commander George Barr Baker, who was in the audience, and offered a suggestion. Baker, who worked in the Navy Censorship Bureau in New York, should ask newspapers to keep the comment out of the news. At 10:45 that night he dispatched 2 ensigns to see what could be done in the newsrooms of the Sun, Tribune, and World. The young officers viewed their task as a fool's errand. The Tribune, one of them noted in an after-action report, was probably willing to pay large sums to obtain matter that could be printed to the detriment of Mr. Creel. It would be especially damning for someone from the censorship office, under the directorship of Mr. Creel, asking that one of his hasty remarks be suppressed. I saw no one in the newsroom that I dare approach. 4. The New York newspapers reported the slumming comment. Stories and editorials appeared across the nation carrying the comments of infuriated legislators. Revolution in Congress, Josephus Daniels wrote in his diary. Illinois Congressman Joe Cannon wanted to take Creel by the seat of the breeches and the back of his neck and throw him into space. Majority Leader Democrat Claude Kitchen said Creel was unworthy of the respect of any decent citizen. Congress had just passed the Sedition Act, which authorized the prosecution of persons who utter words intended to bring the government of the United States into contempt. Creel, the New York Sun said, was guilty of doing just that. The Tribune suggested, Congress should abolish him. 5. I feel it best to drop out of sight as far as possible, Creel said several days later in response to a speaking invitation. The refractory CPI chairman considered himself a victim of the news media. He was making no more speeches, he replied to another invitation, because it seems absolutely impossible to prevent distortion and misrepresentation. 6. Dropping out of sight was impossible. Creel, in Harvey O'Higgins's words, was as accessible as a municipal drinking fountain. His perceived power and combustible personality and the CPI's unprecedented mission made him an object of scorn, resentment, and fear inside the administration, with Lansing especially hating him, among quasi-official bodies, which viewed him as a rival and perversely found him a useful target in their loyalty campaigns. On Newspaper Row, 1 block east of the White House, where journalists chafed at his heavy-handedness, and at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, where outraged legislators finally brought his budget to heel following his Church of the Ascension speech. 7. Creel was, in the words of the New York Tribune, the terrible infant of Washington. Whatever may have been the rights or wrongs of his controversies, his career had been one of turbulence and mud-splattering. He had denounced and been denounced, the New York Times commented after his slumming remarks. His name stood for acrimonious contention. 8. A tongue in the Wilson trident. When Washington journalists held their annual Gridiron Club dinner on December 7, 1917, the newsmen did not check their patriotism at the door of the New Willard Hotel or their tradition of roasting the newsmakers who attended. The walls and tables were adorned with American flags. Food conservation czar Herbert Hoover scribbled OK on a printed menu with oysters on wheatless crackers and a spiritless punch because hard liquor had been interned in Washington by order of Congress a few days before. When it came time to light a fire under the dignitaries, no one was singed more than George Creel, who sat next to Hoover at the long head table. 9. The burlesquing journalists recalled the July hoax in which Creel embroidered the Navy's encounter with enemy submarines. They joked that the censor had deleted the contents of his hip flask. Most poignant of all was a skit in which foreign high commissioners were briefed on the American government. "Didn't it have 3 branches?" one of the commissioners asked. 4. The American interlocutor replied, "The executive, the Congress, the Judiciary, and the Committee of Public Information." What did the CPI do? Inculcate a proper popular respect for the administration. Right now it's the whole cheese. I mean, it's all to the good, the main squeeze, the grand gazebo, the Lollapalooza. Understand? Political power is magnified if an individual leads an influential agency in which the president takes a personal interest, if the official enjoys the president's confidence, and if these 2 conditions are well known. Wilson's interest in the CPI was palpable. He told Lansing in a moment of pique over Lippmann's renegade activities with Army intelligence, "I am very jealous in the matter of propaganda." Wilson's interest in the CPI lapped over Creel to an unusual degree. Everyone understood the CPI was the Creel Committee and called it such in conversation and news stories. There was no doubt, Ray Stannard Baker said, that he completely dominated that organization. 10. The 3 tines of Wilson's fighting trident, Mark Sullivan said, were Newton Baker, overseeing the fighting in Europe, Bernard M. Barrack, directing war industries, and Creel, mobilizing emotion. Sullivan produced a diagram to illustrate his point. Herbert Bayard Swope of the New York World said the president called only 3 officials by their first names: Dudley Field Malone, a liberal attorney who was appointed collector of the Port of New York, a second person whose name he could not remember, and Creel. It was a flip remark by a man who liked to be an insider and not bankable as fact. Its significance lay in Swope's perception, held by many, of Creel's influence. 11. Boris A. Bakamitev, the Russian ambassador to Washington, acted on the perception when the Bolsheviks seized power in St. Petersburg in November 1917. He desperately wanted to make the case for non-recognition of the new regime. In that chaotic moment, when it was unclear if the Bolsheviks would hold sway more than a few days, he asked for an appointment with Lansing and was put off. This did not trouble Bakamitev greatly, as he believed that Lansing would have little influence with Wilson, and he telephoned Creel to ask for a meeting as soon as possible. Creel came to his home at midnight. The next afternoon Creel telephoned Bakamitev. He had seen the president and everything was all right. Creel had little or no impact on the non-recognition policy that the administration adopted, but the ambassador thought that he played a very important role. Each time Bakamitev repeated the story at cocktail parties, he reinforced Creel's image as a man of power. 12. The president had an affection for Creel, who had won his heart, while his brilliancy compelled his admiration, said Josephus Daniels, himself a favorite of the president. Frederick Palmer considered Creel closer to the president than many cabinet members. Publicist Ivy Lee, who tangled with Creel during the labor unrest in Colorado, reported, "They say Creel enjoys the confidence of President Wilson as few men in Washington do." Creel saw Wilson almost daily, said James Kearney, with a touch of exaggeration. 13. The Wilson-Creel bond had social sinews as well as professional ones. Creel's wife, Blanche Bates, was friendly with the president's daughter, Margaret, who visited Bates's country home. Wilson took his wife to see Bates in the feature film Daughter of the Gods on their first wedding anniversary. Creel gave Wilson openings to be warm and intimate. When submitting an initial budget in May 1917, Creel made no provision for his salary. Wilson no doubt enjoyed directing him to include his $8,000 annual salary. 14. The distance from the CPI stoop at 10 Jackson Place to the White House portico was 220 yards. Creel often made the quick walk at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when Wilson liked to see him. Creel, one of Washington's best storytellers, made him laugh at the end of a trying day. Creel was abundantly loyal. Wilson's enemies were Creel's, said Frederick C. Howe. Creel was brilliantly profane in excoriating them, particularly Senator Lodge. Mr. Wilson appreciated his devotion. 15. Wilson liked to communicate via concise notes. Some days Creel sent more than one. Many were in the vein of suggesting a presidential thank you to the 4 Minutemen or a meeting with the Lithuanian National Council. Other times Creel's missives were weighty. When the Root Mission first recommended immediate initiation of propaganda in Russia, in June 1917, Creel offered to digest it for the president. This gave Creel the opportunity to make a pitch for the CPI handling the task. "I do not think the State Department should have anything to do with it at all," he told the president. He wanted the CPI to be in charge. 16. Wilson was not a rubber stamp for Creel's propaganda proposals, but he was perceived as such. From Vera White House, Hugh Gibson heard that Creel gave Wilson an ultimatum after learning that Lippmann was trying to steal his job in Paris. If Wilson did not back Creel, he would quit. In White House's telling of the episode, Creel was bragging. Wilson's support of Creel was apparent in a comment he made to poke on the incident, "The jealousies and misjudgments on the other side of the water, to wit, Lippmann's, happily greatly exceed those on this side." In January 1918, Wilson gave Creel more than a polite pat on the back, writing, "I want to say how much it has gratified me and how entirely the work being done by the committee meets with my approval." 17. Wilson edited letters and statements Creel drafted for him, taking out hyperbole and correcting spelling and grammatical errors that Creel made as he wrote in his usual white heat. From time to time Wilson corrected speeches that Creel was himself about to deliver. Once Wilson said teasingly, "I'm afraid, dear boy, that I was born without your passion for adjectives." 18. Creel has made a couple of bad gaffes lately and the national sport seems to be baiting him, Gibson wrote in his diary following his Church of Ascension speech. However, he will probably weather the storm as he stands high with the great white chief who does not desert his friends. 19. Creative energy and frustrating frenzy. Probably in the summer of 1918 someone took a photo of the official family of the Committee on Public Information at their home in Washington. Women and men spill out of the red brick buildings at Jackson Place. They are packed together, many heads barely visible. In the center, a man is standing at an awning-draped window. By all appearances it is Creel. At the moment the camera shutter is pressed, he has turned. Perhaps something just occurred to the kinetic chairman and he is giving a directive. Perhaps someone is taking advantage of Creel's moment of stasis to get a long-awaited answer to a question. These staff members were only part of the official family, which grew to some 400 scattered in 7 buildings in Washington, 10 in New York City, and outposts overseas. The Division of Films had a New York office, which was in touch with the movie industry, and a Washington office, where it was in touch with government agencies, as well as a laboratory for processing film in Washington. Charles Dana Gibson's artists had a small office in Chicago, and Rogers had one in San Francisco. 20. The creation of an organization of these proportions in a few months was remarkable. Similarly remarkable were the attainments of the people Creel hired. On any given day one could have coffee with an acclaimed playwright, Harvey O'Higgins, take lunch with a renowned war correspondent, Will Irwin, and say hello to the nation's best illustrator, Charles Dana Gibson. The lower ranks held individuals with extraordinary accomplishments and pedigrees. By the end of his career, William Churchill, head of the foreign language newspaper division, had been librarian of the San Francisco Academy of Sciences and consul general to Samoa, whose language he mastered. A dozen of his ancestors came to America on the Mayflower. 21. In this grainy photo of the CPI staff in front of their Jackson Place offices, a man can be seen at the window, just turning around. See arrow. It is no doubt George Creel, who was always off on some other possibility or to see some other man, etc. Photo found in Arthur Bester's papers at the University of Illinois. Rapid growth, a brilliant staff, an idealistic mission, and Creel in the lead engendered an esprit de corps. He worked so hard that his friend Martin Egan urged him to come to his country place for a weekend rest cure with breakfast in bed. Although an unrepentant militant to the public, he privately told jokes on himself. His commitment to progressive causes was as vivid as a neon sign. He defied convention in hiring Josephine Roche and Vera Whitehouse. When the play Watch Your Neighbor cast a woman in a role similar to Whitehouse's, it was considered a joke. The setting of the play was a conference in spy-infested Switzerland. The necessary love interest is none too plausibly brought in by making the American delegate a girl, the New York Times said. But, then, the piece cannot be spoken of in the same breath with plausibility. Despite the frustrations Whitehouse experienced at Creel's hands, she dedicated her Swiss memoir to him. 22. The CPI staff, Edward Bernays recalled, went ahead with enthusiasm on a widespread front. When any one of us got a bright idea, it was very likely to be accepted. They thought of themselves as crusaders and worked long hours. Creel had the gift of inspiring loyalty, of winning trust, O'Higgins said. He had his faults, but if I were picking a friend, I should prefer Creel's faults to the lickspittle virtues of most men. 23. Creel was equal parts exhilarating creative energy and frustrating frenzy. Virtually everyone agreed Creel was not much of an executive. He created, recreated, and abolished units so often in the brief life of the committee that it was impossible at the end of the war to determine what exactly had existed or the correct dates of operation. See Table 4. Creel sent incessant notes with ideas and direction. He wrote and edited materials and consistently interfered to endorse or to veto projects. Guy Stanton Ford wrote to his wife of his difficulty extracting a decision during a long meeting. Creel was always off on some other possibility or to see some other man, etc. Rogers felt compelled to write on the top of a letter to him, "This is important. Read it." Poole similarly wrote to his boss, "I want to help you the most I possibly can, and I cannot do this unless you will either give me a little more of your time or a little more power to decide things myself." 24. People, Bernays said, were hired based on their enthusiasm for the cause, not their training and experience. Poole, for instance, was a nervous fellow and not considered much of a manager himself. Some hiring decisions were obvious mismatches. William Bullitt, a journalist who would make a name for himself in diplomacy, was brought on to turn State Department reports into articles on foreign affairs. It was not much of an idea even if the ambitious reporter had been suited to such a routine job, and he quickly gave it up. 25. Table 4. Organization of the Committee on Public Information. Will Irwin arrived at the CPI with high hopes. He believed the CPI should take the lead in this job of advertising abroad, just as the French, in the ideal organization of the alliance, ought to take the lead in military affairs and the British on the seas. It is our special trade. But he was soon complaining of the lack of teamwork and money and, as he told Martin Egan, the general incompetence of several people now in the field. From the start Irwin expected to return to Europe as a journalist, but that decision was hurried up. He wrangled with Creel over a labor mission to Europe, secretly funded by the CPI, because he felt it needed more liberal members if it was to be effective. In a stormy July meeting, Creel called him a Bolshevik sympathizer based on an army report that Creel had confused with someone else, as Irwin learned when he angrily went to see the head of military intelligence. Shortly afterward, Edgar Sisson, a Creel favorite, took his place. My leaving this place, and it was not a case of resignation but of being forced out, was just a piece of office politics, Irwin told a friend. When he wrote about the CPI later, Irwin did not reveal his animus toward Creel, but did not hold back privately. He cannot find words adequate to damn Creel on every count, Gibson recounted after seeing Irwin in Paris. Irwin told Gibson that Creel was Wilson's court jester and loved as such. 26. Ford gave as balanced an assessment of Creel as anyone. Creel was not a logical administrator. In fact, from any other standpoint than the job he was doing, he was no administrator at all. We did not have staff conferences. Yet he had an instinctive flair for hitting the high spots, seeing where the job was, and with it all a certain humility that was always amazing to me. He deferred to others, but did not always consult. You had to catch him by the coattails before he hit the ceiling and exploded about something. Then we were in hot water with Congress. 27. The siege mentality created by Creel's travails strengthened staff loyalty. Creel was wonderful when the committee was small, Maurice F. Lyons, his secretary, said shortly after his slumming speech, but with his added duties and trials has proven himself to be almost superhuman. I have seen him day after day stand up under trials that would break a dozen ordinary men, Boer told a critic, and the thing is that he has made so few mistakes in a field that was all pioneer work. 28. The more I see of this perfectly tremendous business, Ford told his wife, the more I am amazed that things can go so well. It is because everyone is in it and for it and making it go. 29. Administration jealousies. No one called the CPI offices at Jackson Place placid. But they were the calm eye of a hurricane compared to the turbulence Creel generated around it. Organizations that partnered with the CPI found Creel trying. J. Franklin Jameson of the National Board for Historical Service told a congressional critic of the CPI that Creel's temperamental peculiarities so annoyed Republicans that they did not notice the real merits of the work which he and his associates have been doing. James Shotwell, the first chairman of the NBHS, found Creel impulsive and outspoken with the annoying habit of throwing around American slang. Even so, Shotwell recognized Creel was not self-seeking. He was a roughneck through and through but an honest man. One of the young professors from whom Ford sought assistance took persuading before he agreed. Working with Creel, he had been told, was playing with fire. 30. The Wilson administration had its petty jealousies. Joseph Tumulty, relishing his proximity to the president, resented Creel's close relationship with him. Among Wilson's senior wartime administrators, however, Creel got on well with Josephus Daniels, with whom he worked more closely than any other cabinet head. Baker was supportive, despite his endorsement of Blankenhorn's plan to supersede the CPI with field propaganda. Bernard Barrick became one of Creel's dear friends. 31. If never perfect, CPI coordination with Baker's and Daniels's departments improved. Creel and Lansing coexisted in a permanent state of dysfunctional antipathy punctuated from time to time by contests for authority. Irwin recalled being in Creel's office when some aide in the State Department called to say Lansing disagreed on some matter. "Tell that hypocritical, double-dealing boss of yours that I will slap his face publicly if he tries any more such tricks upon me." The comment seems impossibly extreme until one remembers Creel's slumming comment. 32. A proposal from everybody's to serialize a book by Brand Whitlock led to a contest of wills between Creel and Lansing. Whitlock, a journalist and four-term mayor of Toledo, was minister to Belgium. When the Germans displaced the Belgian government to Le Havre, he moved with it. Creel had a double purpose in wanting Whitlock's articles on Belgium published. They made inspiring publicity, and Whitlock, Creel's friend, could replenish his bank account. He was paid $35,000 for the serial rights. Lansing objected to serialization as bad precedent. Creel turned to Wilson, who overruled Lansing. Belgium, the atrocities and other articles, illustrated with Remachers's drawings, appeared in Everybody's throughout 1918.33. Secretary of State Robert Lansing quarreled with Creel from their first encounter, and he often lost. Lansing considered Creel, a Wilson favorite, a radical who should be nowhere near diplomatic news. Creel said Lansing was so dim his ideas were annual. Library of Congress. Breckinridge Long, who occasionally became involved in publicity, operated as Lansing's factotum when, toward the end of 1917, he proposed measures for improving press relations. Among insiders, Arthur Sweetser told Lippmann, Long was considered absolutely unqualified to be third assistant secretary. Long's hefty campaign contributions, and possibly his zealous attacks on Hughes, earned him the job. He did not mention Creel by name in the 2 letters he wrote to Wilson. But Long's suggestion to create a board of journalists invested with great power to censor news was an obvious slap at the CPI and reflected Lansing's preference for heavy-handed treatment of the press. The proposal was pretentiously written, unrealistic in wanting to bar journalists from reporting American losses on the battlefield, and short of specifics on implementation, other than to say board members must be absolutely loyal to the administration. Wilson told Long the CPI was doing the best it could. 34. Lansing's decision to keep the CPI at arm's length was mutually detrimental. We are taking very little part in what they are doing and are informed of what is going on through the telegrams which are sent through the department. Patchen complained to Gibson, we are never consulted. In this atmosphere, the recriminations mounted. The whole legation is poisoned by antagonism to your department. Do you know that? White House informed Creel. It seems that it must come from instructions or lack of instructions from Washington. 35. House was an altogether different kind of rival. He had no official title and no bureaucracy at his command. He engaged in issues Wilson bid him to undertake and weighed in on matters that interested him. Publicity was one of those matters. Because he was close to Wilson, he was sought out by journalists, whom he advised on how to handle the news from Washington correctly. As befit an eminence grise, he had to be paid attention. I do not know how far House speaks for the President in this matter of propaganda, Lord Northcliffe told Lloyd George in late 1917, when he headed the British mission in New York, but in the course of our interviews he referred to it again and again. House's relentless effort to draw British spies, political actors like Robert Woolley, and journalists like Karl Ackerman into his orbit had an operational side. In addition to gleaning their ideas, which he sometimes passed to Wilson, he used these individuals to achieve objectives he considered worthwhile. 36. House floated numerous propaganda schemes, some quite inventive and inspired by William Wiseman, who had taken rooms in the New York City building where the colonel lived. A joint and complicated publicity-cum-intelligence operation in Russia won Wilson's approval in mid-1917. It employed British novelist Somerset Maugham and a Czech-American named Emanuel Foska, who reappears later in this book. The secret mission to bolster Russian enthusiasm for carrying on the war ended around the time Sisson went to Russia. House also concocted the idea of a debate on war issues to be published simultaneously in the pages of the New York World and Berliner Tageblatt. He thought this could bring about peace. House broached the idea to Wiseman and Lord Northcliffe, who approved, as did world editor Frank Cobb. When Wilson vetoed the plan, House persisted without success. It would bring out disagreements with the Allies, Wilson wrote with emphasis. They have not the same views with regard to peace that we have by any means. 37. House's overlap with the CPI brief manifested itself in one of the most powerful pieces of American propaganda during the war, Wilson's 14-point speech spelling out American war aims and peace terms. The address aimed to dissuade the Bolsheviks from negotiating peace with Germany, to encourage liberal Europeans to maintain support for the war, to spell out what Wilson meant by a reasonable peace without victory, and to reiterate his case for the creation of an association of nations to guarantee political independence and territorial integrity. 38. Colonel Edward M. House in his New York apartment, where he cultivated journalists, politicians, and British spies. With a strong interest in propaganda, he was Creel's most formidable rival. The CPI chairman called him a high-class sponge, with the added beauty of being easy to squeeze. Edward Mandell House Papers, Manuscript, and Archives, Yale University Library. Creel claimed CPI patrimony for the speech. Because his assertion has been accepted by many historians, it is worthwhile to describe in detail what really happened. Creel's claim begins with a January 3 cable from Russia in which Sisson asked, if President Wilson will restate anti-imperialistic war aims and democratic peace requests of America 1,000 words or less, almost placard paragraphs, short sentences, I can get it fed into Germany. And can utilize Russian version potentially in army and everywhere. As Creel described his next steps, he immediately took the cable to Wilson, who needed urging. Wilson supposedly said he had never tried his hand at slogans and advertising copy. 2 or 3 days later, Wilson called Creel to the White House to let me read the address. Wilson gave him a copy of the speech with editorial marks as a souvenir. Sisson argued that his cable very likely had an effect in shaping and simplifying the external form of the 14 points, decided the movement of their expression, and led the president to address to the Russian people the general introduction to the concrete peace terms. 39. The problems with these assertions begin with timing. Wilson set the speech in motion before Christmas, when he asked House to have the inquiry prepare background on war aims. Lippmann was one of the authors. On Friday evening, January 4, House arrived at the White House with a memorandum and toiled with Wilson over the weekend on the speech. The detailed description of that process in House's diary makes no mention of Creel, Sisson, or placard paragraphs. It may be that Creel saw Wilson on January 3 or 4, but neither Wilson's nor Creel's papers indicate this. What they do show is a request from Creel, dated January 4, for a meeting on Monday, January 6, and a note the next day in which Creel vaguely said he had a memorandum of suggestions and much cheering news to give you from Petrograd. The Monday meeting was set for 4:30. It was too late in the process for serious rewriting. That would have been the likely occasion for Wilson to let Creel read his completed speech. Wilson delivered the speech the next day at noon. 40. Sisson and Creel were not the only ones to claim credit for the speech. The U.S. ambassador to Russia, David Francis, did as well, citing 2 telegrams he sent to Wilson. Arthur Bullard, working for the CPI in Russia, said everyone is claiming the exclusive honor for having influenced the president to deliver the speech. What is true is that Wilson's speech served the propaganda purposes Sisson envisioned. It derived power from the succinctness of its points, as in a free, open-minded, and absolutely impartial adjustment of all colonial claims. The CPI papered the world with the speech. In Petrograd alone Sisson put up 2 million related posters and handbills. 41. House and Creel did not interact with each on the same level of intimacy that House did with Woolley or Ackerman. Creel's name appears in House's diary on 2 occasions prior to his Church of the Ascension speech and 8 days in all, compared to 20 for Ackerman, whose correspondence with the colonel was vastly greater. Prior to the 1916 campaign, Creel asked House what he should write to help the president, perhaps because he was angling to be part of Woolley's publicity bureau. Creel sent publications and reports to House. House suggested names of people who might be appointed to the CPI. These communications paled in comparison to House's more meaningful contact with Arthur Bullard and others on the CPI. 42. Creel could not fail to see that House's agenda intruded on his. He must have known the colonel championed Lippmann's propaganda proposal on the eve of the war in 1917, he may have been aware that House was a conduit for Lippmann's complaints from Europe in the summer of 1918. Creel had to suspect that the feline colonel was not his champion with Wilson and that he would usurp his authority if he could. Be that as it may, Little evidence exists of open hostility between the two men until after the war. In 1926, Creel used House's self-serving published diaries to show his treachery to the president. He told Ray Stannard Baker that House exaggerated his influence with Wilson and that House asserted that he had presented matters to Mr. Wilson when he had never spoken of them at all. House also kept his reservations about Creel for a later time. In his diary in late 1917, House noted that Creel was prejudicing the president against Lansing, but he does not seem to have taken that up with Wilson. After the war, he told George Sylvester Viereck, with whom he developed a surprising friendship, that Creel was responsible for the excesses in selling the war. Wilson was at all times ready to weigh things. 43. The two men had good reason to avoid open enmity. Each enjoyed a privileged relationship with Wilson. As Irwin put it, no man except Colonel E. M. House stood on more familiar relations with Wilson than George Creel. Confrontation was in neither one's interest. When the Lippmann-inspired imbroglio over field propaganda angered Wilson, House distanced himself from it. He told Hugh Fraser, "Cables with reference to propaganda are causing friction here and I should prefer not to have reports of this character made to me." When Cobb and another journalist brought House a plan to mobilize writers to explain the war, House made a point of telling Wilson that he steered them away from any conflict with Creel, and they understand that it is necessary to in no way encroach upon his field. 44. House had no compunction about urging the removal of Ambassador Stovall, who was a boyhood friend of the president, or Tumulty. Wilson ought to get rid of Daniels, he told McCormick, whose help he tried to enlist, and you should be appointed in his place. House was probably happy to see Creel stumble over his slumming remark. At the end of the fractious week following his comment, House dined with Wilson, who worried that Congress would withhold money if Creel was not fired. I suggested he might send him abroad in some capacity, and to this he agreed if it could be done, House recorded in his diary. He wondered if Frank Cobb would undertake the work. I believed he would. But House does not seem to have pushed beyond that, perhaps because he knew Wilson's loyalty to Creel foreclosed drastic action. 45. Shortly after his slumming comment, Creel wrote to House, "I am eager to see you for a long talk." Whether or not they met is unclear. But by the end of 1918, House was addressing Creel as George in letters. 46. The Super Patriots attack CPI purity. A culture of surveillance and incrimination gripped the nation. The CPI, which had energized campaigns to sniff out disloyalty, became a victim of them. The American Defense Society worked with the CPI when it was in their mutual interest and criticized Creel for not wanting to forbid the use of the German language, which he resisted because it would preclude getting his propaganda to those groups. The ads wrote to him in March 1918, "We protest that the attitude of the committee is so pacific that now some of its work amounts to giving comfort to the enemy." 47. Such critiques were tinged with self-interest. The Vigilantes, which had ties to the CPI, was led by Herman Hagedorn. He and other members were aligned with Theodore Roosevelt, whose hatred of Wilson was pathological. Hagedorn tried to set up a German-American organization with a mission similar to the CPI's Friends of German Democracy. Creel vigorously opposed it, and the idea died. Hagedorn also blamed Creel for blocking his appointment as a racial advisor to the Interior Department. 48. The CPI had the same hot-cold partnership with the National Security League as it did with the ads. The NSL mounted a disingenuous publicity campaign against Creel based on his hastily written introduction to 2000 questions and answers about the war. The National Security League, the New York Sun reported, took pleasure last night in announcing that at its request the George H. Doran Publishing Company had withdrawn from circulation a book which it had published. The NSL failed to mention that the CPI had taken action weeks before to suppress the book and replace it with one that corrected supposed errors. Whatever satisfaction Creel might have taken in proclaiming the NSL guilty of singular dishonesty and indecency, the episode was one more instance in which he was seen in a negative public light. 49. Creel's willingness to work with the populist nonpartisan League embroiled him in a controversy with business interests. The League was formed in the Midwest to address farmers' complaints about high fees at grain elevators and lofty interest rates on mortgages. It attacked state political leaders who backed business. When some League members argued the war benefited the rich, conservatives said they purveyed damnable Hun propaganda. Creel stepped in to reorient the League by arranging for its president to meet with Wilson and Hoover. As a result, Creel told Wilson in February 1918, "The League is one of your foremost supporters, is backing the war, and is backing Hoover." Creel told the president he did not give the League approval of any kind, but it appeared that he did when CPI speakers were linked to the League in places like Minnesota. By April, Wilson felt compelled to tell Creel to back off, as we are getting into deep water in that part of the country. In an attempt to patch things up, Creel stated publicly that he had not given approval for the League. In fact, however, he had inferred approval in a letter to an Oklahoma farm leader. Creel said the government did not consider it an act of disloyalty to be a member of the League. When the letter was used in a handbill, anti-League forces painted him a socialist. 50. In a perverse twist, the shrouded nature of the CPI's ties to its foreign-born organizations made them more vulnerable to attack. When the Department of Justice investigated the Friends of German Democracy, Creel had to step in. Quite confidentially, he told A. Bruce Bielaski, Chief of Justice's Bureau of Investigation, "The organization was formed by me and supported by this committee." Creel also had to explain to Bielaski that the American-Hungarian Loyalty League was a CPI organization. 51. The capacity of patriotic groups to devour their own is evident in the fact that the president of Doran had just been named to the NSL Advisory Board. Defending the League's chairman, Budapest-born Alexander Kanta, was more difficult. Well regarded in Hungarian intellectual groups and married to the daughter of a St. Louis brewer, Kanta was a power broker among his people. Early in 1918, military intelligence chief Ralph Vandeman pronounced Kanta thoroughly loyal. But reports to the contrary continued to surface along with concerns over his financial practices with the League. Kanta resigned. He later acknowledged to a Senate committee he was in touch with Bernhard Dernberg and Heinrich Albert before the United States entered the war, but insisted on his loyalty. After the war was over, Creel defended Kanta against broken-arched representatives of the Justice Department. 52. Despite his indiscretions, Creel was wary of associations that might call CPI loyalty into question. He kicked out Louis Hammerling, president of the American Association of Foreign Language Newspapers, when he learned Hammerling considered himself a member of the CPI staff. "I have no charges to make against him myself," he confided to Bjorkman, "but the various investigating branches of government worried me no little." A similar fate seems to have befallen Walter Niebuhr, associate director of the Division of Films. The case against Niebuhr, a German-American who had edited an Illinois newspaper, became a tangle of allegations about disloyalty, some of which were suggested in a story by Karl Ackerman. Evidence of disloyalty was flimsy. Before the United States went into the war, Niebuhr had worked on films to promote preparedness, but Creel dismissed him after a briefing by military intelligence. Niebuhr's name, like Kanta's, appeared without prejudice in Creel's post-war chronicle of the CPI. 53. No one was safe from suspicion and accusations. Before joining the CPI, Vienna-born Edward Bernays was investigated by MID, met personally with Vandeman, and arranged letters of recommendation from executives at Vanity Fair, Harper's Bazaar, and the New York Hippodrome. On the eve of her departure to Europe, Creel told White House that "a great many people have written to me, stating that you are now, and always have been, a very strong pro-German." Rumors had it she was a German spy. 54. By early April, his exasperation soaring, Creel requested that Ralph Vandeman conduct an instant investigation of every person on his staff. The substantive findings were not particularly damning. Only 14 people fell under some kind of suspicion. Their transgressions mostly amounted to pro-German statements before the war, a few radical comments, and charges of disloyalty from which they had already been absolved. But the 60-odd-page report was full of gratuitous comments based on hearsay and supposition provided by anonymous informants. Sisson, a Republican, was a socialist, a charge apparently based on his having gone to Russia for the CPI. A Dutchman who worked for Irwin had made negative but unspecified comments about the government and seemed utterly unfit to be associated with a bureau of the government. A translator working for Ford was accused of mistranslating a speech of Paderewski's into Polish. Irwin, it was pointed out, believed the Bolsheviki to be men of high ideals and correct ideals who sprang them at the wrong time. E.S. Rochester, editor of the official bulletin, was a frequenter of the Occidental Hotel, the proprietor of which, one Buchholz, was under suspicion of being disloyal. The news division employed socialists and is evidently in need of a thorough house cleaning. An unnamed informant, who visited the CPI, told the investigators it was full of labor people and I.W.W.S. 55. In July, Creel refuted the charges in a letter to Marlborough Churchill, who replaced Van de Man. But there was no end to the attacks. The day after Creel wrote to Churchill, he answered charges made by Ralph Easley. Easley, a Gompers man who considered the IWW an auxiliary of the German espionage system, told Creel about intelligence he picked up at the City Club in New York, an elite gentlemen's club with a civic do-good agenda. Some members said the CPI employed wild radicals of the IWW type. Greenwich Village is moving to Washington, one member told Easley, an allusion to the socialists who frequented that part of New York. A Greenwich Village restaurant, the informant said, had reportedly set up shop around the corner from the CPI offices on Jackson Place. 56. Not an easy man to get on with. Toward the end of the war, correspondent Reginald Wright Kaufman wrote a novel to typify the evils of censorship. The antagonist in Victorious is a censor with a cadaverous face and dull eyes. Lieutenant Garcia's foreign name is starkly out of sync with the hero, a young freckle-faced journalist named Andy Brown. When he is not whoring, Garcia takes bribes to cover up inadequate airplane production. Brown and his fellow journalists are furious over being barred from reporting that American troops have finally gone into battle. If they make trouble, the correspondents are told, we'll get the Committee on Public Information, back home, to blow you up for fakers. Brown bucks the censors to reveal how poorly troops are equipped. Losing his accreditation, he joins the army and dies saving Garcia's life. 57. In no respect was Kaufman a pacifist. The correspondent for the Philadelphia North American belonged to the American Defense Society and the Vigilantes. Andy Brown's dying words are, "The cause is bigger than its mistakes." But Kaufman matched Creel in pugnacious, skewering prose. His flagrant resistance to censorship led to the revocation of his AEF press credentials. His complaints about censorship echoed Andy Brown's. The novel gave him an opportunity to take a swipe at the CPI, which he disliked as much as his friend Herman Hagedorn did. 58. In the years to come, many of presidential media advisors would be roasted at gridiron dinners. But Creel was a bigger target than most due to the jarring new relationship he forged between the White House and the press. From one man and with a pencil, the CPI has grown into a department of such magnitude it almost staggers the imagination, the trade journal American Press editorialized. It had become a gigantic news and publicity machine the likes of which never entered the thought of any living American before. The great news-gathering organizations fade into pygmy proportions alongside the activities of the Committee on Public Information, which uses every known medium of publicity to reach the people. 59. As previously noted, but worth repeating given its significance, journalists came to rely upon and resent the CPI. On two occasions, Harry Tamman and Frederick Bonfils, Creel's antagonistic former employers at the Denver Post, angrily protested to Mikado and their Colorado senators, as well as to Creel, that they had not been given some CPI material. In one case the CPI had split its syndicated features among Sunday papers in each community so each would have exclusives. The Denver Post wanted it all. The nation's press, a Western newspaper complained, must resort to the only source left, the pitiless publicity of the paid Piper's 60. Even more irksome than the surfeit of handouts was censorship, the evils of which were often put at Creel's doorstep. This was not always deserved, but Creel's outsized personality and personal attacks on people made it seem so. As vehemently as he denied being a censor, even his friends referred to 10 Jackson Place as the office of the censor 61. Censorship has caused much confusion, the AP noted. The press was unaccustomed to it and censors had to feel their way experimentally. Not everyone expressed frustration so charitably. Furious over cable delays, New York Times managing editor Carl Van Anda stormed into Rogers's New York office in March 1918 to demand that the censoring of incoming Times cables cease, that 2 or 3 hours be set aside each day for handling press cables exclusively, and that rates be lowered. All this was refused. Van Anda was back again in May when the Aurora Borealis delayed the transmission of New York Times cables. 62. AEF correspondents were unhappy with censorship of the trivial issues, such as Frederick Palmer telling Kaufman to stop coloring the French in terms of wine and women, and of the monumental, such as equipment shortages, the reporting of which led to Kaufman's fictional Andy Brown losing his credentials. The appointment of highly regarded Palmer as chief press officer was supposed to bring about comedy. But he was seen as rigid, and as an army major with a reserve commission, he could not push stories through the system. Palmer has no power and all the correspondents know it, With Williams complained to his bosses at the Times. When Palmer was relieved of his censorship duties, he was glad to move into a less thankless job. 63. Journalists wanted responsibility for regulating themselves. David Lawrence, Carl Ackerman, and others called for a censorship advisory board made up of journalists. The Baltimore Sun argued for a war publicity bureau organized by the newspapers under a leading journalist of their own selection. Consulting with government departments, this individual would determine what should be suppressed and what should be published. Kaufman and Williams independently made the fatuous argument that Congress should be responsible for censorship. 64. The American War Publicity League in France, conceived in Paris in late 1917, indirectly criticized both the CPI and AEF press relations. The League was no association of irresponsibles, wrote Kaufman, who was a member. It wanted to counter two misimpressions. The first was that over-optimistic expectations had been built up on the speed with which the AEF would get into the fighting, the second that American reporters treated the war as they would a murder trial or a baseball game, making it difficult for the public to render intelligence support. The League recommended that American newspaper owners organize themselves in Washington to achieve better results. Norman Hapgood was elected president of the League. He tapped the old boy network of the 1916 Wilson campaign by enlisting help from Vance McCormick. The League came to nothing. Pershing refused to meet with it. Clemenceau told Hapgood he preferred censorship over accurate reporting. 65. Although Creel deserved credit for facilitating news from the front, he insinuated himself into the suppressive side of AEF press relations. He kept tabs on Kaufman, whom he considered guilty of misrepresentation. When male censors intercepted two articles by With Williams attacking censorship and even suggesting graft in connection with it, Creel alerted the AEF. In a memo to Williams, Colonel Nolan cited Creel's view of his reporting as evidence why he should lose his accreditation. Williams thought the AEF should adopt CPI voluntary censorship, except Creel has proved himself a misfit. 66. The New York Tribune's Haywood Hale Brune worked for the CPI, a mismatch that did not last long. As a war correspondent he was notorious for the flippant salutes he gave to Palmer. Brune lost his credentials over stories he wrote upon returning to the United States. Creel blocked accreditation for other Tribune reporters until he had assurances Brune's violation was not part of a Tribune policy to discredit the war effort. He attacked Brune in The Independent over a minor story he wrote on censorship. That Mr. Creel has done a gross injustice to me hurts nobody but me and Mr. Creel, Brune responded in the Tribune. Probably it hurts me most. Creel is harmed only in his immortal soul. I find it hard to wait until Judgment Day for satisfaction. 67. Creel constantly made news. Journalists considered him the most picturesque figure in the public life of Washington today. In early April 1918, he flew from Washington to Baltimore with a message for a Liberty Loan meeting. The publicity stunt did double duty as a demonstration of the capabilities of Army pilots and airplanes. After putting the plane through rolls and dives that forced Creel to put his head between his legs, the pilot made a violent landing at Pimlico Racetrack. The plane's nose stuck in the earth, splintering the rudder and propeller. Pilot and passenger could not get out of the cockpit until a ladder was found. Apart from nausea, Creel was unscathed. Newspapers had yet another colorful story about him. 68. Creel had his cheering section. Some pointed out the CPI was new and experimental, as the Cherokee, OK, Republican allowed. Creel was doing a big and creditable service to the country. Arthur Brisbane, who purchased the Washington Times, told Creel no newspaper in town was really friendly to him. He offered to take whatever the CPI put out, from a paragraph to a page, exactly as you want it. This had to be heartening, but the fact that friendly journalists had to defend Creel illustrated the drumbeat of negative headlines he generated. Why pay for comedy when we have a Creel committee? Washington Post, the censor needs censoring. Norfolk Virginian pilot, a one Creel drama, Muskogee Phoenix. As Table 5 shows, when Creel was the subject of a story, it was typically negative. His blunders made him ideal for a type of feature commonly run in those days, short quips or jokes commenting on the current scene. When Creel's name was mentioned in passing in a news story, the results were relatively favorable. The CPI was held in higher esteem than he was. 69. Creel admonished his staff not to defend the CPI against criticism. If they could not stand the heat, they should leave. He insisted he did not care about being criticized. Yet he compulsively responded to criticism, often by starting out with a disclaimer that he was not prone to answering criticism and followed by heated refutation. As you know, I have never made a single reply to any newspaper criticism, no matter how unjust or untrue, he wrote to fair-minded David Lawrence, and then proceeded to denounce an Evening Post editorial as having no word of truth in it from beginning to end. If these sort of lies were paid for by German money, Creel told another critic, they could not serve the German purpose more absolutely. 70. Table 5. George Creel in the news. Creel's counterattacks could backfire egregiously. He said he was misquoted on the benefits of Wilson not adequately preparing the country for war and regretted that no stenographer was there to record the milder statement he actually made. Then a stenographer came forward to verify that Creel had said what he was reported to have said. He resuscitated controversies best left to die. In a speech to journalists in Columbus, Ohio, months after the July hoax, Creel said the AP reporter who questioned his embellished submarine attack story had been branded a liar by a British court of inquiry and expelled from the base where he was located. As a matter of record, he added, the AP's premature reporting of the first troops in France around the same time was made possible by bribing a telegraph operator. Neither charge was a matter of record or remotely accurate. The AP board, made up of esteemed newspaper executives, was incensed. Creel was a public scandal, said normally cool-headed Victor Lawson, owner of the Chicago Daily News. Creel needed to be fired. The board thought Congress should investigate him. 71. A set-to with Kaufman was a parody of Creel's needless quarrels. In September 1918, Kaufman damned the CPI film America's Answer as misleading. In a letter to the editor of the New York Tribune, which was published under the headline Creeling Again, he pointed out that the footage did not match the events it purported to depict. The time of year was wrong, the location was wrong, and the caption "The Huns, retreating before our men" appeared under men in Canadian uniforms. Although the letter was buried in the paper and easy to ignore, Creel wrote to the editor, Only a fool or a Kaufman could have read into the pictures any intent to make people believe that the words "our men" referred to American soldiers. Kaufman, a Republican, and Creel continued the argument in personal letters full of name-calling and shouts as to which of them was more politically partisan. 72. Creel asked Walter Rogers, with the help of Navy censor George Baker, to look into the Chronicle because it was spending a great deal of money, circulating attacks upon me, and I have the curiosity to know who pays for the magazine, and the names of those actually in charge. The report came back that the Chronicle was a society journal circulated to a private list of subscribers. Its angel was a stout matron residing at New York's Ritz-Carlton. 73. Jason Rogers, publisher of the New York Globe and a CPI supporter, was more diplomatic than Creel could ever be after Creel called a Globe editorial another example of sheer stupidity and utter recklessness. Creel's attitude, Rogers replied, explained better than words why you are so grossly misunderstood. You put things too bluntly instead of saying them so the other fellow can come back pleasantly with some degree of dignity and kindliness. 74. Criticism of Creel by his former brethren in the press reached a crescendo around the time of his comments on preparedness and slumming. The New York Times liberally ran CPI material in its pages, but from Creel's first days in office had little good to say about him. Lewis Wiley privately suggested that he be replaced by Frank Noyes, the president of the Washington Star and the Associated Press. The Times editorialized, "Actual or inferential responsibility for the doings and utterances of Mr. George Creel cannot any longer, consistent with the public welfare and comfort, be borne by the administration." 75. When the American Newspaper Publishers Association met in April, Hopewell Rogers, the ANPA president and business manager of the Chicago Daily News, called for the creation of a newspaper body in Washington with both the ability and the judgment to gather information as to the business methods of the government. Newspapers would use its findings to properly criticize or condone those responsible for the conduct of our affairs. This, Rogers argued, would allow us to rid ourselves of the incompetent and disloyal head of that department, who glories in our unpreparedness. 76. Creel demanded the ANPA investigate the CPI. Its newly elected president Frank Glass of the Birmingham News was willing to do so. When he encountered difficulty recruiting prominent publishers, Glass asked Wilson to bless the undertaking, which he proposed to broaden into an inquiry into the entire publicity question. The members would be experts in publicity and in the psychology of reaching public opinion in strategic ways. They could clarify the present confusion, and would suggest means of coordination between all sources of news and the agencies for its diffusion. Wilson refused. Journalists would wish to see the thing changed de novo, and my expectation would be that they would make recommendations which I would not accept, and that the new situation created by my failure to accept them would be more unpleasant than the present situation. 77. Dumb, Creel blurted out during a walk one day with war correspondent Herbert Corey. Thick-headed, saps. He was talking about journalists. Creel, Corey thought, had been called on to transform the Washington correspondents almost overnight from a body of reporters to a body of propagandists, and he found the going slow. He spoke of them only in words of one syllable. They used the same formula in speaking of Creel. The advantage was on their side, naturally, because there were more of them and they could say what they had to say in more different places. 78. By the time the war was over, Creel was shorthand for everything wrong with government press relations. When AP General Manager Melville Stone conferred with George Barr Baker in Paris on improving news transmission, the subject turned to French restrictions. Stone's bureau chief Elmer Roberts offhandedly observed that the chief French censor was a sort of George Creel of the Clemenceau administration. He is not a very easy man to get on with. 79. Congress and Creel. From the first, the Committee on Public Information had contentious relations with Capitol Hill. Wilson created the CPI without congressional hearings or approval. Its funding came from Wilson's National Security and Defense Fund. Congress had no opportunity to set its budget or review its work. Legislators criticized Wilson's creation of other wartime agencies for similar reasons. The CPI's lack of accountability was especially grating, however, because of long-standing legislative hostility to a chief executive shaping public opinion with which they would have to contend. 80. By tradition, legislators believed they the voice of the people set policy, and the president implemented it. They had regarded President Roosevelt's publicity efforts as executive overreach. The CPI dwarfed anything Roosevelt dared to attempt. In February 1918, senators went straight to that underlying issue in complaining the CPI's use of paper limited the print run of the Congressional Record, the only uncensored publication in the United States. One agitated senator claimed, incorrectly, the CPI used $5,000 worth of paper a day. Time and again legislators said, in these or similar words, the CPI was founded upon somewhat doubtful authority. 81. Legislators became intensely aware of the CPI during the debate over Wilson's proposed censorship clause, which Creel was expected to implement. To many in Congress he remained chiefly a censor without legitimacy. Lodge called Creel an unknown somebody plucked from the bushes the day before yesterday. As the CPI grew into a large propaganda ministry, legislators complained they did not know what it was doing. After the official bulletin appeared, Senator Frank Brandegee asked, under what authority it is published, and how the expense of it is paid. When the CPI announced it was working overseas, an Indiana legislator introduced a resolution to ask why. It seems to me that this committee is assuming more authority than has been delegated to it by Congress. 82. Partisanship was not absent. When the administration stumbled in war-making, Republicans used it as an opportunity to attack it. The Republicans hate President Wilson as the devil hates holy water, Congressman Edward Poe told Creel. Wilson reciprocated. His relationship with Lodge was a microcosm of this enmity. Lodge, a Senate leader and close friend of Roosevelt, was the first senator with an earned doctorate and possessed intellectual and moral self-assurance. Wilson, a bitter enemy of Roosevelt, was the first president with a doctorate and equally certain. The two men did not stop at questioning each other's policies, they questioned each other's character. 83. Republicans viewed the CPI as a publicity agent for Wilson. Senator Boyce Penrose called Creel the editor of the Court Chronicle. His penchant for getting in trouble made him a useful whipping boy, as Ford put it. Wilson loyalists winced at his mistakes. Each new one added to the litany recited routinely on the House and Senate floors. 84. In March 1918, captions on 4 Army photographs of training airplanes at a factory created a firestorm of criticism. A CPI writer incorrectly wrote that hundreds of planes had been shipped and thousands upon thousands will follow. It was an innocent slip, but did not seem so under the circumstances. Airplane production was far behind schedule, which brought forth charges of incompetence, which was true, and corruption, which Kaufman reprised in his novel Victorious, but which was not true, as an inquiry led by Charles Evans Hughes later concluded. A Republican senator brought the errant airplane captions to the attention of Lawrence Rubel, the head of the picture division. Rubel withdrew the photos but neglected to keep them out of the official bulletin. A senator called it a crisis of extraordinary magnitude. The Senate Committee on Military Affairs summoned Rubel for an explanation. 85. The National Security League called for legislation to create a 5-person committee, 3 of whom did not hold public office, to supervise the CPI. Although nothing came of that, the controversy did not die. In July, the Paris Herald ran a story in which it said that Newton Baker, who was in Europe, had seen 1,000 American monoplanes and biplanes in flight. A few weeks later the CPI issued photos of Baker inspecting planes. The two events were conflated by Missouri Senator James Reed, who called Creel a licensed liar. As unfair as this was, Baker was inspecting French planes, Creel was guilty of exaggerating air readiness. For instance, he told Judge Lindsay, whom he sent on a speaking tour, to mention news reports of high production levels. 86. Reed, a Democrat, had a special reason to hate Creel. As a young journalist in Kansas City, Creel excoriated him for his association with city boss Tom Pendergast. Other legislators joined Reed in long-simmering grudges. In 1914, Creel portrayed then-Governor Hiram Johnson as a naked opportunist. Like the one speck of rot, he wrote in Everybody's, his lack of faith and vision, his incapacity for disinterested effort, are being absorbed by the rank and file, and petty greeds are crowding out all warmth and breadth and brotherhood. To legislators' charges he had gone too far, Creel later claimed he gave a fair and dispassionate study of Johnson as a presidential candidate. The article provoked a beehive of protest. The phrase was Lincoln Steffens's, who visited Everybody's offices at the time, and the editors had to cut 2 pages from a war article by Frederick Palmer to publish all the refutations. 87. In search of evidence of Creel's recklessness, legislators excavated the piles of writing he produced as a journalist. During the debate over the Sedition Act in April 1918, Senator James Watson read into the record editorials that Creel wrote in Denver. One impugned the Founding Fathers as a bunch of rich men who wanted to protect their property. Watson was not above quoting out of context, but several articles were truly incendiary, among them Creel's claim of crimes in high places and the statement the Senate was a body that sits in despotism. Watson called Creel a slivering sneerer who could go to jail under the Espionage Act. 88. In the summer of 1917, Robert Woolley told Creel he should resign if he was required to undergo a congressional investigation, as his usefulness would be over. Creel stood his ground as various punishments were proposed. Penrose called for an investigation of the July hoax. During an investigation of War Department delays, Representative Frederick Gillette, a dogged opponent of Roosevelt's fledgling publicity machine, complained of the lack of information about CPI salaries. The longer the publicity on the CPI's budget is delayed in these matters, Gillette said, the more pitiless it will be when it comes. Creel provided a sketchy report. 89. Matters probably would have gone on inconclusively were it not for missteps in the spring of 1918. It was shortly after Rubel's overblown picture caption that Creel rejoiced in the nation's lack of military preparedness in a speech to the National Conference of American Lecturers. Legislators were outraged at such a comment when Americans were dying in battle. People who agreed with Creel, Gillette said, are in jail and others are in lunatic asylums. Gillette used the occasion to reiterate that Congress did not know how the CPI spent its money. George Creel, expensive luxury, exclaimed David Lawrence in the wake of these attacks. The efforts of the committee are constantly being discredited in Congress and elsewhere. The CPI's work was valuable, he observed, but should confine itself to being a medium for the statements of others. 90. Creel's next gaffe came in response to an inquiry from Representative Alan Treadway. At home in Massachusetts, Treadway was appreciated as the affable owner of the famed Red Lion Inn in the Berkshires. In the House of Representatives, the tall, athletic Republican was known for combativeness against hapless political opponents. In this case he charged that mail to AEF soldiers was held up in favor of copious CPI materials. A House resolution asked the Postmaster General for information about mail practices. This was a simple request, without Treadway's charges included. Creel, however, prepared a response for Burleson that accused Treadway of an assertion the absolute baselessness of which could have been ascertained by a telephone inquiry. This was mild by Creel's standards of insult, but the recipient was no ordinary citizen. At Treadway's instigation, a special bipartisan committee was formed to review the letter, which it found impertinent. The committee recommended returning it to Burleson. The House agreed without a single dissenting vote. By the New York Times's reckoning, this was only the 4th time in history the House had taken such action. 91. Creel's slumming remark was worse. He maligned all of Congress, not a lone member. Legislators called for withholding CPI funds if Creel were not sacked. As Wilson indicated to House, replenishment of his National Security and Defense Fund was in jeopardy. Creel offered his resignation. Perhaps, as House wrote in his diary, the president toyed with giving Creel a new assignment. Daniels, with whom the president also conferred, acknowledged that Creel came very near losing his job. But Wilson conveyed a different message to Daniels than to House. "Our friend Creel is in trouble and we must save him," Daniels recalled. Wilson called Creel on the phone, "If necessary, I will go up there myself as your counsel." 92. In the event, Daniels went to Capitol Hill to see Edward Poe, who represented his North Carolina district and was a longtime friend. Poe chaired the Rules Committee, which had under consideration a resolution from Treadway calling for an investigation of Creel's remarks. Poe said he had never seen legislators so incensed. The only way out was for Creel to apologize. Poe would stall on Treadway's resolution until tempers calmed. At first Creel refused to express remorse. "It was all the president and I could do to persuade him to accept Poe's advice," Daniels said. Creel's apology was far from abject. He confessed to giving a quick and thoughtless answer that lent itself to exaggeration and distortion. Treadway noted it took Creel 5 days to express contrition. 93. Unsatisfied, the committee demanded that Creel address 5 charges, summarized by one newspaper as that Creel is a socialist, that Creel does not believe in the American form of government, that in his so-called muckraking days he had attacked the Constitution and the judiciary, that IWW members are employed by the committee, and that its news releases have proved inaccurate. 94. The Democrat majority in the House might have headed off any inquiry, but Democrats also had concerns. In a meeting with the president on May 23, a week after Creel's apology, Swagger Shirley, chairman of the House Appropriations Committee, said hearings about the replenishment of Wilson's war fund should include discussion of the CPI, given its potential to abuse its power. Wilson told Creel to provide Shirley's committee with details on CPI spending quickly, as it was late in the budget process and a subcommittee needed time to do the very thing that we want them to do, namely go into the matter until they comprehend it. Meanwhile, Gillette, a member of the subcommittee, succeeded in removing the CPI's domestic budget from the president's war fund and making it subject to congressional approval based on hearings. Financial support for foreign activities would continue from Wilson's war fund. 95. The hearings. At 10:30 on Tuesday morning, June 11, an appropriations subcommittee held the first of 3 hearings that week on the CPI. The grilling lasted for hours, producing 169 pages of testimony that went into detail on each CPI unit, including the jobs of clerks. After the first day of questioning, Creel told several colleagues to meet him that evening to strategize, then failed to show up at 10 Jackson Place. William McCormick Blair, Guy Stanton Ford, and Carl Beoer, however, were essential in making the case for the CPI. They responded in detail to many questions. Individuals of the stature of Ford and Blair, and Beoer's deep knowledge of CPI operations, lent credibility to the organization. 96. Every complaint lodged against the CPI was rehashed. On the last day, Creel was subjected to intense questioning on his personal conduct. When excerpts of editorials from his Denver days were read, Creel nervously chain-smoked cigarettes, throwing one down after the other. During a break, Creel conferred with his lieutenants in the hallway. "God," he said, "what am I going to do if they keep this up?" Creel sought to minimize his transgressions. He said that he wrote his Denver editorials in the heat of seeking reforms. They were untrue in the sense of being campaign exaggerations. The mistake in his slumming speech was not what he said but that he spoke extemporaneously, which left him at the mercy of misconstruction. 97. Gillette thought Creel's writing was inexcusable. Another legislator said German propagandists could make very effective use now of these utterances. By the final day, Creel's habitual stiff-necked confidence gave way. He turned to William Blair at the witness table with him. The chief of the 4 Minutemen was a skilled executive. Creel asked him to tell the committee if I am a good businessman and good executive. "Yes," Blair said. "I think you have shown it in the last year by building up out of nothing an organization which today covers our country." 98. The proceedings provided a primer on the CPI's domestic work. Shirley confessed that he had thought the CPI was devoted almost entirely to suppressing information. Congress had, at last, a sense of the range of CPI activities. Creel acknowledged on the last day that Congress should have oversight. Joe Cannon, a former Speaker of the House, had dropped in on the hearings, which he seemed to enjoy. He occasionally told the stenographer to stop so he could tell an off-color story. Cannon said Creel left a good impression of his organization. 99. Wilson's war fund request of $2,098,000 for CPI domestic work reached the House floor the next week. In a letter to Shirley on the eve of the vote, Wilson put in a special word for it. "I should feel personally crippled if any obstacle of any kind were put in the way of that work." Congress renewed the President's war fund. On the unanimous recommendation of the subcommittee that reviewed the CPI, the House cut its domestic budget request by 40% to $1,250,000. This passed both houses. 100. Creel tried to shrug this off. "From all I can gather, my maiden appearance before a congressional committee was a success," he told Wilson. "I did not, however, as some papers said, recant a single belief. I did say that I would have phrased things differently if I were writing the same articles today." Wilson's assessment was more measured. He was glad CPI relations with Congress improved, but the size of the budget cut puzzled him. 101. Congress got what it wanted, some control over the CPI. Such vindication as the agency received did not extend to Creel. Despite his leeriness of government publicity, Gillette endorsed the CPI appropriation apart from any question of personality. Legislators gave Creel a merry scoring on the House floor during the debate over the CPI appropriation. A Republican representative, uttering a common refrain, said the CPI's good work came in spite of rather than by the support of the gentleman who is the head of it. Mr. Creel is not only temperamentally but he is socially and politically unfit for the position that he holds. Creel remained in his job for one reason, Poe told him. "You had the great good fortune to have the man in the White House back of you." 102. The CPI adjusts. Every belligerent nation struggled with how best to organize propaganda. Although the German High Command was regnant on propaganda issues, the number of military and civilian propaganda offices in Berlin totaled 22 in early 1918. This led to bureaucratic tensions and conflicting messages to the public. That March, a new agency, Reichszentrale für Heimatdienst, was given the task of coordinating domestic propaganda. In the last days of the war, when all was lost, the Reichstag gave the civil chancellor co-authority over censorship. 103. In Britain, propaganda officials complained of constant inquiries without ostensible cause. In 1917, Robert Donald, a newspaper editor and one-time publicity manager for Gordon Hotels, wrote reports at the request of Lloyd George, his friend. He noted the absence of harmony between one branch and another and the existence of interdepartmental jealousies, and then became a party to them. When Buchan's Department of Information superseded Masterman's Wellington House that year, an unwieldy advisory committee was created with Donald as a sort of generalissimo over Buchan. In 1918, Buchan's department was superseded by the Ministry of Information under Lord Beaverbrook. Beaverbrook was surprised afterward to learn that the separate department on enemy propaganda was to be created under Lord Northcliffe. Beaverbrook resigned in October 1918 over a turf issue with the Foreign Office and was never replaced. 104. Vera Whitehouse thought the British investigations were almost as bitter as the congressional investigation of Mr. Creel's department, and probably as hampering to its work. But the experience in the United States was not the same. In Britain, as well as France and Germany, laws and regulations to suppress speech did not meet the political resistance that stymied Wilson's censorship clause in 1917. Another difference was that the Creel Committee survived the entire war. 105. Creel did, however, have to make adjustments. A provision in the congressional appropriation forbade the use of the funds for anyone between the ages of 21 and 31 years of age who qualified for military service. This forced Creel to move BOIR to the foreign payroll, which was covered by Wilson's funds. The reduced budget forced Creel to trim activities. He attributed his decision to end support for the American Alliance for Labor and Democracy on the appropriation. He scrapped a program to reach factories with the help of industrialists. The work of the Division of Syndicated Features was slimmed down. The CPI discontinued free subscriptions of the official bulletin for newspapers. In October, Ford complained that he did not have sufficient money for reprinting publications. 106. Creel also eliminated the Division of Women's War Work. The hearing on CPI finances had questioned its need in light of similar units at the Council of National Defense and the Labor Department. The division had started in November 1917, after Clara Sears Taylor, a Denver journalist and suffragist, came to Washington in search of war news about women, found little, and approached Creel. She began in a vestibule at Jackson Place. The division grew to 20 women working on an entire floor. After being cut loose from the CPI, Taylor and many staff went to the Labor Department, where they sold the war to every working man and every working woman in the country. 107. Creel felt pain in other ways too as a result of the congressional inquiry. His reputation suffered abroad as well as domestically. The congressional hearings made for good counter-propaganda in Germany. Criticism of Creel was reported in the Berlin press, which argued the CPI had shaken the morale of the American people. He heard that in Britain, I myself am discredited. 108. Carrying on. Unlike Creel's treatment of field propaganda, which he could brush past in his accounts on the CPI, he felt obliged to write lengthy, inaccurate self-justifications on his highly visible troubles with Congress. Creel's friends and colleagues noted that he was worn down from hard work and criticism. Creel, said Lincoln Steffens, has got little but abuse and is often deeply depressed. Eula McClary, who pressed for the creation of the Division of Advertising, wrote to Daniels, "Have you noticed how awfully tired George Creel has become? You also appreciate that the newspapers are laying in wait to give him more and severe drubbings." She suggested the administration give him an overseas assignment to get him away from the continuous criticism. That would be good for his health, as well as a good thing for the committee. 109. Withal, the Committee on Public Information and George Creel carried on along the same lines it had before. Creel's leadership remained chaotic, as he forecast it would be when he responded to Shirley's concern that the proliferation of divisions was costly and inefficient. During the coming year there are some divisions that I am going to throw out entirely, while there may be some new ones I will create, he said without an apparent twinge of doubt about his unorthodox approach to management. But I have them scattered in this way so that I can see what each one is doing and judge as to the value of their activities. 110. Journalists continued to complain about pitiless publicity. Creel's name became a synonym for fake news. When concerns arose over stronger censorship, the New York Times editorialized on the rash, intruding, Creelish hand. In this dearth of topics to comment on, the Evansville Courier editorialized during a slow news day, perhaps facetiously, "We remind our brother editors that George Creel is still at the head of the Bureau of Public Information. Now is the appointed time for an offensive against Creel. Let everybody throw a brick." 111. After the hearings on Capitol Hill, Creel told White House, "A new atmosphere obtained and on every hand there is a disposition to help. It was a very unhappy and trying time, of course, but it is over, thank heaven, and I do not think there will be any repetition." Republicans, nevertheless, continued attacking the CPI. Treadway called for an inquiry into whether the CPI gave preference in war film footage to Hearst's Film Company. Creel appeared before the Military Committee to address the concerns. In July, Illinois Senator Lawrence Sherman, who was Lincolnesque in appearance and homespun wit, said the effort to convert Creel into an essential pillar of stable government makes the resurrection of Lazarus seem commonplace. 112. During the appropriations hearings, Creel repeated his vow to give up public speaking. Immediately afterward he bounded onto podiums. But his next big mistake, his greatest blunder of all, came about by working behind the scenes to persuade Wilson to let him release what became known as the Sisson documents. The documents, faked by white Russian dissidents and given to Edgar Sisson, portrayed Lenin and his comrades as German agents. The sensational report, which the CPI spread through the nation's newspapers, added to rampant fears of a German Bolshevik conspiracy at home as well as abroad. 113. History will dismiss the Sisson documents in a line without serious comment, except by special students of war morals, said Norman Hapgood, who closely followed Russian affairs. In a treatise by some future investigator on fictions of the World War, they might hold a distinguished place. 114. 13. The Sisson documents. I have in my possession documents proving completely and conclusively that the German government not only created the government of Bolshevik commissars, but that during the whole farcical negotiations for peace this government was operated by the German General Staff. Edgar Sisson to George Creel, April 8, 1918. On the afternoon of Friday, January 11, Edgar Sisson, the CPI's chief representative in Petrograd, hurried to the Smolny Institute. In his hands was a copy of Wilson's 14-point speech, ready for release. I have not pounded the typewriter so fast since old newspaper days, he excitedly informed Creel. Smolny, once a school for maidens belonging to the nobility, headquartered the Bolsheviks, who pasted crudely written signs, Bureau of Foreign Affairs, over the nameplates on the classrooms. Walking through the long, vaulted corridors, Sisson found his way to the deepest back room where Vladimir Lenin worked. Since arriving in November, Sisson had frequented Smolny camouflaged as a newspaper man to avoid giving the impression the American government recognized the regime. Sisson presented himself to Lenin as the head of the American Press Bureau. 1. Lenin, the man short, dumpy, bald, was not the Lenin that his propagandists projected in towering statues and inspirational murals. Arthur Bullard met Lenin in Switzerland in 1905 and found him to be one of the least unimpressive political exiles. He has always seemed to me the very opposite of magnetic dreary. But Lenin could be warm when need be. Speaking in English, smiling, he welcomed Wilson's message as a great step ahead toward the peace of the world too. Wilson's speech reached out to the Russians, who were negotiating a separate peace with the Germans in the town of Brest-Litovsk. The Bolsheviks, he said, acted in the true spirit of modern democracy by insisting that the negotiations be conducted in the open. In point 6, he said that Russia should not have to give territory to the Germans. Sisson hoped Wilson's words would encourage dissension at the peace talks and encourage the Bolsheviks to stay in the war. If not that, they might at least insist on terms that kept the armies of both countries in place. This would prevent the Germans from shifting some 40 divisions to the Western Front. 3. Propaganda, not bullets, was the weapon that counted most in the Bolshevik rise to power. During Marxist wrangling in 1903, Lenin took for his side the name Bolsheviks, men of the majority, despite the fact that they were outnumbered by what came to be called the Mensheviks, men of minority. Recognizing propaganda value in Wilson's speech, Lenin dashed to the telegraph office to send it to Leon Trotsky, chief of the Russian negotiating party in Brest-Litovsk and no less a propagandist than Lenin. Trotsky was called the Pen for. Sisson adopted the Bolshevik technique of papering the city with posters. President's speech placarded on walls of Petrograd this morning, he cabled Creel. More were distributed outside the city. Altogether the CPI printed 3.5 million posters and handbills. 1 million printed in the German language appeared to have some success demoralizing the enemy on the German-Russia front. 5. Distribution of Wilson's 14-point speech was a high point, if not the high point, of Sisson's propagandizing in Russia. His report to Creel was giddy. Lenin, he said, was as joyous as a boy over Wilson's recognition that the Bolsheviks were sincere. But a comment about the conversation that Friday afternoon hinted at the low point that lay ahead for the CPI. After basking in Wilson's acknowledgement of Bolshevik honesty in the negotiations, Lenin threw up the palms of his hands and lamented, "Yet I have been called a German spy." The remark referred to rampant rumors and acerbic political jokes that Lenin was a German pawn in taking Russia out of the war. 6. Sisson did not dwell on this in his report to Creel. Instead he said, "The Bolsheviks are not acting like the German agents they were supposed at the beginning to be. They had the will to fight." But in his 1931 memoir 100 Red Days, he told the story a different way. He believed Lenin's comment was calculated to mislead. "The words German spy," he said of his reaction, enshrined themselves in the brain of this maker of catchphrases. Sisson, the propagandist, had been propagandized. In this retelling, he portrayed himself as too crafty to be thrown off the scent by Lenin's guile. 7. Sisson's subsequent acceptance of forged documents purporting to reveal Lenin as a German agent illustrates yet another technique in the Great War: disinformation. As Inspector Javert to Lenin's Jean Valjean, Sisson eagerly assisted in his own seduction by anti-Bolshevik propagandists. Utterly certain of the veracity of documents that confirmed his bias and Creel's, the pair threw the full weight of the government behind them. The addition of internal intelligence. When he left the United States on October 27, Sisson was bent on realizing our plans for the enlightenment of Russia, as Wilson had put it. He expected the provisional government under Alexander Kerensky to welcome Americans' stay in the war message. On November 7 the Bolsheviks seized power. Because the frontier was closed, Sisson's unheated train did not reach Petrograd's Finland station until Sunday, November 25. He and a military courier who happened to be traveling to Russia as well were the first Americans to enter the city since the revolution. In the early morning light they could see bullet-made pockmarks on buildings along the wide streets. Bolsheviks had replaced all of the officials to whom Sisson had letters of introduction. Nevertheless, Creel directed him to drive ahead full speed regardless expense. 8. But in what direction? Russia, Robert Lansing quipped, was an unanswered and unanswerable riddle. Civil war racked the country. Foes ranged from white Russian armies to former civil servants bent on sabotage. No one knew if the Bolshevik regime would survive. "Bolshevism has reached the end of its powers," said a German envoy. Accurate information was scarce. "What surprised me most during the first months of Soviet rule in Russia," Bullard said, "was the breakdown of the ordinary service of information. The lack of news was more devastating, more decivilizing, than the food shortage. 9. Although Sisson may have been the organizational genius that Creel told Wilson he was poorly prepared to put that talent to use in a confusing country he was seeing for the first time. In Chicago he had been drama editor and city editor for sensational newspapers. Collier's, when he was managing editor, dedicated itself mostly to domestic muckraking. When he edited Hearst's Cosmopolitan during the early war years, the focus was fiction that one historian characterized as sex in society, sex in adventure, sex in mystery. 10. Sisson was a slight man. He admitted he could not handle the weight of a typical Russian fur coat. Wire-rimmed glasses and pinched features accented his distant, dyspeptic demeanor and his noticeable penchant for secretiveness. He relished camouflaging himself as a newspaperman at Smolny and disguised the writing in his journal with innocuous phrases and symbols. His interest in ferreting out German Bolshevik plots may be traced to his experience with muckraking. Here was a chance to expose something big. But the intrigue that abounded in Petrograd was nothing like that of beef trusts and ward bosses, which for all their deceit coexisted with stable government and rule of law. 11. The best of Sisson's outstanding staff was Arthur Bullard, his polar opposite in temperament and experience. A wispy man with a red Van Dyke beard, Bullard had the look of a shy scholar. Largely forgotten today, he was one of the most thoughtful, knowledgeable foreign correspondents of his generation. Although only 38 years old when he arrived in Moscow that summer, he had reported from Panama, the Caribbean, North Africa, the Balkans, and Russia, where he covered the 1905 revolution. In addition to books on current affairs, he wrote 2 novels dealing with social issues. Bullard exemplified progressive faith in informed opinion. "I would rather be engaged in molding public opinion at home," he said, "than in registering its decisions as a diplomat." The personal papers of diplomats and fellow CPI workers are filled with admiration. Guy Stanton Ford thought he was the finest man in the CPI. 12. Largely forgotten today, Arthur Bullard was one of the most thoughtful, knowledgeable foreign correspondents of his generation. He was widely admired as the finest man in the CPI. From George Creel, How We Advertised America. Bullard returned to Russia in the summer of 1917. He was restive at CPI headquarters, where he was helping Creel jumpstart his organization. Ernest Poole, another astute observer of Russia working at the CPI, added impetus. A little after midnight, after a pensive June evening on a Lafayette Square bench, Poole crossed the street to Bullard's office to say the revolution was too important to miss. Poole secured credentials from the Saturday Evening Post and Bullard from Harper's. Poole returned home at the end of 1917 to head the Foreign Press Bureau. Bullard worked informally on propaganda, without pay, for the American consulate in Moscow until Sisson arrived and put him in charge of the Russia News Division. 13. Bullard disagreed with the administration's focus on keeping Russia in the war. Russian forces had suffered more than 2 million casualties. Soldiers were throwing down their arms. They wanted to be home for Bolshevik land redistribution. Bullard thought the better approach was to build good long-term relations. One of his most far-sighted ideas, which he repeatedly pressed on Sisson, was to send Russians to American universities in the manner of Rhodes Scholars. As soon as the peace is signed, he argued, there will be a rush to the foreign universities. We ought to get a large share of those students for America. Nothing came of that proposal, whose value was eventually recognized, after World War II, in the government-funded Fulbright program. 14. Another one of Bullard's superior ideas was a series of letters from an American friend. The letters were a primer on American history, institutions, and ideals. They succeeded because they were democratic in their open-mindedness and honesty. "We are keenly conscious of our own shortcomings," he wrote. "We hope that you will learn the lessons of freedom more quickly than we have done." The letters showed the potential for propaganda to rise to the level of dignity. 15. Bullard quickly outgrew his first office in Petrograd and took another overlooking Nevsky Prospect, the main avenue. But his work was not easy to carry out. As one member of his staff noted, the most powerful weapon of all those used by the Bolsheviki, absolute control of the printed word, was perfected only gradually but with extraordinary skill. Bullard found it difficult to maintain a mailing list of newspapers because the liveliest papers sooner or later get suppressed and come out under a new name. The Bolsheviks' voracious appetite for propaganda contributed to a paper famine. By dangling money in front of him, Sisson convinced the Commissar of Printing to let him use the shop that printed the Bolshevik broadsheet Izvestia, but in February the government confiscated a poster as it rolled off the press. Dissemination of a speech by Wilson was thwarted when soldiers returning from the front commandeered a train and threw off its freight. The CPI had high hopes for reaching the illiterate masses with film propaganda. But the YMCA, which received financing from Wilson to bolster morale of Russian soldiers and help the CPI, was only able to bring in 2 documentaries. 16. The Bolsheviks' grip on information turned the gathering of ordinary news into a clandestine activity. A high degree of creativity was called for. The American consulate in Moscow used a Greek-born American export merchant with the colorful name Zeno von Blumenthal Colomantiano. Colomantiano turned his extensive connections into an information-gathering network that used the espionage technique of cutouts so that only 2 or 3 men were to know and have any contact with Colomantiano. Each of those men had 2 or 3 men in contact with them, and so on. CPI staff viewed their work as a mixture of public information and efforts at intelligence service. Sisson took this to an extreme. "The fact simply is," he told Creel, "that to outward publicity I have added internal intelligence." He told his wife he had channels running to every seat of power. 17. Conditions lent themselves to freelancing. Communications with Washington were difficult. It took 2 days for a cable to arrive. Sisson first learned of Wilson's 14-point speech from the newspapers. The embassy had neglected to forward the message to his office. American Ambassador David Francis, a businessman and former governor of Missouri who relished his cigars, whiskey, and poker, was not much better equipped for his task than Sisson was for his, and he was on a shorter leash. The United States along with France and Britain did not extend diplomatic recognition to the Soviet government. Lansing and Wilson believed the Bolsheviks were not, in the former's words, the real agents of the sovereignty of the Russian people and were unlikely to last. Francis was told to take no steps with Lenin or Trotsky. 18. Sisson was not the only one to step into this vacuum. There were 2 others, burly, self-confident Raymond Robbins, who made millions prospecting gold in Alaska and headed the American Red Cross Commission, and General William Judson, who in addition to being the Army attaché had an independent brief as head of the American military mission. None of the trio felt an obligation to keep the ambassador informed of their interactions with Bolsheviks. Francis was told that Sisson was Creel's representative and personally charged by Wilson to do direct propaganda. When the ambassador asked if he had credentials, Sisson impertinently replied, "You have instructions, adhere thereto." Francis said he knew his instructions. He wanted to know Sisson's relationship to the embassy. Sisson changed the subject to ask about possible mutual friends in St. Louis. Francis cabled Lansing, "The impression prevails here that Sisson is personal representative of President Wilson and it is reported that Sisson originated such an impression." This twilight zone of divided authority, as Sisson put it, existed in other CPI posts, but the consequences were more momentous in Petrograd. 19. Before Sisson left Washington, Wilson warned him to guard particularly against any effect of officious intrusion and meddling, and try to express that disinterested friendship that is our sole impulse. Sisson had scarcely unpacked his bags when he joined Robbins and Judson in conspiring against the ambassador, whom they believed lax in developing informal lines of communication to influence Bolshevik negotiations with the Germans. Judson and Robbins considered Sisson a useful messenger to Wilson, and he obliged. "No fruitful work can be done here by any division of our government," Sisson cabled Creel at the beginning of December, "so long as Francis remains in charge of Embassy 20. Sisson sent the cable in a code of his own devising that State Department cryptographers easily deciphered. Wilson was angry when Lansing showed him the message. Creel shot off a cable to Sisson, "President insists that you avoid political entanglements and personal matters." Creel assured Wilson that Sisson understood, but Creel was as much the problem as Sisson was. In a letter in January, Creel told Sisson his previous message was merely to satisfy opposition and not at all as a rebuke. "Have communicated irregularly because I wanted you to have a free hand, using your own judgment. God bless you." 21. Fomenting holy wars. Karl Ackermann's eagerness to be useful to officials made him a victim of one of the most notorious fakes of the 20th century, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. The Protocols described a plan for Jewish world domination. Tsarist secret police concocted these putative secret minutes to make it seem that liberalizing movements in Russia were inspired by Jews. After the 1917 revolution, anti-THIRD Russians repurposed the protocols to discredit Lenin, Trotsky, and others of Jewish lineage as leaders of a Judeo-Bolshevik plot to take over the world. Ackermann, at the time working for the Philadelphia Public Ledger, wrote 2 front-page stories on the protocols. The headline of one of the articles captured their overall tone, read "Plot to smash world and then rule with universal czar." The stories were forgeries of a forgery. Jews were replaced with Bolsheviks, and people with Goyim. Ackermann called the protocols the Red Bible and claimed the Bolsheviks used diabolical methods to topple governments. Ackermann described his sources as a prominent American diplomat, who received the documents from an intelligence officer. He told his editor he saw photographs of the original Russian edition. 22. Asterisk, a British journalist exposed the protocols in 1921. The fabricated document lived on as a warrant for genocide. Adolf Hitler incorporated it into his anti-Semitic rants. The Nazis published a party edition of the protocols, and the Nazi Ministry of Education put it on its lists of basic school textbooks. Norman Cohn, Warrant for Genocide, The Myth of the Jewish World Conspiracy and the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, New York, Harper, 1969, 201. Ackerman's articles, which appeared in 1919, were a fitting coda to the multitudinous attempts during the Great War to sow political dissent abroad, sunder alliances, and bring about regime change. As we have seen, Germany tried to turn Mexico against the United States with the Zimmermann telegram. They supported anti-war leader Karl Laux in France. The plotline in the war novel Green Mantle by British propagandist John Buchan was a German scheme to foment a holy war among the Allies' colonies in the Middle East. In one of many real German plots in that region, a rabble-rousing propagandist and spy named Wilhelm Wasmus organized a revolt in southern Persia. He was captured by pro-British Persian tribesmen and, like Dr. Albert and his briefcase, left behind a codebook when he escaped. It fell into the hands of British code breakers. 23. Propaganda was useful for promoting destabilization. The Germans plied Russian prisoners with peace propaganda before sending them home. The Bolsheviks returned the favor by radicalizing German prisoners. The CPI sought to drive a wedge in other countries' domestic politics and was willing to strike up strange alliances to do so. It joined with the Bolsheviks to foment revolution in Germany, although they had different kinds in mind. Wilson's 14-point speech was aimed at the Russian people. As if conducting a political campaign from afar, Wilson hoped to override the Bolshevik government and persuade Russians to re-enter the war. 24. Whatever twinges of remorse propagandists felt when lying to their own people, they had less compunction about doing so abroad, for instance, creating fake German newspapers, as the French did, and spreading blatantly false rumors that the Bolsheviks nationalized their women, which the New York Times picked up from the British press. Russia was especially vulnerable to such propaganda, given the Bolsheviks' tenuous grip on power. The shortage of accurate information left an open field for oppositional parties to plant lies that, under the tumultuous circumstances, seemed plausible. In 1917 the Root Mission reported that thousands of German agents swarmed across the border immediately after the revolution brought down the Tsar. 25. German agent propaganda was an old canard. Anti-Tsarist revolutionaries alleged that Mad Monk Rasputin insinuated German agents in the court and was part of an imagined German plot to spread cholera with poisoned apples from Canada. The Tsar's ministers, it was said, were secretly negotiating peace with Berlin. In the strange House of Mirrors world of disinformation, the Germans promoted the German agent lie to undermine the image of the Tsarist regime. By turning similar charges against the Bolsheviks, opponents delegitimized the regime and legitimized their revolution to bring about its demise. To make their case, Lenin's adversaries pointed to his return to Russia from Switzerland in the spring of 1917. Routes through Britain and France were closed to him because those countries did not want him back home spouting his end the war rhetoric. The Germans, to whom those slogans were mellifluous, made special arrangements for a 3-day train ride across their country. Lenin downplayed the trip, but a journey with 30-odd revolutionaries could not be kept secret. Another charge leveled at the Bolsheviks was that the Germans subsidized their activities. How else, it was argued, could they publish 41 newspapers in 1917, 26? In July of that year, the provisional government investigated these whisperings. Trotsky was arrested. Lenin shaved his beard, donned disguise, and fled to Finland. The government amassed more than 20 volumes of evidence. In the end it could not prove the German agent charges, but the Bolsheviks could not convincingly lay the gossip to rest after Lenin returned to Petrograd. When Russian forces experienced military defeats that summer, the Paris Herald blamed the Bolsheviks in a story with the headline "Traitors Bring Fresh Reverses to Russians." 27. A man possessed. Sisson's descent into this disinformation labyrinth of half-facts and bald lies began the following year, on February 2, when Robbins gave him a sheaf of German circulars and letters, many translated into English. These indicated that before the war and up to October 1917, the Germans financed the Bolsheviks. 2 days later, Ambassador Francis was called upon by a large, shadowy journalist who went under the name Evgeny Petrovich Semyonov and was alternatively known as Solomon Moisevich Kogan and Kohn. Semyonov, whose pallid features were accentuated by a long black beard, had been an anti-German propagandist in the Provisional Government's military secret service. He handed Francis a photostat of a document that purported to show that Trotsky was only pretending to negotiate with the Germans at Brest-Litovsk, when he was secretly cooperating with them. Semyonov said he lifted the document from Bolshevik files at Smolny. Francis turned this over to Sisson, who made direct contact with Semyonov. Semyonov later said of Sisson that his soul of a newspaper man and an agent was all astir. 28. Semyonov added to Sisson's pile of incriminating papers. The documents showed that the Bolsheviks approved the assignment of German personnel in Russia, that Trotsky authorized the provision of passports to German spies going to England, France, and the United States, and that the Germans directed Russia's economy. Particularly astonishing was an order by the German General Staff insisting that Lenin, Trotsky, and others be elected to the Bolsheviks' Central Executive Committee. 29. Sisson was not the only one to receive these documents. Copies floated around the city like confetti. Some appeared in an anti-Bolshevik newspaper in the Don Cossack region. A British envoy saw a stack of them on Trotsky's desk. Robbins, who refused to tell Sisson where he acquired the documents that he had passed along, believed they were fake and feared their publication would estrange Bolsheviks and Americans when it might be possible to keep Russia in the war. Robbins' hopefulness stemmed from an announcement Trotsky just made at the stalled Brest-Litovsk negotiations: the Bolsheviks would not fight and would not agree to the peace terms. The Germans responded to this diplomatic sit-down strike by announcing a resumption of hostilities. 30. Sisson regarded Robbins' ideas as half-cocked or worse. One morning, he told Robbins to decide if he was a Bolshevik or an American. Robbins told Sisson that he must not be well and should go back to bed. The rupture soon was complete. They had dined together every day, now they did not speak. Francis was torn between their opposing views, but instructions from Lansing on February 18 tipped the embassy in Sisson's favor. The State Department had reviewed the first documents and directed Francis to find more evidence of German Bolshevik intrigue. Wilson approved a request for $25,000 to purchase more documents. 31. Like a man possessed, Sisson threw himself into building his case against the Bolsheviks. With the German army back in the field and threatening Petrograd, the American embassy evacuated the city. Before departing on February 27, Francis told Sisson that Trotsky wanted him to stop his sleuthing. Sisson dismissed the warning as designed to frighten me. When the Germans dropped bombs on the city to signal they were serious about going back to war, Sisson remained in place. He kept his work secret from Robbins for fear he might inform Trotsky, although Trotsky's warning indicated his activities were known. 32. The British Secret Service in Petrograd, whose head was persuaded of the authenticity of Sisson's documents, put him in touch with a group that had tapped the Bolshevik telegraph lines to Brest-Litovsk. The eavesdroppers said they were willing to raid the Bolshevik files in the Smolny, which was vulnerable as a result of the government's relocation to Moscow. Sisson wanted originals of the photostats Semyonov had supplied. The raid supposedly took place on the night of March 2 and yielded 14 items Sisson deemed original. In total, Sisson collected 68 documents, the majority from Smolny, plus the German circulars and letters provided by Robbins and a single intercepted telegram from the Soviet negotiators in Brest-Litovsk to their leaders in Petrograd. George Kennan, who undertook a thorough analysis of the documents in 1956, pronounced them unquestionably forgeries with a few insignificant exceptions. Faking was evident for technical reasons. The use of identical typewriters for Russian and German documents, documents from organizations that had ceased to exist, and so forth, and for reasons of implausibility. No experienced intelligence organization, particularly in wartime, would list the names of its agents even in its internal correspondence, much less in official communications to a foreign government, Kennan noted. Also, Semyonov and the anti-Bolsheviks that Sisson enlisted were, to say the least, suspect. 33. This did not mean the documents were utterly unhinged from truth. As with all effective disinformation, the documents' power to persuade lay in their plausibility. Their authors had inside knowledge of goings-on in Smolny and enhanced their forgeries with facts. The persistence of rumors of German support for the Bolsheviks strongly suggested there was something to them. And, indeed, there was. The Germans did help the Bolsheviks. German documents captured during World War II and documents found in Soviet archives after the collapse of communism show the Germans funneled millions of marks to the Bolsheviks. The German state secretary told his ambassador in Moscow in May 1918 to lavish money on the Bolsheviks, as it is greatly in our interests that the Bolsheviks should survive. 34. The specifics are difficult to pin down even today. German subsidies flowed through intermediaries. The Bolsheviks sanitized government files once they came to power. How much Lenin knew about these subsidies is unclear. The cautious revolutionary left a paltry paper trail. As astute as he was, Kennan incorrectly concluded that German support for the Bolsheviks ended with the November Revolution. Among the authentic documents to surface is an August 1918 letter in which Lenin instructed his political agent in Bern to be unstinting in spending on propaganda. The Berliners will send some more money, if the scum delay, complained to me formally. 35. But even if one were sure Bolsheviks benefited from German gold, were they German agents? The forged documents left plenty of room to imagine treacherous connivance if one desired to believe it was true. But that facile conclusion left out factors pointing to another conclusion, which Kennan and other historians agree is the correct one. German gold did not buy Lenin. 36. The Bolsheviks and the German scum who helped them had parallel interests in ending war on the Eastern Front. German State Secretary Zimmermann for once hit on a viable plot when he supported Lenin's transit by train. It would well serve Germany, he said, if the radical wing of the Russian revolutionaries should prevail. In August 1918, Lenin made more or less the same comment on the coincidence of interests with regard to the train trip. We would have been idiots not to have taken advantage of it. Each side, historian Robert Service concluded, was confident that it had tricked the other. The Bolsheviks' mistake was to think their propaganda would bring swift revolution to Germany and thereby negate the peace terms the Germans imposed on them. 37. Bullard believed the documents, which he had not studied himself, might be authentic but was not taken in by the German agent Canards. Shortly after the November 1917 revolution, he had warned Creel and Howes it was a dangerous mistake to believe them. The situation is much more complicated than German intrigue. The Bolsheviks independently wanted to leave the capitalist war. Their strength lay in promising peace. Lenin was a deceitful revolutionary opportunist, not a German stooge. The Bolsheviks took German gold with every intention of betraying their benefactors at the first and every opportunity. This point of view led to a violent argument with Sisson, who damned Bullard for seeing both sides of everything. 38. Manipulation and counter-manipulation, Bullard argued, were rampant. He himself had slipped funds from the American Friends of Russian Freedom to revolutionaries in 1905. Around the same time a colorful Japanese colonel named Asukashi Motojiro created a spy and propaganda network to weaken Russia internally. He financed Lenin and other anti-Tsarist revolutionaries. Not unlike the Germans, who gave Lenin safe passage through their country, the French and the British allowed supporters of the pro-war provisional government to return through theirs. After the war was over, Bullard commented, such tactics were universal. 39. Neither Sisson nor Creel heeded Bullard's warnings. They pushed all their Russia chips into the center of the table on a bet Sisson's revelations would discredit the Bolsheviks. On Sunday evening, March 3, the day after the raid on Smolny and coincidentally the day the Bolsheviks agreed to Germany's onerous peace terms, Sisson boarded a train at Finland station, impatient to leave Petrograd with his big story. An anticlimactic reception. Sisson's desire for a speedy return home was thwarted by Finland's red-white civil war, which disrupted travel, and the precautions he took to protect his papers. Fearful that the documents might be discovered by Bolshevik guards, he entrusted a portion to an American military officer whom he subsequently met up with in Sweden and arranged for a Norwegian courier to carry the rest to the American minister in Christiania, Oslo. While in Christiania, he arranged for translation and wrote a report during 2 nearly sleepless nights of work. Sisson's ship did not pull into New York Harbor until May 6. Creel's welcoming telegram sounded as if he had survived a daring mission behind enemy lines. God bless you. Such a relief to have you back. 40. During Sisson's journey, the State Department warned him not to share his documents with anyone, including the British Secret Service in London, when he passed through. He was permitted to leave copies with the embassy, which was also directed to keep them strictly confidential. These instructions were issued at the direction of Wilson. Fearing that publication would lead to reprisals against the CPI staff in Russia, Sisson sent a message on April 24 from London to Washington asking that Bullard and his team be ordered out of Russia in 2 weeks' time. The same day Will Irwin directed Bullard and his staff immediately and with all possible secrecy to leave for the present all territory controlled by Bolsheviki. Russian assistants were to carry on in Moscow. Sisson also suggested recalling the Red Cross, which was done, and the embassy staff, which was not. 41. Forced to wait in Archangel until late June for passage on a British ship, Bullard fumed. The CPI's work was smashed in Russia, he wrote to Creel. He told Sisson, I am trying to reserve judgment until all the facts are in. You used to damn me for being too judicial, but if I were not I would certainly be damning you. He considered Sisson's attitude insulting. Don't take yourselves seriously, my children, I used you as camouflage for my work, about which I do not care to trust you. Your job is over. Bullard suspected the order to leave related to Sisson's documents and cabled Creel, for us here in Russia, our work seems more important than the probable results of any publication of evidence against the B-Stop. They have weathered similar attacks before. Bullard spoke for all the men in our employ in requesting authorization to return to the job. 42. Sisson was unabashed. You were offered up deliberately, he cabled Bullard, and I make no apologies. Drastic action was needed to attract Washington attention. Creel's enthusiasm for the documents equaled Sisson's. Sisson returned from Russia last night, he crowed to Ernest Chambers, the chief Canadian censor, and has a big story. Creel spent much of the night going over Sisson's papers and the next day told Wilson that they were absolutely conclusive and contribute the most amazing record of double-dealing and corruption. I am having a clean copy prepared, and I can bring Mr. Sisson over at any time you indicate. 43. Sisson did not get a hero's welcome from Lansing when he and Creel met with him on May 9. Exactly what Lansing said is unrecorded, but Sisson was in a sulky mood when he was handed off to Leland Harrison, who handled secret intelligence coming into the department. When Harrison asked his opinion of the documents, Sisson said brusquely they spoke for themselves. Sisson's attitude, Harrison said, was that of a newspaper man who had secured what he thought was the greatest scoop in history and which was not being made use of by his superiors. Copies of the papers were turned over to the Division of Russian Affairs. I have been told that the President has stopped the publication of Sisson's material for the present, Philip Patchin told a colleague. 44. Following that anticlimactic reception, Sisson took over Irwin's duties as head of the foreign section. 3 weeks after Sisson's return, Creel sent a note to the President asking if he had read the documents or wished to see Sisson. If Wilson responded, it is not in the files. Creel was in no position to push. On May 12 Creel uttered the infamous slumming comments that put his job into jeopardy and forced him to focus on Capitol Hill. 45. Wilson's failure to pay attention to Sisson fit a pattern. Russia was a Wilson administration obsession. Not only did it want Russia to stay in the war, but the Bolsheviks were a rival in the quest to win hearts and minds of the world. Both Wilson and Lenin spoke in idealistic terms, and both used propaganda that went over the heads of governments to their people. Yet Wilson was perversely reticent to consult people who returned from Russia with information he could use to better understand conditions there. He perfunctorily met with Root, whom he sent to Russia on his behalf, and would not see Ambassador Francis or William Boyce Thompson, Robbins' Red Cross predecessor in Russia. 46. Despite his initial orders to acquire damning documents on the Bolsheviks, Lansing, as well as others in his department, acquired some doubts about their validity. Bullard may have had an impact on this, as he persisted in warnings about them that can be found today in State Department files. Shortly after Sisson left Petrograd, Bullard wrote a cautionary letter to House arguing that the administration should adopt a wait-and-see policy. The documents would not discredit the Bolsheviks inside Russia and could distort thinking abroad. It is a queer quality of this evidence that, while it is not very impressive to the Russian, it looks to the stranger like the most damning evidence. 47. These doubts about the documents do not fully explain why the administration failed to act on them immediately. Not everyone doubted their authenticity. After welcoming Sisson to London in April with, literally, a warm embrace, Ambassador Page read the documents and, ignoring Lansing's admonition to talk to no one about them, informed the Foreign Office he was completely convinced. Although put off by Sisson's manner, Leland Harrison saw no reason to doubt their authenticity. His record of the meeting with Sisson indicates the documents were withheld not because of doubtful authenticity but because officials did not want to use them until the psychological moment had arrived, that is, when the Germans were stumbling. When that time came in late summer, however, the documents stayed in the files. A later memo speaks of an unfortunate misunderstanding. Perhaps officials promised to review the documents and failed to do so. Such a study may have been held up while the department awaited a similar batch of documents purchased in Russia after Sisson left. Those papers did not arrive until after the war was over. 48. Over the course of the summer, Creel said later, in his memoir, the materials were submitted to every known test by various agencies of government, experts on ink, paper, and typewriter faces being called in. The administration held back when their authenticity had been proved to the satisfaction of all out of hope the Bolsheviks would break away from their treacherous alliance. No evidence exists for either statement. Sisson said nothing in his memoir about the hold-up. 49. During the unusually hot Washington summer, Sisson argued to anyone who would listen that a world told the truth about Germanic Russia conspiracy would be a world immune from their poison. In June, the CPI Foreign News Service, now under his direction, distributed a story on intercepted messages that seemed to support the German agent thesis. One of the messages referred to a German bank account opened at Comrade Trotsky's request. Post office censors found similar documents in the luggage of a one Madame L. Nikiforov. Her husband worked in the Foreign Department of General Electric. Some of the documents duplicated Sisson's, and 3 added to them, giving the government a most valuable weapon against Teutonic duplicity, according to the post office analysis. Sisson agreed. 50. Publication. What, then, brought about the change of fortune for Sisson's valuable weapon? We have no record of a formal decision by Wilson or even of Creel's interaction with him on the subject. What we do know is that Creel was better able to lean on the president now that his battle with Congress was over. His strongest argument related to a decision Wilson had recently made with considerable reluctance. That decision was to join an Allied military intervention in Siberia that violated Wilson's 14-point declarations for self-determination and against aggression. 51. The president's decision was based on a complex rationale. Part of this was to protect Allied stockpiles of war materiel in Archangel and Murmansk that had been intended for use against the Germans by the previous Russian government. Part was to enable anti-German forces including Czech soldiers who had fought with Russia to reach the Eastern Front from Siberia. A third justification was that an invasion had the potential to weaken, if not topple, the Red government. This third reason was never explicitly stated, but it was obvious to many. The introduction of foreign troops, the Nation editorialized, will encourage every revolutionary group opposing the Bolsheviks. Czech and White Russian forces clashed with Red forces seeking to control their eastern territory. In an aide memoir, the administration stated that Allied military support was permissible to steady any efforts at self-government or self-defense in which the Russians themselves may be willing to accept assistance. This view, a respected U.S. diplomat said, rested on the feeling, even the conviction, that the Bolsheviks were German agents. Wilson showed he was open to that argument in a December 1917 speech to Congress. The Russians, he said, had been hoodwinked by masters of German intrigue. 52. Sisson made the case for intervention in late May. The Bolsheviks were not a legitimate government. The American embassy should be closed so as to avoid any appearance of condoning their regime. Intervention should be in concert with allies, and the Russians should be called upon to rise and stand with us against their German masters. The memo was widely distributed. A copy ended up on the desk of Postmaster General Burleson. If a copy did not reach Wilson, Creel could have made the points personally. 53. American troops arrived in Vladivostok on August 16 and in Archangel in the north on September 4. Wilson's permission to publish shortly afterward showed, once again, that the CPI enjoyed greater credibility with him than the State Department did. Wilson did not bother to inform Lansing of his decision. The CPI sent out the documents with Sisson's commentary on Friday, September 13, for publication on Sunday. A stunned State Department learned of this on Saturday morning. The immediate concern was the safety of U.S. diplomats in Russia. The Bolsheviks had jailed British and French envoys for political activities. With Creel in Chicago giving a speech, Lansing immediately sent a letter to Sisson asking the CPI to recall the release. 54. Only 2 weeks before Lansing had met with Creel about better liaison with this department, Sisson's condescending and intellectually dishonest reply to Lansing's request to hold back the documents erased whatever détente had been formed. Sisson conveniently forgot all about his urgent request months before, when he believed publication was imminent, to recall CPI, Red Cross, and embassy staff for fear of retribution. Now he told Lansing the peril is difficult to conceive. If the American envoys were really worried, they should seek sanctuary with the Swedish consul. Lansing sent Wilson a copy of his letter to Sisson, and Breckinridge Long called the White House to ask that it urgently be brought to the president's attention. After follow-up calls, Long learned the CPI release was not recalled. 55. By sending out advance copies of the documents, the CPI gave newspapers time to prepare their stories for their Sunday edition, a day when readers had plenty of time to read their newspapers. The CPI ensured still greater play by organizing the materials into installments that could appear over 5 days. The news swept over the country to a degree that rivaled coverage of Wilson's major speeches. Most stories appeared on the front page. Newspapers reprinted many or all of the documents, which proved, substantiated, revealed, showed, bared, and left no room for doubt that Lenin and his associates were German agents. The head of the United Press Washington bureau complained to Creel that the Associated Press seemed to get more of the documents than they did. I think the Lenin-Trotsky story is one of the biggest you've ever put out. 56. Editorial writers drew the conclusions Creel and Sisson wanted drawn. The documents ranked with the notorious Zimmerman note, the Evansville Journal-News wrote. The Boston Evening Transcript made no criticism of the CPI this time. The data supplied by Mr. Sisson are conclusive. A Philadelphia Inquiry headline blared, "Secret papers tell Lenin and Trotsky betrayed Russia." Current history called them complete proof of what the world had long suspected, namely that Lenin and Trotsky and other members of the Bolshevist government of Russia were paid German agents. Nowhere, the New York Times wrote, did the documents show that a German officer ever commanded Lenin or Trotsky to press his trousers for him, but the correspondence, as a whole, proves that if any such order had been given they would have regarded it as comprehended within the terms on which they entered the German service. 57. Upon receipt of the documents from Compub, the CPI commissioner in Denmark, George Edward Rees, called a nighttime meeting. He told his staff to get out the entire text in the morning. The next day all the Danish newspapers gave it all the space that was possible, he reported, and carried on for 3 days. The commissioner in Holland was similarly upbeat. Bolshevik disclosure printed practically in full in all important Dutch newspapers. Dutch press has accepted disclosure as authentic with editorial comment to German disadvantage. Congratulations on Bolshevik exposures, White House told Sisson. Making big impression here. 58. The good word and full faith of the government. The Sisson documents presented a problem inherent in national security reporting. Few newspapers had the skills to evaluate them. For that, an editor needed an expert on Russia who was supported by experts in the forensics of faking. Even then, the analysis could not be done over a weekend, and no newspaper could afford to undertake a lengthy review while its competitors rushed to print. As a result, journalists had to accept the documents as valid based on the word of the government. In the few cases when they did not, Creel called it an act of treason. On the left, the New York Call denounced the documents as forgeries. Louise Bryant, the wife of radical journalist John Reed, advised Creel they were fakes. I would stake my life on it. She had a cordial relationship with Creel and may have thought her words would carry more weight than her husband's. He was an avowed enemy of Sisson, whom he called the Weasel. Any hope Bryant would make an impression was dashed in a same-day response. These documents, Creel said, were issued by the full approval of the government after a very careful investigation by the government, and the government stands squarely behind their authenticity. 59. Reed's history with the CPI could make up a small chapter all by itself. Creel tried to hire the socialist firebrand shortly after the CPI was created. It was a mismatch if ever there was one, and Reed declined. In Russia, he helped Sisson send propaganda into Germany. But Sisson alienated Reed by lecturing him on being a Bolshevik tool. Sisson was enraged when Trotsky named Reed the Soviet consul to New York. A Russian-American Jew on the CPI payroll, Alexander Gummerg, had ties to the Red leadership, and Sisson sent him to talk Lenin out of it. Gummerg provided documents showing Reed had cooperated with Sisson on propaganda. The appointment was a silly idea to start with, and Lenin reversed it. When Reed left for the United States, Sisson struck again, suggesting that authorities confiscate his notes for a planned book. Port officials did this when Reed arrived in New York on April 28. Sisson recommended the authorities take their time studying Reed's papers, which they also did. For a time Reed's papers sat on Sisson's desk. They were not returned until September, apparently through House's intervention. Reed's history became a seminal volume on the Russian Revolution, 10 Days That Shook the World. 60. Writing in the November issue of the left-wing Liberator, Reed charged Sisson with intending to give color or excuse to an uninvited intervention in Russia by American forces. He subsequently produced a detailed analysis debunking Sisson's revelations, published in pamphlet form. Reed, Creel told Polk, was a very dangerous person to have loose. Creel sent a newspaper clipping on Reed to Thomas Gregory and said Reed was the center of the Bolsheviki movement in this country. In making the case for his documents, Sisson insisted that Reed was the one who indulged in real forgery. 61. Damning by radical association was one tactic. Another was intimidation. When the German-language New Yorker Volkszeitung observed that it is clear from the very outset to anybody who knows Lenin or Trotsky and their meaning to the International, that these cannot be treated as facts, Creel wrote to the editor. Please inform me at once, he commanded, with regard to your reasons for asserting the honesty of Lenin and Trotsky and the dishonesty of the government of the United States. 62. The State Department was publicly silent. Inside the building the documents remained a matter of concern and wonderment. Even the most anti-Bolshevik men in the Russian Bureau of the State Department doubt their authenticity. William Bullitt, now working in the State Department, told House. Does the publication of the documents by Creel mean that the president has been convinced of their authenticity? Bullitt considered Creel a mountebank for convincing Wilson to allow the documents to become public. Attempts to reel in Creel failed. On September 20, Philip Patchen informed him British intelligence considered the documents fakes. Creel said British reservations were based on misguided ideas as to what constitutes effective propaganda. 63. Sisson's sworn enemy, Raymond Robbins, shared the views of John Reed, with whom he had regularly dined in Russia, and did what he could to counter the German agent arguments. When sociologist Edward Ross was gathering information for a series of articles on Russia, he fell under Robbins' sway and asked for a list of indications, utterances and actions, of Lenin and Trotsky which do not jibe with the theory that they are German agents. He debunked the theory and in a 1923 book explicitly said Sisson's documents were forgeries. By the time Robbins returned to the United States in June 1919, his opinions on cooperating with Russia were viewed with alarm. Military intelligence advised the State Department to warn him against publicly discussing Russia policy. Robbins continued his criticism privately. This had an impact on the New York Evening Post, the lone establishment newspaper with the temerity to question the documents when they first appeared. 64. The Evening Post's integrity as an organ of responsible liberalism gave it greater influence than its 25,000 circulation suggested. Oswald Garrison Villard, the newspaper's president and grandson of abolitionist William Lloyd Garrison, inherited the newspaper and its sister weekly magazine, The Nation, from his German-born railroad tycoon father. Wilson's progressive policies earned Villard's support. But the pacifist owner became disenchanted during the 1916 presidential campaign when Wilson pushed for military preparedness while supporters chanted "He kept us out of war." There has never been any doubt in my mind that it was the slogan which re-elected Mr. Wilson, said Villard. Wilsonian propaganda disturbed him. All the press, it seems to me, is suffering from inspired statements given out in Washington and the obvious controlling of opinion, he admonished his Washington correspondent David Lawrence. Don't let us forget this and let too much of the sham and hypocrisy of the carrying on of this war in Washington get into our writings. 65. The Evening Post's independence was costly. It never fully recovered from an 1897 boycott imposed by New York merchants who were angry over the paper's exposure of their improper customs practices. All papers suffered during the war from high inflation and soaring costs for newsprint, but the Evening Post's policies added more red ink to its ledger. The newspaper was not as anti-war as its owner, but Villard's unwillingness to give in to violent anti-German sentiment drove away advertisers and readers. The newsroom heard stories of subway commuters reading an anti-draft editorial and dashing the paper to the ground. By August 1918, Villard was obliged to sell the newspaper to Thomas Lamont, a former journalist who was a partner at the House of Morgan. The financier gave editor Rollo Ogden freedom to carry on as he saw fit and had no direct hand in the decision to attack the Sisson documents. But he was sympathetic. Before buying the paper, he became convinced the Russians were not German agents and considered the Allied invasion of Russia misguided. Lamont's tutor was Robbins' predecessor William Boyce Thompson, who shared Robbins' opinions on Russia. When the Sisson documents were released, the paper consulted Robbins. 66. The Evening Post, which did not publish on Sundays, attacked the documents on Monday as a strain upon credibility. They needed to be subjected to expert evaluation. Mr. Creel owes it to the country to do his best to find out whether we are really face to face with the most extraordinary cabal in history or whether Mr. Sisson is the victim of a gigantic hoax. The newspaper's criticism continued throughout the week, and on Saturday it published a story in which a propagandist with the Red regime in Finland called the documents brazen forgeries. The Finn based his opinion on investigation done by Robbins. 2 days later, an AP correspondent located Robbins, who was with Thompson in Arizona. Robbins said he was under instructions from the State Department and could not make any statement. The story was widely reprinted along with Creel's countercharge that the Finn was a liar. 67. The Evening Post, Creel wrote to Rollo Ogden, cannot escape the charge of having given aid and comfort to the enemies of the United States in an hour of national crises. In one of several letters attempting to force the paper in line through browbeating, he complained to Lamont that Ogden not only refused to accept the evidence put forward by the government, but acting as if he were the avowed advocate of Lenin and Trotsky, he demanded that the government should take the witness stand. These were extraordinary charges to level against a one-time Presbyterian minister who came to work in a frock coat and wing collar. He was regarded as one of the country's finest editorial writers. Creel's anger was boundless. He told Lamont that the Post behaved as though it had taken German money. The Evening Post's response to these charges was to ask, who is the government whose good faith and judgment the Evening Post has impugned? Is it Mr. Creel? 68. Magazine criticism was sparse. The Nation, where Villard now devoted his full efforts as editor, decried Wilson's murky rationale for invading Russia, adding, "It does not help to give out documents of doubtful authenticity alleging that Trotsky and Lenin are in German pay inasmuch as the Bolsheviks, despite their excesses, were likely to stay in power." The New Republic, whose editor also consulted Robbins, said some of the documents had been discredited in Europe. It reserved final judgment until they had been tested for accuracy. 69. Creel did not respond to the Nation, which was embroiled in a highly visible contretemps with the administration. Burleson had revoked its mailing rights over the September 14 issue, in which the magazine derided Gompers's mission to assess European labor attitudes and said Wilson's suppression of civil liberties made democracy unsafe in America. In one of only two such instances, Wilson countermanded his Postmaster General. Creel could easily have ignored the short New Republic article as well. The magazine was more supportive of Wilson than the Nation. But Creel administered his standard scolding to Crowley about government authority. When Crowley replied that the CPI is not infallible, Creel doubled down. The Committee on Public Information, the direct creation of the President and acting at all times under his orders, gave to the press of the United States a series of documents tending to prove that Lenin and Trotsky and their immediate associates are, and have been, paid and directed agents of the German government. 70. Despite their initially promising reception, the Sisson documents met ***. The magazine said Gompers did not go as a fact-finder but as a propagandist like Creel, a salesman, bearing the burden and heat of the day as he sells the war to his fellow countrymen cis abroad. Naturally the Germans and the Russians denounced them. A trusted authority in Switzerland told White House that he was absolutely convinced the documents were forgeries, and she stopped distribution. The French were loath to waste precious newsprint on the lengthy documents. A CPI staff member informed Washington that most of the reliable Russians still in Paris agree with those Frenchmen who know Russia and the Russian language that a number of Bolshevik documents bear the stamp of the manufactured article. In Russia, the pushback came from within the CPI. The Bolsheviks had closed down the CPI's office in Moscow the week American troops landed in Vladivostok. But a rump operation in Siberia, established that summer, carried on under Bullard, who returned to the country. He arranged a translation that gave the documents an entirely different interpretation. 71. Creel's biggest disappointment overseas came from America's chief ally, Great Britain. British authorities issued a secret press advisory calling for suppression of the dubious documents. Claiming to act on instructions from his government, Paul Perry, then in charge of the CPI London office, protested to Foreign Secretary Alfred Balfour. In a subsequent meeting with 5 officials from various parts of the government, he demanded they identify which documents were fake and publish the rest immediately. Perry said Lansing was seriously interested in the matter and considered failure to publish a slight on America. Balfour subsequently learned that Perry had not told the truth. Lansing concurred in the British decision. But a higher authority, Wilson, sided with Creel. Against the advice of Lansing and Polk, he ordered the State Department to inform Balfour of his strong feeling. 72. Creel was almost in tears when he protested to Arthur Willard that they were losing the opportunity to disillusion extremist friends of Bolshevism at home. Creel and Sisson assured Willard that the Attorney General and Wilson had reviewed the documents. Willard decided to take a chance, go whole hog. He wrote a story summarizing the documents. It slipped past the British censor and appeared in the Times. Willard explained his reason for appeasing Creel: he was influential and very decent in giving us a free hand over here. Besides, Willard said, even if the documents were doubtful, who would question them save discredited Bolsheviks sick and Germans. 73. Balfour could not understand why the president insisted on publicizing doubtful materials but relented after British envoys were safely out of Russia. Perry's dishonest characterization of Lansing's interest in publication of the documents, a British official noted, was most discreditable to the CPI. The Foreign Office and the Ministry of Information will have to look very sharply after CPI publicity activities in England. 74. An expert review, important service, not laborious. The Evening Post's criticism concerned Creel enough that on October 18 he asked for an expert review by the National Board for Historical Service. The review committee consisted of Samuel N. Harper, a Russian expert at the University of Chicago, and John Franklin Jameson, the eminent historian who founded the NBHS. Jameson was not an expert in Russian affairs. Harper was closely allied with the administration's Russia policy and already had opined favorably on the document's authenticity in the Christian Science Monitor. Jameson failed to recruit a third member to the hastily assembled committee despite the inducement: important service, not laborious. Harper said he could devote 3 days to the work once he arrived from Chicago, which suited Creel, who urged them to finish quickly. 75. Their report was made public on October 26, a mere 8 days after Creel asked for a committee to be formed. Neither Robbins nor State Department skeptics testified. Creel and Sisson did. Sisson hovered over the two men while they worked. Jameson and Harper saw no reason to doubt the genuineness or authenticity of the 53 documents from the Smolny. They felt unable to judge the rest with complete confidence but considered only 2 of them truly problematic. Translations of the documents, they acknowledged, were sloppy. 76. The other question to be addressed was the validity of Sisson's interpretations. Harper believed nothing in the documents proved Lenin was a German agent. He and Jameson offered to say Lenin was aiding the Germans. They were told that such a statement would not help to promote the emotional upsurge necessary for the mobilization of all our resources to be thrown in the struggle. The compromise was to avoid the subject altogether, which they did by stating that they had been asked to pronounce only on the genuineness of the documents. Creel and Sisson, Jameson told Harper, were well pleased with our report. The CPI rushed the pamphlet version of the documents into print with the Harper-Jameson report included as a seal of approval. 77. My experience with the Sisson documents showed clearly the pressure to which university men are subjected in time of war, Harper later wrote in a draft of his autobiography. My position was particularly difficult because my area of study was under the control of a new group which was talking peace, and I felt it was my academic duty to explain why the Bolsheviks were working against a continuation of the war. When the memoir was published after Harper's death, the passage was omitted. 78. The NBHS report did not alter the Evening Post's opinion. The Nation ridiculed it and singled out Harper for blame. The report, the magazine said, called for stern rebuke from every American historical scholar who values the good name of his profession, but fairly justifies a congressional investigation of Mr. Creel and his committee in the whole affair. 79. The CPI's view dominated. Villard had been forced out as president of the Philharmonic Society and shunned by his Harvard classmates as a result of his anti-war views. His critiques of the documents were similarly dismissed as those of a crank. I find the members of the academic tribe holding the nation in very little esteem, Jameson told Harper, ever since it was turned over to the uncovenant mercies of Oswald Villard. The Sisson documents strengthened the narrative Wilson's propagandists were establishing of German Bolshevik subversion. In its refutation of the Evening Post's critique, the World noted the documents are in line with what is known by all intelligent Americans as to the methods used by Germany before we entered the war. The Literary Digest said newspaper editors found great satisfaction in adding legal proof to their moral certainty, and when the government guarantees the authenticity of the documents proving that Lenin and Trotsky are German agents, it gives them an opportunity to speak their minds without hesitation and without reserve. 81. Evening Post Washington correspondent David Lawrence spoke to the underlying dynamic when responding to Villard's complaints that he was too accepting of the government line. For my part, I am willing to trust the government and if necessary to trust my life to it. It seems to me that a true American can make no other choice at this time. We are either for the government or against it. And in dealing with spies and propagandists, the government cannot afford to err on the side of leniency. 82. A cornerstone of the Red Scare. Shortly after the Sisson documents appeared, House asked Wilson why he permitted Creel to go ahead with publication. The president replied he was thoroughly satisfied with their authenticity. I told him I had my doubts, House wrote in his diary in September, and I thought their publication meant a virtual declaration of war upon the Bolsheviki government. He admitted this. 83. Following the incursion into Russia, Lenin declared a state of war existed with the Allies. On a drizzly September day, the week the Sisson documents became public, the lone American diplomat remaining in Red-controlled Russia crossed into Finland. Diplomatic relations did not resume until 1933, when Bullitt became ambassador. The Sisson documents, bricks in the wall that separated the two countries, had a continuing significance. In assessing that impact, the place to start is Bullitt's premature departure from Petrograd as a result of Sisson's directive. The Wilson administration lost on-the-ground observation from one of America's most astute Russia watchers as well as someone who could promote understanding. He would have accounted for the most effective Allied propaganda in Russia even if the British and French propaganda had not been greatly curtailed there. We can and ought to be their best friend during these trying times, he told Creel. And the fruit of the friendship we can now plant will be of incalculable value later on. It is the only way I can see to make this old world of ours really safe for democracy. 84. The Rump CPI operation in Siberia reached a small portion of the country and did not have clearly defined goals. We are rather in the position of advertising something and not knowing what it is, Bullard complained. Buy it? Buy it? What is it? We don't know, but we are sure it will do you good. In one respect, however, the CPI did have a clear message. Its foreign news service relentlessly sold the wisdom of the Allied invasion. A story by Harvey O'Higgins ludicrously reported that Czech soldiers stranded in Russia were saving Siberia from the Germans. The invasion's real achievement, if it can be called that, was to further damage Russo-American relations. 85. The administration badly miscalculated. It assumed the great mass of Russians could be induced to throw off the Bolsheviks for a democratic government and enthusiastically fight the Germans. It was perfectly possible to make them have heart in the war, Charles Edward Russell told Wilson when the Root Mission, of which he was part, returned to the United States. An education campaign was needed. If it is addressed to Russians' passion for democracy, and if it shows him that his beloved revolution is in peril, he will be ready to fight with all his strength. Wilson replied that Russell's thinking runs along the lines of my own thought. If one believed the Russians really wanted to fight, it was an easy next step to believe the Bolsheviks, who took the country out of the war, were an alien political element acting on behalf of the Germans. 86. The Sisson documents reflected and reinforced this foreign policy. They also reflected and reinforced the mounting Red Scare domestically. By seeing what it wished to see in Russia, the administration followed the same line of thinking that led to the German spy mania at home. Any opponent of the administration's policy was, by definition, a German agent or influenced by one. The CPI helped hammer irrational fears of Bolshevik subversion into the minds of the public. To be sure, radicals threw crude bombs in the United States. One of Lenin's many calls for a Bolshevik-led world revolution was addressed explicitly to American workers. Maps on the wall of Blankenhorn's psychologic subsection at AEF headquarters were filled with red marks to denote Bolshevik strikes and uprisings in Europe. But the grievances of striking American workers were not manufactured in the Kremlin. They were rooted in domestic conditions. Inflation had cut the buying power of the dollar in half since 1913. Special interests dialed up public anxiety. Manufacturers discredited strikers by calling them red. The hunt for Bolsheviks gave the leaders of the National Security League and its sister organizations new opportunities to carry on. The press perpetuated the national hysteria. The same day the Philadelphia Public Ledger published Karl Ackerman's Second Protocol story on the Bolshevik plan for world domination, the newspaper reported in separate stories that Reds infiltrated Sunday schools and that the rallying cry of American farmers was "Shoot Reds or ship them." Ackerman explicitly linked the protocols to labor strikes in the United States. 87. Government officials, the source of Ackerman's scoop, pressed their case for Red menace with greater intensity. Wilson's new, politically ambitious Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer added an anti-radical unit to the Bureau of Investigation under young anti-Red zealot J. Edgar Hoover. Palmer raids rounded up 4,500 suspected communist aliens across the country without warrants. William Adams Brown, who worked for Bullard in Siberia, was shocked upon returning home to find a wave of hysteria against every form of radicalism. It seemed for the moment as if America also were losing confidence in the strength of her own institutions, and veering toward the Bolshevik and Tsarist view that all men must be made to conform to the dominant point of view. 88. The Sisson documents made the leap from German treachery to Bolshevik treachery by portraying them as one and the same. Newspapers reported that the documents uncovered Bolshevik German plots against the United States, as one headline thundered. The plots were carried out by agents, agitators, and agent destructors who had been sent to America. The CPI titled its pamphlet containing the Sisson documents "The German Bolshevik Conspiracy." The documents, historian William Appleman Williams argued, provided the cornerstone in the foundation of symbol meanings upon which rested the Great Red Scare. 89. The notorious Abrams trial discussed in Chapter 9 hinged in part on the symbolic nature of the documents. The 7 Russian Jewish defendants had circulated leaflets calling for a general strike to protest intervention in Russia. The government argued that Russia, against which the United States had not declared war, was an extension of Germany, on which war had been declared. By this tortured logic, the defendants' puny interference with intervention fell under the Sedition Act, which outlawed speech that would hinder American prosecution of the war. The defense intended to parry this by showing the Sisson documents were forgeries and that the Bolshevik government was not and is not pro-German. The judge would hear none of this. He cut off the first defense witness, Raymond Robbins, ruling that his testimony on the Sisson documents had as much to do with the case as the flowers that bloom in spring. What the judge meant was the German Bolshevik conspiracy was beyond debate. As he said at another point, "We are not going to help carry out the plans mapped out by the Imperial German government, and which are being carried out by Lenin and Trotsky." In light of this, the defense abandoned its plan to call Sisson as a witness. 90. Contrary to Villard's suggestion that Congress investigate the Jameson-Harper report, a special Senate subcommittee confirmed its thesis. The subcommittee was set up in late 1918 at the suggestion of Palmer to investigate the attempts of German brewers in the United States to shape public opinion. It quickly broadened its scope to rehash the plots of Dr. Albert and Captain Boyd, and at the very end shifted to Bolshevik propaganda with the testimony of Archibald E. Stevenson. Stevenson, a New York lawyer who became a special agent with the Justice Department's Bureau of Intelligence, was a prototype of Cold War red baiters who spun extravagant theories of ubiquitous communist treachery. He portrayed William Jennings Bryan, Oswald Garrison Villard, and Villard's mother as part of this web as a result of their pacifist beliefs. In the Cold War such people would be labeled fellow travelers. In Stevenson's grand scheme, Enemy propaganda was a constantly morphing virus that insinuated itself in America. In the first phase, before the war, the German element organized itself into clubs and associations. In the second, it sought to keep America out of the war. In the third, it hampered the war effort, and now in the fourth, it promoted domestic revolution. When asked if Bolshevik propaganda could properly be added to the subcommittee's original German-focused mandate, he did not hesitate. Yes. The Bolsheviki movement is a branch of the revolutionary socialism of Germany. 91. This question was not posed to Stevenson by chance. The administration was troubled by mounting criticism over the Russian incursion. Under the influence of Robbins, Senator Hiram Johnson sponsored a resolution calling for withdrawal of American troops. He was critical of the CPI's regular and consistent propaganda of misrepresentation that painted the Russians as German agents to justify the invasion, which ran counter to Wilson's pledge to honor self-determination. His measure lost by a single vote, cast by Wilson's vice president to break a tie. By broadening the hearings, the Democratic majority had an opportunity to blunt criticism for sending American forces into Russia. 92. Ambassador Francis's testimony justified American support for regime change. He insisted that no more than 10% of the Russian people backed the Bolsheviks. Although he admitted the Bolsheviks would have taken financial support from anyone, he emphasized that Lenin was a German agent from the beginning. John Reed and a few others who testified opposed intervention, but virtually no criticism was made of the Sisson documents. Concerned he was a target of military intelligence and Hoover in the Justice Department, Robbins refused to say anything about the documents. They did not come up at all when Samuel Harper testified. The dominant impression of the documents was articulated by an anonymous witness, in executive session, who considered their acquisition one of the most remarkable pieces of work done in our Secret Service. The statement must have pleased the intrigue-minded Sisson, who did not testify because he was in Europe. The German Bolshevik conspiracy was an appendix to the hearings. 93. A worldwide conspiracy. In late 1918, Sisson sent Howes 2 copies of his CPI pamphlet. There was no difference, he wrote, between Russian Bolshevik or German Bolshevik. There is no need. They are one by their own definition of the international dictatorship of the proletariat. Advisors on Russian policy should never forget the cynical, sardonic, manner of thought of the so-called international Bolshevik. Often he is a laughing, always a jibing devil. Sisson believed the Bolsheviks marked him for assassination, as happened to a Russian admiral found with similar papers, but publication of the documents protected him. To have harmed me afterward would have been a silly form of confession. 94. After returning to journalism as a vice president at McClure's, Sisson did not stop promoting the documents. It seems to me, he wrote in June 1919, that it is now the duty of the State Department to meet the attacks upon the documents. The next year the department agreed. Nothing has yet come up in our study here to throw any serious doubt on the validity of either the Sisson papers or the department's subsequent series, said Alan Carter, head of the Russia Division. Bullard, who had joined the Russia Division staff, attributed this enthusiasm for establishing the genuineness of the documents to the failure to destroy Bolshevism by force of arms. The government needed to burnish up our arguments in order to attack the communists with words. Harper, a part-time advisor, devoted time to the documents in hopes of doing some burnishing of his reputation. Sisson plied the division with letters containing important new pieces of information. One letter was 28 pages long. Bullard thought the documents were a serious tragedy. 95. After the ordeal of pressing Balfour to allow publication of the Sisson documents, an exasperated American diplomat in London exclaimed, "I sincerely hope I may never hear of Sisson or his papers again as long as I live." But he did. In May 1920, the department ordered 15 outposts to find out what they could about people mentioned in Sisson's documents and those acquired later. It is hoped that evidence will thus be secured which will definitely determine once and for all the authenticity of these documents. 6 months later a similar request went via the War Department to 40 or 50 of the more important points abroad. 96. Military intelligence rendered a favorable analysis of handwriting on the documents. When a military attaché in Bern combed through trial records of the terrorists section of the German General Staff, he thought he found evidence that tended to prove the genuineness of one of Sisson's documents. J. Edgar Hoover assisted the State Department, which reciprocated with information on suspected Bolshevik sympathizers. Harper gave Hoover evidence of Bolshevik plans for world revolution. Harper looked into the possibility of an international German-Jewish Bolshevik cabal. 97. Hugh Wilson, now in Berlin, complained of the constant requests for information on the Sisson documents. I am curious to know who in the department has such an acutely developed historic sense that they are willing to spend months of labor on what is after all past history. 98. Eventually the campaign to substantiate the documents fizzled. A conclusive answer required examination of the originals, which Creel had given to Wilson. Twice Creel asked for the papers to be returned to him and was denied. Bullard failed as well. Wilson would not let anyone look in his files, Creel complained. After Wilson's term ended, no one was sure where the documents were. So it stood until 1952, when President Harry Truman cleared out his office. For more than 30 years they were in an envelope in the back of a White House safe. 99. In the meantime, the documents lived on the way modern-day fake news does when it confirms fanatics' fantasies. Father Charles Coughlin, who spread anti-Arab fear and anti-Semitic hate to millions over the radio in the 1930s, used the documents and the protocols of the elders of the Zion to make his case. Both remain ammunition for white supremacy conspiracy groups today. 100. In a vivid illustration of the difficulty of erasing misinformation, the Sisson papers were treated as a new discovery after the fall of the Soviet Union. Dmitry Fokoganov, a historian and former head of the Russian Army's psychological warfare branch, found copies when he plowed through the recently opened archives of the secret police. The documents with their secret classification, he said, proved Bolshevik treachery. Lenin had debts to repay, and this could only be done by national defeat. Fokoganov was unaware George Kennan had decades before shown them to be fakes and that the Bolsheviks had classified them years before, not to hide that they were German agents but to keep the misleading documents from circulating. 101. The power of black propaganda. Publication of the Sisson documents, Creel said during the Red Scare years after World War II, revealed the first direct interference in our domestic affairs by communist agents. The technique used then is much the same as that employed ever since: bold attack on whatever is said or done against them and then unceasing repetition of lies until they take on the look of truth. 102. Creel's indictment could have been made against the Committee on Public Information. The Sisson documents were not a simple matter of being duped. Creel and Sisson recklessly ignored warnings the documents were false. Against the advice of people far more knowledgeable than himself, Sisson gave the fake papers an interpretation spawned by his febrile imagination. Today we have a term for what Sisson brought on himself: black propaganda, that is, false information unwittingly distributed by the very people who are being deceived. Such propaganda has great force when it comes with the imprimatur of a trusted authority. Russian agents could not have found a better conduit than the CPI. Not only did it publish the bogus documents, evoking government authority in support of them became a mania for Creel. When Philip Patchen informed him that British intelligence found anomalies in the documents, he responded, "I submit this is hardly a ground on which to question documents officially issued by a division of the government of the United States under authority of the President." In other words, the British had no right to make up their own mind. Such was Creel's state of mind by the end of the war. 103. The Sisson-Creel combination played to both men's weaknesses, the one being inclined to sensationalism and the other to impetuousness. Wilson's reliance on two men with no credentials for pronouncing judgment on a German Bolshevik conspiracy and his failure to tell the State Department that he approved publication constituted administrative malpractice. Wilson had warned Sisson to stay away from political entanglements and then followed him into an adventure that haunted policy toward the Soviet Union for years to come. Sisson's belief in the authenticity of the documents later communicated itself quite extensively to State Department officialdom, Kennan argued, and added an unnecessary burden of suspicion to the formation of their judgment about the Bolsheviki 104. The lesson taught by the Sisson documents is not easily learned. Disinformation has become an ever higher art form. The internet and social media, for instance, have exponentially increased the ability of adversarial nations to undermine each other's elections. In the 2016 U.S. presidential election, a 50,000-strong army of Russian bots web robots sent out fake messages that were retweeted by Republican candidate Donald Trump's campaign. The base power of disinformation, however, lies not in technology but in human nature, the desire of people to seek confirmation of their beliefs. The United States' path to war with Iraq in 2003 eerily recalled that element of the Sisson documents. To make the case for an invasion, the George W. Bush administration relied heavily on Ahmadi Chalabi and fellow Iraqi dissidents who wanted Saddam Hussein ousted. Chalabi lined up a parade of Iraqi defectors to provide compelling and inaccurate stories of Hussein's terrorist connections and his stockpile of weapons of mass destruction. In addition to selling the invasion to the public, the campaign solidified the administration's conviction that it was right to do what it wanted to do. "It's dangerous," Chalabi was known to quip from time to time, "if you believe your own propaganda." 105. 14. Getting ready to get out of business. So far as direct service to newspapers is concerned, the Committee on Public Information last night said goodbye to Chairman George Creel and night watchman Barkich locked the front door of the historic old residence on Jackson Place and threw the key away. The seed planted in various government departments is taking root, but the moth plant, cut off by the whirlwind of peace, has closed a valiant though storm-tossed career. Washington Herald, December 1, 1918. During his three-day congressional grilling in June 1918, Creel was categorical as to what would happen to the Committee on Public Information when peace arrived. "We have always gone on the assumption that this organization was purely an emergency organization," he testified, "and would disappear as soon as the war was over." 1. As that day approached and newspaper headlines chronicled the crumbling of the Central Powers, staff began to think about life after the CPI. Harvey O'Higgins told his old friend Judge Ben Lindsay in late October that he expected to return to theater work in New York soon. "I have a hunch that the Committee on Public Information will cease the moment that peace is declared." On November 9, Creel declared he was getting ready to get out of business too. 2 days later, Armistice Day, President Wilson told a joint session of Congress, "The war thus comes to an end." Within 24 hours, Creel announced that demobilization of the CPI would begin. The domestic bureaus would cease operations at the end of the month. The foreign operations would continue for a short time. A representative of the advertising division told Printers Inc. it was winding up a fund drive for the Red Cross and a conservation campaign for the Fuel Administration. "If it is deemed advisable by those in authority, we shall shut up shop with good grace." 3. Censors immediately gave news dispatches wider latitude. On November 14, the CPI called a halt to voluntary press censorship. 2 days later, Carl Ackerman and other correspondents received notice that the censorship board was following the CPI's lead on news. Because other communications were still subject to suppression, censors remained at their desks for a week so that there might be no error in the sorting and expedition of press matter at the cable company stations in New York. 4. The CPI's demise brought forth gushers of stories and editorials. The overall sentiment was relief. Some gleefully administered another kick in the CPI's shins, some let bygones be bygones. Creel, the Herald said, was zealous, but sincere. He made mistakes because all good men make mistakes rather than play it safe. Despite their frustrations, reporters learned the value of a central distribution agent and reference room. Censorship had been more irritating than painful, the New York Times said backhandedly. Perhaps it was just as well that Creel was not a very good, that is, a very effective censor. 5. But another sentiment crept into newspaper commentary as it became apparent the CPI's obituary was premature. Creel had once again spoken hastily. The dates for closing some bureaus slipped, a few activities seemed destined to carry on indefinitely. Delighted as it was with the prospective demise of Creel News, the Indianapolis News worried that the official bulletin would survive to guide and to amuse us. Worse news lay in the announcement Creel would accompany Wilson to treaty negotiations in Paris. 6. Thus, the CPI began the final fraught episode in its short history. The CPI was cobbled together piece by piece. It was taken apart the same way, but with less enthusiasm. Many staff felt they should carry on, and some did. O'Higgins stayed for months to supervise closure of headquarters. To its bitter end the CPI remained entangled in controversy, only now it was more vulnerable. In the midterm elections just before the armistice, the Republicans reclaimed control of both houses of Congress and could more easily exact punishment on the CPI. Creel is still Creel, Illinois Republican Senator Sherman declaimed, and the chairman of Public Information will be the same journalistic drunkard in the journalistic wine cellar, as he was in Denver and that he has been in Washington. 7. When Congress ended the CPI's funding on June 30, 1919, a controversial financial autopsy continued. Several years passed before the last shovel of dirt was thrown on the CPI grave. Reluctant dismemberment. The CPI was hitting its stride as the war ended. In September it attracted 1.5 million people to its Grand Chicago War Exposition and staged its large labor conference in Minneapolis. The foreign operation was gelling. Although they were resigned to the CPI going out of business eventually, staff continued to plan more activities. At the end of October, they considered producing films for the Federal Board for Vocational Education to help disabled servicemen. 6 days before the armistice, Sisson told Bullard, "Keep your news distributing organization at high pitch of efficient." He notified CPI representatives overseas, if Germany accepts terms, committee work of news distribution in foreign countries will continue throughout period of session of peace conference. Even James Keeley, who had done virtually nothing with battlefield propaganda, was told to hold yourself in readiness to shift your organization to meet any changing conditions. 8. The government was not ready to give up its wartime habits of combating subversion. The State Department released a batch of intercepted telegrams from Bernstorff relating to German propaganda activities in the United States. The official bulletin ran a long story on them. Attorney General Gregory said the American Protective League was still needed. General Churchill with Mid told a former CPI news liaison, who was now on the Army payroll, that he wanted careful scrutiny of the press for anything that warranted prosecution under the Espionage Act. 9. The CPI unsuccessfully tried to suppress a movie that depicted a German officer as kind and honorable. Fearing deliberate propaganda by the Germans in the United States, Ernest Poole argued for prompt and vigorous effort to meet such hostile efforts now. In a late November dinner speech at the American Slavic Conference, Creel warned of a new wave of German propaganda perpetrated by German women who had written letters to Wilson's wife. These women, who never grieved for a single moment when the Lusitania with her innocent men, women, and children was torpedoed, who never lifted their voice in protest when the babies of Belgium were slaughtered at the breasts of their mothers, are now flashing their cry to America for sympathy and for help, while the male propagandists are holding out their hands dripping blood and begging for mercy. This was a harsh statement in light of starvation on the Central European home front. 10. Lamenting demobilization, Poole's managing editor Hamilton Owens said, "I had an enormous staff of able people gathered from all over the country, speaking all kinds of languages, at the end of the war, and they were all dumped. It seemed a shame that all that talent should just be disbanded like that." Charles Dana Gibson's Division of Pictorial Publicity passed a resolution that it should continue its work. George Hecht pled for a temporary stay of execution for the Cartoon Bureau, which had been a link between government departments and cartoonists around the country. The bombing of the bridge ought to be delayed at least 3 or 4 months, he told Creel. Nevertheless, Creel decreed the Cartoon Bureau would end on December 1, along with the speaking program, the Division of Civil and Educational Cooperation, and the News Division. Gibson's was to go 2 weeks later, at the same time as the Advertising Division and the Division of Publication and Distribution. 11. While these units met or came close to meeting Creel's end of November date for closure, exceptions were made for practical reasons. Hart's film division shut on December 1, but sales continued into the next year. War expositions continued through the post-war Liberty Loan campaign. Although his division was eliminated in December, Guy Stanton Ford and another employee were temporarily put on the rolls of the Foreign Press Bureau. Creel told Wilson it would be a serious loss to kill the official bulletin, and the decision was made for it to carry on at least through the peace negotiations. The bulletin staff, which formerly occupied 10 offices on the second and third floors at 10 Jackson Place, squeezed into 3 rooms at 16 Jackson Place. Its editor, Edward Rochester, grumbled to Creel, "You can't get a quart of milk into a pint bottle." 12. The Service Bureau, the CPI's center for guiding people through the federal bureaucracy, did not close until April 1, 1919. Its directory was transferred to the Bureau of Efficiency and later to the Bureau of the Budget, where it was discontinued. The CPI's Journal for Children, the National School Service, was moved to the Bureau of Education in 1919 and edited by J. Pettijohn from the CPI's former Speaker's Bureau. The journal folded after 9 issues when the Republican-led Congress cut its funding. 13. The division of work with the foreign-born had a longer afterlife. Determined and enterprising as ever, Josephine Roche transformed it into a non-profit organization under a different name, the Foreign Language Information Service. The FLIS retained its goal of transmitting useful government information to immigrants. Arabic, Chinese, and Spanish were added. Roche stepped aside after 4 years. The FLIS lived from grant to grant. For a time, it was integrated into the Red Cross. In 1939, it succumbed to persistent financial problems. 14. When Wilson offered farewell praise for the 4-Minute Men, he was clear the division should shut and stay shut. The name of the 4-Minute Men, which I venture to hope will not be used henceforth by any similar organization, has become part of the history of the Great War. William Ingersoll, who had replaced William Blair as its chief, nevertheless urged the Open Forum, which promoted debates and speeches, to invite the 4-Minute Men to affiliate with them. The Open Forum responded with a plan for the serious discussion of public matters to make democracy safe for America, but no affiliation came about. 15. The speed with which the CPI was dismembered made careful planning and orderly execution difficult, besides which, as one critic observed at the CPI's end, God did not make Creel an executive. Just before Christmas, when he was with Wilson in Paris, Creel abruptly closed the 17 departments of Poole's Foreign Press Bureau, which expected to carry on during the peace negotiations. The announcement was all the more jarring because it came with less than a week's notice and took effect on New Year's Day. Creel made the draconian decision out of frustration with criticism that the CPI's overseas work was too long on its deathbed. 16. Creel's impulsive Christmas message, as it was derisively called, angered the Bureau's 90-odd journalists, lecturers, college professors, and linguists. A New York World reporter stopped by the Bureau's 11th floor offices on Madison Avenue. The disgruntled staff vented their unhappiness with Creel and his style of management, which was duly recounted in the World Story. It was the wish of Chairman Creel, the members explained, that as much as possible of the work of the Bureau should remain unknown in America. It rankled the staff that while they spent Christmas worried about finding new jobs, Sisson, Boer, and other lucky CPI colleagues were with Creel in Paris and still drawing salaries. 17. Creel's unfavorable effect. While putting his emergency organization out of business, Creel agitated for a personal continuing role with Wilson at the Paris Treaty talks. Wilson gave him a berth on the USS George Washington with his small personal party, which included his physician Admiral Cary Grayson, his secretary, and Secret Service men. But when the liner slipped out of Hoboken, sirens and whistles blasting, Wilson had made no decision as to what Creel would do when they reached France. The announcement that Creel and others from the CPI were going to Paris set off alarm bells. When Hugh Gibson informed Lippmann and Merz that the Sisson party was on its way, he noted in his diary, "I took all the joy out of their young lives. The CPI is evidently up to its old tricks of trying to run the whole show, and GC is probably coming with the president to grab off some of the glory." William Wiseman, who continued as an interlocutor with Wilson and House, told Wilson's legal advisor, David Hunter Miller, he feared that Creel's coming with the president may have a very unfavorable effect. Noting the potential trouble that lay ahead, David Lawrence reported that Creel had lost the confidence of the press. Joseph Tumulty advised Wilson that Creel should have no part of press relations due to his unpopularity at home. 18. Reminders of Creel's turbulent effect appeared almost daily in newspapers. One of the first episodes to roil public opinion was a presidential proclamation, published in the official bulletin on November 16, that Burleson would take temporary control of marine cables. This was justified. Lack of cooperation among cable companies in handling the heavy load of post-war messages delayed crucial diplomatic communications. But critics saw the proclamation, which the bulletin did not announce until 2 weeks after it was signed, as part of a nefarious plot to Creelize news from Paris. "Is the partisan Burleson to hold the wire?" the Chicago Tribune editorialized, "and is the rhapsodic quack doc of journalism, Creel, to fill it?" 19. CPI staff arriving in France at the end of the war. Their mission generated a new round of criticism for the CPI. Edgar Sisson is third from the left, fourth from the left, in back row, is Kenneth Durant. William Chenery is seventh in line, also in the back row. Edward Bernays and Carl Boyer stand, in that order, on the far right. Bain News Service Photograph Collection, Library of Congress. Immediately after this came an announcement that seemed to confirm that the answer to this rhetorical question was yes, Creel would fill it. At the direction of Ernest Poole, Edward Bernays gave out a news release stating a United States official press mission to the peace conference under Sisson was heading to Paris. Its declared mission was to interpret the work of the peace conference by keeping up a worldwide propaganda to disseminate American accomplishments and ideals. Journalists' worst fears were coming true. The CPI was not to disappear. Capitol Hill glowed with the white heat of condemnation. 20. Creel was vehement in his denials, each of which further minimized the role the CPI would play. The Sisson mission did not in any manner constitute an official peace press mission. It went to Europe to close up the CPI's foreign activities. He was going to Europe to help. The CPI would facilitate the transmission of correspondence stories from the peace conference without tampering with them in any way. Creel promised the fullest and freest flow of news from Paris. Rumors that he would have a role with publicity were absolutely without foundation. 21. Sisson and his party were on the high seas when news stories based on Bernays' press release appeared. Creel cabled ahead, "Tell Sisson on arrival publicity to be avoided absolutely." But as soon as the party landed, Sisson called Creel's disclaimers into question. Speaking with reporters in Paris, he said the CPI would neither censor nor serve as press agents for the President or the Peace Commission, but it would issue statements on behalf of negotiators to prevent misunderstandings. Sisson or someone else, perhaps Bernays, told reporters, "Every American official communication to the press must pass Mr. Creel." A new burst of condemnation followed. Journalists considered these comments a direct contravention of Creel's assurances censorship was abandoned. Throughout the war Creel had inspired editorial cartoonists, they now achieved their high water mark in Creel ridicule. 22. The allegations of Creel-Burleson collusion to thwart news were figments of agitated imaginations. Similarly, journalists and Wilson's opponents overreacted to a misleading report the CPI would ration cable space for news. The congestion of cable lines, not Creel, made news rationing necessary. Creel helped correspondents by securing guaranteed cable space for them and letting them allot it among themselves. He also convinced the War Department to provide correspondents with transport to Europe. 23. Privately, Creel blamed Bernays for stupid and misleading publicity. But Creel's public claim that he harbored no ambitions for managing the press in Paris was not credible. His staff believed that he had an expansive publicity agenda in mind. They left New York, Bernays recalled, mentally prepared to handle the releases of the American delegates, maintain liaison with the American and foreign press, and assume for the delegation and the president the generally accepted functions of a press mission. When Sisson boarded the ship for Europe, he carried a letter of introduction from Creel to the civil, military, and naval representatives of the United States and of the Allied countries. It stated Sisson was in charge of the committee's cable, wireless, and operative organization in the different countries. Boer may have had an even stronger mandate for action. When Creel sent instructions that Sisson should absolutely avoid all publicity, he added, "Tell Boer not to use his letter under any circumstances and to destroy all photographic copies." 24. In anticipation of taking on such a mission, Bernays had been directed to purchase 3,360 stencils, 144 pounds of ink, 100 bottles of varnish, other materials used for mimeographing and reproduction, and, inexplicably, a maternity kit. Sisson's party, later enlarged, included an accountant, 3 secretaries, and a treasury official who could help close offices but do other jobs as well. Among those with Sisson were Carl Wahlberg, who worked with the advertising division, Kenneth Durant and William Chenery, who had handled press relations, and experts in German affairs. Sisson established a press center in a 6-story mansion a few steps off the Champs-Élysées that was formerly owned by James Gordon Bennett, the deceased proprietor of the New York Herald and its sister newspaper in Paris. 25. The press center, Creel insisted, was an act of unrequited kindness that he abandoned when journalists abused him for it. The CPI could easily have done more with the building and with Sisson's staff if the opportunity presented itself. The most generous assessment of Creel's ambiguous, shifting statements before reaching Paris was that his plans were inchoate and flexible. To journalists, who assessed the situation from the outside, a position involving press relations seemed a distinct possibility, given Creel's CPI experience and his status as a Wilson favorite. If Wilson asked him to work with the press, who could deny the president? And, indeed, a press position was under consideration, although the prospects dimmed with each new negative story that followed Creel to Europe. 26. A man in search of a mission. On the morning of December 4, the day the George Washington set sail for France, Creel arrived late. With Wilson aboard, the ship was sealed off. Reporters delighted in watching the agitated CPI chairman exert official pressure to be allowed to board. Without him in the party, without his illuminating literary touch, a reporter noted archly, one shudders to think of the consequences. 27. 2 days out, when nasty weather hit, Creel was sidelined by seasickness. His frustrations over being a man without a portfolio were as obvious as the turbulent ocean through which the ship streamed. More than one person commented that Creel complained he did not know a goddamn thing about what the president is thinking. Grayson, who served as Joseph Tumulty's eyes and ears on the presidential party, noted Creel's discomfort in a letter written shortly before reaching France on December 13. Creel, he said unsympathetically, was very much disturbed as to what his duties with the president are to be when he arrives. He has tackled the president several times to let him handle and digest his paperwork, or serve him in any other way that he possibly can, but the president is standing pat. 28. In Paris, Creel had room 75 at the Crillon Hotel, in the center of the action. He bustled about, dashing off on Christmas Day with Sisson and Boer for a visit of battlefields and rushing back to the Crillon for dinner with a French dignitary. He used these opportunities to hold forth on the CPI's outstanding accomplishments. Will Irwin, who dined with him and H. G. Wells one evening in London, complained to his wife of Creel's relentless self-promotion, There's only one talent worth anything in this world: window dressing. Because I lack it utterly, I have failed with the goods right on me. George has it. He has been leaping from court to court as the great American propagandist. 29. As Wilson continued to stand pat, Creel remained a minor figure in the great peace drama. He did odd jobs for the president and picked fights. House warned Wilson that a head-on collision was in the offing with Lansing. Lansing's dislike for Creel, he said, was only equaled by Creel's dislike for Lansing. That Mr. Creel has been peeved since he reached Europe is an open secret, wrote a reporter with the Kansas City Post, which had never been overly fond of its hometown boy. Following his usual custom, he crowded next to the president when his corps of movie operators were filming the landing, but that was the last time Creel was able to shove himself into the limelight. 30. While a press job was under consideration for Creel, other ideas were floated, including the paper-digesting job Grayson referred to in his letter to Tumulty. In this he would be Wilson's foreign secretary, the Paris equivalent of Tumulty's job at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. But on the way over by boat that role was effectively assumed by Gilbert Close, Wilson's stenographer and his secretary at Princeton. When Wilson became angry about the men who Lansing put together for a secretariat, House suggested a team, working under himself. On the team would be Creel as well as House's son-in-law Gordon Auchincloss and diplomat Hugh Fraser, who was a member of Gibson's anti-CPI cabal. Apart from expanding House's power, this scheme had nothing to commend it. As discussed in more detail in the next chapter, no job in Paris worked out for Creel. The main press position, directing the press bureau of the American Commission to negotiate peace, was given to Ray Stannard Baker. 31. By Christmas Day, Creel reached the limit of his easily frayed patience. He announced he was severing his relations with the government. He had finished his close down of the CPI and was returning home. Press accounts said he was leaving in a huff. Then, amid extensive press coverage of this latest Creel commotion, the story changed. He would not return home right away. He was to accompany Wilson on his triumphal visit to Italy, where he could buck up CPI staff suffering from their estrangement from Ambassador Page. From Rome he would undertake a special mission to Central Europe. 32. This mission, which has received scant attention from historians, was a continuation of Creel's intemperate behavior, albeit so extreme it could have been written as a farcical caricature of what had come before. Creel's mission to Central Europe. Creel proposed his Central Europe mission to save my face. The purpose he envisioned was to extend CPI wireless service into those enemy countries and to distribute CPI materials. The mission also could gather intelligence on the region, which House felt was badly lacking. Creel argued that he could discharge two tasks on the one errand. 33. The proposed dual mission sparked the interest of the four American commissioners, House, Lansing, veteran diplomat Henry White, and former Army Chief of Staff General Tasker Bliss. After some deliberation, however, they decided it was more prudent to have a separate mission for intelligence gathering. Creel could go to Central Europe strictly for propaganda purposes. Joseph Grew, the Commission's secretary, told Creel the Commission did not want to run the risk of possible criticism and embarrassment at the peace table of having any of its representatives identified with propaganda work in territory the future status of which is to be discussed at the conference. This issue is clear and unquestionable. 34. Creel's mission conveniently solved some problems. Wilson had a handy opportunity to give his loyal aides something to do. Lansing and House got Creel out of the way. But the risk of possible criticism and embarrassment that Grew feared was palpable. Creel had no experience abroad apart from his foe Stanley Fine's Livingston search for Roosevelt in Africa for the Denver Post. He was notorious for taking an expansive view of his duties, and two of the men he brought with him were no less independent Sisson and Czech-born Emanuel Fosca, whose exploits constitute a fantastic chapter of the war. Fosca, commissioned a U.S. Army captain, was highly regarded. Wilson heard very favorable reports about him. When Hugh Gibson met Fosca in Paris, he thought him bent on creating all sorts of trouble where trouble ought to be created. Fosca was a born political troublemaker. He began life in Bohemia as a stonecutter specializing in cherubs on tombs. When he irritated authorities with criticism of Habsburg rule of Czechoslovakia, a government official suggested he emigrate to America. By the time the war began in 1914, Fosca had a prosperous marble business and was active in the Czech community. He used these ties to create an organization dedicated to promoting U.S. entry into the war. An Allied victory, he correctly reasoned, would lead to an independent Czechoslovakia. 35. Fosca worked with British spies Guy Gaunt and William Wiseman to plant anti-German stories in that most willing British propaganda outlet, the Providence Journal. To gather intelligence and steal documents, German-speaking Czech Americans in Fosca's network found jobs in Austro-Hungarian and German consulates as well as the German embassy itself. After the United States entered the war, he helped Josephine Roche's foreign-born division organize Liberty Loan drives among Czech and Slovak Americans, assisted Will Irwin direct CPI propaganda at Czech revolutionaries in Europe, and in 1917 set up espionage networks in Central Europe and Russia. This last exploit is the one, mentioned in a previous chapter, that was dreamed up by House and Wiseman. Breaking into the Petrograd apartment of a female spy, his men acquired documents that showed payments to Bolshevik leaders. The money, he believed, originated with the Germans. This, no doubt, endeared him to Sisson. 36. Fosca was resourceful and daring, absolutely the wrong person to discourage the freelancing inclinations of Creel and Sisson. Because House, Lansing, and the other commissioners wanted to disassociate themselves from the Creel mission, they effectively handed the three men license to do as they saw fit in Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary, fragile countries struggling to find their way in the post-war world. Continuing the practice of other CPI staff overseas, Creel conferred titles on himself. He was sometimes Wilson's assistant, sometimes his personal secretary. He remembered none of the lessons he should have learned from his ill-fated Church of the Ascension debacle the previous May. Publicly and privately, he held forth on any subject that came to mind. Creel arrived in Prague with his 14-person party on January 13. The trip on a Czechoslovak troop train was uncomfortable and prolonged by violent snowstorms. The welcome was warm thanks to Fosca's connections. At a reception, Creel assured everyone the United States was thoroughly behind the new government and its president, philosopher Tomáš Masaryk. He ended with "Glory to the Czechs." He was more wound up in an interview with a Czech newspaper. He declared the United States would provide agricultural supplies. "America is ready to give you everything," Creel declared. "America, England, and France have but one favorite, and that is you. You are the dam against Germanism and Bolshevism." At a farewell dinner, he said that he would emigrate to the Czechoslovak Republic if he were ever forced to leave the United States. In an interview with the London Times, he criticized the Allies for not taking over the German wireless station at Nauen. Disquieting reports of these statements reached the commissioners, who struggled to recall the purpose of Creel's mission. 37. Officially, Fosca translated and arranged printing of CPI materials. Unofficially, he was a political actor. Sisson and Boer, as Sisson told the story, conceived a plan for Fosca to get radicalized Bohemian coal miners to go back to work. Fosca told the miners that Bohemian workmen in the United States helped finance their campaign to become an independent nation. This was the CPI's last big job, Sisson told House. Fosca was the mace that smashed the Bolsheviks. 38. Around the same time, Creel's mission became tangentially involved in the Czech invasion of the Duchy of Teschen. The coal-rich enclave had been divided between Czechoslovakia and Poland in late 1918. Poland kept the three districts in which its people made up the largest share of the population. Czechoslovakia received the fourth. Neither side was happy with the division, and an escalation of tension resulted in a Czech force marching into the Polish-held districts on January 23. The Czechs gave their action the appearance of having international sanction by creating an inter-Allied military commission made up of 4 Allied officers attached to Czech forces. One of them was Foska's son, Arthur. When the invasion began, the 4 officers demanded the local Polish commander immediately evacuate the duchy. Their names were affixed to a similar, widely posted proclamation. In the investigation that followed, all the officers except Lieutenant Arthur Foska said they acted on orders of the Czech Minister of Defense. He said he took orders from his father but later changed his story to conform to his brother officers. Foska Sr. was summoned to Paris, where General Bliss questioned him. Foska insisted he had known nothing of the impending invasion. The American Commission terminated his involvement with the CPI and reassigned his son. 39. In his autobiography, Creel described the episode as a Polish invasion that the Czechs had to repel. He claimed to have traveled to Poland with the approval of Masaryk to mediate, and out of the conversations came a true and eventual agreement. The historical record does not support this. In any event, when the Teschen dispute was settled in 1920, Czechoslovakia received more territory than in the original agreement. In American diplomatic circles it was believed that Creel's overblown comments about America's unswerving support emboldened the Czechs to attack Teschen. 40. When Bliss questioned Foska, he asked about another CPI escapade. The lone historian to delve into Creel's Central European mission, Greg Wolper, calls it the affair of the Chernin letters. The phrase is aptly reminiscent of the Sisson documents. In this instance, Sisson arrived at the belief that the Germans, not the Serbs, started the Great War by engineering the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Foska probably planted this idea. He claimed evidence could be found in letters and documents associated with former Austrian Foreign Minister Count Ottokar Chernin and housed in archives in Vienna and Konopist, the Archduke's summer residence outside Prague. Foska stole the papers and translated them. When questioned by Bliss, he said he worked under Sisson's direction but made no mention of its breaking and entering aspects. 41. The report Foska prepared on the letters was full of equivocation. The documents and letters, he told Sisson, proved there was a German-Magyar conspiracy against Franz Ferdinand. Further on, however, he admitted to having no positive proof, although it was evident the Serbs did not hatch a conspiracy to kill the Archduke. If we do not prove absolute conspiracy by the German government in connection with the Sarajevo tragedy, we shall at least expose the intrigues of the Habsburgs against the German imperial family as well as the intrigues of Kaiser Wilhelm against the Habsburgs. The supposed Germans' motive for the assassination was fear that Franz Ferdinand, heir apparent to the emperor, would block Germany's planned expansion to the Far East. This was nonsense. 42. In late March, when he was in the United States, Creel released the Chernin letters as the latest example of diabolical German scheming. The CPI disguised Foska's involvement. In a bald lie, it said the letters were turned over to Edgar Sisson at Prague by the custodian official of the Bohemian government, on January 24, 1919. Sisson accepted the privilege of using them in behalf of the United States government. Press attention was nothing like that for the Sisson documents. 43. On Creel's final stop in Budapest, the local press described him as very talkative. He criticized the French for being difficult to work with in Paris and called for the creation of a confederation in Central Europe modeled after the United States, with Hungarian President Mihaly Károlyi as president. He privately dispensed military and political advice to Károlyi, who was struggling to survive threats from the right and the left while holding on to his territory. Among Creel's suggestions was a plan to reclaim Transylvania from Romania by joining with Serbia, which had its own border disputes with the Romanians. Károlyi pointed out that his defeated nation was not in a position to pit one allied nation, Serbia, against another, Romania. Creel promised to intervene on their behalf with Wilson. The commissioners dismissed his various suggestions as typical and ridiculous. Creel's admonition to Wilson that the Károlyi regime was worth saving became moot when a Bolshevik revolution toppled the Hungarian government in late March. In a New York Times interview, Creel blamed the Allies for letting this happen. 44. The Creel mission distributed 2.5 million CPI pamphlets in Central Europe. It connected Prague, Krakow, and Budapest to the CPI information service in Paris. This was an accomplishment. But the reckless mission caused unnecessary diplomatic disruption and spread bogus information in the form of the German Bolshevik conspiracy, which Foska had translated into Bohemian and Polish and which Sisson talked up wherever he went. When Bliss informed his fellow commissioners that Sisson was digging up evidence of the Kaiser's plan to kill the Archduke, Lansing related the fiasco of the Sisson documents and proposed that Bliss investigate him. Sisson, Lansing said, was a dangerous person. 45. Creel still disgruntled. Despite Creel's claim he would supervise the closing of CPI foreign operations, he left this to Sisson in Paris and Harry Rickey, who was in charge of the remnants of the foreign section in New York. In early February they ordered closure of all overseas offices the next month except for London and Paris. Representatives were to dispose of office furniture and fixtures at best prices possible and send their files to Washington. The CPI in Siberia was to arrange for distribution of all pamphlets at Setka-Sik which are left or which arrive after you leave. Stop. This includes Russian translation of Sisson's Bolshevik pamphlet 46. As was the case at home, foreign representatives were disappointed. The interest of Italy in all things American is very keen, Kingsley Moses complained, and the demand for American news keeps increasing weekly. In a sign that some diplomats had come to see propaganda as a compliment to their work, consuls in Siberian cities lamented the decision to withdraw the CPI. Compub was helping more than any other one American organization to explain away other mistakes in our Siberian policy, the consul in Irkutsk wrote. Due to illness, Bullard had come home the previous December. His replacement warned that shuttering the CPI sent a bad message to Russians in Siberia. America quits. The Siberian office was closed in mid-March. Not until late June did all the staff leave. 47. The lone reprieve went to Karl Crow in China, or so he thought. Crow worked largely under the minister, to whom the CPI deferred. Although Sisson's final report listed Peking as demobilized, Crow claimed he never received any official notification, no discharge, either honorable or dishonorable or non-committal. As far as he was concerned, he remained perpetually in the employ of the committee and helping to carry on the Great War on the Shanghai front. While that was jocular, written some years later, Crow paid himself from the profits of his dummy company for months. He occasionally sent comments on Chinese press coverage to the American treaty delegation in Paris, although he doubted anyone read them. 48. Creel was not eager to return to the United States. His disappointment at not having another assignment came out on a visit to his old friend Ambassador Brand Whitlock in Belgium in mid-February. One morning Whitlock found him eating breakfast in front of the fire and mentioned Wilson had just appointed journalist William Allen White as one of two men to represent the United States in a conference with Russians at Principe, a conference that was later called off. Creel suddenly got up, and went hurriedly over to the window, turning his back and looking down into the street, struggling with some emotion. It was, Whitlock wrote in his diary, a touching little tragedy. Creel told Whitlock he felt some lack of appreciation on the president's part, a certain high, frigid, and impassive impersonality. 49. Many of those who worked for Wilson had similar experiences. But when Creel returned to Paris, the president gave him a new mission, this time to assess Irish attitudes about home rule. The issue had serious political implications for Wilson. Irish Americans wanted him to press the case for Irish independence at the treaty talks. As much as anything, though, the motive was once again, as Wilson told Creel, to counter rumors that you are no longer in my good graces, and I do not mean to let the impression gain ground. Creel's performance on this short assignment was not as fraught as the Central Europe mission had been. 50. Afterwards, Creel wanted still more to do. In an afternoon meeting with House in Paris the last day of February, the colonel found Creel disgruntled with the president and pretty much everyone else. He says he will resign tomorrow as chairman of the Bureau sick of public information. In a letter to Wilson that day, Creel provided a report on his trip to Ireland and said he expected to leave in 3 days. All the domestic work has been closed up. All foreign work has been discontinued save the news distribution machinery with offices in New York, Paris, and London. He had removed himself from the payroll and would work without pay on the remaining liquidation issues. His resignation took effect on April 1. How deeply I have appreciated the work you have done as chairman of the Committee on Public Information, Wilson wrote to Creel. The work has been well done, admirably well done, and your inspiration and guidance have been the chief motive power of it all. 51. In reality, much remained to be done at home. Harvey O'Higgins, who was acting while Creel was away, told a congressional committee many decisions had been put off. We are all in a state of complete uncertainty, Josephine Roche fretted, which I trust will be cleared up upon George's return. We are expecting him within a week or 10 days now. Despite Roche's hope he would quickly set things right, he was soon embroiled in 2 new controversies, the disposition of the official bulletin and the final financial reckoning of the CPI. Creel's days as the enfant terrible of the Wilson administration were not over. 52. The official bulletin. The flow of press releases did not cease when the news division closed. Executive branch departments that the CPI had serviced took over those tasks, often transferring CPI staff to their payrolls. These news releases had value, but they did not give a systematic, full picture of government activities. Nor could editors, however earnest they were about showing the workings of government, begin to publish all of them. The space in newspapers was too limited and, even if it were not, many handouts held little interest to the average reader. This is where the official bulletin came in. By broadening its scope beyond war-making agencies and by limiting itself to unadorned notice of contracts, regulations, and official pronouncements, the bulletin could make the government more transparent to the people whose money it was spending. The climate in Congress, however, was not conducive to this in 1919. The Government Printing Office, which produced the Bulletin and other executive branch publications, answered to legislators through the Joint Committee on Printing, JCP. A 4-person Republican majority dominated the committee as a result of the politically upending congressional elections in November 1918. The 2 Democrats on the JCP were docile, at best, when it came to defending the CPI or government publishing generally. One of the Democrats sneeringly referred to the rise of government publicity during the war as this mimeograph evil. 53. In a year-long review of government publications, the JCP eliminated 111 of them. It subsequently axed another 255. The committee claimed to have nipped in the bud the greatest propaganda scheme the country has ever escaped. It singled out the CPI as the root of all mimeograph evil. Cravings of the limelight, it said, undoubtedly were inspired by the bombastic activities of the Committee on Public Information, headed by that master publicist, George Creel. The official bulletin especially irked the JCP. 54. The Sundry Civil Appropriations Bill, passed in the House in February 1919, included a unanimously approved provision ordering the bulletin to cease on April 1. The measure did not become law before the session ran out. But something similar was sure to spell the demise of the bulletin, and Creel issued an order to end publication on the date specified in the bill. 55. This would have put the matter to rest if Rochester, the bulletin's editor, had not been determined to keep the publication going. In the last months of war, he lined up endorsements from cabinet secretaries and floated plans to refashion it as a joint venture of several agencies. After the JCP scotched these ideas, he turned to Roger Babson, whom Creel had handed off to the Department of Labor. The provision of basic information such as the bulletin provided was along the lines of Babson's reports, which the consummate entrepreneur had created earlier to track and forecast markets. On the advice of the Attorney General, he and Rochester renamed their publication United States Bulletin, sans the official in the original title. Babson's acquisition was announced in the Bulletin on March 31, the day before it was to go out of business. The notice said the Labor Department authorized Babson to continue the bulletin. It identified Babson as a department employee, a position he would hold until the end of June. 56. The obvious irregularity of this arrangement, in which the Labor Department authorized the continuation of a publication it did not control but which was overseen by a person who worked for the department, drew the attention of the JCP. The JCP's inquiries led the Secretary of Labor to deny that his department had any connection to the bulletin. More irregularities came out when the JCP held hearings on the journal in August 1918. The bulletin's business manager also had been a department employee, on a part-time basis, during the first weeks Babson owned it. An anonymous informant claimed Babson hauled off equipment and files from the CPI offices in the dead of night. This could not be proved. Babson and Rochester acknowledged copying the mailing list with Creel's written permission. The list was technically available to anyone who wanted it, but Babson and Rochester's affiliation with the CPI made the copying seem shady. 57. Babson testified that he had not known Congress wanted to discontinue the bulletin. This drew a barbed comment from one committee member. How could the owner of a publication that followed official happenings fail to know anything about legislation affecting itself? In its final report, the JCP said Babson had lost no opportunity to advertise himself at government expense through Labor Department publications. He had come into possession of the bulletin, its name, goodwill, prestige, and value as a going concern, without paying the government for any of those valuable assets. Another party had expressed an interest in acquiring the publication but never received a response from the CPI when it inquired about the possibility. No bids were solicited. 58. The JCP charged Creel and his colleagues with a deliberate effort to loot the bulletin. It recommended that the Justice Department consider proceeding against them. No charges were pressed, but Creel ensured the topic did not fade from the news by writing a letter, which he made public, denouncing the JCP and its chairman Senator Reed Smoot. "The war is over," he wrote, "and I am no longer compelled to sit silent under your malice." Creel asked Attorney General Palmer what protection he had against the deliberate slander of a member of Congress. Babson and Rochester chimed in. They called Smoot an obnoxious cancer in the side of American public life and accused the JCP of doing what it said the CPI did, taking invisible control over a large portion of the Washington news. Babson vowed to use the bulletin to protect government departments from being silenced by the JCP. He said Smoot, a Mormon, was acting vengefully because Babson had attacked the church. 59. Babson's bulletin, which focused on commercial information emanating from the government, struggled financially. It appeared twice a week initially, then weekly, and finally was sold to Babson's cousin, who made it into a commodity and investment publication. Babson's bulletin was a prototype for the Washington newsletters that proliferated afterward. 60. The JCP critique of the bulletin and other government publications took the principled view that the executive branch was acquiring an enormous advantage in making its case to the public. But principle alone did not animate legislators. The chief motivation was partisanship. In 1920, the JCP asked for the power to pass on the publication or discontinuance of all government journals, magazines, and periodicals. As soon as Warren Harding was elected president, the JCP lost its zeal for trimming publications. In 1922, it pushed through legislation shifting the responsibility for supervising publications to the President's Bureau of the Budget. Republican Representative Albert Johnson, one of the most outspoken opponents of Wilson's publications, championed the new law. "Why should I be obliged to say that one journal published by the federal government is a bad thing? How do I know?" 61. This pattern was to be followed in coming years. Legislators objected to executive branch publications when a member of the opposite party was president and shifted their point of view when one of their own sat in the White House. With Congress writing virtually no meaningful legislation curbing government publications, the number soared to between 15,000 and 20,000 by 1938. This broadly estimated range illustrated how difficult it became to know how much information the government put out. 62. When federal activity exploded during the New Deal, something had to be done to ensure an accessible public record of the myriad decisions being made. The result was an improved iteration of the official bulletin under a new name. The Daily Federal Register first appeared in 1936. It published rules and regulations, executive orders, and presidential proclamations without editorial comment. The Archivist of the United States oversaw the Register via an administrative committee. An annual compilation of the rules in the Register was later created, the Code of Federal Regulations. In due course, other topics covered by the old official bulletin were picked up by the weekly compilation of presidential documents, made up of press materials released by the White House, and the Commerce Business Daily, which lists proposed procurement, contracts, and sales of government property. 63. The JCP uncovered true excesses. One Army camp journal ran 104 pages with layout and design rivaling Ladies' Home Journal, and another in the same camp was akin to Vanity Fair. But the bulletin was not extravagant and should have carried on in a form more in line with post-war circumstances, as the Federal Register did. Wilson and the CPI deserve credit for originating the idea. 64. Lost records and a final accounting. The CPI's financing lapsed the last day of June 1919, the end of the federal government's fiscal year. On July 20, the day after the budget for the next fiscal year was approved, Army trucks rolled up in front of the lone building now occupied by the CPI on Jackson Place and carted off the files that had not been lost, thrown out, taken home by staff, or transferred to other agencies. Not that officialdom cared much about the records that were left behind. Congress made no provision for their disposition. The files were dumped in a large room in a building used by the Federal Fuel Administration, which was demobilized at the same time. Almost exactly a month later, Wilson signed an executive order requiring that the chairman of the Committee on Public Information relinquish and transfer to the Council of National Defense all papers, files, records, public property, assets, and liabilities, and all effects of whatsoever kind, and that upon such relinquishment and transfer the Committee on Public Information shall cease and be at an end. The 640 file cabinet drawers in the Fuel Administration building were transferred the next day to the CND. The files arrived in a disorganized fashion and, according to the CND director at the time, Grosvenor Clarkson, cried out for a complete investigation. The next week, Clarkson appointed Emmons K. Ellsworth on his staff to make sense of the papers and provide a final accounting. The CND carried over 3 people from the CPI to help. 65. The CND was a logical choice for this task. It was custodian of the records of the shuttered War Industries Board and the Fuel Administration. But it was a bitter decision for Creel. The CND had been a competitor and critic as well as a collaborator. Its largely conservative leadership, Creel told Wilson shortly before the war ended, helped tilt the midterm election toward the Republicans and silence the liberal voices Wilson needed to establish the peace he envisioned. Creel urged Wilson to quickly demobilize the Council of National Defense so that the chauvinistic, reactionary state organizations may be put out of business. 66. The haphazard dissolution of the CPI records was not unique to the United States. The British Ministry of Information was the first of that nation's war-related ministries to be obliterated after the war ended. As recounted in an internally written history, which deviated from bureaucratic blandness to wax eloquently about the ministry's demise, the telephone ceased to ring, the furniture set off joyously on new odysseys, the files and card indexes vanished none knows whither, and by the end of the year, after all the struggles and achievements of the ministry, there remained only a few faithful charwomen, singing the great deeds that had been done, and the kind-heartedness of the gentlemen that had done them. The British government was eager to discard this aspect of its victory. 5 tons of records disappeared, the majority destroyed by order of Parliament. The government rewarded many officials with knighthoods and other honors for their war work, but neither Buchan nor Masterman was on those lists. 67. To make sense of CPI records, Ellsworth had to recreate its organizational structure. This was like putting Humpty Dumpty back together. He acquired some lost records, increasing the number of file drawers from 640 to 789. But many were not recovered. The files of the Division of Pictorial Publicity remained in the hands of Charles Dana Gibson. None were found from Babson's short-lived Division of Industrial Relations. It was difficult to say how much was missing. There was no telling, for instance, how many records were kept by the semi-independent Division of Advertising in New York or front organizations under the Division of Work with the Foreign-Born. 68. Many files from overseas offices probably did not make it home. In 1925, 2 boxes presumed to contain household goods and labeled Arthur Bullard were found in the San Francisco General Intermediate Depot at Fort Mason, California. These were sent to a Lieutenant A. L. Bullard in Fayetteville, Arkansas, who returned them to the government. They were CPI records from Siberia. In 1930, when Bullard's widow was collecting her husband's papers, Creel found a few by rummaging through the CPI papers he had taken home with him. 69. As far as can be ascertained, Ellsworth's final report said, there were 22 main divisions of the committee created at various times. The organizational detail Ellsworth put together used for Table 3, in Chapter 8, and Table 4, in Chapter 12 had shortcomings. Some errors were inconsequential, for instance, that the end date for the 4-Minute Men was the last day of 1918, when it actually ceased to exist on Christmas Eve. Others were more significant. Ellsworth could not identify start-stop dates for foreign-born front organizations or compile an accurate list of foreign commissioners. Nevertheless, it is the best summary that exists. 70. The more immediate issue was the troubled state of CPI finances. Rumors of these problems circulated before the war ended. Major A. L. James with the AEF told Gibson he worried a congressional investigation of the CPI would produce a scandal over expenditures. In Russia, Bullard lamented, "I certainly will go to jail when I get home over these damned accounts." After the CND began its work, Rochester wrote fretfully to Creel, "If the council makes a report showing the finances of the committee to be in a tangled condition and otherwise illustrate confused and conflicting records, I fear that the Congress will jubilantly exclaim, 'We told you so.'" 71. Ellsworth discovered unpaid bills, uncollected receipts from films and exhibits, and uncashed checks. When Creel complained about the slow pace of the audit, Ellsworth explained that the absence of records made it necessary to start the auditing from the very bottom and work up to a point where we could ascertain what had been done before we could do any further work. 72. The messy finances were rooted in the circumstances under which the CPI grew. It had started quickly in sui generis fashion, rather than fitting into the orderly structure of an existing organization, and it ended abruptly when Congress zeroed out its budget. Front organizations had been difficult to manage, as shown by the troubled spending habits of Alexander Konta with the American-Hungarian Loyalty League and Robert Meisel with the American Alliance for Labor and Democracy. Overseas, commissioners' offices often lacked adequate accounting staff. Their funds came from Wilson's wartime account, which had fewer controls than regularly appropriated funds. Also, the CPI was a conduit for funds that were not entered on its books. It was unclear to Ellsworth what responsibility the CPI had for money it passed from Wilson's wartime fund to the Red Cross and the YMCA. "I do not believe," Sisson told Ellsworth of money he passed along in Russia, "it was the intention of the Committee on Public Information to ask the Red Cross officials for an accounting of these funds. In any case, no one could realistically expect the books in Russia to be well taken care of." The banking system was taken over by the Bolsheviks, and Bullard and his staff were ordered to leave quickly in 1918. In early 1920, after many hours of exhaustive research and effort on my part, Ellsworth admitted defeat on Russia accounts. 73. Still, some accounting failures were not easily excused. Robert Murray's books in Mexico were marred by lost financial statements, unaccounted expenditures for petty cash amounting to several $100s a month, and the absence of justification for reimbursement on travel. Boer, who was supposed to be a good manager, did not have receipts for expenses from the Central European trip, which took weeks to clear up. 74. Ellsworth's hair-pulling frustrations burst out in his response to a query from Senator Francis E. Warren, chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee. In light of a C&D request for $32,000 to pay for the audit, the senator asked for a rundown of work done to date. In his October 23 letter, Ellsworth poured out a tale of financial horrors. CPI staff threw up their jobs after the armistice, leaving disorder behind. Thousands of dollars worth of checks had accumulated in a safe, in file trays on a desk, and on the floor without any effort whatever for collection. An auctioneer who sold CPI property did not turn over the proceeds. An army officer in Romania had been left with several $1,000s. Advances were not to exceed $1,000, but some were much more than that, in one case amounting to $500,000. And so forth. 75. Ellsworth might have written with more restraint if he had known the letter was going to be leaked. His letter, the Washington Post reported, revealed a lack of financial and business responsibility in that body that has amazed members of Congress. It would seem that the Committee on Information had information on pretty much everything under the sun, or professed to have, save its own financial status and what was done with the millions placed at the disposal of George Creel. 76. Newton Baker reassured Creel that Clarkson was sorry about the bad publicity, but Clarkson's tepid public explanation did nothing to offset the impression left by Ellsworth. Creel's rejoinder showed that Ellsworth had overstated many of his complaints. Staff abruptly left the CPI for the obvious reason that it was abolished, and no continuing funding was provided to finish in any orderly way. Wilson's fund was not subject to congressional restrictions on advances. But headlines like "Creel denies work was left in chaos" reinforced the impression that something must be wrong. Creel complained to Daniels about the cruel and unjust attack. It is virtually the case that we live under the fear of another. 77. Those fears were realized a few months later when Senator Smoot, still on the anti-CPI warpath, won approval for a resolution calling on the CND to provide a full report on CPI finances. Creel viewed the resolution as nakedly partisan and engineered by the CND. Clarkson, he told Daniels, was my enemy at all times and close to Republicans. 78. While all of this was going on, Creel had to make a living. He pounded out magazine articles and delivered incendiary speeches warning of the spread of Bolshevism, lauding the CPI's contributions to the war, and ridiculing the State Department and Congress. With advertising help from William Rankin, who had worked with the CPI's advertising division, he founded an American branch of the British-based Pellman Institute, whose correspondence courses offered questionable instruction for improving mind and memory. Creel's advertisement for the self-help course "Pellmanism is able to guarantee advancement and increase incomes" had the whiff of the patent medicine ads Creel had once decried. Pellmanism's science of success, as Creel described it to Wilson, went bankrupt in 1921. But the CPI remained constantly on Creel's mind. He wrote 2 book-length defenses of it that appeared in 1920, Complete Report of the Chairman of the Committee on Public Information, published by the Government Printing Office, and How We Advertised the War, published by Harper. A reviewer referred to the latter as a sort of apologia pro vita sua 80. Creel complained about the time he lost coming to Washington at his own expense to answer questions about CPI finances. No war organization has such a record of economy and carefulness in expenditures, he told Daniels. Please help me to end this nightmare. Not only are my former associates shamed, he told Newton Baker, but I myself am vitally injured. Daniels and Baker provided Creel with a letter exonerating him. Knowing his proclivities for attack, they insisted that he not release it publicly, as that would provoke controversy and give an opportunity for critics of the administration and of you to indulge in newspaper comment. 81. The CND report was submitted to the Senate on June 9, 1920. Even then Ellsworth's work was not done. Late that year he told a congressional committee it would take 3 or 4 more months to recover all the funds that had been advanced to staff. He complained to Creel in March 1921 that Murray's accounts were still unresolved. 82. When it came time to issue the final report, Herbert Enchenton, who replaced Clarkson as head of the C&D, cautioned Ellsworth that any error or misinterpretation would inevitably draw counterattack from Creel. The report was far more measured than Ellsworth's negative letter to Warren, but much less celebratory than the story Creel told in his books and elsewhere. The C&D reported total CPI expenses of $8.2 million. Creel's report put the total at $7.2 million. He proudly and loudly pointed out that receipts from films, publications, and photographs reduced the cost to taxpayers. In a speech to the Associated Advertising Clubs of the World, he went so far as to claim the CPI was virtually self-sustaining. On paper, he was somewhat more careful. Ellsworth put the total amount spent, minus receipts, at $4.9 million. Creel's report said expenditures were almost $500,000 less. In How We Advertised the War he adjusted the amount upward to slightly below Ellsworth's totals. 83. After the C&D finished its work, the files that Ellsworth had laboriously assembled went to the War Department, where they were as forgotten as the Sisson documents in Wilson's safe. They resurfaced in the mid-1930s when a member of the Library of Congress staff, Cedric Larson, located them on a tip from a lieutenant colonel with the Army War College Library. A card in the library indicated the files were in the custody of the Army Industrial College, housed in the old munitions building 3 blocks from the White House. 84. Larson found nearly 25 cabinets in the basement bulging with CPI records. Bulging though they were, however, tens of thousands were missing. Some were destroyed under a mandate to eliminate useless executive papers. Others disappeared for unknown reasons. The remaining papers, 172 of the 789 drawers collected by Ellsworth, were sent to the National Archives, which recently had been created for such a purpose. The archive's summary of them laconically noted the organization of the records was complicated by their fragmentary nature, their disordered condition, and the CPI's nebulous character. 85. The continuing need for propaganda. Despite the ignominious end of the CPI's files and finances, it celebrated itself in its final days. White House, who headed home on Christmas Day, enjoyed a grand evening in the palatial Biltmore Hotel in New York. She had, said a woman there, fought, in her way, just as valiantly and just as tellingly as any soldier. Charles Dana Gibson's division celebrated with a dinner dance of more than 600 people. Nashville's 4-Minute Men gathered in the Commercial Club to give gifts to Porter Dunlap and other leaders. All the speakers received a red, white, and blue pin inscribed 100 per cent. When one of them rose to speak, someone yelled, "Go to it, Julius. You make Shakespeare and Longfellow look like pikers." 86. Creel's dinner was at the new Hotel Washington, which overlooked the White House. The fete was hurriedly organized as he was about to leave for Paris. More than 125 people attended. Daniels and Baker were at the love fest, but not their fellow member of the Committee on Public Information Robert Lansing. Gus Carger, correspondent with the Cincinnati Times-Star, president of the National Press Club, and a Creel stalwart, was toastmaster. "Now George Creel's work is done and he is about to leave us," Carger said. "We shall miss him, sadly miss him, darned if I don't believe that even Congress will miss him. We shall never see his like again, for God made only one George Creel." Creel was presented with a bronze tablet designed by O'Higgins and the Pictorial Division. 87. Yet mixed in with the applause and farewell gifts was the lingering feeling that the need for publicity had not ended. Ralph Vandeman wrote to Vera Whitehouse precisely on that fateful hour, 11 o'clock, November 11, 1918, the hour at which the armistice goes into effect. He wondered how much longer our propaganda work will go on. There is probably much need of it, perhaps now more than ever. Whitehouse agreed, my own view is that there should be some sort of permanent organization to present the American side of questions which may arise, not only in the peace settlement but afterwards, but I don't want to have anything to do with it. 88. Others expressed the same concern. Ernest Poole, who like Whitehouse was eager to leave the CPI, believed the era of open diplomacy demanded the use of publicity to reach widely the great mass of people in other countries with significant facts about the life and purposes of this nation. Robert Woolley, who initially watched the CPI with trepidation, regretted its demise. Its job, he told Creel, was of the greatest importance, and I for one wish it were possible to continue it. 89. In an important way the CPI did go on. It was no longer a government entity, to be sure. But it became the foundation for the information state that emerged during the 20th century. As is discussed at the end of this book, all modern government propaganda has antecedents in the CPI. It changed the way America was governed on a daily basis. Yet the comments by Whitehouse and others referenced a short-term challenge that was not met. That was the urgency of promoting the peace Wilson envisioned. The history of the CPI, as the next chapter shows, is incomplete without an account of Wilson's failure to mount an effective publicity campaign after the war. The CPI could have compensated for its undemocratic failings by helping Wilson at that crucial moment. But it had so alienated the press and so aroused partisan wrath that its continuation was impractical, and the president did not create an alternative publicity apparatus. This failure to win the battle for public opinion after the shooting stopped greatly hindered Wilson in attaining the lofty peace objectives he and the CPI had proclaimed as the reason for entering the war. The Americans came into this war simply for an idea, H.G. Wells wrote on the eve of the peace negotiations. All human institutions are made of propaganda, are sustained by propaganda and perish when it ceases. They must be continually explained and re-explained to the young and the negligent. And for this new world of democracy and the League of Nations to which all reasonable men are looking, there must needs be the greatest of all propagandas. 90. 3. Legacies. 15. More important now than ever. The peace treaty was the supreme salesmanship opportunity of the age. Its miserable failure, at least as far as the people of the United States are concerned, is truly a superb fiasco of selling. As a nation we were not sold. Congress was not sold. The treaty failed in every popular sense as well as the purely legal one. Edward Hungerford, New York Herald correspondent. It was a political moment that Wilson's advisers remembered with bitterness and recriminations. In late October, while haggling with Germany over terms for ending the fighting in Europe, the president faced another contest, this one at home, the midterm congressional elections. Up to that time the imperative to prosecute the war with loyal hearts had produced an informal political truce, in the words of Homer Cummings, vice chairman of the Democratic National Committee. But the white flag inched lower as voting day approached. 1. The Democrats, who believed the odds favored them, were flat-footed during the first months of the campaign. Vance McCormick, chair of the Democratic National Committee, was preoccupied with his duties as chairman of the War Trade Board. Cummings was not named acting chairman until early October. The major speaking drive came late in the campaign and was curtailed by the flu epidemic, and the Democratic National Committee did not have adequate funds for a publicity substitute too. On October 25, at the urging of Democratic candidates who clamored for a strong presidential endorsement, Wilson issued a blanket appeal that tied the election to his ability to prevail at the negotiating table in Paris. He made it seem that a vote for a Republican was an act of national disloyalty, the Republican leader's desire not so much to support the president as to control him. I am asking your support not for my own sake or for the sake of a political party, but for the sake of the nation itself, in order that its inward unity of purpose may be evident to all the world. 3. For some time the Democratic National Committee had been framing the election of its candidates as an act of patriotism. Its campaign manual told party workers to emphasize straight-out Americanism and loyalty to the government. But Wilson's self-righteous letter professing to be above politics, when he clearly was not, invited the Republicans to take off the gloves. Bipartisanship, Robert Woolley said, went with the wind for. This is not the president's personal war, Republican legislators said in rebuke. They used Wilson's letter to show he was the partisan one more partisan, said Republican National Committee Chair Will Hayes, then a reckless stump orator in ungratefully impugning the patriotism of Republicans who had loyally supported the war. At the same time, but more deftly, Hayes did what he criticized Wilson for doing. He argued that a sound peace could only come with the election of Republicans. In a telegram to James Williams of the Boston Evening Transcript, he said a Republican Congress was needed for the problems of peace, which means so much for the good of the country. Stop, pass this word in your own way to as many papers as you can suggest. Williams, who was close to Henry Cabot Lodge and still toiling behind the scenes for the Republicans, made the Transcript the most dyed-in-the-wool league baiter in the United States, and other Republican-leaning organs of news fell in line. 5. Every election campaign is about the last one, in that the losing side seeks to build on what its opponent did well. In 1916 Wilcox did not act on the suggestion to place Albert D. Lasker in a role comparable to Woolley's. Hayes corrected this mistake. Lasker's appointment was the first ever of a professional advertising executive, and he was not just any ad executive. He was considered the father of modern advertising. His Chicago firm Lord & Thomas was the most successful in the world. He was the first to train copywriters and test advertisements. During the war, he helped Agriculture Secretary David Houston with National Vegetable Canning Week. But he abhorred Wilson's post-war internationalism. One of his campaign triumphs was an extreme anti-League pamphlet, After the Peace, What? Lasker used it to focus campaign workers on the issue. 6. Charles Evans Hughes believed he would have won in 1916 if Hayes had run his campaign. He was probably correct. The jug-eared Hayes was a towering political genius in a 110-pound body. Creel thought Indiana's State Council of Defense, which Hayes chaired, was the best run of all the state organizations. It excelled at organizing speaking conferences across the state, not forgetting to put Republicans on the stage as much as possible. Like Woolley, Hayes recognized the need to lay the ground for the next presidential campaign as soon as the last one is decided, and his organizing ability was visible in the midterms. The Republican organization is working more harmoniously than ever before, the British Embassy informed the Foreign Office, which keenly followed the campaign because of the effect the outcome would have on the Paris negotiations. Public utterances against the partisanship of the president are greater in volume than those of the Democratic Party in defense of his actions. In Colorado, Judge Lindsey told Creel, every Republican candidate from constable up to county or state tickets raved about Wilson's letter as though he had been personally insulted by the president and his loyalty and his patriotism had been brought into question. 7. On November 5, American voters reversed the power equation on Capitol Hill. The day before, the Republicans were the minority in both houses. Now they were the majority, with Wilson's enemy Lodge the Senate Majority Leader and Chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. The election, Creel told Mark Sullivan, worked vast and fundamental changes in conditions at the treaty negotiations. The October 25 letter, Ray Stannard Baker observed, was one of Wilson's greatest political blunders, and it has been amusing, in going about among the various friends, to find how each of them tries to throw the blame for advising the president upon the others. 8. Will H. Hayes did unto the Democrats in 1918 and 1920 what Robert Woolley did to the Republicans in 1916 by taking advantage of publicity blunders to help torpedo the peace pact. Indiana State Library. Woolley was an exception. After helping with the first Liberty Loan drive in 1917, he was rewarded with a place on the Interstate Commerce Commission. He was still called on for political advice, and Tumulty summoned him to the White House to read a draft of Wilson's appeal. It was the end of a tiring day. Woolley hastily read the letter while Tumulty cleared his desk, so the pair could drive home together. He raised no objection. But when he read the letter in the newspapers over breakfast 2 days later, he realized it was political dynamite. The truth is I was called and found wanting. 9. The President, too, was found wanting. For nearly 6 years Mr. Wilson had manipulated the government of the United States with a skill that was almost uncanny, Frank Cobb of the New York World said. Then at the very summit of his career he made his first fatal blunder. Wilson, Gus Carter told his friend William Howard Taft, had grown impatient with public opinion. He would no longer learn them, he'd just tell them, and they would not be told. 10. Not everyone agreed Wilson's letter turned the election. David Lawrence believed war restrictions produced a backlash. If so, the letter was still a colossal public relations blunder. The midterms are problematic for a president's party. When a loss of seats occurs, the president can chalk it up to tradition. But Wilson raised the stakes by making the vote a referendum on his presidency. The loss weakened him at home and abroad. 11. The letter became emblematic of the missteps Wilson subsequently made as he strove to create the new world order promised in his 14 points. He did not adjust to the reality that he could no longer count on patriotism to carry through his objectives. Wilson needed to reach across the political aisle and refurbish the tools and strategies that helped him previously. In the 1916 election he had Wooley's Publicity Bureau, in the war he had Creel's CPI. But he appointed no publicity chief and created no publicity machine to sell the treaty. Advice poured in urging less aloofness and more attention to publicity, but Wilson thought he could carry the day largely on his own by speaking from the lofty perch that had served him well in the past. It was a lot to put on the shoulders of a frail man whose political judgment was deteriorating along with his health. Presagenting the President. The Committee on Public Information was born in the 1916 presidential campaign, where Wooley, Creel, and others perfected publicity techniques to elect Wilson. It died after the 1918 midterm elections brought in a Republican-controlled Congress. Throughout the course of its existence, the CPI's partisan cast set the tone for Wilson's wartime presidency. Government publicity privileges the voices, images, and ideas of the administration issuing it. Heartfelt as it may have been, when War Secretary Baker praised returning soldiers, he advertised the government's goodwill, as well as his own. When Treasury Secretary William Mikado went on the stump to promote Liberty Loan campaigns, he raised his national visibility. This was useful to a man who aspired to be president. Alien property custodian A. Mitchell Palmer publicized his way into the job of Attorney General and, with his equally well-publicized anti-red raids, hoped to make the next leap to the White House. He so aggressively advertised his uncovering of German plots during the war that President Wilson had to remind him publicity was Creel's job. 12. So it was with President Wilson. The official bulletin's publication of his 14-point speech was a public service. Citizens needed to know what he had in mind for the peace. But the public also needed to know Republican objections to his plans, and the bulletin did not publish those. Every component of the CPI contributed to this advantage. Wilson, Charles Dana Gibson said shortly after his speech, was the great Moses of America. He points out the promised land, the milk, and the honey. The work of the artists will be made easy by putting into pictorial form the last message of the president. 13. It was a simple matter to push the boundaries of the president's information franchise beyond the easily defensible, and Creel's proclivities in this regard were pronounced. He was as partisan as a campaign button. He judged people based on which side they were on, as Guy Stanton Ford said. He was widely regarded as a Wilson publicity agent. The Republican-dominated Joint Committee on Printing noted this partisan tendency. One of the many examples that caught its eye was a story in the May 1919 issue of National School Service, which had moved to the Bureau of Education but maintained a CPI attitude. It asked teachers to cultivate the League of Nations attitude in their students. 14. Creel tried to offset charges of partisanship by pointing out that Republicans filled half of the CPI's 26 top positions. Of the remaining 13, Democrats held 5 and Independents 8. This, however, did not signify what Creel said it did. Many of those Republicans and Independents voted for Wilson, as Representative Gillette pointed out during the June hearings on the CPI. In anticipation of those hearings, Creel polled his staff on their political affiliations. Voted for Wilson for president both elections, Walter Rogers telegraphed. As long as term meant anything definite, classified myself as progressive Republican 15. Although Blair actively campaigned for Hughes, his 4-minute men were considered Wilson's telephone. In 1918, 4-minute men recited Wilson's full Flag Day speech from the previous year at industrial plants and schools. In 90% of the 4-minute men campaigns, speakers were given prompts with some reference to Wilson. "Think of it," read one sample speech. "Last winter the country immersed in peace. In the White House a man of peace, a man of patience, whose every effort it was to keep us honorably out of war, to keep us away even from thoughts of war. Of whom, tell me, can this be said more truly than of America's President, Woodrow Wilson? But peace became impossible." 16. Virtually every time Creel complained to an editor about a story, the issue was not the publication of militarily sensitive information, the focus of his voluntary guidelines. His complaint was that the story cast the administration or the handling of the war in a bad light. Creel, O'Higgins said, had a rule against writing anything personal about government officials to escape the charge of being a personal press bureau. But O'Higgins was assigned to write an article defending Josephus Daniels along the lines of the defense Creel wrote during the 1916 campaign. Censorship had a similar partisan tilt. Many were arrested or deported for radical propaganda, but none, so far as I know, for reactionary propaganda, said Norman Hapgood, who grew disillusioned with the effect of propaganda on discourse. Arthur Willard, whose patriotism was unassailable, complained to Wiseman about the strong political censorship his reports received in the United States. 17. In March 1918, Metropolitan magazine criticized Harry Garfield, chairman of the Fuel Administration, for restricting coal production in one of the coldest winters on record, and for good measure argued that Wilson should never have been elected. Creel responded with "The Case for Mr. Garfield," published in The Independent. The Metropolitan's editor retorted in an open letter, "Is it right that you should use the time and money of your bureau, which is supported by the American taxpayers, to defend members of the administration from criticism in the public press? Are you not in fact the personal press agent of the President and members of the administration?" Creel's rejoinder showed the ease with which partisanship can be dressed as patriotism. "We consider it right to spend that money to defend the government and its war measures from misstatement that weaken the faith in the nation's war work." Creel's belabored defense, Lawrence wrote in the Evening Post, confirmed the public's impression that the CPI was primarily interested in defending the administration against attacks. 18. Wilson did not stop the CPI from defending him or from promoting him, which was one of its strongest impulses. The official bulletin boasted of publishing all the utterances by the President since the entry of this government into the war. Some pamphlets consisted solely of Wilson's speeches. CPI files are filled with communications along the lines of a cable from Frank Marion in Spain. "Kearney and I agree that the most important phase of our work here is to press agent the President." Creel considered it a sign of Marion's success that the Christian Science Monitor's correspondent in Spain reported, "What may be called the Wilson cult is truly making astonishing progress in Spain. In every Allied country, streets and babies were named for Wilson. His image, distributed by the CPI, was in storefront windows and homes." 19. At his farewell dinner at the Hotel Washington, Creel spoke of the undergrowth of irritation and the poison ivy of politics that bedeviled the CPI. This irritation got worse as the war drew to a close and partisanship surged. The CPI's successes became liabilities. Indiana Senator Harry S. New, a former chairman of the Republican National Committee, told Hoosiers at the state party convention that the Democrats were making the midterm elections about loyalty to the country. Mr. Creel, with his bunch of socialistic, muckraking misfits, is employing this sort of propaganda in every form at his unlimited command: the bulletin, the movies, and the chautauquas. The money of the tax-paying public foots the bills. 20. The CPI lent itself to political controversy even when it was not guilty of a transgression. A New Jersey candidate for office asked movie theater managers to show pro-Wilson slides supplied by the Democratic National Committee. At this critical period of our history, he said, supporters of the president are needed in Congress. When the letter became public, Hayes blamed the CPI, which had the power to put theaters out of business. His statement also drew attention to a letter Hans Rieck wrote on Treasury Department stationery urging the foreign language press to publish Wilson's October letter as prominently as possible and send copies of their stories to the Democratic National Committee. 21. The CPI was an expression of Wilson's partisanship. Had the CPI been more restrained, it would not have been so useful to Republicans in the 1918 election and might have carried on under reduced circumstances. Instead, it hardened partisan behaviors in Wilson that worked against him in time of peace. This became self-defeating. Wilson had more to lose in the League of Nations fight than the Republicans, who could defend their no votes as a victory for American sovereignty. At each turn, it seemed, Wilson invited the Republicans to be partisan. During the midterm campaign, Charles Evans Hughes parried Wilson's October call to unify the nation by electing Democrats. Unity should be preserved by taking counsel together and hearing the voice of all parties after the methods of a republic and not by abject submission according to the example of autocracy, he told an audience at the Union League Club. After the armistice was signed, however, Wilson clung to the same attitude that led him to reject the proposal to meld the resources of the Republican and Democratic National Committees to build bipartisan support for the war. Had he made a minor concession, for instance, giving a joint committee a limited publicity brief, he would have spiked some Republican criticism during the war years. When Wilson selected his peace commissioners, only one of the four, Henry White, was a Republican, and the elderly diplomat was a nonentity as far as the party leadership was concerned. Taft, Root, and Hughes would have been better choices, and in mid-November the betting odds were even on Hughes being named, and 100-1 on Lodge. They favored the League. Their judgment would have been useful in shaping the League, they had party credibility. Hayes considered Wilson's appointments his second great mistake after the October letter. 22. With no meaningful representation on the commission, Republicans had less incentive to pull punches. Wilson, they said repeatedly, lost the vote of confidence he called for. Our allies and our enemies, and Mr. Wilson himself, Roosevelt said, should all understand that Mr. Wilson has no authority whatever to speak for the American people at this time. His leadership has just been emphatically repudiated by them. As evidence that Wilson refused to honorably acknowledge his loss of authority, Roosevelt pointed to the Sisson mission's announcement, prior to its departure to Paris, that the CPI would interpret the work of the peace conference by keeping up the worldwide propaganda to disseminate American accomplishments and American ideals. Wilson, Roosevelt said, had no standing to do that. 23. In late 1917, Northcliffe described Wilson to an AP correspondent as a global force, the dictator of the world. In January 1919, he held a radically different view. Mr. Wilson has lost his power in the United States, he said privately. Whatever he does over here is subject to the approval of the Foreign Relations Committee of the Senate, and that in reality Mr. Roosevelt is the American to support. Roosevelt died a couple of days later. The Foreign Relations Committee was not going away. 24. You have spun a net for me. CPI propaganda had other post-war liabilities besides accentuating partisanship. CPI images of Hun brutality and CPI stories of German Bolshevik conspiracies worked against the fair treaty that Wilson had promised, a promise the Germans believed when they signed the armistice. In the state of mind existing at home and abroad, a sane peace was no longer possible, George Sylvester Viereck said. It may be said that American propaganda was not only successful but too successful. Woodrow Wilson the propagandist defeated Woodrow Wilson the statesman. Despite his having negotiated an end to the fighting, Wilson could not count on the support of immigrant groups whose home countries did not get the results they wanted in Paris. German Americans organized rallies against the treaty and what Viereck called the League of Damnations 25. The administration's trampling of civil liberties also alienated Americans on the left. If anyone could be said to want a world free of war, it was pacifist Oswald Garrison Villard. After the November election, he told Tumulty that Wilson did not have the liberal support he needs in this trying hour when the real victory of the war is still to be won. Creel told Wilson the same thing. When you raised it to the level of a war for democracy, you rallied, to the support of the war, all the progressive and democratic elements, he said. But by the elections, all the radical, or liberal friends of your anti-imperialist war policy were either silenced or intimidated. No one had been able to tell the public what was really at issue in the elections. 26. A final liability was the outsized image the CPI built of Wilson. Wilson's speeches, Creel said, were our most effective weapons. The Allies used them in their domestic propaganda to bolster the morale of their people and demoralize the enemy. While possibly hurrying the end of the war, this propaganda had two adverse byproducts. First, the adoring throngs that cheered Wilson in Europe may have contributed to his conviction that he had European public opinion behind him, when, on the contrary, they supported their leaders at the treaty table. Second, CPI propaganda created impossibly high expectations as to what the president could accomplish in Paris. 27. On board the George Washington bound for Paris, Wilson worried to Creel, "It is a great thing you have done, but I am wondering if you have not unconsciously spun a net for me from which I cannot escape." The fault, of course, was also Wilson's. Creel oversold his words like so much patent medicine. But Wilson had fallen into the deadly trap propagandists set for themselves by becoming infatuated with their soaring promises, forgetting they will be finally judged by how they implement them. He was, as he once said of himself, intoxicated by the exuberance of my own verbosity. 28. Keeping the press at arm's length. Propaganda more important now than ever, Tumulty cabled Wilson in April 1919, when the president was nearing the end of the peace negotiations in Paris. The same advice had been coming from others for months. 29. Before the election, Creel told Wilson of the instant need of some clear and complete statement of America's war aims and peace program. The press and the public were muddled, Creel said. After the election, Creel insisted, "You will have to give out your program for peace and reconstruction and find friends for it." 30. McCormick and Frank Cobb, who was on a leave of absence from the world to help House in Paris, thought the biggest challenge for Wilson was not in Europe. Wilson should stay in Washington to manage post-war domestic problems and find treaty friends. The commissioners could handle the negotiations and refer questions to him. Such an arrangement would strengthen his position by putting him above the negotiators in Paris. Winning American public opinion would strengthen his hand in Europe. 31. Wilson shrugged off such advice. He did not want to focus on public opinion to any large degree, nor did he want to articulate clearly what he wished to accomplish. For months, his objective had been to keep peace aims out of the public conversation and concentrate on maintaining a fighting attitude at home and abroad. When David Lawrence wrote positively about the semi-secret, post-war planning group The Inquiry in late 1917, Wilson admonished him, "You newspaper men can have no conception of what fire you are playing with when you discuss peace now at all, in any phase or connection." In an address to Congress 2 days before sailing to Europe, Wilson appealed for public support without offering any specifics as to what the public was to stand behind. "Lodge read Wilson's speeches," he told Root, "and found they are all in the clouds and all fine sentiments that lead nowhere." 32. Wilson arrived in Paris without a strategy for informing the public about what he was doing and pulled together a press operation the same way he created the CPI in 1917, on the fly. A number of names were suggested besides Creel's to do the work. House recommended Cobb, a steady Wilson supporter, to explain the policies you stand for. Cobb, however, had a falling out with House over the Colonel's withholding of information from Wilson and the State Department, and he returned home. Lippmann, also working for House in Paris, suggested George Barr Baker for cable matters, as he would foster openness with the press. 33. From the various suggestions, Wilson conceived a complex, fuzzy scheme of overlapping responsibilities. Maximilian Foster, the CPI's correspondent at the front, would liaise between Wilson and the reporters. Creel would disseminate information through the world and the United States. Ray Stannard Baker was to handle publicity for the commission. House let Baker believe the appointment had been his idea. Creel later told Baker it had been his suggestion. Baker considered House's slipperiness pretty abominable. 34. Creel tried to be a player, for instance by offering advice to Wilson on his itinerary in Rome. But he clashed with Baker within a few days. He was battered by the negative news stories about his proposed press headquarters in James Gordon Bennett's 20-room mansion, with its numerous servants. His frustration with press criticism erupted in a message in early January to Rogers. No matter what the CPI did to help, he complained, correspondents were liable to wax ugly, creating some trouble that would expose me again to the charge of interference with the free flow of news or attempt to control public opinion. He told Rogers to keep Foster away from the press. Foster's presence irritated them and exposed Creel to more criticism. Rogers dropped Foster from the payroll. Soon, Creel was on his way to Central Europe, leaving the field entirely to Baker. Rogers carrying on with the transmission of news. 35. At his peak, Baker was considered the greatest reporter in America. He was the lone journalist to cover Guglielmo Marconi's first secret transatlantic wireless transmission. He exposed corruption, wrote a path-breaking book on race relations, and penned homely sketches of country life under the name David Grayson. Baker endorsed individuals, not parties, depending on their ideas. In the 1916 election, he was a leader in the Wilson Independent League. Unlike Creel, he was soft-spoken, judicious in his opinions, and agonizingly self-reflective. He quit the vigilantes because, he wrote in his diary, they scream and sing the hymn of hate. 36. When Wilson tapped him for the publicity job, Baker was concluding a nearly year-long mission arranged by House to assess opinion in Britain, Italy, and France. Working under a plan of camouflage, he was ostensibly a correspondent for the New Republic and the New York World but confined himself to reports for a small circle of Washington officials. The assignment stemmed from Wilson's concern that liberal elements in Europe were drawing inspiration from the Bolsheviks and might push for a negotiated peace and his distrust of information from his embassies. 37. Ray Stannard Baker, head of the American Press Bureau during the Paris Treaty negotiations, was disappointed Wilson did not use the conference to fashion a new diplomacy that was transparent and attentive to public opinion. Behind Baker is his deputy Arthur Sweetser, The Black Environment. Blogspot. Baker was reluctant to take the press assignment in Paris. He wanted to return to his rural home in Amherst, Massachusetts, where he gardened and raised bees. But public service won out. He took up his office at the grand address of No. 4 Place de la Concorde. Reporters trooped to his American Press Bureau in such large numbers they wore its aged red carpet to shreds. 38. Baker hired Arthur Sweetser, who also was conveniently on hand, as his assistant. During the war, Sweetser moved from the Signal Corps to the Military Intelligence Branch in Washington at Blankenhorn's request. Blankenhorn hoped to take him to France. That did not work out. But in the same way Sweetser had dropped everything to cover the war when it broke out in 1914, he rushed to Europe in 1918 as a freelance reporter when he was mustered out of the army. His experience covering the State Department commended him for the job as Baker's assistant, as did his high hopes for the conference. My ambition from the onset of the war has of course been to attend the peace meetings, he told Herbert Crowley, for whom he wrote a few stories. The public must be brought into touch with the situation, given the best and most accurate information. 39. For Baker, the conference was an opportunity to achieve the acme of progressive-minded public opinion molding. Publicity would not be an arm of American diplomacy. It was to be its heartbeat. He believed the American Peace Commission was organized upon the initial assumption that it was a great public undertaking, that it would have to keep open the avenues of communication with the people of all the world and provide means of present and future publicity. 40. The American Peace Commission's communications system was, indeed, extensive. It included a courier service and telephone system for Western Europe, a postal service, a printing plant, a photography department, and a department to make a historical record. The CPI in New York sent a bi-weekly summary of American news to Paris and arranged for the Paris Press Corps a special allotment of 9,000 words a day over Navy wireless, without charge, a third for official documents of news value, a third for the wire associations, and a third for individual newspapers, the latter divvied up by the reporters themselves. Compub in New York forwarded individual stories to the respective newspapers. The correspondents were free to send other dispatches by wireless and cable at their own expense. 41. When the lengthy, complex treaty was ready for unveiling, Sweetser prepared the 14,000-word American summary. Baker and Rogers arranged transmission. Baker thought that it was the longest single continuous cable dispatch ever sent up to that time. One of Baker's innovative ideas was for American experts at the conference to draft briefing papers for the correspondents, many of whom had little experience covering foreign affairs. This met resistance from Lansing. Wilson once again overruled him. 42. The barrier to reaching Baker's progressive vision of worldwide publicity was the president. The following short note from a nameless correspondent in Paris is among the personal papers Baker donated to Princeton. Mr. Wilson is a very secretive individual, and we have had a chance at him directly only 3 or 4 times. Baker sees him every day and we see Baker for news from the president, and also unload on Baker all the bile collected in our systems. We all like Baker very much. He is distinctly the ablest man we have had in charge of news dispensing since the war began. 43. Baker's daily meetings with Wilson began in March, after the president returned from a 5-week trip to Washington. Baker met with the president each evening and briefed the reporters afterward on what had transpired during the day, to the extent the president allowed. This was the first time a president had a subordinate act as his daily, full-time personal intermediary with the press. The arrangement foreshadowed the formal job of presidential press secretary. Asterisk. Ideally, press secretaries serve 2 masters, the president, whose message they must faithfully convey, and the press, who serve the public. I honestly endeavored at Paris to do the real work of publicity, Baker told his friend Norman Hapgood, getting out the facts and the background, as well as to report exactly what was being done, so far as I was permitted to do, and when I wasn't permitted to pass on certain information I told the correspondents so. 44. Baker set a high standard. His view was in tune with democratic principles. But this was not Wilson's preferred method of dealing with the press. His daily debriefing with Baker was not a vehicle to engage the press so much as a means of keeping it at arm's length, as the CPI had previously done for him. Usually, Baker said, his daily briefing of the press was disappointing. 45. Asterisk. The first full-time de facto press secretary at the White House was George Ackerson, appointed by Herbert Hoover. The title was not used until Franklin Roosevelt appointed Stephen Early, a one-time AP reporter who had worked in the CPI. Greenberg, Republic of Spin, 192. A feeling of betrayal. 70 men from all corners of the earth are seated around a long horseshoe of a green baize table in the clock room of the Foreign Office on the Quai d'Orsay, Simeon Strunsky of the New York Evening Post wrote. Newspapermen from all corners of the earth. Strain eye and ear, through the arches of the adjoining reception room. 46. Strunsky's report was one of many written about press coverage of the negotiations. The stories were reminiscent of those filed about CENTCOM's Doha Media Center in Building 406 during the U.S. invasion of Iraq. They reflected journalists' awareness of the magnitude of the event and their frustration covering it. The tremendous interest involved in the peace conference and the secrecy with which the negotiations have been conducted, the AP said, have made the assignment one of the most difficult which American journalism has ever undertaken. 47. The treaty negotiations were a high historical moment. This had been the most far-reaching, devastating war ever. 65 million troops mobilized, 20 million military and civilian deaths, 21 million wounded. Now, the first ever plan for permanent world peace was in the offing. With wartime censorship lifted, reporters could be reporters again. At the high point, some 500 covered the proceedings, 150 of them Americans. Many shared Baker's enthusiasm for a new diplomacy that was transparent and reflective of public opinion. Wilson elevated these expectations in the first of his 14 points, which called for open covenants of peace, openly arrived at, after which there shall be no private international understandings of any kind, but diplomacy shall proceed always frankly and in the public view. Wilson expressed the same view to William Wiseman, who was advising the president as well as his own government. Negotiations should be conducted publicly for the whole world. But fruitful negotiations were impossible if conducted in front of a public grandstand, and Wilson's subsequent actions showed the statement was not meant literally. House asked Cobb and Lippmann to come up with a formula that would clear up the confusion. They suggested that open covenants, openly arrived at, meant there would be no secret agreements. Lippmann later confessed, "I was never sure that was what President Wilson meant when he coined the phrase 48. The first meeting of Prime Ministers Georges Clemenceau, David Lloyd George, and Vittorio Orlando, and President Wilson, who came to be known as the Council of Four or Big Four, was behind soundproof doors on a gloomy cold winter day, January 12. The leaders decided to limit publicity to a daily communiqué. American journalists responded with a petition that threw Wilson's open covenants in his face. To various degrees, journalists from other countries followed the Americans' lead. At the urging of Tumulty, who cabled about the snide editorial comments at home that this was another case of pitiless publicity, Wilson earnestly pleaded the correspondence case with his fellow leaders. They relented slightly to allow coverage of plenary sessions. He also beat back a French proposal to censor telegraph and cable transmissions of official communiques. 49. The peace conference, one reporter concluded, is well on its way to the abandonment of the first of the 14 points. Only 6 heavily scripted plenary sessions were held. Strunsky characterized them as stage management to bless decisions made in secret. The daily communiqué was soporific. 50. One might expect the reporters to forgive Wilson's open covenants as unfortunate hyperbole. But a recurring feature in their reports and in their memoirs was a feeling of betrayal. Such was the power of Wilson's rhetoric that it had been widely believed. And such was the crashing disappointment when he showed that he had no intention of following through when he clearly could. As chairman of the committee working on the League Covenant, he could have admitted reporters but did not. Nor did he issue official communiques on its work. 51. Herbert Bayard Swope had taken a leave from the New York World to handle publicity for Barrick's War Industries Board during the war. He had a warm sympathy for Wilson on most occasions, but not this one. Swope was a leader of the disgruntled reporters in Paris. He considered the press restrictions more drastic than any heretofore undertaken and a lack of good faith. 52. Working silently. Hugh Gibson understood the need to negotiate behind closed doors but blamed Wilson for keeping the public so much in the dark. Few professional diplomats, Gibson said, have proceeded by means that were so secret. Openness was essential in the sense Baker and other progressives had talked about publicity. Publicity was a vehicle for leading. Had not Wilson written in 1887, "Whoever would effect a change in a modern constitutional government must make public opinion willing to listen and then see to it that it listens to the right things." 53. Wilson's failure to signal early on what right things he had in mind for the League Covenant, historian Thomas Bailey observed, was one of his most costly errors in the handling of public opinion. If he had articulated the plan he drafted before leaving Washington, even without full specifics, he would have invited partnership in the process, critics would have revealed themselves, he could have made adjustments in the draft where called for. This would have allowed him to bring a better draft to the negotiations. By holding his draft close to his chest, Wilson merely delayed the inevitable. When he returned to Washington briefly in February, he was bombarded with valid objections. Back in Paris in March, he had to ask for changes in the draft. This, Bailey argued, increased the strain on Wilson, added to the general confusion at Paris, and introduced a not inconsiderable amount of genuine delay. 54. To good effect, Wilson had an impromptu off-the-record meeting with reporters on February 14, the day he presented a draft of the covenant in a plenary session. But the success did not prompt a greater effort to shape public opinion. He could not control American journalists, as Clemenceau did the French, so he sought reasons to avoid all but the few he personally liked. Reporters respected Wilson's insistence that his comments to them were off the record. But a lone exception from the February 14 meeting, which was probably due to a misunderstanding, gave him reason to say flatly he could not trust correspondence. He refused to see one group of reporters because it included a journalist he did not like. 55. Alone among the Big Four, Wilson did not meet regularly with correspondents. He did not even bother to tell them, or Baker, how hard he worked to convince his fellow chiefs of state to open plenary sessions. It probably never occurred to him to tell even Mrs. Wilson, Baker said. When Lawrence suggested to Wilson the lack of openness was politically damaging, he impatiently replied, "I don't give a damn about the politics of it. If this thing is a success we will get the benefit of it, and if it isn't, we will be attacked anyhow." 56. The best way to handle the correspondence, Wilson informed Lansing, was for the commissioners to brief them each morning. This I am sure is preferable to any formal plan or to any less definite arrangements. This in-between approach was of minimal value. The commissioners often were not fully informed when they held their 15-minute press meeting. "We will all be glad," Lansing complained at the rather late date of January 4, "when the president can settle down and disclose the application of his principles." They did not find out about Wilson's decision to give German concessions in China's Shantung province to the Japanese until Baker told them. Baker considered these newsless meetings farcical. Tasker Bliss and House stopped attending. 57. A danger in this arrangement was that Wilson's stand-ins could offer interpretations that reflected their thinking, not his. This was especially so with House, whose differing views with Wilson led to estrangement during the negotiations. He saw reporters alone every evening at 6 o'clock at the Krillin. House's son-in-law Gordon Auchincloss, who was a member of the American delegation, also spoke liberally to the press. One morning Wilson's wife overheard Auchincloss ask House jocularly, "What shall we make the president say today?" 58. Perhaps the anecdote, dredged from Edith Wilson's memory, is inaccurate. But unruly interactions with the press proliferated. Wilson's confidential secretary Gilbert Close, various intelligence officers, and Philip Patchen with Lansing's Division of Foreign Intelligence briefed reporters. Tumulty figured into this mix. With the CPI dissolved, he resumed his press duties at home and managed public relations in Paris through Wilson's physician, Cary Grayson. Tumulty's instructions, often frantic in their concern over the bad press Wilson was receiving, could be quite detailed. "Don't forget the movie men," he cabled Grayson, reminding him to picture human side of president. "President's smile is wonderful," he said in another cable. "Get this over in some way." "At work on your suggestions," the obedient admiral replied. Grayson became one of the journalist's most reliable sources. The French journalists even sought him out. It was quite a role for a man who was so unimpressive in his Navy uniform that a guest at a Paris reception asked him to call me a cab. 59. Special interests outside American circles were all too eager to supplement these helter-skelter streams of information. "Intrigues and propaganda are everywhere," Lansing complained. The one certain thing in journalism, Sweetser said, is that if the truth is not given out, something else will be printed. The press was beset on from every angle, by interviews, written material, trips, confidential luncheons and dinners, even decorations. French officials, who treated their newspapers as a bureau of the foreign ministry, passed them Wilson's October letter and Roosevelt's denunciation of it to weaken the president during the negotiations. They ran a press center at the elegant Hotel de Fayal. It was replete with excellent food and wine, endless receptions for officials, and walls covered with depictions of naked women. The press called it the House of 1,000 Teats. The French built up sentiment for a vengeful treaty with special trains to see the wreckage left by the Germans. It was propaganda de luxe, said New York Herald correspondent Edward Hungerford, a walrus-mustached reporter with experience in these matters as a Wells Fargo advertising manager. 60. Secrecy was as extreme. The Big Four initially wanted to bar reporters from witnessing the presentation of the treaty terms to the Germans on May 4 on the grounds the Germans would use it as a propaganda opportunity. This attitude encouraged leaking. While the conferees refused to reveal the treaty, purloined copies could be bought on street corners. Reporters relied on the red-eyed rumors that washed through the Hotel Crillon's lobby and the Chatham Bar, the latter a harbor to anchor in and watch the ebb and flow of aviators, detectives, civilians, slackers, and soldiers. On one occasion Wilson allowed Baker to whisper in the ear of Swope and a couple of other American reporters about French demands for heavy indemnities on the Germans. But this was not his style. Nevertheless, he could not stop leaks by his own delegation, let alone the strategic leaks by other delegations. 61. The drip, drip, drip eroded Wilson's position by sowing disharmony and confusion. The Chicago Tribune got its hands on an advance copy of the treaty from the Chinese, who were furious that it transferred German concessions in Shantung to the Japanese in contravention of pledges in the 14 points for the fair adjustment of colonial claims. The anti-treaty Tribune published the document and sent a reporter to Washington to deliver a copy to the equally anti-treaty Senator William Borah, who unlike Wilson met with reporters at his office daily and took their calls at home. On June 9, Tumulty told the Senate that Wilson was not ready to transmit the treaty, which by tradition was his prerogative. After heated debate that same day, the Senate voted 42 to 24 to print Borah's copy in the Congressional Record. Senator Gilbert Hitchcock, Wilson's point man on the treaty, argued that publication of the document was an act of German propaganda. Anti-treaty Senator George Norris said the Senate was expressing the president's idea of open covenants. Publication of the treaty, Carger told Taft, gained something by making clear the indecency of Wilson withholding it from the public. 62. Wilson's reluctance to engage public opinion was a topic of fretful conversations in Paris cafes. Americans filled diaries and letters with woeful comment. "You know as well as I do the resentment which has been aroused by the president's failure to explain what he is doing," Lippmann told House, "but do hope you will consider seriously the importance of having some voice in America capable of speaking for the president at this time. The news which comes out of Paris by way of the correspondence is distrusted and the official communiques which are issued are about as interesting as a railroad timetable." 63. Referring to news of mounting opposition in Washington, Gilbert Close told his wife, "It becomes more and more evident every day that it is time the president got home and did a little plain talking himself." Close decided against suggesting this to Wilson given his mounting irritability with his staff. "He might think it best to fire me." 64. Tumulty, Creel, and Baker continued to implore Wilson to meet with reporters and explain what he was doing. But Wilson told Swope the only way to succeed in the face of leaks and intrigue was by working silently, the opposite of what was called for. "The greatest failure of this whole peace conference," Baker wrote in his diary, "is the failure to take the people into our confidence, the abrogation of the first of the 14 points." 65. Inchoate public support. Before the war, Arthur Bullard predicted the peace would not be worked out solely by the diplomats grouped about their green table. "The real decision will depend on public opinion at home. No diplomat," returning from this Congress, will ride up the avenue of his capital, waving his silk hat to a uniformed, admiring crowd, who shout approbation to such a vague and bombastic phrase as peace, with honor. The coachman will turn about in his seat and say, "Your Excellency, why did you annex all the African swamp?" 66. Wilson returned home convinced he would prevail. He had persuaded his fellow leaders in Paris to wrap the covenant inside the treaty, so they would be voted as one. Although the senator or that might not like one part or another of the pact, they would not deny a president who toiled to bring home a treaty that promised so much for the world. This false sense of security came out in a conversation with Baker in May. The treaty, Wilson said, enjoyed good support among Americans. Yes, Baker replied, but they do not know what is in it. When Wilson became visibly annoyed with this line of conversation, Baker dropped the subject. 67. Wilson had support, but it was not overwhelming. In April the Literary Digest polled newspaper editors on the League, 718 approved, 181 did not, and 478 approved conditionally. Put another way, nearly half the respondents expressed a degree of doubt. Even if Wilson took the survey as a proxy for positive American opinion, it did not measure the intensity of sentiment. The negotiations had dragged on for months. The Senate did not vote until November 1919, a full year after the armistice was signed. This left opponents ample time to win over the public, which, in any case, was preoccupied with the rising cost of living and the Dempsey-Willard boxing match. Treaty fatigue set in. How many citizens would lean on their senators to pass Wilson's treaty and the League Covenant? Chicago newspaper publisher Herman Colesott told House, "The great majority of our people are still behind the president. I fear they are very far behind him." Traveling through the West in August 1919, Woolley found that 70% of voters favored the League, but not wholeheartedly. Every day the president delayed in making his case, Woolley told House and McCormick, he makes his job more difficult. 68. The peace pact was open to legitimate criticism. The treaty levied heavy reparations on the Germans, hardly the just outcome Wilson had promised them. Wilson had acquiesced in allowing the victors, apart from his own country, to divide Germany's colonies among themselves. The widely reviled Shantung Agreement was Wilson's African swamp. The chief objection to the covenant centered on Article X, which pledged mutual defense. The idea of automatically coming to the aid of any nation in trouble ran against the strong American tradition opposing permanent alliances, which George Washington articulated in his farewell address and which was read each year in the Senate on the anniversary of its delivery. Article X also carried the idea of protecting existing borders rather than allowing for self-determination. Villard's nation derided the president for failing to stick to his principles. Lippmann, who had been an architect of Wilson's 14 points, thought the treaty was illiberal and in bad faith. He gave Borah inside information acquired while he was with the inquiry. This helped the senator put Wilson on the spot when he met with the Foreign Relations Committee. 69. Wilson's strongest support group was the League to Enforce Peace, headed by Taft. With no authority beyond the ability to persuade, the LEP was from its inception in 1915 engaged in educating Americans on the value of a global alliance to preserve peace. At its peak, it had 400,000 members, many of whom were American thought leaders, and a staff of 115 in its New York headquarters. It had state and county chapters and a lobbying arm in Washington under former CPI executive Harry Rickey. A former associate director of the 4-Minute Men was the extension secretary responsible for speakers. Gus Cargill, who had press agent Taft, played a large role in publicity. The LEP advertised in the press and held regional conferences. It sent former Secretary of Commerce Oscar Strauss and magazine publisher Hamilton Holt to Paris to show the world that the Americans were behind Wilson. Favorable American opinion toward the covenant in the spring of 1919, historian John Milton Cooper observed, owed less to Wilson than to assiduous organizing and publicizing by the LEP. 70. On the other side was a parallel, opposing organization, the League for the Preservation of American Independence. Although not as powerful as the LEP, it had prominent members and close ties to the Republican Party and employed the CPI tactics of speaking tours, canned articles, and advertisements. Phonograph records were made of some speeches. One of the League's founders in the spring of 1919 was Senator George H. Moses. Moses, a New Hampshire newspaper publisher, edited the weekly bulletin of the Republican National Committee during the midterm elections, filling its pages with anti-Wilson vitriol. He also was a vocal member of the Joint Committee on Printing. 71. While Wilson's attention was riveted on the Green Table in Paris, Will Hayes built up resistance at home by keeping the general public informed as far as possible concerning the daily progress in Paris, especially the factors that might affect the welfare of the United States. Hayes recognized that American sentiment, while favoring the treaty, was inchoate. People did not understand the technical details in the 268-page treaty. His goal was to educate them on the value of the reservations that Lodge wanted attached to the treaty and help him unify Republican senators with disparate ideas of how to handle the treaty. Hayes, wrote Gus Carger in the Cincinnati Times-Star, is to Moses them out of their difficulties. 72. To these same ends, Hayes orchestrated a letter in which Republican statesman Elihu Root laid out his apprehensions. Root's main objection was to Article X's effect of sacrificing United States sovereignty to guarantee existing national boundaries. Change and growth are the law of life. He also made the case for aggressive Senate scrutiny. Treaty negotiations were normally handled by delegates who were supervised by the President. Since Wilson was his own delegate, Root said, he needed supervision. 73. Hayes, who hoped Root's letter would encourage LEP members to endorse reservations, thought it had just the effect we had hoped for. A second letter from Root to Lodge laid out additional objections. Hayes printed it in pamphlet form and circulated it with no stamp of political party headquarters. Digging into the bag of tricks parties used in political campaigns, Hayes facilely created doubts about the peace pact. The President violated his open covenants statement in order to bamboozle the public. Wilson had Bolshevik advisers. The presence of Creel in Paris proved he wanted to muzzle the press. Lodge and Hayes described internationalists as anti-American. Wilson made vilification easier with statements that were arrogant and disrespectful of the democratic process. In a meeting with the Democratic National Committee during his home visit in February, he called critics of the League contemptible without even good working imitations of minds. If I did not despise them, I would be sorry for them. 74. The LEP, with its close ties to the Republican Party, was of no value in parrying personal attacks. Taft joined with Hayes in calling for the election of a Republican Congress in 1918. And in the end, the LEP's determination to see the League covenant passed without alteration eroded. With nudges from the political puppeteer Will Hayes, Taft sketched out reservations of his own after Wilson presented the treaty to the Senate in July. Taft asked Hayes not to circulate the draft widely, but Hayes made it public. Taft's naive strategy to win over foes of the treaty left the LEP in disarray from which it never recovered. 75. Too little, too late. Wilson needed an organization dedicated to defending him and his treaty. Whatever was put in place would have had to be smaller and less well-oiled than would have been the case if it were created much earlier. Wilson had two obvious choices. One was to use the Democratic National Committee's publicity machinery, which needed bolstering but at least existed. Alternatively, Wilson could have authorized the creation of a separate body. Private money could have been found for that purpose. Financier Andrew Mellon and steel manufacturer Henry Clay Frick, among others, funded the League for the Preservation of American Independence. Henry Ford was a donor to the LEP and funded a pro-League pamphlet written by Breckinridge Long. Henry Morgenthau, who oversaw financing for Wilson's campaigns in 1912 and 1916, could have done the fundraising. In anticipation of the 1918 election, he pleaded with Wilson to concentrate the mind of the public. 76. The large number of CPI staffers who went to work for the LEP showed how easy it would be to repurpose remnants of the CPI under private auspices, if not governmental ones. In April 1919, Tumulty unsuccessfully tried to convince Wilson to keep Rauch's foreign-born division as a vehicle to reach those disillusioned elements. A leaflet prepared for the farewell dinner of Charles Dana Gibson's division showcased the enthusiasm that existed for carrying on. "Let us not forget that our duty is not yet done," the leaflet exclaimed. They felt fortunate to be alive at this time and be able to take advantage of the greatest opportunity ever presented to artists. 77. In the last issue of the 4-Minute Men News, William Ingersoll urged his speakers to remain civically active. His men, and offshoot groups, brimmed with pent-up energy. In the fall of 1918, newly elected state legislators addressed the Nashville Kiwanis Club for 4 minutes on the theme "How We Can Best Serve Nashville and Davidson County." The Tennessean was still announcing 4-Minute Men talks in January and February of the following year. Methodist Minutemen spoke out for European Reconstruction. In the next 3 years, according to the 1922 Methodist Yearbook, 65,005 Minutemen raised funds for the church and the Red Cross. Reaching old 4-Minute Men with a new mission would not have been difficult. The unit's mailing list still existed in CPI files, and state and local chairmen remained active in their communities. To permit these elaborately organized pieces of machinery to disintegrate just because we have won the war appears to many to be sinfully wasteful, the head of the Open Forum said of the 4-Minute Men in March 1919.78. The best candidates to direct such an effort were the ones whose names had come up frequently before, McCormick and Woolley, or both together. McCormick, whom Wilson brought to Paris to assist with the negotiations, was a seasoned political campaign manager, owned newspapers, followed publicity closely, and served on the LEP executive committee. In Paris he was alert to pernicious French propaganda, met often with journalists, and on the whole thought the American delegation was at a great disadvantage here in regard to publicity. As the Paris experience also showed, he had Wilson's ear. Woolley's credentials were compelling in complementary ways. He was a match for Hayes's creativity and craftiness. He was adept at working the press. Recognizing this, Creel earlier had promoted the idea of Woolley heading LEP publicity. 79. However it was organized, whoever led it, Wilson needed fighting propaganda, as Herald correspondent Edward Hungerford put it. By this, Hungerford meant billboards spilling out unctuous and terse and even witty epigrams about the League of Nations, wide, systematic circulation of speeches, direct mail, the recruitment of columnists and wits, and, if possible, board games for kids. This was CPI-style publicity based on the fundamental concept of attention-grabbing repetition. But Wilson had no appreciation of this. He did not know what every politician knew. Ray Stannard Baker said, "In seeking victory, an idea had to be repeated 1,000 times, published in every newspaper, put in the movies, set to music." 80. To tell the truth, Wilson admitted during the 1916 campaign, "I am not a fertile suggester of campaign methods." He readily went along with publicity if it was conceived and executed by others. By not bringing on someone to guide overall communications during the peace process, he deprived himself of such advice. Strikingly, neither House nor Creel pushed him to create a new organization. Before the war ended, House assumed Creel would continue at home in the same capacity as now, for he will never be more needed than then. Although House made suggestions for publicity work in Paris, he did not argue for a bigger effort at home. By the summer of 1919, House was not in a position to press the point. Wilson no longer spoke to him. As for Creel, his attitude, it seemed, was that if his CPI could not do the work, no organization could. He confined himself to urging Wilson to meet with the press and laid all the publicity problems on journalists' shortcomings and Republican partisanship. Such publicity as was carried out domestically under Wilson's aegis fell to Tumulty, who possessed good political instincts and established rapport with journalists but had other duties and no organization under him. 81. In effect, Wilson elected to do his own fighting propaganda. The moment for this did not come until September 3, 1919, when he began a whistle-stop train trip to sell his peace pact. The train shot into the heartland, where opposition was strongest, and thundered westward. Wilson traveled 8,000 miles and delivered 32 major addresses and 8 lesser ones. It constituted one of the most heroic chapters in American political history. And it was one of the most heartbreaking. 82. Tumulty, who had implored Wilson for months to make this campaign by train, did his best to make it effective. His maneuver sheets organized appointments and logistical details. Advance men worked with local bipartisan committees that were set up. Tumulty helped Wilson improve his speeches as they went from city to city. Wilson's remarks were quickly transcribed, mimeographed, and handed to the 21 reporters on the trip. Carger helped distribute them to 1,400 dailies, the costs of which were covered largely by Henry Ford. Wilson talked informally to the reporters, which led to better newspaper copy. Baker helped by writing a series of articles for McClure's defending the treaty. These were reprinted as What Wilson Did in Paris, which was published in record-breaking time. 83. The train trip was Wilson's first and only occasion to go to the people with a defense of his treaty. His speeches were powerful. News of the enthusiastic turnouts along the way made Lodge grimace. But the trip was far from perfect. Some stops, such as in Senator Borah's home state of Idaho, were a waste of time. Wilson ignored valuable opportunities to say nice things about senators when he was in their states. He misstated facts, for instance that the United States had veto rights in all league matters. He lapsed into wartime habits of calling opponents pro-German and pro-Bolshevik. Hyphens are the knives that are being stuck into this document, the exhausted president proclaimed on September 25 in Colorado. I want to say I cannot say too often any man who carries a hyphen about with him carries a dagger that is ready to plunge into the vitals of this republic. 84. The heartbreak came that day with Wilson's physical collapse. His trip was over. The Paris negotiations had taken a physical toll on Wilson, and this trip strained him to the breaking point. Railroads cleared the tracks so Wilson could be whisked back to Washington. A few days later he suffered a severe stroke and paralysis on his left side. Baker thought the trip came much too late. He should have made it before the congressional elections the previous year, as Wilson had considered doing, in lieu of writing his incendiary October letter. In addition to being too late, it was too little. A single train trip was a long way from a full campaign. There were no billboards, nothing set to music. Instead of risking his fragile health, Wilson should have stayed in Washington to work with those who could be brought to his side by allowing a few mild reservations to be attached to the treaty. 85. Following his train trip, Wilson could not have fought for public opinion if he had wanted to. He was more out of the public eye than ever. What followed was perhaps the greatest act of censorship in the war. Wilson's wife, Tumulty, and Grayson covered up the severity of his illness, which left him bedridden and too weak to carry out his duties as president. For fear of agitating the sick man, they kept news from him. This impaired his ability to assess public thinking or adjust his own. Wilson's first visitor on official business was not until November 7, when he met with Senator Hitchcock. The feeble president was adamant he would not accept Lodge's reservations. Hitchcock remained on a short leash, effectively leaving the Democrats without a leader who could search out compromise. While Wilson was confined to his bed, Master Parliamentarian Lodge dragged out Foreign Relations Committee hearings to unsell the treaty to the public. By refusing to consider reservations, Hayes said, the president was pounding against a stone wall of patriotism which has already become impregnable and is daily increasing in width, strength, and height. 86. When the time came to vote, Wilson's treaty and covenant fell far short of the necessary 2/3 for ratification. 38 were in favor of ratification without reservations, 53 were opposed. Hayes, who had worked so hard for this day, spent it mostly in Lodge's inner office. After the vote, the senator gave him a photograph of himself, autographed and dated November 19, 1919. The Boston Transcript celebrated the defeat of the evil thing with the holy name 87. The death of the League. Baker, Creel, and legions of other faithful allies wanted Wilson to bend. It would be a great mistake to kill the treaty because of the reservations, Cobb told Taft. A treaty with reservations was better than no treaty at all. The left placed ads in newspapers begging Wilson and senators to set aside partisanship 88. Wilson would not budge. When a second round of voting took place in March, the treaty again failed passage. In May, Congress passed a resolution offered by Senator Philander Knox to repeal war declarations against Germany and Austria-Hungary. Wilson vetoed it. "He kept us out of war," one Republican legislator quipped, "now he keeps us out of peace." 89. Wilson made the 1920 presidential election a great and solemn referendum on the treaty. Ohio Governor James Cox, the Democrats' candidate for president, and his running mate, Franklin Roosevelt, got behind Wilson initially, but eventually backed off. Tumulty and Creel failed to dissuade Wilson from his solemn referendum argument, which smacked of his counterproductive letter of October 1918. Many opinion elites, as well as the public, thought the ailing president was petulantly inflexible. Arthur Willard believed the president's obstinacy the greatest personal tragedy the world has seen. 90. Immediately after the electoral losses in November 1918, Woolley told Wilson they would prevail in the 1920 race for the White House with the slogan "He made an end of war." When the time for that campaign arrived, Woolley was not sanguine. He considered George White, chairman of the Democratic National Committee, inept. Woolley was unwilling to give up his job to join the staff because he believed his ideas would never be accepted. "I feel sure you do not appreciate the deplorable conditions at the New York headquarters," he told Creel. Charles Edward Russell considered the absence of Woolley a calamity. "If Mr. Woolley had a double, you would have to search no farther," Russell complained to a campaign staffer. "As he hasn't, the thing to do is to get somebody as near like him as you can." Such a person was not found. 91. Toward the end the race Woolley and Creel pitched in. They reprised their 1916 gimmick of putting Hughes on the spot with a list of troubling questions. In this case the target was Taft on account of his shifting position and agreeing reservations to the peace pact were acceptable. Creel quickly wrote a pro-treaty book, The War, the World, and Wilson, which the Democratic National Committee promoted with a flyer that read as though it were written by him. Step by step, stab by stab, Mr. Creel follows the Republican majority's conspiracy of hate, showing just how the treaty was killed. 92. Hayes zeroed in on Democrats' weaknesses. When White complained that the Republican textbook unfairly did not include the text of the covenant, Hayes challenged him to publish a joint pamphlet containing all the treaty documents and all the Republican reservations to help clarify the situation. The ploy drew a contrast with Wilson's lack of openness. Lasker stayed on the campaign staff on the condition that Republican candidate and Senator Warren Harding would never support the League. He personally contributed nearly $40,000 to pay for anti-League pamphlets. He had motion pictures constantly whirling and staged media events galore. A coiner of brilliant slogans for soap, cigarettes, and breakfast food, he conjured a winner to sell Harding. Notwithstanding Harding's waffling to avoid irritating Republican factions with different views on the treaty, Lasker's slogan was, "Let's have done with wiggle and wobble." This was directed at Wilson for promising to keep the country out of war, then ending the war without a crushing victory, and now pushing for Article X, which could draw the United States into a new conflict. Billboards with the slogan went up across the country as soon as Harding uttered the phrase in a speech in a seemingly spontaneous, but in fact carefully planned, way. 93. To win over Americans of Greek, Italian, German, and Hungarian extraction who felt their homelands were double-crossed in Paris, the Republicans took a page from the CPI playbook. Their Foreign Voters' Day had features of Loyalty Day on July 4, 1918. With flags waving, Harding denounced attempts to pick on national groups instead of celebrating them. 94. On election day Wilson held to his false hope. He told his cabinet that Cox would prevail because of the great moral issue at stake. Harding won more than 60% of the national vote. It was the best the party had ever achieved. Eugene Debs, still in prison, won more than 3% of the votes cast, a tenth of what Cox received. The League, Harding said 2 days after the election, was now deceased 95. It fell to Wilson's opponent in 1916 to get the United States out of the war. Hughes, whom Harding appointed Secretary of State, wanted to secure United States membership in the League. But he knew he could not win the fight. He told Sweetser, who went to work for the League in Geneva, that a state of mind existed which it was impossible to ignore. He shrewdly combined Senator Knox's resolution to end the war with treaty provisions that benefited the United States. Because it relied on language used by Congress and the Allies, it satisfied both parties. 96. Sackcloth and ashes. Wilson did not originate the ideas behind the League of Nations. His contribution, as historian Thomas Knock put it, was propagation and grand synthesis. The peace process presented a moment to finish the job of selling that he started before the United States went into the war. It was the supreme moment for using propaganda for thoroughly altruistic purposes. 97. The treaty left a trail of woe. With the absence of the United States, the League was enfeebled at birth. The Germans exited Paris embittered by the treaty. Its harsh terms were a godsend for Adolf Hitler's propaganda, historian Margaret Macmillan wrote. The treatment of non-Europeans stirred up resentments for which the West is still paying today. The disappointment over the Shantung concessions fueled the rise of the anti-West Chinese Communist Party. Karl Crow attributed the intensity of Chinese outrage to the high expectations created by the official American war propaganda which I circulated so industriously. Crow had made Wilson into a superhero in China. 98. What are you going to do now? There will be no more wars, someone asked Frederick Palmer outside the Hotel Krillin one day. From what I have seen of the peace conference, replied the great war correspondent and former AEF censor, I am convinced that more wars are already in the making. During one of his many hours of having nothing to do in Paris, Lansing scrawled a poem, 4 seeds of war are sprouting on every treaty page and future peace looks gory / for this peace-loving age. We failed to give liberty to Europe, lamented Frederick Howe, a civic organizer, journalist, and public official who joined other progressives in abandoning domestic reform for world reform. We might have saved America. 99. Wilson pursued a grand vision with conviction and courage. He labored in Paris under great physical strain and against great resistance. It is certainly discouraging, Gilbert Close told his wife, the way people try to stab him in the back every time he turns around. Notwithstanding the compromises Wilson made in Paris to achieve the League Covenant, the treaty would have been worse had it not been for him. But his failure to show as much flexibility at home rendered the compromises useless by sinking the Covenant in the Senate. 100. The immediate source of his failure was illness. It made him more intractable, impaired his judgment, and led to the abrupt end of his one grand attempt at propaganda. After his physical collapse, the Democrats were rudderless while Lodge and Hayes engineered the demise of the peace pact. Poor health and the amount of work Wilson shouldered in Paris made it more difficult for him to engage in publicity work. His illness, however, does not fully account for his failure. Wilson's stubbornness and sanctimoniousness and his aversion to courting the press and political opponents were not new. Those traits had existed for a long time. Illness only exacerbated them. Wilson had been self-destructively rigid before with regard to propaganda. In 1917, he could have secured passage of the censorship clause by accepting minor alterations. He fought it out and lost. When it came to selling his policies, he was disinclined to personally engage journalists, who could broadcast his message. Wilson was relieved when the war brought him the opportunity to abandon the press conference, said James Kearney, his newspaper friend. Wilson's heart was not in it, and he wanted to be left alone. He never seemed to realize how difficult he made the situation for both the correspondents and himself. 101. Wilson could delegate to a fault, as evidenced by the censorship power he gave to Burleson. But on issues that mattered most to him, he took too much control and locked people out. Because he did the important foreign policy work himself, he did not feel the need to fire Lansing until illness made him irascible. He pushed Lansing out in early 1920 on the spurious charge that he usurped Wilson's authority by holding cabinet meetings during his illness. Wilson, who did not hold a cabinet meeting until April 13, 1920, could as easily have thanked him. There is no man in the world who better understands the democratic spirit in its broad manifestations, and few with less of the easy democracy of people friendship and the give and take of intimacy, Baker confided to his diary. It is apparently a strain upon him to have people argue with him about anything whatsoever. 102. Wilson profoundly transformed the communication functions of the American government, but he did not grasp how much. He enlarged the executive branch in his first years in office and expanded it more during the war. This growth required a presidency that was more engaged in persuasion of members of his administration, of Congress, of key constituencies, and of citizens. In some respects, Wilson epitomized what it would mean to be educator-in-chief. He dared to break tradition by going to Capitol Hill to address legislators directly. He created the CPI to keep thinking in line with his goals during the war. Time and time again, he was described in terms similar to George Sylvester Virex, high priest of propaganda. All this, and yet, when the need for propaganda was as great, if not greater, than at any other time, he treated it as a secondary matter. 103. Edward Bernays insisted Creel should have continued with the original plan of having the CPI handle publicity in Paris. He believed it could have altered the course of history. If the CPI had continued, Harvey O'Higgins thought, we'd be in the League of Nations today, and we'd be the teeth in it. While this ignores the political realities that made the CPI's continuation impossible, someone in Paris should have had responsibility for thinking about and coordinating efforts to shape public opinion while Baker managed press relations. An organization was needed at home to devise publicity plans and execute them, a lesson that President Franklin Roosevelt learned. 104. Roosevelt launched a massive publicity campaign to secure U.S. support for the United Nations. The State Department officials who led this were admonished, "It is imperative that we exert ourselves to satisfy the earnest public demand for information." The department held hundreds of briefings inside and outside Washington. The Woodrow Wilson Foundation, created in the early 1920s to perpetuate Wilson's ideas, almost went broke sending out UN literature on behalf of FDR's UN proposal. The State Department created a unit to interact with Congress, and Roosevelt included prominent Republicans in the delegation that negotiated the UN Charter for 2 months in 1945. The presidency, Wilson wrote in 1908, will be as big and as influential as the man who occupies it. A large president, as he aspired to be, cannot exist apart from the effective communication of ideas and ideals, as he had said. 105. This imperative goes to the heart of democratic government. As Bullard said of foreign policy, voters had a right to demand the clearest and most unequivocal definition of general policy. The Senate had the constitutional right of treaty ratification, and this treaty called for vigorous debate. The obligations under the Paris Treaty asked a lot of the American people, who wanted to put the war behind them. If Wilson could persuade the country and legislators to accept what he brought home without change, so be it. If not, he had to compromise. But just as Wilson looked for excuses to avoid the press, he erected false barriers to accepting revisions. "I could not accept any amendments," he told Creel, "because it was not within the right of any one of the signatory powers to amend the treaty in any particular, and I was obliged to reject all the amendments suggested to me because they were not made in good faith." The statement was self-servingly blind to reality. Many senators offered reservations in good faith, and the Allies signaled they would accept them. 106. Compromise would have led to better outcomes. First, Root, Hughes, and Lodge proposed reservations that deserved serious consideration. Significantly, the United Nations Charter did not include the collective security provisions of Article X. Second, once the United States was in the League, it could make changes along the lines Wilson envisioned. It was a brand new idea that would inevitably undergo modification. Third, by making the Republicans partners in the Peace Pact, Wilson would have deprived Hayes of the treaty as an issue in the 1920 race. Finally, compromise over the treaty would have affirmed the values Wilson espoused when he called on the country to go to war so the world could be made safe for democracy. 107. This was a tragedy worthy of Shakespeare. Wilson articulated a far-sighted, noble vision of an increasingly interdependent world and the leadership his country could bring to maintaining peace. He failed because he would not make reasonable concessions. This denied the United States a place at the head of the League's green baize table. As John Milton Cooper observed, American global leadership was absent for an entire generation, until a new war brought it back. 108. In 1931, on the anniversary of the armistice, Ray Stannard Baker wrote his friend Louis Brandeis of his feeling that day. "I have been recalling, how vividly, the event of 13 years ago today in Paris, the crowds, the noise, the delirious joy of it all. The war was ended. In a deeper sense, to some of us who were there, war itself was ended. The wolf was dead in Arcady and the dragon by the sea. A new age was beginning. Since then I have not cared to celebrate this day. I do not care to see the flags flying. Most of all, I do not care to hear the windy oratory. What is there to celebrate? Why not a day of sackcloth and ashes?" 109. 16. The question. A president whom the public trusts can not only lead it, but form it to his own views. Woodrow Wilson, 1908. How can we ever again believe anything? Wholesale lying on the part of trusted government in the last war will not soon be forgotten. Richmond Times-Dispatch, 1925. The history of propaganda in the war would scarcely be worthy of consideration here, but for one fact it did not stop with the armistice. No indeed. The methods invented and tried out in the war were too valuable for the uses of government, factions, and special interests. Will Irwin, 1919. On November 11, 2018, under a bright blue sky, the leaves golden with autumn color, dignitaries from many nations and citizens such as myself crowded into the Washington National Cathedral to commemorate the end of the fighting exactly 100 years before. In the presence of Woodrow Wilson's tomb, on the south side of the nave, celebrants recited prayers and sang hymns, recounted sacrifices made on battlefields, and remembered the dreams of world peace spun by the bloody conflict. In passing, a speaker called the Great War the founding catastrophe of the modern age, ushering in the greatest period of change in human history. A world forever changed. 1. Immediately after the war, one of those changes reverberated through the state editorial rooms of the Encyclopaedia Britannica. Censorship, war bias, and the perversion of fact, the editors concluded, had cut a Grand Canyon gash in the whole intellectual structure of the world. The 1911 edition, which was supposed to remain current for years, had no entry for propaganda. In the 3-volume supplement the editors felt obliged to publish, propaganda ran nearly 10 pages of small, densely packed type. The author was a former British military officer who conducted field propaganda and was attached to Northcliffe's British War Mission in New York City. Those engaged in a propaganda may genuinely believe that success will be an advantage to those whom they address, Peter Chalmers Mitchell wrote candidly, but the stimulus to their action is their own cause. The differentia of a propaganda is that it is self-seeking, whether the object be worthy or unworthy, intrinsically or in the minds of its promoters. 2. The warring nations had conducted propaganda of a magnitude previously unimagined. The United States joined them in propagandizing its own citizens, its allies' citizens, and its enemies in their trenches and in their homes. Although it claimed purer motives than even its allies, the Wilson administration used the same tools as the enemy and employed them as perniciously. When the peace came, propaganda was entrenched in governing. The word propaganda appeared in the New York Times once a month in 1875, in 1919, it averaged 3 times a day. By 2018, the 100th anniversary of the war's end, the President of the United States propagandized daily from his Twitter account. His statements triggered emotions of fear and hate, they often were as false as the Sisson documents. The President's opponents decried individual tweets. Almost never did anyone recognize that the practice fit into a continuum that began a century before. Less recognized still were the disturbing parallels for discrediting inconvenient fact and opinion. During the Great War, critics of government policy and action were guilty of enemy talk, today they spread fake news. In both instances, the great majority of those who accepted those judgments were decent Americans who wanted to do the right thing. A world forever changed. And yet we are only vaguely aware of the information state that emerged out of the Committee on Public Information's experiment at mass mobilization of opinion or of the threat that it poses to democracy. Propaganda has become the air government breathes, vital to its operation. Like air, it is difficult to discern as a pervasive daily enterprise, let alone control. When the word is mentioned, evasion and euphemism are employed. It is freighted with sinister overtones thanks to the Great War. It has the curious property of being done by every government leader and admitted by none. The CPI's War Cyclopedia carried a lone entry for propaganda. It appeared under the heading Propaganda, German. The first iron law of propaganda is that only the enemy does it. Point 3. A propaganda behemoth. The information state began in a 6-by-6-foot room near Josephus Daniels's office. Creel had no staff, a vague mandate, and no models to fall back on. Notwithstanding constant reorganization, mistakes, and unrelenting criticism, the CPI became a propaganda behemoth. It reached every crevice of the nation, every day, and extended widely abroad. The CPI was a publishing conglomerate, with pamphlets, a 6-day-a-week government newspaper, and news services at home and overseas. When the news division closed on December 1, 1918, it had issued 6,000 press releases, more than 10 a day, including Saturdays and Sundays. By the end of its existence, the syndicated features division achieved a newspaper circulation of more than 7 million readers a week. The division on women's war work sent out almost 2,500 stories in the 9 months it existed. The division of work with the foreign-born issued more than 2,300 press releases. Point 4. Newspapers used CPI news releases and photos. They often published CPI releases as written, the Sisson documents being a conspicuous example. In Porter Dunlap's hometown of Nashville, the Tennessean's pages averaged 1 item a week clearly marked as coming from the CPI. The CPI believed the readership of its syndicated features, written by some of the nation's best writers and often not printed with CPI identification, reached a total of 12 million monthly. Even if not identified as originating from the CPI, its releases generated independent stories and affected journalists thinking about the news. Point 5. The division of pictorial publicity under Charles Dana Gibson produced 1,438 poster designs, cards, advertisements, cartoons, seals, and buttons for 98 agencies and committees, ranging from the Federation of Neighborhood Associations to the Salvation Army. The CPI distributed tens of thousands of slides taken by the military. Its advertisements were ubiquitous in newspapers and magazines. The Bureau of Cartoons' weekly bulletin reached every cartoonist it could identify. Families watched CPI films in theaters across the country. Point 6. The CPI created organizations, repurposed existing ones, and piggybacked on others. The division of work with the foreign-born had 11 branches, as far as we can tell, and reached twice as many immigrant groups. The CPI worked with Gompers's AFL to create the American Alliance for Labor and Democracy, which, according to one estimate, eventually had 150 branches in 40 states. It, too, pumped out press releases. The 4-Minute Men were an organizational feat, an eye-popping total of 75,000 grassroots speakers harmonized by Washington. The motion picture industry, advertising associations, universities, and other professional bodies gave the CPI other pathways to American homes and minds. The Boy Scouts, traveling salesmen, and corporate titans did the CPI's bidding. The state councils of national defense helped the CPI reach into cities across the country. 7. Publicity was not considered a diplomatic tool in 1914. By 1918, when the CPI had outposts in some 15 countries and a news service that spanned the globe, diplomats who once sniffed at rubbing shoulders with the hoi polloi thought it would be well to continue our propaganda activities. Although the CPI failed miserably in field propaganda, its botched effort, taken over by Heber Blankenhorn, foresaw what could be done. 8. The CPI did not control every information spigot inside the government. But it was a conduit for all of them. It had a coordinating role for speakers and advertisements. Departments benefited from the official bulletin, the CPI's press distribution system, and the 4-Minute Men, who took up their causes. No department could do without the CPI, not even the hostile State Department, which used it to spread rumors of German spies as well as routine matters. Super-patriotic groups outside the government shaped opinion. But their reach and effectiveness did not come close to the CPI's. The basic law of propaganda, Sisson said, was to reiterate cumulatively. The CPI had access to the government printer as well as its own taxpayer-supported printing contracts to handle the overflow. The post office distributed its materials. Through various agencies, it had the power a meaningful threat to block mail and the export of films, magazines, and books, to curtail ink and paper, to shut down movie theaters. It spoke with unmatched authority. Its emblem, adorned with the American eagle, evoked the Great Seal of the United States of America with its motto E pluribus unum 9. Usurping democracy. The CPI was commendable in the transparency principle behind the official bulletin, in Arthur Bullitt's thoughtful earnestness, in Josephine Roche's determination to combat the numerous un-American conditions and injustices that victimized immigrants, in Vera Whitehouse's tenaciousness in Switzerland, in the 4-Minute Men's constructive urgings for food conservation and donations of binoculars to the Navy, in the Service Bureau's responses to the 86,000 public inquiries it received after the CPI took over in the spring of 1918. When the CPI was fact-based and open, it vivified American democracy. Yet for all the patriotic sincerity of its staff, for all their good works, the CPI was out of sync with democratic values. 10. Democracy privileges process. It presupposes that open, vigorous deliberation ensures better outcomes. The CPI subverted this. It did all the things that Creel insisted it did not do. It ignored facts and opinions that spoiled its narrative. Its publicity was tendentious. To an extent not seen in future American wars, it tugged at heartstrings, triggered hate and fear, and used other crude methods, as David Lawrence wrote, to arouse the people's interest in the war. Its propaganda often carried an implicit threat, and sometimes a direct one, of ostracism if one did not conform. It secretly subsidized organizations and publications. It censored, and it said it didn't. It cooperated with burgeoning federal domestic surveillance agencies, whose witch hunts culminated decades later in congressional hearings on the intelligence community's excesses. If the CPI did not routinely go as far as some private groups in fear-mongering and jingoism and was at times an object of their scorn, it validated their messages. 11. The CPI's propaganda, even when benign, was non-consensual. It spent the public's money to tell them things that they did not ask for or necessarily want. An individual could choose not to pick up a newspaper or walk into a movie theater. But everyone drove along roads where CPI posters were ubiquitous. Traveling outside Denver, William Johns, chairman of the Division of Advertising, wrote a July 4 postcard to Carl Boyer on the ubiquity of the CPI's famous Red Cross poster of the Virgin Mary as a nurse. It has been interesting to see the greatest mother poster in the windows of towns on the prairies, towns hardly as big as this postal card out in the flat arid lands 12. The emotional posters along roadways, the one-dimensional press releases, and the pro-war lessons taught in classrooms deprived Americans of a full understanding of the war. Creel tried as best he could to get more journalists to the front. But he squelched anything that contradicted the images of happy marching soldiers or of gleaming tanks bound for the front. Creel successfully fought for the publication of the names and addresses of the dead. But the black and white lines of type were bloodless. CPI films showed troops valiantly charging the enemy. They did not show mangled bodies splayed in the mud. The CPI denied citizens the means of reckoning the true cost of the war. "We never told the truth, not by any manner of means," Will Irwin confessed in an article a year after the war. "We told that part which served our national purpose." 13. The CPI limited citizens' choices. No memorandum in the files spelled out its goal of stymieing the discussion of alternatives to the Wilson administration's policies. It simply happened, as it does with all propaganda, another iron law that we can derive from the war. To keep the public buying war bonds to finance the war, the CPI manufactured fear of an imminent threat to the nation. The German Whispers campaign its warnings to beware of spy talk made thoughts of negotiating an early peace treason. Direct and implied appeals to patriotism, encouragement to suspend judgment permeated CPI propaganda. The CPI wanted the public to cheer, not think. Many later echoed Lloyd George's acknowledgement that if the facts had been known about the losses on the battlefield, people's demand for peace could have been difficult to resist. 14. Propaganda reverses the democratic idea that elected and appointed officials answer to the people. Rather, it aims to make the people answer to the government. This reversal was egregious in the case of the CPI because of the intensity of its propagandizing and its lack of accountability. Congress, whose elected members are as close to the vox populi as federal government gets, had little sway over Creel's operation. When the CPI was created, Congress had no say in its funding. Wilson allocated money from his war chest. When Congress took control of CPI domestic spending shortly before the war ended, Wilson's fund continued to pay for foreign operations. The CPI's ability to do so much with so little was a miracle of ingenuity that relied on private subsidy. William McCormick Blair, Francis Marion, Samuel Hopkins Adams, and others worked for token amounts. The 8 top executives in the division of advertising were $a-month men. Its entire payroll came to $179 a week. Professors, artists, and community leaders like Porter Dunlap were out-and-out volunteers. If one accepts Creel's estimates, the free advertising space donated by newspapers and magazines was roughly equal to the CPI's tax-supported budget. Poole created an auxiliary committee whose members, himself included, supplemented his foreign press bureau's budget with money out of their own pockets. Ford Motor Company gave thousands of dollars worth of material to the government as a free gift. George Eastman at the Kodak Company said the CPI in France could use his organization there in any way that will prove beneficial. The National Negro Press Association paid the expenses of Ralph Tyler, who took no salary while he was accredited to the AEF. The Art Institute of Chicago provided a small office for Gibson's artists. Its lone staff member was a volunteer stenographer. The list goes on. This was undeniably patriotic. But it further removed the CPI from congressional oversight. 15. A more significant circumvention of congressional accountability lay in Creel's appointment and the creation of the CPI, both of which were arguably unconstitutional. Creel qualified as the first presidential czar, a term today used to describe a White House appointee, unconfirmed by the Senate, who heads an agency, administers policy, and issues rules. The case for requiring Senate confirmation lies in Article 2 of the Constitution. The President may nominate, and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States, whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law *, emphasis added. Creel's position was not, as it should have been, established by law. He was not confirmed in it. Congress never explicitly authorized the CPI's propaganda functions. The closest it came to correcting this constitutional anomaly was through enactment of the Sundry Appropriation Law in June 1918, many months after the CPI was created. Written in a hurry and vague, the appropriation language provided funds to the CPI in connection with work that may be specially assigned to it by the President. 16. Given its power over the thoughts of citizens and the lack of legal authority for its work, the CPI marked a significant step toward the imperial presidency that emerged afterward. Spurts of growth have been dramatic in time of war, when national security concerns spurred Congress and the public to cede more power to the chief executive. This has undermined the system of checks and balances essential to American democracy. As partisan as they may have been, the Republicans had good reason to object to the CPI's existence. 17. Wilson and dissent. Propaganda exhibited the same iron law characteristics in every nation, but with variations in execution. The British were far more adept than the Germans, the difference lying chiefly in the lines of authority over propaganda. The military dominated in Germany, civilians in Britain. The CPI excelled at adver-*. The same case for unconstitutionality applied to two agencies that became part of the executive branch after the CPI was created, the War Industries Board under Barak, and the National War Labor Board under former President Taft and Frank Walsh. Ticing, a field Americans pioneered. It also reflected the ideas and personalities of Woodrow Wilson and George Creel. 18. Wilson did not have a thought-through plan for the CPI when he signed the executive order establishing it. This can be explained by his many preoccupations in those early days of war. As Daniels, Baker, and Lansing wrote in their proposal for the CPI, they could not wait on legislation. The CPI offered a quick solution to the urgent need for censorship of sensitive military information. In a sense, though, Wilson had been thinking about the CPI for years. Presidential communication was a central theme in his scholarly studies of government. Wilson's philosophizing had a democratic cast to it. The president was the spokesman for the real sentiment and purpose of the country. The primacy that he gave communication suited his oratorial abilities. He was the great communicator before the term was applied to Ronald Reagan. Yet, pari passu with Wilson's pledges of pitiless publicity was impatience with debate. In Wilson's view, the president should communicate in order to dominate. A president whom the public trusts, Wilson wrote in the same breath as the passage quoted above, can not only lead it, but form it to his own views. This explained his attitude toward Congress. Legislators could and should be marginalized by a president who controlled communication. He was similarly impatient with the press, which should, in his view, wait on his pronouncements. He disliked the messiness of news and, unable to bend it utterly to his will, isolated himself from it as much as he could. It is an odd thing, Ray Stannard Baker wrote in his Paris diary, that while the president stands for pitiless publicity and open covenants openly arrived at a true position if ever there was one, it is so difficult for him to practice it. He is really so fearful of it. 19. American traditions did not allow for the heavy censorship possible in Germany, France, and Great Britain. Wilson's party would not push through the censorship clause he proposed. That he persisted in seeking its passage, rather than compromise, revealed the limits he wanted to put on speech. Wilson, Creel told Baker after the war, was against free speech in the height of the war. He said there could be no such, that it was insanity and that men could, by their actions to America, stab our soldiers in the back. But Wilson's dislike of dissent ran deeper than the fear that it would hinder victory. Wilson could have easily pardoned Eugene Debs, whose anti-war statements no longer posed a threat of any sort. The gesture would have won the approval of liberals, whom Wilson needed in his peace-pact fight. But he could not rise to the occasion out of practicality or compassion. Although the need to protect military information evaporated with the armistice, Wilson agreed with Attorney General Palmer that it was necessary to strengthen laws against sedition. 20. Tumulty had feared Wilson's suppression of civil liberties would put him in a class with John Adams and his odious sedition acts. And it did. Conditions did not require the president's heavy-handed stifling of dissent, if they ever do. It is unlikely that Charles Evans Hughes would have allowed Burleson the freedom he had to suppress speech. In January 1920, when the New York Assembly refused to seat 5 duly elected socialists, Hughes took it on himself to write to the Assembly Speaker, "This is not, in my judgment, American government." Hughes chaired a state bar committee seeking a reversal. He failed, but as constitutional scholar Zechariah Chaffee noted, the action made the conservative press and sober citizens realize the absurdity of the Red Menace. 21. Creel complimented Wilson. Creel understood the mechanics of publicity as Wilson did not. His energy and creativity transformed Wilson's ideas into action. He urged Wilson to meet with the press and wished him to be less severe in suppressing of speech. But in an odd turn for an individual who was one of the least restrained journalists, he shared Wilson's annoyance with journalism's unruliness. His reflexive censoriousness encouraged Wilson's suppressive instincts. There is much to be said for an alliance such as the one struck by Wilson and Creel. Subordinates should reflect the views of the individual voted into the White House. But Creel did not have the right temperament to manage government propaganda. While Congress would never embrace the CPI fully, he invited its hostility. He created enemies when he did not need to. Had the publicity job fallen instead to Lippmann, who wanted it, its scope likely would have been smaller than the CPI's. That may have necessitated the creation of another agency, as McCormick and Woolley suggested in the summer of 1917, when they did not know what the CPI would eventually become. In any event, it is difficult to imagine Wilson and Lippmann working well together. Woolley was a better choice. He was aggressive and creative, without Creel's pyrotechnics. Woolley had executive skills, possessed superior political judgment, knew how to practice restraint, and was much craftier than Creel. Perhaps he could not have softened Wilson's partisanship, but he would not have aggravated it. 22. President Warren Harding commuted Debs's sentence to time served, effective Christmas Day 1921. Wilson missed other opportunities. He could have accepted the advice, persistently given to him, to separate censorship and publicity. Franklin Roosevelt did that in World War II, when he created an Office of War Information and an Office of Censorship. Creel could have been confined to the provision of information. Wilson could have embraced the suggestion from journalists that they oversee censorship through a board of advisors or even in an executive fashion. This would not have been a matter of letting the journalistic fox inside the Wilson chicken coop. Publishers and editors would have sternly policed each other, taking political heat off the Wilson administration. In this scenario, the administration would have been the fox in the journalism chicken coop. There are no other such propagandists as the Washington correspondents, if they are properly handled, Frank Cobb said. They are not only willing but eager to do the government's publicity work. But Wilson did not grasp easy opportunities to capitalize on this goodwill. His attitude toward journalism often made ours a ticklish job, Will Irwin said. He had little sympathy and less understanding of the way the press worked. 23. Propaganda becomes a profession. Not everyone reacted the same way to the Grand Canyon gash that propaganda cut in the whole intellectual structure of the world. The power of propaganda instilled fear in some and exhilarated others. A great soul-searching followed the war. Opinions that had put the radical press out of business became matters of wide discussion. Were the Germans really to blame for the war? What American interests justified going to war? Were bankers behind it? Americans were not directly threatened. Did a false neutrality favoring the Allies drag America into the war? Had Wilson cynically promised to keep the country out of war? Had he, and the public, been seduced by his rhetoric? By going to war, progressives complained, the United States won nothing worthwhile and set back domestic reform. Historian Carl Becker, who was in the CPI fold, rebuked himself for having been naive enough to suppose, during the war, that Wilson could ever accomplish those ideal objects which are so well formulated in his state papers. A great many Americans, a full 70% in a 1937 survey, believed it had been a mistake to intervene in the war. 24. Propaganda figured into these discussions. At last, criticism of British propaganda was not the nearly exclusive province of frustrated German Americans. Out in the open was discussion of British deceit, British deftness at avoiding controversy as it molded public opinion, and British success at cultivating House and Wilson. Opinion journals, which criticized the CPI throughout the war, went deeper to analyze its penetration of American institutions. The American Mercury explored George Creel's herd of 2,000 historians. Despite his poetic liberties, George Sylvester Viereck wrote one of the better studies of propaganda. Inflaming popular emotion during the war, he wrote, they had created a Frankenstein monster that hampered Wilson's ability to forge a just peace. 25. In retrospect, it hardly seems possible that a large, throbbing land, practically filled with inspired editors and old ladies and professors and a few wage earners, would bite into such an apple as the Allies offered us, without first determining that there was no worm at the core, said Herbert Corey, one of a handful of reporters who covered the fighting in Europe from the start. But we did bite in. From August 1914 to April 1917, we had been well and copiously fooled. The war put the press on guard. The realization came that they needed to be a brake on government propaganda, not an accelerator. The first National Code of Journalism Ethics, written in 1923, deemed partisanship subversive of a fundamental principle of journalism. 26. Propaganda was not the only dirty word. The war exposed the contradiction in progressive views on publicity. Progressives had basked in being publicists who provided the facts the public needed to reach sound decisions about what was broken and how to fix it. But during the war, this belief tripped over the other progressive ideal of managing society, exemplified by Wilson's idea of leading people to think along the pathways he traced for them. The CPI, staffed with progressives who prided themselves on exposing trusts, created an information trust. The government, previously the object of exposure and reform, now sorted the right facts from the wrong ones. After the fighting ended, the techniques perfected in the war were taken up by private special interests to thwart social, economic, and political improvement. Ray Stannard Baker had believed the solution to misleading railroad publicity was true publicity, the more the better. Now journalists no longer said with pride that they did publicity, and they condemned the proliferation of it by others. 27. Frederick Weil, who became a commentator in the new medium of radio in the 1920s, complained of the grand army of publicity that descended on Washington to influence legislation. It all started, he said, when the Allies and their enemies came ashore in America in 1914 to shape the country's views. When Uncle Sam himself became a belligerent in 1917, one of the first leaves he took from the notebook of war-experienced Europe was that which dealt with publicity as a fine art. In a speech to the Women's Club of New York a few weeks after the armistice was signed, Frank Cobb decried government propaganda that goose-stepped public opinion and the private propaganda that emerged along with it. Before the war, the number of publicity agents could be counted. How many there are now, I do not pretend to know, Cobb said, but what I do know is that many of the direct channels to news have been closed, and the information for the public is first filtered through publicity agents. God forbid that our supreme achievement in the war should be the Prussianizing of ourselves. These were remarkable statements by journalists who had been eager propagandists for the Allies and the Wilson administration. They testified to the way the war took the wind out of progressive sails. The reformer's occupation is gone, wrote journalist William Allen White. 28. Walter Lippmann, an enthusiastic would-be propagandist during the war, wrote disturbing critiques afterward. In April 1919, after returning from Paris weighed down with disappointment over the treaty negotiations, he told the editor of the Atlantic Monthly of his discovery that opinion can be manufactured. The idea has come to me gradually as a result of certain experiences with the official propaganda machine, and my hope is to attempt a restatement of the problem of freedom of thought as it presents itself in modern society. 29. The Wilson administration, Lippmann believed, succeeded in creating something that might almost be called one public opinion all over America. He produced 3 books muckraking public opinion. It was no longer possible, he wrote in the most enduring volume, Public Opinion, to believe in the original dogma of democracy. In small communities, people could form intelligent opinions on issues that fell inside their experience, but they did not have the tools and experience to grapple with national problems. By thinking otherwise, we expose ourselves to self-deception and to forms of persuasion that we cannot verify. 30. A few on the CPI staff had misgivings. Roche, Bullard, and others were dismayed by Wilson's failure to turn Paris into a rostrum from which he could have addressed the world audience. In his 1920 novel, Blind, The Story of Our Times, Ernest Poole's hero comes home sightless from a wound suffered fighting in France. Washington, he says, has been invaded by an army of ideas, a host of strange new aims and methods born in the clash and din abroad and now entering here to bore and burrow their devious ways deep into our national institutions. We are being driven to drastic powers of control over the whole nation's life. 31. But for the great majority of those who worked alongside Creel, the bright light of their earnestness removed shadows of doubt. Ford indicated no misgivings when he told a Minnesota audience, for the first time in the history of America, the voice of the national government was carried directly and regularly into the schools of the whole country. Said Harvey O'Higgins, those were great days, the greatest that Washington ever saw or is likely to see. Couldn't have found anywhere a better cheerleader than Creel. We challenge anyone to charge Creel and his organization with a single dishonorable objective or method of operation, said Frank Bond 50 years later at a retrospective conference on the CPI. He did not mention that he had worked in Switzerland under the cover of the Friends of German Democracy. 32. Many were inspired to wield the arts of persuasion after the war. Now, being associate chairman of the Creel Committee didn't make me the best public relations man in America, Boer told his staff years later. It did give me the broadest education that anybody had ever had in the history of the world as to what you could do with this power of publicity or public relations. 33. Edward Bernays returned from Paris convinced the activities like those of the Creel Committee with the people of the world could be employed for peacetime purposes. When he hung out his shingle on East 48th Street in New York, he cast around for a term for his work, at one point calling it publicity direction and eventually choosing counsel on public relations. He borrowed the term counsel from law, hoping its professional implications would carry over to the new field. Whether in the problem of getting elected to office or in the problem of interpreting and popularizing new issues or in the problem of making the day-to-day administration of public affairs a vital part of the community life, he wrote in his 1928 book Propaganda, the use of propaganda, carefully adjusted to the mentality of the masses, is an essential adjunct of political life. 34. Universities became a microcosm of the elation and anxiety over the newfound power of propaganda. On one side were new fields of scholarship that studied its deleterious effects on democracy. Journalism schools, which proliferated, inculcated in their students a skepticism of official pronouncements. It was everywhere assumed that public opinion, clarified by general education, assured the continuation of representative government and free institutions in the United States, said Carl Ackerman of the youthful hopefulness he had. Now, as dean of his alma mater, the journalism school at Columbia University, he acknowledged these confident assumptions are challenged or denied. With scientific study of the impact of journalism on public opinion, he argued, journalists could fight the power of propagandists. Pushing in the other direction were new university departments of psychology, marketing, advertising, and public relations. In 1923, Bernays announced he was teaching the first public relations courses in the nation, at New York University. 35. The forces propelling propaganda were self-perpetuating. When one side found a better way to make its case, the other sides were compelled to improve on it. Propaganda has become part of political warfare both in domestic and foreign policy, wrote Walter von Hoffmann of the German War Press Office at the end of the war. The day after Germany's surrender, a directive went out to the Foreign Office press officers. These attorneys of politics were to stay in place. Hoffmann thought the Germans needed to emulate the British propagandists. 36. Propaganda has become a profession, Harold Lasswell wrote in Propaganda Technique in the World War, the first serious study of the topic. The modern world is busy developing a corpsic of men who do nothing but study the ways and means of changing minds or binding minds to their convictions. It is to be expected that governments will rely increasingly upon the professional propagandist for advice and aid. 37. The information state and deadly nightshade. In two significant aspects, United States propaganda departed from the propaganda practices in the Great War, the organizational structure changed, and the legal powers for chloroforming unwanted speech were weakened. The Committee on Public Information was the first and last United States Ministry of Propaganda. Afterward, proposals to recreate a central information agency surfaced from time to time. President Harding considered establishing a Department of Administration Publicity under an assistant secretary. But comparisons to Creel and the CPI kept surfacing, and the idea went to an unmarked grave. During World War II, Creel recommended that Franklin Roosevelt recreate the CPI. The Roosevelt administration found it difficult enough, in light of the CPI's history, to create a fragmented propaganda apparatus. 38. In any event, a large centralized propaganda bureau was not as efficient as it might seem. Each government department and often bureaus within a department wanted to promote itself and was better able to do so than an outside organization was. The CPI recognized this when it put its press officers inside government agencies. The second departure from the war experience was a reinterpretation of the First Amendment. The Espionage Act, the Trading with the Enemy Act, and the Sedition Act forced the courts to take their first sustained look at free speech. Initially, judges upheld the government. But in calmer times after the war, the courts shifted. The minority views of Holmes and Brandeis in the Abrams case became the majority view. Particularly significant advances came in the 1930s, when Charles Evans Hughes was Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. These two deviations from the wartime pattern did nothing at all to impede the growth of the information state. On the contrary, decentralization made it easier for information bureaus to proliferate. When lodged inside individual agencies, they were less visible and did not require congressional authorization the way a propaganda department would. The reinterpretation of the First Amendment made it easier to criticize the government, but it had no effect on the rest of government propaganda. As legal scholar Jeffrey R. Stone noted, it would have to be a very extreme case to imagine a court holding that the government's own speech violates the First Amendment because it has, in effect, swamped the marketplace of ideas. As a constitutional matter, we tend to give broad leeway to the government's own propagandizing, and there is no judicial precedent declaring government speech itself unconstitutional under the First Amendment. 39. The control of propaganda is one of the thorniest problems of democracy. Like the plant deadly nightshade, which can promote sanity or bewitch, depending on how the potion is administered, government information can sustain democracy or undermine it. The Government Accountability Office, GAO, which monitors the executive branch on behalf of Congress, is equally concerned with stopping propaganda and ensuring the executive branch adequately informs the public. In the words of founding father Elbridge Gerry, in a republic every action ought to be accounted for. 40. The positive side of government information falls into three categories. First, the government is a public almanac, albeit published daily. It provides information as diverse as weather forecasts, statistics on trade, traffic accidents, K-12 educational attainment, and health alerts. The severity of the coronavirus epidemic, a grim reaper that swept its way across the planet while this book was in its final stages of production, epitomized the essentiality of reliable government information. These public services help citizens make better decisions, decisions that can be the difference between life and death. Second, the government informs the public about what it is doing, whether awarding a contract for bridge repair, imposing new safety regulations on mining, or detaining immigrants on the Mexican border, the sort of information that made the official bulletin useful. Democracy is impossible without transparency. Finally, also as part of the democratic process, officials are obliged to make the case for the policies they wish to pursue and the actions they take. Democracy is a contest of ideas and an exercise in choice. Wilson was not wrong that the chief executive should seek to lead opinion. But how does one wall off the undemocratic aspects of the information state? No legislation can require the president and his appointees to provide all facts on all sides of a question. It is impractical to write legislation barring presidents from using rhetoric that scares the public. No law could have conceivably stopped the CPI from warning the public of German whispers, as overblown as it was. Sometimes the evocation of fear is justified. A president can legitimately speak in favor of raising the minimum wage or enhancing border security, but how does one separate that from using a federal agency's public communication machinery, supposedly designed to inform, to advertise the merits of such legislation? These two functions are as difficult to separate as Siamese twins. Time and again the GAO has noted that the line is almost impossible to draw. The few laws governing propaganda are problematic. Congress has not defined publicity or propaganda. One category of offending information is purely partisan materials. No violation has ever been found because no political message can be completely devoid of any connection with official functions. The GAO is reluctant to find a violation where the agency can provide a reasonable justification for its activities. The executive branch has little incentive to enforce anti-propaganda laws that restrict its operations. The Department of Justice has never prosecuted a violation of the laws governing propaganda. Congress episodically launches investigations, but legislative intervention follows the pattern of the Republican-dominated Joint Committee on Printing, which lost interest in executive branch publications once Harding walked into the White House. In 2005, Senate Democrats introduced the Stop Government Propaganda Act to thwart the Bush administration's video press releases. They were the minority party, and the bill failed. 41. A significant difficulty in controlling the information state is that it is amorphous, seen as if looking through frosted glass. We see shapes, but specifics are elusive. It is unlikely that anyone in the federal government knows how many people are engaged in opinion-shaping information activities, Senator William J. Fulbright wrote during the height of the Vietnam War. Since then, government information has become more difficult to measure and evaluate on even the most basic level. With the increase in the number of jobs involving the dissemination of information, the GAO could not do a complete census if it wanted to, said a former GAO official specializing in information. 42. A 2016 GAO study identified some 5,000 employees engaged in executive public relations. Their salaries amounted to $500 million annually. The study did not cover a number of agencies, including the military, and counted only individuals listed under the Occupational Code Public Affairs. Many of those concerned with information hold unrelated titles or do the work part-time. How should the government classify those on the State Department's policy planning staff who, as a part of their work, consider plans for countering jihadist recruiting videos, or a special assistant who tweets excerpts from the Secretary of Transportation's speeches? The Environmental Protection Agency alone had some 24 Twitter accounts. Early in its first term, the Obama administration identified 24,000 federal websites. These activities do not include advertising and public relations carried out by government contractors. This totals at least $1 billion a year, although again this cannot be taken as a complete tally. Contractors purchase advertising space in all forms of media and provide marketing research, opinion polling, message crafting assistance, and more. The Executive Office of the President alone spends an average of $40 million a year on such contracts. This does not include all the techniques presidents have to enlarge their images and voices, as President Trump showed when he insisted his name appear on stimulus checks mailed to pandemic-distressed Americans in 2020. The CPI was masterful in stage managing Wilson's July 4 Loyalty Day speech at Mount Vernon in 1918. Today presidents enhance July 4 speeches by ordering a Blue Angels flyover. Military marching bands generate patriotic feelings and confer authority. The Department of Defense has 136 bands, costing $500 million a year. None of this showed up in the Gao study. 43. It is almost impossible to know even within the institution where the important communications work is being done, said a State Department consultant on public diplomacy in 2012. The information bureaucracy is adept at thwarting scrutiny. Over the years, public affairs officers have been listed as assistant supervisors of employment in the Labor Department, in FDR's administration, and Air Force chaplains, in the Truman administration. In 2008, Army Vice Chief of Staff General Peter W. Chiarelli set out to determine how many people were involved in strategic communication, which was greatly enlarged under Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld and criticized for spinning more than informing. Chiarelli couldn't do it, said his principal public affairs officer. Many strategic communications personnel held unrelated job titles. Commanders did not cooperate in identifying them. The commanders feared Chiarelli would eliminate the positions. They relied on these communicators to promote themselves as well as their programs. 44. The recurring pattern of propaganda. The information state would have emerged without the Great War. Recognition of the importance of public opinion took hold before the conflict. But the tools were primitive, and the number of people involved small. In 1911, the New York Times complained the government was employing as many as 8 press agents. Necessity being the mother of invention, the war accelerated the development of strategies and tactics for managing public opinion in an organized, persistent, and pervasive way. The work came first, Guy Stanton Ford said of the CPI's operation, and the methods came afterwards. 45. The war, Roger Babson said, taught us the power of propaganda. Never again would the government undertake propaganda from scratch. Never again would the government leave public opinion unattended. For the first time in history, we are now confronted nearly everywhere by mass opinion as the final determinant of political and economic action, said the Public Opinion Quarterly in its maiden issue, January 1937. 46. The CPI established patterns that persist, the use of every available communication tool to fill every space in the public sphere, appeals to patriotism and accusations of un-Americanism to discredit unwelcome views, and the conviction that the goals of propaganda are more important than preserving democratic processes. With the existence of democracy itself at stake, said Creel in a moment of great clarity, when giving a speech in Chicago in 1921, there was no time to think about the details of democracy. These, too, are iron laws. It is a quality of propaganda that high-minded persons on both sides commend their cause by identical arguments, said the Encyclopaedia Britannica in 1922, and that high-strung persons soon come to believe what they wish to be true. 47. Surveillance and propaganda remain interlocking components of the enlarged federal government that emerged from the war and have held sway over citizens since. Not all surveillance falls into the category of the intelligence gathering done by Ralph Vanderman and Herbert Hoover, although technological advances have enhanced intelligence agencies' ability to monitor views of foreigners and American citizens alike. The measurement of public opinion, initially a matter of observation and instinct, became a science with the emergence of polling in the 1930s. The next iteration was Internet-driven surveillance capitalism, which has refined the slicing and dicing of information about consumers and, collaterally, about voters to the point that moods can be measured. 48. The links between running for president and governing remain as strong as they were when Woolley's publicity bureau was an incubator for the CPI. While in Italy, Charles Merriam said he could do some very effective propaganda at home on the strength of what I have seen here. Back at the University of Chicago, He pioneered the modern data-driven election campaign based on deep statistical analysis of voter behavior. It is clearly in evidence, he said, that the science of creating and transmitting public opinion under the influence of collective emotion is about to become the principal science of civilization, to the mastery of which all governments and all powerful interests in the future will address themselves with every resource in their command. 49. The use of these techniques is cumulative. Barack Obama harnessed social media to win the presidency. In office, he created an Office of Digital Strategy to reach the public directly via social media. More than half the staff had worked on an Obama presidential campaign. Donald Trump rode into office on a tsunami of tweets. As president, he kept the Office of Digital Strategy and used tweets to shape the news agenda, call out his critics, and bolster his base for the next election. 50. The relentless study of the means to better shape opinion is a feature of government. Obama also created a social and behavioral sciences team, nicknamed the Nudge Unit, to encourage citizens to behave responsibly, for instance to stop smoking or start a retirement savings program. At the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, whose research paved the way for the Internet, scientists turned science fiction into science with their studies of the brain. In one study, neurologists have traced blood flow to the brain to measure the effectiveness of messages. They are moving fiendishly fast in understanding how to make those messages more persuasive, said Red Montague, a Virginia Tech neuroscientist working with DARPA. DARPA's program is aimed at foreign enemies. But nudging and brain study breakthroughs can be repurposed for partisan political propaganda at home. 51. Propaganda by its very nature involves concealment, wrote Lucy Salmon, a fellow faculty member with Wilson early in his career and a student of news. This is another iron law. The judiciary strengthened free speech guarantees, but suppression of information remained. Massive surveillance, as the writers' support organization PEN International has pointed out, keeps people from pursuing sensitive subjects and communicating with sources. The government can classify information that would open it to criticism. The classification stamp went down on more than 45 million government documents in 2017, according to one government report. The number is understated given the difficulty making a tally. The cost of protecting secrets in 2017 was nearly twice the budget of the Environmental Protection Agency. 52. When possible, presidents follow Wilson's pattern of bypassing journalists. Although FDR interacted with the press as effectively as his presidential cousin Theodore Roosevelt, journalists complained about the control his press officers exerted over information. Despite President Obama's pledges for openness, he held fewer press conferences than his immediate predecessors and, in the view of many journalists, had the most closed, control-freak administration in memory. In 2014, National Intelligence Director James Clapper barred officials in 17 agencies from speaking with reporters without authorization, even on unclassified subjects. The Trump administration took steps to silence officials within a week of his inauguration and barred testimony that used federal scientific data on climate change, a phenomenon the administration disputed. 53. Cynicism and disenchantment. Public opinion, said Amos Pinchot, a liberal who reluctantly supported the war, is the ultimate basis of all political power and of all social institutions in a free country, and anything which taints or debauches it is an evil far more vital and harder to reach than the mere shortcomings of government. The information state is a threat to democracy not only in its tendencies to pollute public opinion. Propaganda corrodes public confidence in democratic institutions and processes. 54. The realization of the power that lay in government propaganda during the Great War wrenched the national psyche. Gradually the whole horrible truth about the war is being revealed, Reinhold Niebuhr, a Detroit minister and budding public intellectual, wrote in his diary in 1923. Every new book destroys some further illusion. Frederick Howe lamented, "My attitude toward the state was changed. I have never been able to bring it back. I became distrustful of the state. We seem to be approaching a state of government by hired promoters of opinion called publicity agents, said philosopher-activist John Dewey. Too often elections were determined by the portrait of a candidate with his firm jaw, lovely wife, and children 55. For Harold Lasswell, who studied under Charles Merriam, this disillusionment was a sign of systemic failure. The whole discussion about the ways and means of controlling public opinion testifies to the collapse of the traditional species of democratic romanticism, he wrote. That credulous utopianism, which fed the mighty words which exploited the hopes of the mass in war, had in many minds given way to cynicism and disenchantment. 56. Continued revelations of the evils of government propaganda cemented these feelings. The Vietnam War introduced a new word into political discourse, credibility gap. The origin of the gap, said political philosopher Hannah Arendt, was that the government treated the war like a political campaign in which the goal was to create an image of the war, rather than look at contrary facts. These facts emerged sensationally with the leaking of official documents that came to be known as the Pentagon Papers. The government's failed attempt to suppress their release added to the impression that deception was, in the minds of those who did it, an acceptable tool for governing. In the Pentagon Papers, Arendt wrote, "We are confronted with people who did their utmost to win the minds of the people, that is, to manipulate them." 57. The short-term expediency of propaganda comes with the long-term cost of ideals. Promoting the German Bolshevik conspiracy may have helped make the distant war seem a proximate peril. But it fueled repression during and after the war. Demonizing the Germans made it more difficult to prepare public opinion for the peace terms Wilson had in mind. His soaring rhetoric led to crushing disillusionment when it was not realized. Shortly after his 14-point speech, Vera Whitehouse observed, "Mr. Wilson's idea of diplomacy is to tell so little of a topic, leaving out the essential points, that he deceives his hearer." 58. New propaganda strategies are created all the time to stay ahead of the public's cynicism. They may succeed for a time but ultimately reinforce citizens' perceptions that government is not leveling with them. Less than 17% of Americans expressed trust in Washington in 2019. The moment government begins its direct propaganda, Frank Cobb told CND director Grosvenor Clarkson in 1917, people begin to wonder if it is not suppressing something for the protection of itself, and the reaction is inevitable. 59. Cynicism puts the nation at risk. Lack of faith in government delegitimizes leaders and makes it easier for demagogues to gain a following through malicious use of communication tools. External adversaries leverage public distrust of government by planting misinformation that disrupts elections and casts suspicions on those elected to govern. Cyber attack, a phrase unheard of in intelligence threat assessments before the Obama administration, is now at the top of the list. If social media's greatest contribution is democratizing communications, their greatest threat is in abetting cynicism and distrust, writes David Cole, legal director of the American Civil Liberties Union. As the Sisson documents show, the public and their leaders eagerly accept grossly inaccurate political information that affirms their convictions. 60. The press, a bulwark against propaganda, has also been breached. After the war, journalists were never entirely successful at keeping officials at arm's length. News media relied on the Bush administration's assurances that Iraq possessed weapons of mass destruction. Still, independent journalism became the default position after 1918 until recently. Technological advances have strengthened propagandists and disrupted fact-based reporting. The low cost of technology makes it much easier for partisans to confuse and distort. With declining revenue from advertisers, who are less dependent on newspapers and magazines, the news media cannot afford to patrol government as they did. 61. The question is no longer one of establishing democratic institutions, Chief Justice Charles Evans Hughes said, but of preserving them. The information state calls for information statesmen and stateswomen who champion principled government communication. These people must come, to a large degree, from Congress, the strongest institution we have to control executive power. Legislators must impose restraints on propaganda the way arms control negotiators limit nuclear weapons to achieve national security. An independent board could be established by law to report annually to Congress on government information policy and trends. This would make it easier for the press to cover the quotidian aspects of the information state rather than the occasional sensation, as happens now. 62. Where outright propaganda is called for, as with public diplomacy, it should be a lesson in the presentation of facts and honest introspection on the American experience, as Arthur Bullard demonstrated in his letter from an American friend. The fundamental issues surrounding these activities remain essentially the same as those that confronted the Creel Committee 50 years ago, said a scholar during the Vietnam War. The most fundamental of all was, what is the proper role for propaganda in the foreign policy of a democratic society? 63. The public has a role to play. Straining for a happy ending to his pessimistic public opinion, Lippmann argued that expert-led intelligence bureaus should guide the public's thinking. This progressive nostrum was naive. The experts have biases and their own agenda. Every source of information must be questioned. In place of the idea that people should be led to the right thoughts, people must learn to think critically for themselves. Of his war experience, Ray Stannard Baker said, "I acquired a new regard for the value of informed public opinion and a new distrust for leadership." 64. Any check on the information state depends, in the first place, on recognition of the dangers that lurk in it. That is the purpose of this history. The origins of government propaganda reveal the susceptibility of well-intentioned people to subvert the democratic principles in which they believe deeply. Like Hughes, Creel understood, democracy is not an automatic device but the struggle everlasting. Yet in his zeal to make the world safe for democracy, he did not recognize that he chipped away at its foundation. "The great drama is of the ages," wrote the editors of the post-war edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, and can only be appreciated with all its acts on record. 65. Epilogue. Government propaganda was a new undertaking, and the new attracts the young. Many of those involved had long careers ahead of them, often working at the intersection of politics, news, and publicity. Others in the autumn of their lives had poignant final years that illuminate aspects of this new phenomenon of manipulating the masses. Karl Ackerman, who felt like an agent of public opinion when he covered Washington at the start of the war, left journalism to become a corporation agent of public opinion. His clients included Eastman Kodak, Union Carbide, General Electric, and General Motors, firms that learned from the war that they could build customer loyalty by selling a pleasing idea of themselves. During the 1924 campaign, Ackerman wrote a biography of Charles Dawes, who was elected vice president on the Calvin Coolidge ticket. In 1931 he became the dean of Columbia University's School of Journalism. The primary obligation of the press in peace and in war is to serve as an instrumentality of the public, not as an agency of government, he told a gathering of American newspaper editors in 1941. The following year he established a journalism school in China with secret funding from the Office of Strategic Services, the predecessor of the CIA. The OSS used the school to recruit Chinese journalists to its service. 1. Samuel Hopkins Adams's Common Cause appeared just as the war ended. "If you are a red-blooded American, you will want to read Common Cause," said a Wisconsin newspaper. "If you are a pacifist you won't like it." Adams continued to give readers what they wanted. By the time of his death in 1958, he had written more than 50 books, ranging from serious and racy novels to romance and light-hearted fiction, histories, biographies, books for children, science fiction, mysteries, a game book, and a western. A short story for Cosmopolitan became director Frank Capra's It Happened One Night, with actors Clark. Karl Ackerman began the war as a self-styled agent of public opinion and never lost his enthusiasm for shaping events as well as covering them. After leaving journalism, he was a public relations counselor and political consultant. As dean of the Columbia University School of Journalism, he established a journalism school in China with secret funding from the Office of Strategic Services. Its goal was to produce Chinese spies and propagandists. Columbiana. Gable and Claudette Colbert. It was the first film to win all 5 major Academy Awards: Best Picture, Director, Actor, Actress, and Screenplay. Point 2. Roger Babson, the business wizard who helped the CPI reach labor audiences, founded Babson College. In 1940 he ran for president as the candidate of the Prohibition Party. After the war, Navy censor George Barr Baker handled publicity for Herbert Hoover's American Relief Administration, which provided food to Eastern and Central Europe. In 1924 he was the publicity director for Calvin Coolidge's race for the White House, and in 1928 helped Hoover's campaign in a similar fashion. Point 3. Ray Stannard Baker remained an energetic writer on numerous subjects, but the chief one was Woodrow Wilson. In addition to his little book What Wilson Did in Paris, he wrote a 3-volume study of the Peace Conference and, with William E. Dodd, edited a 4-volume collection of documents related to Wilson's presidency. In 1924, in the last letter he ever wrote, Wilson gave Baker exclusive rights to all his papers for a full biography. Creel, who had hoped to co-author a book with Wilson, told Edith Wilson the decision was, quite naturally, a bitter blow to me. The last of Baker's 8 volumes on Wilson's life appeared in 1939. The biography won the Pulitzer Prize. Publicity, Baker said at the end of this life, is indeed the test of democracy. For Edward L. Bernays devoted the rest of his long life, he died in 1995 at the age of 103, to public relations. He promoted vices such as smoking by women, by suggesting they would lose weight, and virtues such as reading, by encouraging interior designers to use bookshelves, which then would be filled with the output of publishers, whom he represented. During the Eisenhower administration, he helped the United Fruit Company, whose control over Guatemala was threatened by land reform. Bernays portrayed the democratically elected president as a communist and urged American intervention, which occurred through a CIA-staged coup. Propaganda, he said, is the executive arm of the invisible government. 5. If I still have any political ambition left in my life, Count Johann von Bernstorff wrote to Frank Polk when the United States declared war on Germany, it is solely directed towards helping to mend what now has been broken. After the war, Bernstorff was co-founder and president of the German Association for the League of Nations. The League, he argued, will transform itself into the United States of Europe. Singled out by Adolf Hitler as bearing responsibility for the German defeat in World War I, Bernstorff took refuge in Geneva, where he died in 1939. Bernstorff's military attaché Franz von Papen, who was expelled in 1915, was vice-chancellor under Hitler, an arrangement that he hoped would contain the Führer. He was acquitted at the Nuremberg war crimes trials. Naval attaché Karl Boyd, also expelled, married the daughter of an American Episcopalian bishop in 1921. He wanted to settle in the United States but was denied a visa. In 1930 Boyd was killed when he fell off a horse. 6. Edwin Björkman, who oversaw CPI work with Scandinavian immigrants, became Associate Director of the League of Nations News Bureau. The short-lived agency was established to build American support for the League in the United States. Later Björkman edited the Asheville Times and directed the North Carolina Federal Writers Project. 7. William McCormick Blair returned to his career in Chicago finance. When the firm for which he worked went under during the Depression, he started his own with financial assistance from the steel manufacturing family of Donald Ryerson, the first director of the 4-Minute Men. William Blair & Company still exists, with offices worldwide. Blair became one of Chicago's most civic-minded citizens. 8. After the war, Heber Blankenhorn returned to the subject he favored in his newspaper days, labor unions, only now as an advocate. For close to 3 decades, in every major labor event having to do with public opinion, a historian wrote, one could find Blankenhorn tugging at someone's elbow asking questions, supplying the answers to these questions, and pointing out alternative courses of action. In the 1930s he staffed a Senate committee investigating industrial espionage of the labor movement. He learned of the practice while in military intelligence, where he saw secret reports supplied by corporations on so-called red unions. I remembered that nefarious undercover system, Blankenhorn wrote in an unpublished memoir, and knew that it was nationwide, and I swore to myself if I ever got a chance I'd hit that as hard as I could. When he returned to intelligence work in World War II, he had to start over again explaining the value of field propaganda. At the end of World War II, Blankenhorn left the service as a lieutenant colonel. In 2014, he was posthumously named a Silver Knight on the Honor Roll of the Army Psychological Operations Regiment. 9. L. Ames Brown, who headed the CPI's Syndicates Feature Division, wrote a book pleading for the elimination of wars before becoming president of Lasker's Lord and Thomas. 10. Arthur Bullard was recruited as chief of the State Department's Russia Division after the war. In 1924 he was an assistant to the Democrats' nominee for president, John W. Davis. Believing that public opinion was the most important question facing the fledgling League of Nations, Bullard became the Geneva representative of the League of Nations Nonpartisan Association, an organization that promoted that body. His friend Ernest Poole, among others, attributed his untimely death in 1929, at the age of 49, to the hardships he endured in Russia. On his last afternoon, his mind went back into the past, his wife told House, and he was talking of Russia and the Revolution. 11. Albert Burleson ignored an order from Wilson to end postal censorship. He did not tell his local postmasters to stop withholding mail until the summer of 1919. To the end of the administration he would not give second-class privileges to the successor of the masses, the Liberator, as well as others. When the Harding administration restored its mailing privileges, one of Burleson's men said the officials were violators of their oaths of office. Burleson's wife put up an indirect defense of his wartime anti-free speech position in a short novel published in 1921. In it, a congressman's re-election is imperiled by charges, spread in a handbill, that he is a socialist. She saves the day by purloining the handbills before they can be distributed. When her husband asks if she is afraid, she replies, "I didn't believe the law could punish me for stopping such a monstrous lie." 12. In 1925 Carl Boyer was described as undoubtedly the most successful public relations counsel now in business. He was also one of the most controversial. Immediately after the war, he became part owner of a patent medicine company whose exaggerated advertising drew the attention of the Federal Trade Commission. With George Sylvester Viereck on its payroll, Carl Boyer and Associates won a contract to promote tourism in Germany shortly after Adolf Hitler was named German Chancellor. Nazi propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels saw political value in tourist propaganda. This became the subject of congressional hearings. Later Boyer promoted the Chinese nationalists. The Chinese cancelled the contract when they learned he also helped their enemy, Japan. Boyer's use of front organizations on behalf of railroads, the third-party technique he perfected at the CPI, led to prosecution under the Sherman Antitrust Act for conspiracy to put truckers out of business. The case went to the Supreme Court, which sided with Boyer. Deception, reprehensible as it is, can be of no consequence so far as the Sherman Act is concerned, wrote Justice Hugo Black, a champion of First Amendment rights. Carrying forward another practice from the war, public service messaging, Boyer raised millions to eradicate polio. His firm, the third largest in the country at the time, was acquired by Foote, Kohn, and Belding, the advertising giant that was itself an offshoot of Albert Lasker's Lord and Thomas. That new firm was later acquired by Hill and Knowlton. 13. When the French government put Joseph Cail-Laux on trial in 1920, it could not prove treason. He was found guilty, instead, of having had relations with the subjects of an enemy power. Because he had spent so much time in jail, he was released and banished from major cities. Cail-Laux made a political comeback, once again becoming finance minister. He remained in the Senate until 1940. During his wife's trial in 1914, it was rumored he would divorce her and that both he and her victim, Le Figaro editor Gaston Comet, were competing for the affection of another woman. Joseph and Henriette Cale Locks remained married, perhaps because the trial made it impossible not to be. An intimate of Madame Cale Locks said they grew to hate each other. 14. George Creel remained a human cyclone, touching down as before in journalism and politics. Colliers billed him as national troubleshooter, stormy petrel of politics, relentless reporter. During the Great Depression, Creel was West Coast chief of Franklin Roosevelt's National Recovery Administration. When he loudly resigned on the grounds his powers were too limited, Roosevelt gave him the additional job of regional head of the National Labor Board. Creel was a candidate for California governor in 1934, losing to Upton Sinclair in the primary. He eventually viewed Roosevelt as a bleeding heart. Creel headed California Democrats for Nixon in a 1950 Senate race that stands out as one of the dirtiest up to that time. He numbered himself among the tens of thousands who admire Senator Joseph McCarthy's almost single-handed fight against the communists and fellow travelers who have weaseled their way in the policy-making departments of government. 15. Carl Crow's CPI staff became the nucleus of Carl Crow Incorporated, China's first advertising agency. In his memoir 400 Million Customers, he boasted of placing the first ads in China for lipstick and vanishing cream as well as the first fashion book and a manual of poker rules, which sold better than his wartime translation of President Wilson's speeches. He worked for the Office of War Information in World War II. 16. Kenneth Durant, who worked on British and CPI propaganda, became director of the American branch of the Telegraph Agency of the Soviet Union, TASS. 17. Guy Stanton Ford resumed his deanship of the University of Minnesota Graduate School and was named its president in 1938. Guy Gaunt and Arthur Willard were knighted for their services. Gaunt used his propaganda skills to win a seat in Parliament. Willard joined the Foreign Office, where he oversaw press relations. William Wiseman became a partner in the New York investment firm Kuhn, Loeb and Company. Hugh Gibson became minister to Poland and Switzerland and ambassador to Belgium and Brazil. "It is a new thing to try women in the diplomatic service," he wrote of the first woman to receive an appointment in the Foreign Service who, as it happened, was posted to Switzerland when he was minister. "I shall be curious to see how it works out." The third secretary, Lucille Acherson, was an active suffragist. Gibson wrote a satirical letter to the State Department in which he imagined various problems that would arise. Would she have to dress like a man in a formal coat, breeches, and opera hat? In an end-of-career memoir, Gibson admitted Foreign Service officers needed training in public opinion. 18. Samuel Harper continued at the University of Chicago until his death in 1943. His involvement with the Sisson papers nagged him. When drafting his memoir, he concluded the sorry saga of the documents with an anecdote. In 1934, he was traveling from Berlin to Moscow with a German scholar. During a stop, the pair went on the platform to stretch. As they talked of this and that, the German asked, "Are you also a little ashamed of some of the things you had to write during the war?" Harper ended the story there, letting the question answer itself. 19. President Harding named Will Hayes to succeed Burleson as Postmaster General. In 1922, on the recommendation of Albert Lasker, Hayes became the first president of the Motion Picture Producers and Distributors of America, today the Motion Picture Association. In the face of silver screen scandals and calls for policing movie content, he instituted a self-censorship regime known as the Hayes Code. George Hecht, who headed the CPI Cartoon Bureau, established the highly successful Parents magazine and Better Times, the latter devoted to charity and social work. In 1926 Edward House published the 4-volume Intimate Papers of Colonel House, which drew on the self-aggrandizing diary that he diligently maintained during his relationship with Woodrow Wilson. His appetite for courting people and being courted was as strong as ever. He struck up a friendship with George Sylvester Viereck, who wrote The Strangest Friendship in History, Woodrow Wilson and Colonel House. House, Viereck wrote, was a genuine philosopher and a gifted statesman. Creel referred to House as a high-class sponge, with the added beauty of being easy to squeeze. 20. Charles Evans Hughes's lone political failure was his loss in the 1916 presidential race. After his death in 1948, a poll of diplomatic historians ranked him as one of the 3 best secretaries of state, a post he held under Harding and Coolidge. John Quincy Adams and William H. Seward ranked ahead of him. At the Department of State, he forged the first ever international disarmament agreement. In 1930, Hughes became Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. He was reckoned, with John Marshall, as one of the 2 best Chief Justices up to that time. He led the court's strengthening of First Amendment freedoms. While Chief Justice, he encountered Frederick Weil at a Washington garden party. Weil asked him how he felt about being hailed as a blossomed liberal for his free speech decisions. Weil, Hughes said, "I blossomed out as a liberal a long time ago, but the trouble is, it never bore fruit." 21. Will Irwin did not lose his zest for journalism and activism. He crusaded for the League of Nations, which he said could have headed off the Great War had it existed, produced a campaign biography for Herbert Hoover, argued the Red Scare was overblown, and wrote frequently on propaganda. The war had brought to attention a new method in politics and diplomacy, Irwin observed, in propaganda and the news. Government had proved that the press could be gagged and the news slanted, biased, or juggled to produce almost any temporary effect they wished, and that in time of war at least, people would endure the process. Here was a weapon of statesmanship too useful to abandon in time of peace. 22. Toward the end of the war, William H. Johns briefed the executive board of the American Association of Advertising Agencies on the division of advertising's accomplishments. Washington, he said, had been educated very largely to the value and use of advertising and also to the advantage of using organized, skillful direction in advertising. The division reappeared in the next war as the Advertising Council, which collaborated with the Office of War Information. The Ad Council, as the nonprofit is called today, carried on. It produces and distributes public service announcements for the government and do-good organizations, usually with the parallel objective of promoting business interests. 23. Former Chicago Tribune editor James Keeley, who accepted Creel's offer to propaganda the enemy, became a press agent when he returned to Chicago. He assisted Warren Harding in his campaign for president and helped Chicago meat packers fight charges of price fixing. 24. Upon his resignation, Robert Lansing opened a law office at 8 Jackson Place neighboring the CPI's old offices on Lafayette Square. In his memoir, Lansing complained that Creel handed out information too freely and did all he could to discredit me. In his memoir, Creel said Lansing was so dim his ideas were annual. One of Lansing's nephews, Cold Warrior John Foster Dulles, was President Dwight Eisenhower's Secretary of State. Allen Dulles, his other nephew, was director of the Central Intelligence Agency under the same president. 25. Albert Lasker went on to advance other advertising innovations, most notably introducing advertising to radio. In time he shed his Midwestern isolationism and was as ardently for the United Nations as he had been against the League of Nations. When he left advertising, he became a philanthropist. He was far ahead of his time in advocating national health insurance. A liberal, he said, is one who knows that, if he is to survive, all others must survive. 26. In 1926, David Lawrence, who had devoted much of his time during the war to reporting on the good and the bad of government publicity, launched the United States Daily. It looked a lot like the official bulletin. Despite the remarkable growth of the government, the newspaper said in its maiden issue, one could not find in any single publication the facts of what actually is being done day by day in Washington. The Daily morphed into the weekly U.S. News and World Report. 27. Walter Lippmann became America's foremost newspaper columnist and public intellectual. Throughout his career, he struggled with the vital question that arose out of the war: how could the public be adequately informed if its views were so easily manipulated? In his writing on the subject, he did not acknowledge his burning desire to be a propagandist during the Great War or the advice he gave officials on propaganda in the next war. In a review of Creel's History of the CPI, How We Advertised the War, Lippmann wrote, "There is probably no good way of conducting government propaganda. There is probably no healthy way in which a government based on consent can enter upon the business of manufacturing consent." Lippmann said Creel's book resembled the class albums which are distributed to graduating seniors as a memento of their bright college years and as an assistance in remembering names and faces at future reunions. 28. Breckinridge long made large donations to Franklin Roosevelt's 1932 presidential campaign, as he had to Wilson's in 1916. FDR appointed him ambassador to Italy, where he supported Mussolini's invasion of Ethiopia. Later Long was an assistant secretary of state with responsibility for the visa division. Still disdainful of foreign elements, as well as deeply anti-Semitic, he squelched official reports of the Holocaust and did what he could to delay and effectively stop Jewish refugees seeking a safe haven in the United States. He was relieved of visa supervision after an internal report noted, "If men of the temperament and philosophy of Long continue in control of immigration administration, we may as well take down that plaque from the Statue of Liberty and black out the lamp beside the Golden Door." 29. Douglas MacArthur, the first U.S. Army public affairs officer, set sail for Europe in 1917 with press accolades in his wake. 37 journalists covering the War Department sent a letter of appreciation to his boss, Newton Baker. "The Major has helped through us to shape the public mind." By World War II, General MacArthur, with his swagger and corncob pipe, was a master at self-promotion. When he was proconsul of defeated Japan, one of his public affairs officers told reporters, "We believe that a correspondent has a certain duty towards the commander of the forces he represents, and it is the commander-in-chief's desire that nothing of a political nature be released as coming from his staff of correspondents, and nothing that may be in any way criticizing the efforts of any commander of any of the Allied nations." 30. Charles F. G. Masterman was one of the most brilliant, misunderstood, and tragically fated men of our time, wrote John Buchan, who superseded him as Britain's chief propagandist. While a member of the Asquith cabinet before the war, Masterman was compared to Winston Churchill. He briefly served in Parliament after the war, but was neither the journalist nor the politician of earlier days, the Times of London said in his obituary of 1927. Drink and drugs wrecked his health. The death notice mentioned his highly confidential work during the Great War. Wellington House's existence was not publicly acknowledged until 1935, and Masterman was not awarded any honors for his propaganda work. When Buchan became Governor-General of Canada in the 1930s, he was raised to a peerage as 1st Baron Tweedsmuir. 31. Charles F. G. Masterman, who established Wellington House in September 1914, was an accomplished writer and social reformer. He rose rapidly in politics, attaining cabinet rank in Prime Minister Herbert Asquith's government. But Masterman received no public credit for his war work and in 1927 died in relative obscurity. The British Ministry of Information also disappeared. But as happened with all governments, propaganda would continue under new institutions that used techniques the war had spawned. Imperial War Museums. Is propaganda politics or government administration? Charles Merriam ruminated. I don't know. It's a strange breed of cat. Under his chairmanship, the University of Chicago's Political Science Department became the leading program of its kind in the country. Merriam's hand can be seen in virtually every facet of modern political science, fellow scholars wrote of his impact. As a member of the Commission on Freedom of the Press in the 1940s, he argued the news media were not the only conduit for constructive information. The government was carrying on an immense function of information and analysis and could do even more. But his enthusiasm for this did not preclude the need for civic education so the public understood the new techniques of political power in the modern world. 32. Lippmann's New Republic colleague and fellow field propagandist Charles Murs became editor of the New York Times editorial page. Harvey O'Higgins returned, as he said he would, to the theater and writing. In 1921, he co-authored a stage version of Sinclair Lewis's Main Street. With a medical doctor, he wrote The American Mind in Action, a volume that sought to isolate those personal qualities that were characteristically American. He died in 1929, at the age of 52.33. Arthur W. Page, who served with Blankenhorn's field propaganda team, was a vice president for publicity and a corporate director for AT&T. Page brought science to publicity. As historian Roland Marchand wrote, he pursued every avenue of possible measurement, from monitoring free long-distance phone calls at the company's fair exhibits for information on consumer preferences to subscribing to the Psychological Corporation's emerging project of public opinion polling. Page has been called the father of corporate public relations. The man who brought Page to AT&T was its president, Walter S. Gifford, who had been director of the Council of National Defense during the war. 34. Ernest Poole, along with Paul Kennedy and Arthur Livingston, who worked under him in the Foreign Press Bureau, created the Foreign Press Service. The short-lived non-profit news service aimed to interpret the United States to the world and vice versa. Poole continued to write novels, but none of them were equal to his family, the volume that in 1918 brought him the first Pulitzer Prize given for fiction. Hamilton Owens, editor-in-chief of the Poole service, became editor of the Baltimore Sunday 35. John Ritham, the Australian-born Providence Journal editor who helped the British expose German intrigue, became an embarrassment to the administration after the United States went to war. Like Joseph McCarthy in his wild claims of conspiracy, Ritham said that the War Department was full of German pacifists and that the Justice Department ignored his warnings about sabotage. When Attorney General Gregory threatened legal action, he confessed that many of his stories were false and promised not to repeat them. His signed confession was kept secret until 1920, when it was released to refute charges that he made against Franklin Roosevelt, who was running for vice president on the Cox ticket. Little by little, commented The Nation about the Ritham revelations, the truth about the war prevails. Ritham died in 1923. He is buried in an unmarked grave in Providence. 36. Josephine Roche was a lifelong progressive. As president of the Rocky Mountain Fuel Company, which her father founded, she invited the United Mine Workers of America to organize employees. After Roche ran unsuccessfully for governor of Colorado in 1934, Franklin Roosevelt named her Assistant Secretary of the Treasury. There she helped write the Social Security Act, oversaw an expansion of the U.S. Public Health Service, and developed a national health plan that paved the way for Medicare, which Congress passed in 1965.37. Walter Rogers, who led the way to American government broadcasting overseas, established the Institute of Current World Affairs with funds from his patron, Charles Crane. It gave traveling fellowships to promising young men and women who wanted to understand the world. Rogers was executive director for 34 years, until his retirement in 1959.38. Pioneering sociologist Edward Allsworth Ross shifted his thinking about public opinion around the time of the Bolshevik Revolution, on which his views were shaped by a nudge from his A1 friend Raymond Robbins. He now saw public opinion molding as a highly competitive field filled with many who were not concerned with the public interest. Sooner or later the alert, well-led elements organize in order to mold social requirements to their wishes, he wrote in a 1936 memoir. Control devices will be employed that the past never dreamt of. In 1940, he became chairman of the American Civil Liberties Union, created after the war in response to Attorney General Palmer's over-the-top attacks on supposed red subversives. 39. In the next World War, Edgar Sisson joined the Office of War Information. An OWI colleague remembered him as a wizened minor propagandist, still buttonholing people to convince them of the authenticity of his documents showing German Bolshevik conspiracy in the Great War. 40. John Spargo, the pro-war socialist who went to work for the CPI's front group, the American Alliance for Labor and Democracy, became a member of the Republican Party and supported Barry Goldwater for president. 41. Henry Suidam, who headed CPI offices in London and Amsterdam, became Special Assistant for Public Relations to Homer Cummings, Attorney General under Franklin Roosevelt. Suidim helped FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover develop his outsized crime-fighting image. When legislators became annoyed over his salary, the highest among Cummings's special assistants, they barred the hiring of any Justice Department special assistant who did not have a law degree, to wit, Suidim. Cummings circumvented this by appointing him a Special Executive Assistant 42. Arthur Sweetser worked for the League of Nations in Geneva and joined the United Nations staff at its inception. He thought of himself as the world's longest-serving international civil servant, certainly so of American nationality 43. In retirement from the Army, Ralph Vanderman compiled 125,000 dossiers on labor and civil rights activists, actors, professors, and ordinary citizens who exhibited subversive tendencies. He had a national network of informants who used code names. Vanderman made these available to federal agencies, police departments, and conservative politicians, who continued to use the files after his death in 1952.44. George Sylvester Viereck became an apostle of Adolf Hitler. He was imprisoned from 1942 to 1947 for failing to report his propagandizing for the German government. Propaganda will play an ever-increasing part in human relations, he wrote in Spreading Germs of Hate, 1930, for which House wrote an introduction. The world is defenseless against propaganda hiding under such virtuous cloaks as respectability, prosperity, humanity, and patriotism. We can legislate against its most obvious abuses, but no lawgiver can ensnare its more subtle manifestations. 45. Emanuel Fosca settled on a farm in his native Bohemia after the war. In 1939 he was imprisoned by the Nazis, who remembered his counter-espionage work against Franz von Papen in the United States. He was released on grounds of ill health and linked up with the Office of War Information. A secret mission to Turkey led him to his old pastime of stealing enemy documents. After the Communists took over Czechoslovakia in 1948, they tried Fosca for treason. He was imprisoned and died shortly after being freed in 1960. Before World War II, Will Irwin helped him write his autobiography, Spy and Counter-Spy. 46. Walter Wanger, who became acquainted with filmmaking as a propagandist in Italy, went on to be one of Hollywood's most successful producers. His last motion picture was Cleopatra with Elizabeth Taylor, Richard Burton, and Rex Harrison. Looking back on his CPI experience, he said, "There is little difference between politics and show business or between statesmanship and show business." 47. In 1921 Vera Whitehouse purchased the Buck and Murphy Manufacturing Company, which she renamed the Whitehouse Leather Products Company. She hired a colleague from the women's suffrage movement as her vice president. Whitehouse was attracted to business because, she told a reporter, it brought one more into contact with the problems of the modern world. She intended to do the work as well as possible and as a measure of success to make as much money as I can. She supported unionization and reduced her employees' work week from 48 to 44 hours. Whitehouse sold the company before the stock market crash. During World War II, Whitehouse was national chairman of the Women's Action Committee for Victory and Lasting Peace. 48. Robert W. Woolley practiced law and was determined to remain active in Democratic politics until the bugle's blast. In retirement, he lived in a spacious Washington, D.C., apartment on Connecticut Avenue, NW, where he was visited by his grandchildren. One of them was Charles Robb, who married President Lyndon Johnson's daughter and became governor of Virginia and a U.S. Senator. Woolley, Robb recalled, was always properly dressed, with a three-piece suit, even in August, a pocket watch with a watch fob across his vest, and a hat, to protect his bald head. He looked like a slightly slimmer version of Alfred Hitchcock and always had a twinkle in his eye. 49. The Navy Library, where the CPI started out, became the site of press conferences under Presidents Harry Truman and Dwight Eisenhower. Reporters called it the Cupid Room because of the cherubs in the corners, one of which symbolized liberty.